Genius, remember the address of this site in 1 second. Lingu Novel Network, https:// the fastest update. No ads. Emperor Beeman appeared in front of Bishui G-eyed Beast almost like a teleportation, and his claws like black iron slammed into Bishui G-eyed Beast's head. The golden-eyed beast roared, but it didn't dodge, opened its mouth full of jagged teeth, and bit the Emperor Beeman in one bite. Dijuan Beeman is only about 3 meters tall, which is taller than normal humans. But he's a little too small in front of the water-preserving golden-eyed beast that is about 10 meters long. If this bite is taken, I am afraid that most of Emperor Beeman's body will be bitten into his mouth, and it may even be swallowed directly. Everything is between lightning and flint. The disciples of Tian Fei Xiangong couldn't see what happened at all. Even an existence like Chiyasa could only see 2 lights and shadows colliding, with one red and one black, and then it was a shock wave like a nuclear bomb explosion. Chiyasakai, Moto Sakura, and the others couldn't help but turn pale in shock, although they were still 10 or 20 miles away from the battlefield. The shock wave covered the area is too large. Ordinary disciples are afraid that most of them will be killed by the shock wave like this huge wave. Looking at the shock wave that came from the cracked mountain and the gravel rolled in the soil and sand, the ordinary disciples were so horrified that they even forgot to escape. In fact, even if they tried desperately to escape, they could not escape the scope of the shock wave. Just when countless disciples were in despair, they saw the shock wave like a huge wave suddenly disappear without a trace. Everyone looked in shock, only to see a figure standing in front of the ring-shaped slope, and it was Zhou Wen. The terrifying shock wave seemed to stop abruptly when it reached him, falling like dust, as if Zhou Wen himself was a god that could not be blasphemed, and nothing in the world could violate him. Zhou Wen just used the division domain to ban the power rules in the area, so that the shock wave could no longer be maintained. This also shows from the side that the water-avoiding golden-eyed beast has not reached the heaven level, otherwise the division domain cannot completely prohibit the perfect level of domain power. In the battlefield, Emperor Beeman's 2 claws grabbed the upper and lower jaws of the Bishui G-eyed beast respectively, and resisted its bite, preventing the Bishui G-eyed beast from closing the beast full of fangs mouth. The water-preventing golden-eyed beast used its claws to charge forward desperately, pushing Dijuan Beeman's body back, and Dijuan Beeman's legs plowed a deep mark on the ground. Roar. Just when everyone thought that Dijuan Beeman was defeated by the golden-eyed beast, the 3 strange horns on the top of Dijuan Beeman's head exuded mysterious light, turning into the appearance of a black crown, and the single horn in the middle was even more mysterious. Like a black orb on the crown, the mysterious light radiating, like the armor of the Black Iron Emperor, enveloped the body of the Emperor Beeman. With the appearance of the crown, Dijuan Beeman's eyes turned bloody, and his body swelled, instantly turning into a giant beast dozens of meters high, with his feet one after the other abruptly withstood the impact of the water, preventing golden-eyed beast. The 2 monster-level existences were just stuck there, wrestling like prehistoric monsters. No one took a step back, but the earth under their claws cracked open like an earthquake. Zhou Wen looked at Dijuan Beeman in surprise. This guy's power is stronger than Zhou Wen imagined. The water-preventing golden-eyed beast is undoubtedly hell level. Only the human-level Emperor Beeman can match the power of hell. Competing, and not losing the slightest, this alone makes Zhou Wen feel that the Emperor Star is really worth it. What surprised Zhou Wen even more was that Dijuan Beeman gradually gained the upper hand. And bit by bit he opened the mouth that was about to close. The water-preventing golden-eyed beast made a whimpering scream, and its 4 claws slammed on the ground, trying to knock Diju and Beeman away, but no matter how it found out, Diju and Beeman's body that exuded profound light didn't move at all, and it was still slowly open. The mouth of Bishui Jinqing beast. Roar. The water-preventing golden-eyed beast roared again, the strange power fluctuations on his body. The river in the canyon seemed to be attracted by some kind of power, and rolled up a huge wave, which suddenly rolled over. The monstrous waves drowned Diju and Beeman's body in an instant, and still rolled up the disciples of Tian Fixianging behind him without a pause, but when the water wave came in front of Zhou Wen, it was like a toilet that had pressed the flush button. The water flow fell, and not a single splash of water touched Zhou Wen's body. The disciples of Tian Fixianging were stunned. Although they had already regarded Zhou Wen as the top figure among human beings, such a godlike act still made them envious. Zhou Wen did not expand the scope of Shiyu's power to the battlefield. He wanted to see what the real combat power of Emperor Beeman was. In the battlefield where the water was surging and the mud and rocks were rolling, the roar of a strange beast resounded through the heavens and the earth. The disciples of Tian Fixianging could only see the tumbling mudslides, and they couldn't see what the battle was going on inside until a terrifying scream came. The water flow and the rolled up mud and rocks fell instantly, revealing the figures of 2 giant beasts. I saw that the terrifying Bishui Jinide beast had its hooves off the ground and was lifted up by the tyrant Beeman. The 2 claws of the tyrant Beeman were still grasping its upper and lower jaws, but at this time Bishwijin, the beast's mouth has been stretched beyond the limit, the corners of the mouth on both sides have been cracked, the scales on the face are cracked, and blood is gushing out. In front of the gigantic monarch Beeman, the current golden-eyed beast is like a kitten and puppy with a torn mouth, and can only struggle desperately and scream. But no matter how its hooves and claws attacked Emperor Beeman, it only left a trail of claw marks on the Xuanguang armor outside Emperor Beeman's body, and those claw marks were restored to their original state almost instantly. Emperor Beeman seemed to have no feeling at all, ignoring the last struggle of the Bishui golden-eyed beast, tearing the mouth of the Bishui golden-eyed beast little by little, and tearing its head directly in half. Scoff. The bloody lower jaw of the Bishui golden-eyed beast was torn off directly. Under the pain, the potential of the Bishui golden-eyed beast exploded. The 4 hoofs struggled back violently, causing the fangs held by the Emperor Beeman to break. Only then did he get rid of it. Under the control of Emperor Beeman, he rolled back and fell to the ground. The disciples of Fixianging in the second day looked at the Emperor Beeman, who was holding a broken tooth and holding a bloody chin in one hand, as if he was watching a demon king who came out of hell. The golden-eyed beast, which is almost invincible as a disaster overseas, was ravaged by the Emperor Beeman like a kitten and a puppy, and even his chin was torn off. This is simply too terrifying. Ordinary disciples are envious and yearning in their hearts, but those elders are secretly grateful at this time, thankful that Ben Jining did not listen to their opinions, but insisted on going to the ancient city of Guide, and now they also understand why Ben Jining is so insistent. With such a character and such a companion pet, even among the 6 major families, I am afraid that one cannot be found. Zhou Wen thought that the Bishui Jinide beast was about to escape, and was about to cooperate with the Emperor Beeman to surround and kill the Bishui Jinide beast, but suddenly saw an incredible scene. The Jinqing beast that avoided the water did not escape, but bent its front hoof, and lowered its head to the Emperor Beeman as if kneeling, until its forehead touched the ground. Everyone saw this incredible scene, and even Zhou Wen opened his mouth in surprise. You must know that dimensional creatures are difficult to tame, let alone those dimensional creatures that have no brains. They basically fight to the death. Even those high-intelligence dimensional creatures will explode when they are pressed. Except for some humans with special abilities, it is rarely heard that dimensional creatures have been tamed because of defeat. The more advanced the dimensional creature, the lower the possibility of being tamed. It is unbelievable that this hell-level water-avoiding golden-eyed beast would express its surrender to the human-level emperor Beeman. But the facts were in front of him, and Zhou Wen suddenly thought of a possibility. Could it be that the fate of the emperor had a role to play, so that the water-preventing golden-eyed beast showed an impossible attitude? The more Zhou Wen thought about it, the more he felt right. The former tyrant, Beeman, killed less dimensional creatures, and did not see any dimensional creatures surrendering to it. Not to mention the natural disaster grade, even the mortal grade dimensional creatures have never seen such a situation. Now that Zhou Wen regrets his bowels, he knew that Emperor Star was such a powerful thing, so he used it directly for Di Ting. With Di Ting's strength, he was almost invincible within the natural disaster grade, and he could just defeat a few natural disaster grade dimensional creatures and make them surrender. After that, you can go to the ancient city of Guide to see the gate. It's useless to regret now. Fortunately, Emperor Beeman is also very powerful. If you work hard on it in the future, you can get more resources for it. Even if you can't be promoted to the heaven level, it's quite powerful to be able to get a hell level. The human-level Emperor Beeman can knock down the hell-level water-repelling, golden-eyed beasts. And the hell-level Emperor Beeman may be able to compete with ordinary celestial dimensional creatures. It's not a loss to come here. Bring the golden-eyed beast that avoids water back to the ancient city of De to see the gate. I'm afraid that the 6 major families will not dare to break in. When Zhou Wenjing was dreaming, the Emperor Beeman grabbed it. The Bishui golden-eyed beast tore the body of the Bishui golden-eyed beast in two with a forceful tear, and then threw it into its mouth and chewed it. The blood splashed everywhere, and its mouth was full of blood. It actually ate. Zhou Wen's eyes widened, and he stared at Diju and Beeman, dumbfounded. He kind of saw that the prodigal son had lost all his fortune, and wished he could go up and slap him twice. Impulse. This is a hell-level thug, and he just ate it like this. But Diju and Beeman didn't feel anything. After chewing a few times, he swallowed it directly into his stomach, and then burped. Looking at the appearance of Diju and Beeman, Zhou Wen had the urge to cut open its belly and pull out the water-preventing golden-eyed beast. But unfortunately it is useless to pull it out now. Zhou Wenhan's teeth are itchy, but the disciples of Fixianging in the second day are fascinated. The fierce and unparalleled overseas golden-eyed beast has been swallowed up like this. In their eyes, the Emperor Beeman has become murderous and invincible. Pronouns. Depressed, he recalled Emperor Beeman. This guy ate a hell-level dimensional creature, but there was no change. In Zhou Wen's opinion, it was no different from Zhu Beiji eating ginseng fruit. After going on the road again, the disciples and elders of Tian Fixianging became more respectful and obedient towards Zhou Wen. Many people even looked at Zhou Wen with fiery eyes, and they didn't know what they were thinking in their hearts. What? Zhou Wen didn't bother to pay attention to what they were thinking. He was thinking about a question now. If the hidden dungeon in the game would not be refreshed, would the hidden dungeon in reality still be able to get Emperor Star? Judging from the results of previous research, in the actual North Star Ice Palace, there is likely to be a Ziwei Xingjuan, and maybe another Emperor Star can be obtained in reality. The original article this week has no desire to go to the Big Dipper dungeon in reality, and the ranking of the Rubik's Cube is meaningless to him. But this discovery now gave Zhou Wen the idea of entering the Big Dipper Palace again, not for ranking, but to get an Emperor Star. Wait and see, if the hidden copy in the game really won't refresh, then you can only enter the Big Dipper Palace again in reality. Zhou Wen has already made up his mind that he can really get another Emperor Star, whether it is for the devil, infant, or listening to the truth, but I wish I could get a few more. There were no more accidents along the way. Some ordinary dimensional creatures encountered were also dismissed by Ben Jining and the others. Zhou Wen took them back to the ancient city of Guide. The two-day Fixianging disciples who sent Mo back arrived at the ancient city of Guide a long time later. After inquiring, Zhou Wen found out that they did not send Mo back to the family of gods, and they met the family of gods on the way. People, Mo has gone back with them. To Zhou Wen's surprise, Mo, he asked them to bring one back, naming it for Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen opened the box and found that there was only a piece of paper inside, and a number was written on the paper, and it was a mobile phone number at first glance. Zhou Wen probably guessed what Mo meant. The two had made a bet before. If Mo lost, they would tell Zhou Wen why the family of gods had to fly these people from the Immortal Palace 2 days later. However, Zhou Wen didn't ask at that time, because Zhou Wen felt that it was useless to ask. If Mo he didn't want to say it, he could just give a reason. It was not difficult. Now it seems that Mo intends to fulfill his promise and tell him the secret. After Zhou Wen introduced Chi Yasukai, Hama Sakura, and others to Li Xian, he asked Li Xian to arrange them, and he returned to the small courtyard and dialed the number left by Mo. Zhou Wen. After the call was made, Zhou Wen hadn't spoken when Mo he's voice came from there. How do you know it's me? Zhou Wen hesitated. Mo he's tone was definitely him, but he hadn't made a sound at all. Could it be that Mo he has the ability to peep along the signal? Only you know this number, Mo said, without any emotion. So that's the case, you left me this number to tell me the secret of Fei Xian Palace in the next day? Zhou Wen suddenly realized and asked directly. Although I'm not a good person, I will still do what I promise. After a pause, Mo continued, actually, what the family of gods wants is not all the disciples of Tian Fixianging. Who do you want? Chiya Sakai or True Sakura? Zhou Wen asked. Neither, it's Shiraishimi, Mo replied. Why? Zhou Wen was a little surprised. Although Shiraishimi was very talented, Ben Jining and Chiya Sakai were no worse than her, and their cultivation was already above her. Only she can get the companion pet of Amaterasu. Mo, his answer surprised Zhou Wen. Amaterasu and Uedu are from the same pantheon, and it is said that Amaterasu and Uedu are twins. In that god system, Uedu represents the moon, and Amaterasu represents the sun, which is also the supreme god. Amaterasu is ranked in front of Uedu. Zhou Wen, who is very good at reading Yu, has seen it before. If there is really a companion pet of Amaterasu, even Zhou Wen will be very moved. However, Zhou Wen is still skeptical about whether there is really an Amaterasu companion pet. After all, it is the same existence as Uedu. 1 month reading is already so powerful, Amaterasu is afraid that it will not be inferior to Uedu. At the current level of human beings, It seems impossible for the time being to kill Amaterasu to obtain a companion pet. Now Mo told him that Shiraishi Mei could get the companion pet of Amaterasu, but Zhou Wen didn't quite believe it. What's so special about Shiraishi Mei? Zhou Wen asked suspiciously. Shiraishi Mei's fate, soul, and wheel of fortune all fit perfectly with Amaterasu, and only she can gain Amaterasu's favor. Mo replied. What do you mean? Zhou Wen heard Mo. He's tone, and it seemed that Shiraishi Mei didn't need to kill Amaterasu to get a companion pet. This is not within the scope of our bet, you can think about it yourself. Mo, he said with a half-smile. Recommended. /me/reading/app// is really good, it is worth installing, after all, there are many sources of books, all books, and fast updates. Can you give me some tips? Zhou Wendao didn't mind and asked, casually. Isajima, you and I are even. Mo hung up the phone after he finished speaking. Zhou Wen put down the phone, thought for a moment, and went to find Chiya Sakai. It happened that Hama Sakura and Shiraishi Mei were there, so he told him what Mo told him. Ise Island? After listening to the three of them, they all looked at a loss. You don't know where Ise Island is? Zhou Wen asked suspiciously. They are all born and raised overseas. If even they don't know where Ise Island is, Zhou Wen has some doubts that Mo is joking with him. There is no overseas island called Ise Island. According to myths and legends, Ise Jingu is the residence of the great god Amaterasu, and the place where it is located is called Gao Tianyuan, but it is only a legendary place, and there is no corresponding actual location. Masakura thought about it and said, could it be that the information Mo gave was wrong? Shiraishi Mei also smiled bitterly, maybe they really made a mistake. My destiny, and the wheel of fortune have nothing to do with the sun. How can it be perfectly matched with the attributes of Amaterasu? Zhou Wen nodded. Although he is a little interested in Amaterasu, these interests are also based on the existence of monthly reading. Whether or not he can get the companion pet of Amaterasu, even if he can't get the companion pet of Amaterasu, there is nothing to be disappointed. Just as he was about to go back to continue his game, he heard Chiya Sakai say, Tao Tianyuan is indeed a legendary existence, and there is no corresponding place in reality, but when I traveled at sea, I did encounter a place suspected to be Gao Tianyuan. Seeing Zhou Wen looking at him, Chiya Sakai continued, Gao Tianyuan, Weiyuan China, and Huangquan Kingdom are the three major areas that make up the gods of all ages. Among them, Gaoxianyuan is also known as the Cloud China, or the Island of the Sky. It is said that it is suspended in the sea. The islands and the clouds, invisible to mortals, are where the gods live. Once I experienced a storm at sea, the sky was clear, the clouds dissipated, and I vaguely saw a huge island emerging in the sky, but after a while the island in the sky disappeared. I also went to the sky. I checked and found no trace of the island, so I thought it was a mirage at the time. Having said this, Chiya Sakai pondered for a while, and then continued, but then I heard some friends say that they have seen the sky island like a mirage in the same place, and there are people who have appeared on the island. When I tried to get close to the island, it was pushed out by a powerful invisible force. After the island disappeared, I went there again, but there was nothing there. We suspected that it might be the legendary Gaoxianyuan, but it has not been confirmed. Interesting. Where is the island? Zhou Wen was really interested at this time. After all, it is the dimensional field of a series of gods. Maybe you can download a copy, and then you can brush it up. Chiyasa said. The location, and Zhou secretly wrote it down, and he can go and see it when he has time. In the future. Now Zhou is not in the mood to deal with those things. He just wants to find out whether the hidden copy will be refreshed, and whether he can get the second Emperor star. There is a more important thing. Zhou intends to let Di Ting try to see if he can kill the three-faced Buddha in the Little Buddha Temple. The hope of the Little Prajna Sutra being promoted to natural disasters is estimated to be in the Little Buddha Temple, but the three-faced Buddha is too powerful, and only relying on Zhou own strength, there is no hope at all for the time being. Listening to the promotion of the heavenly realm level gave Zhou a glimmer of hope. Back at home, Zhou clicked on the copy of the Little Buddha Temple again, and re-entered it, feeling a little nervous. Truth listening itself was obtained from the Little Buddha Temple. Whether it could surpass the three-faced Buddha, Zhou really had no bottom in his heart. This time, Zhou directly ran the Little Prajna Sutra into the Buddhist temple, and the three-faced Buddha did not respond, and would not attack those who practiced the Little Prajna Sutra. This time Zhou came here to make soy sauce, and the real thing to do is to listen carefully. My little Ting Ting, you have to work harder. It's up to you whether the Little Prajna Sutra can condense into the realm. Zhou summoned Di Ting and let it lift the restrictions of the earrings, while still praying silently in his heart. Just when Jin Ting was summoned, the three-faced Buddha, which was like a statue of a dead object, suddenly stared at Jin Ting standing in front of Zhou, startling Zhou. Originally, Zhou thought that only if he switched the small Prajna Sutra himself would the three-faced Buddha react. This sudden change shocked Zhou. The three faces of the three-faced Buddha, one with no joy and worry, one with extreme sadness, and one with a smile, three different faces, and 6 Buddha eyes with golden light, all staring and listening in unison. The 6 golden rays of light seemed to be 6 searchlights with extremely high brightness, all of which focused on Jin Ting's body. The earrings on the ears of Tingjin were being lifted, and only 3 were broken. When the golden light of the Buddha's eyes shone, the remaining 3 earrings shattered together, which instantly lifted all the restrictions on Ting Ting, and the body quickly changed to the ape form. And then again turned into a humanoid. Zhou secretly urged Di Ting to hurry up, but Di Ting stood there motionless. Zhou looked at his face fiercely, as if he wanted to smash the three-faced Buddha with one palm, but his body did not respond at all. It's over. I heard that the three-faced Buddha was restrained by the deadly. I should have thought that I heard that it came from here. Is impossible. Just when Zhou gave up his mind to take back his listening, he suddenly saw the three-faced Buddha speak. Buddha walking in the world, your fettered companion pet has reached the heaven level and will be rewarded. Along with the dialogue bar on the mobile phone screen, at the same time, something flew out from the top of the three-faced Buddha's head and suspended in front of Zhou. It was a crystal-clear fist-sized irregular crystal. And the crystal exuded a strange dark golden light, which looked a bit like Buddha light, but it was a little different. The Great Reincarnation Disc. Zhou was shocked when he saw the introduction on the crystal. The Great Reincarnation Disc, a world-destroying thing with destructive energy, which can be used to advance to the end of the world. There are 3 branches in total, and this is one of them. Zhou was really shocked. He has never seen what the apocalypse level looks like until now. It is unimaginable that this thing can make people advance to the apocalypse level. Can this thing make my little Prajna Sutra directly promoted to the end of the world level? Then am I going to be invincible? Not to mention messing around on Earth, even counterattacking a different dimension is not a dream. When Zhou was YY, the three-faced Buddha spoke again. The other two great reincarnation discs will be obtained by the other two Buddhas after their companion pets are promoted to the heaven level, and they will only be collected by collecting all the three great reincarnation discs, and at the same time, with the help of the power of the three great reincarnation discs. Only then can you be promoted to the end of the world level. Although, it turns out that this thing is a defective product. Zhou was very depressed. Although Zhou doesn't know who the other two people are who got the companion pets of the little Buddha temple, but when their companion pets are promoted to the heaven level, I don't know that they will have to wait until the year of the monkey and the month of the horse. There is no drama in the big reincarnation disc. Zhou was still thinking about how likely he was to get three big reincarnation discs, when he saw the three-faced Buddha continue to speak. The three fetters and companion pets are all one, and only when they become one can they be promoted to the end of the world. As the voice gradually weakened, the golden light in the three-faced Buddha's eyes gradually subsided. And finally they closed their eyes and returned to the statue like a dead object. What is originally one, is basically to let the three Buddhist sons and the fettered companion pet tear and devour each other, and in the end only one can gain all the benefits. Zhou secretly said in his heart. Looking at the three-faced Buddha that was no longer moving, Zhou was thinking about a very important question in his heart. Although the three-faced Buddha did not say it very clearly, it is estimated that he must be at the heaven level to be able to advance to the end world level with the help of the power of the three great reincarnation discs. The problem is that this big reincarnation plate of my own is in the game, and it is impossible to take it out of the game, and even if the other two Buddhas can get the big reincarnation plate, it is in reality. Zhou put the other two big reincarnation plates. It is difficult to bring it into the game, even if it is taken back. That is to say, it is impossible for Zhou to collect all three big reincarnation discs anyway. Is this a bug in the game? Zhou was a little helpless, looking at the big reincarnation disc in the game and worried. Although it is basically impossible for the small Buddhist temple to be refreshed, even if the big reincarnation disc is placed here, there is no problem, but it is of no use at all. Insert a sentence, /me/me/reading /app // is really good, it is worth installing it, after all, you can read books in cache and read aloud offline. I don't know if this thing can be used now. Zhou tried to use the big reincarnation disc in the game. He just tried it casually, thinking that he was afraid, and this thing was missing, it was unlikely to be true. I put this thing to use. But who knew this? The big reincarnation disc suddenly flashed with dark gold light, and rushed directly into the body of the blood-colored villain, and then saw that the entire body of the blood-colored villain was dyed dark gold, like a dark. The golden light is like a human being, and the small Prajna Sutra is running wildly. I'll go, that's fine. 2. Zhou felt that the little Prajna Sutra was running madly, and the fearful Brahma also appeared automatically, and the whole body was full of dark golden brilliance, like a world-destroying demon god. Zhou feels the same as the Scarlet Man, and now Zhou feels that the Scarlet Man is suffering from an indescribable sense of comfort. Yes, it is indeed comfortable. If other Yuan Qi art suddenly obtained such a huge amount of energy, even if it could be absorbed reluctantly, it would definitely be incomparable pain. The body was about to burst, how could it be comfortable? The small Prajna Sutra is completely different. Now Zhou only feels comfortable throughout his body, as if he had eaten ginseng fruit. The pores of his body are filled with pleasure, and he is as light as falling into a cloud. Since cultivating, Zhou has only one idea about cultivation, and that is suffering, but today Zhou's concept has undergone earth-shaking changes. In this comfortable feeling, Zhou even heard the sound of Mimi, and there was an illusion in his mind of a beautiful Buddhist girl surrounded by him. Could it be that the little Buddha temple is cultivating joyful Zen? Zhou is not only comfortable now, he feels that he is about to feel refreshed. Zhou's will is firm, and he won't be addicted to it, but the feeling is extremely pleasant, and Zhou can also tell that this is not the way the devil asks the heart, nor is it a test of his willpower. The shape of Brahma is very similar to that of the three-faced Buddha, but it is surrounded by arms, with two faces on the front and left and right, respectively representing no desire, and compassion and kindness for the world. There is only one face on the back, from the beginning. In the end, it was never seen. Even Zhou himself didn't know what that face looked like, but he could feel that the eyes on that face were peeping at all beings. As the power of the great reincarnation disk continued to pour in, the dark golden light onto Brahma's body became stronger and stronger, and his head was slowly turning. Turning instead of turning, the face in the back is slowly turning to the front, and the face in front is slowly turning to the back. The positive face, without joy or sorrow, represents no desire or desire. So he has no ability to actively attack, which is why Zhou does not use de Brahma often, it is too passive. When the face behind him gradually turned around, Zhou could already see his profile. It's a very beautiful face, and I can't tell if it's a male or a female. I just think it's extremely beautiful. Coupled with that shallow smile, it makes people have a kind of charm that can't move their eyes. I can't wait to look at this face for a lifetime. But on this face, there are a pair of evil eyes. And those eyes are also extremely beautiful, but if you look at it for a long time, it will make people feel chills in their hearts, and the longer they look, the more terrified they will be. If you keep staring at those eyes, you will eventually go crazy with fear. Such a face, but with such a pair of eyes, is really unpredictable. When the face turned to the front, Zhou's comfortable feeling also reached the extreme, and then instantly fell from Yunshao into the valley, a sense of emptiness that was completely exhausted and emptied, instantly occupying Zhou's mind. At this time, the field of the Little Prajna Sutra was also condensed and formed, and it was promoted to the natural disaster level. Little Prajna's natural disaster field is somewhat similar to the first order of chaos. They are all changes based on fear. The face behind the big Brahma turned around, and the whole temperament changed dramatically, and even the power changed. With the change has reached a natural disaster level. It was completely different from the face that had no desires. And no desires in front of him. When this frighteningly beautiful face appeared in front of him, de Brahma completely lost his previous peace, and even his strength became fierce. Zhou could feel that this kind of power carried some kind of extreme destructive nature, but before he could savor it carefully, de Brahma had a new change. Zhou was pleasantly surprised that de Brahma actually attacked the hell level directly, unlike other vitality arts that stayed at the human level after being promoted to the natural disaster level. The treasures promoted to the end of the world are really different. Even if it is only a broken part, the energy it nurtures is not comparable to that of ordinary domain cores. I don't know if de Brahma has a chance to advance to the heaven. Zhou has been paying attention to the changes of de Brahma. The insight brought by the promotion can be said to be a very rare experience, and it is impossible to come a second time. With the increase of energy, the face behind de Brahma disappeared, and the two faces on the left and right began to gradually become blurred. The original 8 arms also disappeared one by one. When the other 3 faces disappeared completely, leaving only that beautiful face, 6 of the 8 arms also disappeared, making Brahma look even more human. And that beautiful face seems to have undergone some kind of change. It has become more inscrutable, like a smile but not a smile, like anger, but not anger, like anger but not anger, like worry but not worry, completely unable to see what he is like. Emotions. Only the frightening thing in his eyes seemed to become even more terrifying. At this time, the game also prompted that the field of natural disasters had been promoted to the hell level, but the great Brahma continued to change and did not stop because of this. Are you really going to go to the heavens? Zhou was ecstatic. The level of the heavens should be regarded as the top existence among human beings. Even those human spokespersons who have obtained resources of different dimension races, I am afraid that it is impossible for them to be so short within the time to advance to the heavenly rank. Pieces of dark golden matter appeared on de Brahma's body. Those dark golden matter were hardly the dark gold crystals of the great reincarnation disk. Brahma's body, the armor gradually took shape, and even the face of Brahma was wrapped in the dark gold armor. The edge of the light will behind the black hole, like a black hole, gradually crystallized in dark gold, forming a black hole inside, and a dark circle on the outside, roulette with gold crystals. The great Brahma sat cross-legged, holding the seal in his hand, and the roulette wheel behind his back was constantly spinning, as if he was a god who came from nothingness, which made it even more difficult to comprehend. The field of Brahma has been promoted to the heaven level. With the prompts in the game, de Brahma finally stopped changing, which was enough to surprise Zhou. He was still annoyed at using the big reincarnation disc, and it became extremely beautiful. It's hard to say whether I can get the other 2 big reincarnation discs in the future, but now it is a real benefit to be promoted to the heavenly realm. As for the absence of this great reincarnation disc, the other 2 selected disciples have also cut off the possibility of being promoted to the end of the world, but what does that have to do with Zhou? They can only blame themselves for their unlucky. Zhou Wendao was interested to know who the 2 unlucky bastards were, and what kind of expressions they would have when they found out that one of the big reincarnation discs was gone. Looking at the great Brahma, who was promoted to the celestial level, Zhou wanted to try the 3-faced Buddha, to see how powerful the great Brahma was. However, Zhou quickly dismissed this idea. Originally, Zhou thought that this 3-faced Buddha might be a heavenly level, but he was able to come up with a treasure that was promoted to the end of the world, such as the great reincarnation disc. To say that he is not at the end of the world, Zhou is not to believe. Let's go out and try other dimensional creatures. Zhou glanced at the statue-like 3-faced Buddha, exit the copy of the little Buddha temple, directly. When Zhou was happily playing games and upgrading at home, the outside world was not idle. Spokesmen of various ethnic groups continued to appear in the world, showing their prominence on the Rubik's Cube. Many of them were previously well-known talents, but there were also some unknown figures emerging. Mo's Rubik's Cube ranking has dropped to the 3rd place, and the 1st place has not changed for a long time. The spokesperson of the Sun clan in the world, Karaman, he has set a record of opening up the 6-star palaces of the Big Dipper, and no one has been able to surpass it until now. There have been rumors that Carloman is a member of the Cape family. But the Cape family has neither admitted nor denied it, and the attitude is very ambiguous. Outside the dimensional realm, where the family of gods is located, stood a man wearing golden armor with a handsome face, like a sun. God. Karaman, you're not staying at Cape's house, why are you here with us? The guard of the family of God who guarded the dimensional realm, looking at the handsome man, couldn't help but get nervous. Carloman's amazing performance in the Big Dipper Palace has already shocked the whole world, and some people have even called him the #1 human being now. I want to see Mo. Karaman said calmly. His voice was soft, but had an irresistible majesty. The guard listened to it and turned around subconsciously to find Mo. Karaman, are you impatient to decide the outcome? With me? Mo walked out of the dimensional realm, looked at Karaman and said. Mo's injuries have already healed. And it is completely impossible to see that he was seriously injured not long ago. Karaman shook his head and said, although you are very strong, I have never regarded you as an opponent. I am here to ask you an answer. What answer? Mo didn't care about the arrogance in Karaman's tone. Do you know how to board the ISE shrine? Karaman asked directly. Know what if you don't know? Mo asked back. I'll make a bet with you, if I win, tell me how to get to ISE Jingu. Karaman still looked like that aloof attitude. How? Do you want to bet? He knew in his heart that since Karaman came to the door, he must have a source of information. Even if he denied it, he would not be so easy to give up. The first to clear the Big Dipper Palace is the winner, Karaman said. Are you sure you can pass the last fluctuating light star palace? He frowned slightly. The Yaoguang Star Palace is also known as the Breaking Army Star Palace. The long steps in front of the Star Palace can eliminate all vitality. No matter how strong practitioners enter the Star Palace, they will become waste without vitality, so until now, there is no one can break through there. Insert a sentence, /me/me/reading /app / is really good, it is worth installing it, after all, you can read books in cache and read aloud offline. It can be broken at any time. Karaman said lightly. Professor Gu, what do you think of the latest rankings? Su Yiqiang hosted the show in a spirited manner. Although the Rubik's Cube rankings have been surging recently, strong players have been pouring out, the rankings have been changing, and the program effects and ratings are very good, but Sui just can't keep up his spirits. Professor Gu took the remarks and continued, at present, those who can enter the top 10 of the Rubik's Cube rankings are the powerhouses who can break through the 5th Star Palace, and only the first-ranked spokesperson of the Sun Clan, Karaman, has penetrated the 6th Star Palace. It is a thriving star. But according to my research, in the top 10, there should be 3 to 4 who have a great chance to penetrate the 6th Star Palace. I don't know who they are? Sui asked. Let me give an example first. For example, he, the spokesperson of the deceased clan, should not be inferior to Karaman in strength. It is only a matter of time before he penetrates the 6th Star Palace. The others have similar strength, just because even if you penetrate the 6th Star Palace, you may not be able to surpass Karaman in the ranking, so there is no shot. Professor Gu analyzed. As the host, Sui responded very quickly, and followed Professor Gu's words and asked, then Professor Gu, who is the most likely to break the 7th Star Palace? It's hard to say. According to the result of Karaman's previous attempt, the Stone steps in front of the fluctuating star palace can eliminate vitality. Carloman gave up before finishing the stone steps. It can probably be judged. It is estimated that after reaching the end, the vitality may be completely eliminated. With such characteristics, no matter how powerful the powerhouse is, it will be useless before the gate of the Star Palace. Unless there is a way to retain the vitality, no one can hope to penetrate the seventh Star Palace. Professor Gu paused for a while, and then said, "As for who has such ability, it is impossible to judge. For the time being, but one thing is certain, Carloman's power will inevitably be eliminated, so although he ranks relatively high, but the hope is the youngest of the few." On the barrage, there is a discussion about who can penetrate the seventh Star Palace first, and everyone has it, but the objects of discussion are basically the top few. When the discussion was hot, the screen of the Rubik's Cube was suddenly lit up, and a figure appeared on the screen, which was Carloman. Carloman? Sui was stunned when she saw Carloman, and Professor Gu's expression became strange. Carloman is already number 1. It seems unnecessary for him to challenge the Big Dipper Palace again, unless he wants to challenge the 7th Star Palace. Suyi's eyes lit up. Professor Gu is mighty, it's not a shame that he has opened his mouth. The ancient sect master has ruled the rivers and lakes for thousands of years. I would like to call the ancient leader the strongest in the universe. On the barrage, there is a barrage of the ancient leader 666. Professor Gu just said that Carloman is the most unlikely person to break the 7th Star Palace. They are coming to challenge now, and it is obvious that they are coming for the 7th Star Palace. Everyone felt that Professor Gu really had boundless mana. Before Carloman, who was in golden armor, came to the 1st Star Palace, the sun god's radiance bloomed on his body, and he seemed to be the son of the god who was favored by the sun god. Every time he took a step, the golden sun radiance on his body dazzled, making his handsome face even more sacred. Greedy Wolf Xingjuan saw Carloman walk in, and directly blasted out a burst of light. Commando also punched out, and the sunlight golden light collided with the light explosion of Greedy Wolf Star. The terrifying glare made it impossible for everyone to see what was happening on the screen. Only a very small number of strong people could watch in front of the Rubik's Cube and know that at this moment, Carloman and Greed Wolf Star June didn't know what to do. No matter how many punches, their speed has reached the speed of light, and ordinary people can't see their movements at all. As for the broadcast screen, it was nothing but glare. When the glare disappeared soon, the Greedy Wolf Star had already been killed by Carloman, and a lot of crystals erupted on the ground. It's too powerful, and it killed Xinglong Xingjuan with one punch. Most people only saw Carloman throw a punch. I thought he killed the Greedy Wolf Xingjuan with one punch. No matter how many times I watch it, it is so pleasing to the eye. Carloman is so perfect that he doesn't look like a human being, just like Apollo, the sun god in the sky. People admire the power of Carloman, and they are very envious. How many people think about when they will be lucky enough to be selected by a different dimension, race and become a powerful being like Carloman? Carloman hit the Star Palace one by one, and those Star Kings, who looked extremely powerful in the eyes of ordinary people, were easily killed by Carloman, basically a matter of a few seconds. It's just that most people can't see it. Carloman actually used a lot of skills. He was able to kill Xingjuan so quickly, mainly because he had already understood the abilities of those Xingjuan and used targeted tactics. Even so, it's pretty amazing. Although I have seen it once, I have to admit that Carloman is too strong, very close to the style of the previous emperor. Sui sighed. Unexpectedly, such a sigh from Sui caused a collective complaint on the barrage. Although you are my goddess, but now the emperor and Carloman are no longer comparable. It is impossible for pure humans to be promoted to natural disasters, right? Eldest sister, the emperor is the old emperor's calendar many years ago. A new generation replaces the old one. The back waves of the Yangtze River push the front waves. The front waves of the human emperor have long been shot to death on the beach. Although I don't want to admit it, I have to say that the strength of the spokespersons who have obtained the resources of different dimensional races has skyrocketed too fast. Unless the emperor also becomes the spokesperson, there is no comparison. With the temper of the emperor, it is estimated that he will not bow his head to the different dimensional race, and it is unlikely that he will become a spokesperson. It would be too sad if even the emperor became a spokesperson. What's sad, what is the era now? Everything is in line with strength, and there is no strength to be sad. In people's discussions, Carloman has broken through the 6th star palace and came to the long ladder of the 7th star palace. People suddenly quieted down and looked at the screen with bated breath. The last time Carloman was here, he gave up halfway. Fortunately, there is still a chance to give up before entering the gate of the Star Palace. If he entered the Star Palace, he would even give up. Opportunities are gone. Please help, Mimi. Reading app, can steal book tickets like stealing vegetables. Come and steal your friend's book tickets and vote for my book. Under everyone's attention, Carloman stepped on the steps and walked towards the gate of the Star Palace step by step. People counted Carloman's steps in their hearts. When he reached the place where he gave up last time, he did not give up as before, but continued to walk. Carloman is going up. When Carloman reached the end of the stone steps, even Sui couldn't help raising his voice and shouted. Professor Gu's face was a little unbearable. Carloman walked up the stone steps. The golden light of the sun on his body was still as bright as before. Anyone could see that Carloman found a way to restrain the stone steps and eliminate his vitality, and he did not lose it. Vitality. Under everyone's attention, Carloman pushed open the door of the Moonlight Star Palace, which seemed to be an unknown new world, attracting everyone's attention. The stars in the Yaoguang Star Palace shone, and Pajun Xingjuan stood in the middle, like a god. Carloman didn't have the slightest fear. The golden god on his body rose like a flame, and walked towards Pajun Xingjuan. His pace is steady, not as fast as when he was in other star palaces before. After all, Jun Pajun is an unknown star king, and he only got some information in the Sun Temple, and it is only speculative information, not must be completely accurate. Pajun Xingjuan suddenly opened his eyes, and his calm aura suddenly turned into a murderous aura, and he killed Carloman like a phantom. Carloman did not give in, but went up to meet him. The stars are shining, the sun is shining. There was a glare on the screen, and it was impossible to see what was going on at all. Only a few natural disaster-level powerhouses could see some clues in front of the Rubik's Cube. The whole world seemed to be deadly calm, and people looked at the halo-shaking screen. Although they didn't know what was going on, the sound of the collision of forces inside made people's hearts rise and fall. Can Carloman penetrate the 7th Star Palace? Sui murmured. This level of battle is too high-end, not to mention. I can't see anything on the live broadcast screen. Even if it is a natural disaster-level powerhouse, you can only watch it directly through the Rubik's Cube, and you can see some clues. We can only wait now. Reanalysis. After slow motion replay, but the winner and loser have already been decided at that time, and reanalysis is not very meaningful. Professor Gu said with a wry smile. Professor Gu, we believe in you, Caroman will win. Gu Sect Master. You are wrong. You can't doubt your level of poisonous milk. You have to have confidence in yourself. Don't say it, you are our beacon, and you don't need to look at the result to know that Carloman will win. Many people on the barrage were ridiculing Professor Gu, which made Professor Gu a little depressed, but after so long, he almost got used to it, and the name of the poisonous milk leader has long been known to the world. Mo stood in front of the Rubik's Cube with a strange look. Mo, what's the matter? What are the chances of Carloman winning? An old man from the family of gods asked Mo. Even the powerhouses of the family of gods can't understand much. Carloman has already figured out the details of Pajun Xingjuan, and I am afraid that he will break the 7th star palace. Mo paused and said, this guy is really strong and terrifying, not only because he got the resources of the Sun Temple, mainly because he has a very high fighting intelligence and talent. This is broken? It seems that among the younger generation, this person poses the greatest threat to our family of gods. The old man pondered. Mo did not refute, but another figure appeared in his mind. Although Carloman was indeed very powerful, he still felt that that person was even more terrifying. Time passed by, and when people could finally see the scene on the screen clearly, only Carloman, the son of the sun god, was left standing in the Star Palace. It only took less than 6 minutes to penetrate the 7th Star Palace. It's really strong. Carloman is really invincible. A well-deserved #1 human being at this stage. His sister, the Cape family, is really lucky. They are clearly the background of the Temple of the Emperor, and they have a spokesperson for the Temple of the Sun. This is too outrageous. In the admiration of people, Carloman walked to the teleportation array and was teleported out of the Big Dipper Palace. There was no change in the ranking on the Rubik's Cube, and Carloman was still the first. Sure enough, the fluctuating Star Palace is the last Star Palace, and Carloman is the first human to penetrate the Big Dipper 7-star palace. It can't shake his status, after all, only the first one is the most difficult. Professor Gu sighed. Although Sui was also very excited, she felt a little lost in her heart. She hoped that the person in her mind would be the first to penetrate the Big Dipper Palace. Are pure human beings really going to be eliminated by the times? Sui sighed inwardly. Zhou Wen paid no attention to this matter at all. At this moment, he was immersed in the terrifying ability of De Brahma. The Great Brahma in the heavens is completely different from the fear level. If the Great Brahma transformed from fear is a god who sympathizes with the world, then the Great Brahma is the god who has destroyed the world and wants to destroy the world and purify the world. The same god, but the difference between the two is heaven and earth. The current Brahma not only possesses destructive power, but can also become one with Zhou Wen's body, allowing Zhou Wen to use his power. In the game, after the blood-colored villain and De Brahma are combined, the shape is the shape of De Brahma's dark gold armor, giving people a mysterious and incomparably powerful feeling. Especially the black hole-like light will behind it. The dark gold armor reflects the blurry and illusory, as if it does not belong to the world. While admiring the power of Brahma after the fusion, the phone suddenly rang. Zhou Wen took out his mobile phone and looked at it, and it turned out that it was Hui Haifeng, who had not been in contact for a long time. Little junior brother, what are you busy with recently, and I don't want to talk to your senior brother and I will get in touch with you more. The relationship between our senior brothers can't be so light. Hui Haifeng said with a smile, he couldn't feel it at all, he already is the supreme leader of the Federation. Insert an app, a perfect replica of the old version of the book-chasing artifact, an app that can change the source Mimi reading. I have something to say. Zhou Wen was a little speechless. Hui Haifeng threw Hui Wan to him and didn't care, and now he is still doing this. What do you think about Caroman? Hui Haifeng's tone became serious. What Carloman? Zhou Wen was slightly startled. You're real, don't you know about Carloman breaking through the Big Dipper Palace? Hui Haifeng asked suspiciously. Someone broke through the Big Dipper Palace so soon? I really don't know about this, I didn't pay much attention to it. Who is Carloman? Zhou Wen said. It's a shame that you are still the lord of a city, and now you are considered a hegemon. You don't even know such a big thing. How did you become the lord of the city? The people of Pei's family, who are now the spokesperson of the Sun Temple, have just penetrated the Big Dipper Palace, and now the world is full of his news. What does this have to do with me? Zhou Wen asked rhetorically. Of course it does matter. Look at the rankings. The top 10 are all spokespersons for different dimensional races. If this goes on, everyone will think it's okay to be ruled by a different dimensional race. In the future, we stop, what are you trying to do? Focus on it. Zhou Wen didn't have the patience to listen to him. I said little junior brother, as the saying goes, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. In order for the people of the Federation to regain the glory of being a human being, should you show your face on the leaderboard and let them know that even if those guys who are not still in different dimensions, human beings, can also become the top powerhouses. Hui Haifeng moved with emotion and reasoned, and gave a heartfelt speech. Zhou Wen originally planned to go to the Big Dipper Palace in real life, and the two of them hit it off, so Zhou Wen agreed to Hui Haifeng without much resignation. The Big Dipper Palace in the game has been refreshed, and Zhou Wen swiped it again. As a result, as he expected, Ziwei Xingjuan on the North Star has not refreshed. Basically, it can be confirmed that the hidden copies in the game can only be swiped once. If you get the treasure in the hidden copy, you can only find a way in reality. If Zhou Wen had a bit of hesitation before, he was afraid that he would die if he couldn't support Di Ting and defeat Ziwei Xingjuan, but De Brahma's promotion to the heaven completely dispelled such concerns. Now Zhou Wen is thinking about what kind of identity he wants to enter the Big Dipper Palace. Going in as Zhou Wen himself will definitely become the focus of all forces in the future. The major races in different dimensions will also regard the ancient city of Guide and him as thorns in their eyes, and will do everything possible to get rid of them. Therefore, after hesitating, Zhou Wen still decided to enter the Big Dipper Palace as a human emperor, and this identity originally had a high prestige among humans, so it couldn't be more suitable. Bless you sweetly, let me get another Emperor Star. Zhou Wen has been thinking about the Emperor Star in his heart. That thing can add a life character for nothing, no matter which companion pet it is used for, it is very suitable. Going all the way to the Rubik's Cube, Hui Haifeng meant to strike while the iron was hot, and defeat the Caroman incident before it had more influence. Professor Gu, Carloman became the first person to penetrate the Big Dipper Palace, and the next 2 to 10 people have never been able to penetrate the 6th-star palace. I'm afraid that this time the Big Dipper Palace's reward will be very large. The chances of it belong to Carloman. Sui chatted with Professor Gu on the show. Professor Gu nodded slightly and said, although everything is still unknown until the end of the Rubik's Cube countdown, but from the current point of view, it is difficult for anyone to surpass Carloman in a short period of time. Even if someone can also penetrate the Big Dipper Palace, but want to, it's not easy to surpass Carloman in the rankings. Professor Gu was talking when he suddenly found that the screen of the Rubik's Cube lit up again. Someone is going to enter the Big Dipper Palace? Who will it be? Emohi or someone else? At this time, entering the Big Dipper Palace is clearly for Carloman. I'm trying to pick things up. But someone who can pick things up like this must be someone of extraordinary strength. At least he has the strength to penetrate the Big Dipper Palace. Who would it be? While people were talking about it, a white light and shadow appeared on the Rubik's Cube screen. The pure white light and shadow, like a god wrapped in holy light, although it is impossible to see what the person in the light and shadow looks like, many people still recognize who it is at the first time. Damn it! The Emperor has come out. Your sister. The Emperor is here? What does he want to do? Raging the Big Dipper Palace? Fortunately, I didn't give up, I finally waited. For you, human sovereign, you are finally here. What are you excited about? The Emperor can come here, it means that he must already be a natural disaster level existence, not a spokesperson, and without the help of massive resources from different dimensions. Do you think a pure human can be promoted to natural disasters so quickly? Oh, it makes sense. The current human sovereign is probably no longer the previous human sovereign. There was a lot of discussion, and the barrage was so densely stacked that it was impossible to read what was written. It could be seen that the Emperor had not been completely forgotten, but had been silent for too long. The Emperor chose to enter the Big Dipper Palace at this time. Did he intend to do something? Professor Gu, what do you think? Sui saw the Emperor came to enter the Big Dipper Palace, and his spirit changed a bit. Not the same, it seems. Very spiritual. You mean that the Emperor chose to enter the Big Dipper 7-star Palace as soon as Carloman broke through the 7-star Palace, in order to prove that ordinary humans are no worse than spokespersons, right? Professor Gu said. Sui nodded excitedly and said, I think it's not just a coincidence. Human sovereign is on the list at this time. He must have come prepared, and he has seen the battle between Carloman and Pa Jun Xingjuan, and understands Pa Jun Xingjuan's ability. It should not be a big problem to penetrate the 7-star palace. Professor Gu avoided talking about whether the Emperor was a pure human being, and only said that the Emperor would definitely be able to penetrate the 7-star palace. It's over, the ancient leader is so milky, the Emperor is in danger. No, Sect Master, you are trying to milk the Emperor to death. There was a wailing sound on the barrage. Who could resist the milk method of the poisonous milk leader? Overseer, Master Wen is on the list. At this time, once he reaches the top of the list, it will definitely inspire many human beings, which will be of great benefit to the development of human beings in the future. And Xing stood behind Tianzhua, watching the picture on the Rubik's Cube said. And Tianzhua said coldly, don't say whether he can penetrate the 7-star palace. Even if he can plan for the 7-star palace, according to the Rubik's Cube's ranking rules, the first person to penetrate the 7th-star palace will have an invisible score bonus. He is also difficult to rank above Carloman. If he is calm enough to study the ability of the army-breaking star, and defeat him in the most perfect way, there may still be a chance. For such a big person, he still does things like this. Impulsive. Maybe. Young Master Wen has already made up his mind. And Xing muttered. Whatever is confident, I think it's a hot head. And Tianzua snorted, but his eyes kept staring at the screen, and there seemed to be some kind of anticipation in his eyes. The Emperor came out at this time, and things have become more interesting. Zhang Chuanqiu and Xiao Luchuan were also watching in front of the Rubik's Cube in the Zhang family courtyard. Is the Emperor still a pure human being? Xiao Luchuan stared at the light and shadow on the screen with interest, but unfortunately he couldn't even see what the people inside looked like. I'll know soon. Zhang Chuanqiu said lightly. The major forces are paying attention to the Emperor, not so much that they want to know whether the Emperor can penetrate the Big Dipper Palace, but they want to know whether the Emperor has become a spokesperson. Zhou Wen appeared in the form of a feared human emperor. In fact, he had already merged with the Great Brahma, but he did not intend to use the Great Brahma to fight. Under the eyes of people's expectations, Zhou Wen pushed open the door of the Star Palace, and then directly summoned the truth. Everyone was dumbfounded. I didn't expect the Emperor to summon companion pets to fight. Although a small number of humans already have natural disaster-level companion pets, in a continuous battle. Like the 7-star palace, only one companion pet is needed. It is almost impossible for pets to pass the level. And fighting on the Rubik's Cube, everyone watched the battle process, and using too many companion pets is equivalent to showing their cards to their enemies, so few people use companion pets unless necessary. Could it be that the human sovereign's own strength has not yet reached the level of clearing the 7-star palace? It is necessary to rely on the power of multiple companion pets to penetrate the 7-star palace. In this case, it should be difficult to surpass Carloman in the rankings, right? Such thoughts flashed through the minds of a few people. Humanoid companion pet? It looks so cool. The listening truth summoned by Zhou Wen has lifted the restriction of 6 earrings and appeared in the Star Palace in human form. His handsome and wild appearance immediately attracted the attention of many people. Even in this age of natural disasters, humanoid companion pets are still very rare. Before people could take a closer look at Ji Ting's appearance, Ji Ting had already arrived in front of Greedy Wolf Xingjuan in an instant. Greedy Wolf Xingjuan's fist burst into light, but before he could blast out his light blast, he slapped his light blast on the ground with a slap, and it was directly slapped, and all kinds of vitality crystals were dropped. It came out, and it fell everywhere on the ground. Carloman's battle process is invisible to ordinary people, but listening to the slap directly slaps the Greedy Wolf star, but everyone can see it, because the action is too simple, too direct, and too unskilled. I'm going, what the hell is this? This companion pet is too handsome. If he is human, I will definitely marry him. Slap the Greedy Wolf star to death with a slap, this companion pet can be compared with Carloman, no wonder the Emperor dares to enter the Big Dipper Palace. Damn it, this Greedy Wolf star is fake, right? It's also a natural disaster level creature, so he was shot to death like this? The whole world exploded in an instant, and Sui said emotionally, Human Emperor is worthy of being a human emperor. Just a companion pet is already so powerful. I don't know how strong he is. I really look forward to him when he shoots himself. Style. Professor Goose said, your expectation may not be too long. This companion pet is indeed extremely powerful, but it is obvious that he is a powerful melee companion pet. It should not Be difficult to deal with greedy Wolf Star Lord and Jimin Star Lord, but when you arrive at Lu Xiyuan Xingjuan in the third star palace, this companion pet will be restrained, and you need to take action by the Emperor himself, or summon a new companion pet. In the discussion of people, Zhou Wen has brought Di Ting to the second star palace, and the result is just as Professor Gu predicted. Di Ting effortlessly killed Jimin Xingjuan. Everyone can see clearly, Jimin Xingjuan has no power to fight back at all. Now I want to know how the Emperor will deal with Lu Xiyuan Xingjuan, whether to do it himself, or to summon a new companion pet. Professor Gu said. After listening to Professor Gu's explanation, people began to look forward to it, and they were all discussing whether the Emperor should take action himself or summon a new companion pet. Some people look forward to seeing the style of the Emperor himself, while others hope to see the Emperor show more powerful companion pets. However, after the Emperor entered the Luzuan Star Palace, he did not summon the companion pet. Professor Gu said, it seems that the Emperor intends to do it himself. I don't know what kind of power he will use and what strategy he will use, but as long as the Emperor takes action, you can probably see if he is a natural disaster who was promoted as a pure human. Before Professor Gu's analysis was over, he heard that Ji slapped Xingjuan Lu Xiyuan with a slap in the face. It's going to explode. It's going to explode. It's going to explode. The scene became a little weird for a while. The professor's eyes widened, and his open mouth didn't close for a long time. This sister is really unscientific? Isn't Lu Xiyuan Xingjuan able to rebound damage? Doesn't he have a strong recovery ability? Isn't he able to restrain power-type companion pets? Isn't it invincible? What happened? Where am I? Who am I? Professor Gu asked with a full head. Haha, my Lord Emperor is awesome, there is no such thing. As a strategy, you don't need to take action yourself, the companion pet can solve it with a slap. This companion pet is invincible, it can be beaten to death, it's so fucking unscientific. Human sovereign wouldn't just use a companion pet to kill 7 Xingjuan? 666, the Emperor is mighty, it turns out that only a companion pet can be so fierce. This is the strongest companion pet in the world, and we do not accept refutation. Originally, there were many human beings who had great expectations and goodwill towards the Emperor, and listening to such a strong performance instantly reignited people's enthusiasm. Professor Gu, the human Emperor's companion pet is so powerful, which other companion pet do you think it is? Will the human Emperor use this companion pet to break the Big Dipper Palace? If so, does he have a ranking? Opportunity to rush to Carloman? Sui was very excited and asked several questions in a row. Professor Gu finally came back to his senses and said calmly, it seems that the level of this companion pet should be very high, ignoring the rules of strength attributes, and if there is no accident, it should be able to use a companion pet as a companion pet. Break through the Big Dipper Palace. Professor Gu, please don't, you are such a poisonous milk, I am afraid that the Emperor will not be able to hold on. What are you afraid of? If this companion pet can't work, the Emperor must have other powerful companion pets. If you look at a few more, it will be a blessing. People were very pleased with it. In the past, they couldn't see the other powerful battles with Xingjuan clearly. They could only watch the slow-motion analysis after the event. It was the first time that they could watch it so clearly on the live broadcast. Zhou Wen led Di Ting to beat each star palace, all of which were slapped with a slap. No star could block the seemingly simple slap. And there was no chance to fight back. When the major forces saw that Ting was so powerful, they didn't need to use any targeted power and strategy to shoot each star to death, and their expressions became extremely strange. Originally, they also wanted to observe the strength of the Emperor from this battle. Now, let alone the strength of the Emperor, they don't even know what abilities their companion pets have. Recommended, the reading app I've been using recently. /me/reading/app/. Has many sources of books, all books, and updates quickly. Such a slap is just like slapping an egg, and you can't see anything. Master Wen's companion pet should be the strongest in the world, no. 1. And Xing sighed. If you only rely on external force and don't pay attention to your own cultivation, you will suffer a big loss sooner or later. And Tianzua said so, but his eyes couldn't help but listen carefully. None of the first 6-star sovereigns were able to cause any trouble to Diheng, and now people are thinking about whether the long step in front of the Yaoguang Star Palace, which can eliminate vitality, can restrain the Emperor and his companion pets. The first 6-star palaces have not been able to cause a little pressure to the Emperor. Will this last fluctuating star palace bring some pressure to him? Sui has full confidence in the Emperor and firmly believes that the Emperor will be able to break through. 7th star palace, I just want to say whether that long step can cause a little trouble to the Emperor. Theoretically speaking, the Long Order can lose vitality, even if the companion pet is invincible, but it is a vitality creature after all, and it will definitely be restrained on the Long Order. If the Emperor himself does not have a way to restrain the Long Order, then this level is afraid. It's not easy. But since the Emperor dared to come, he must have been prepared. I think he should have the ability to restrain the Long Order, and then he only needs to take back the companion pet and enter the Star Palace after the Long Order. If you summon it again, you can solve all problems. Professor Gu analyzed Zhou Wen's possible strategies. Before Zhou Wen came to the long steps, of course he wouldn't put the Truthless away, wouldn't it be more troublesome to summon it again? Moreover, listening to the truth is not afraid of these strange taboos at all. It is easier to use than his teacher domain, there is no need to do anything, and the ability of long-level elimination of vitality is useless to him. When the people saw that the Emperor walked up the long steps with Diting directly, without any intention of taking it back, they immediately became excited. The mouth of the ancient sect leader is really open. It seems that the human emperor's companion pet is not afraid of the ability of Long Order to eliminate vitality. It's not just that the companion pet is not afraid, the emperor himself is definitely not afraid, which is a bit powerful. Unsurprisingly, the emperor walked to the end of the long steps with Diting and looked like it was very easy, and pushed open the door of the Yaoguang Star Palace directly. Human sovereigns. Companion pet is so cool, it's just domineering. What kind of power is useless against it? What kind of companion pet is this? I've never heard of such a companion pet. Sui said excitedly. Professor Gu was a little embarrassed, so he simply stopped talking. Today, I don't know what the hell happened, how to analyze what was wrong. Professor Gu thought to himself, I'd better talk less, this emperor is a bit unreasonable. Zhou Wen pushed open the gate of the Star Palace, walked in with Diting, and then staged a punch-and-blow plot again. This is still under the circumstance that Zhou Wen let Diting keep a little, otherwise even the Star Palace would be destroyed. I'll go, that's fine too. Carlo Man has been punching for a few minutes anyway, and he was killed with Such a punch? This companion pet is amazing. Any strategy, any plan, no need at all, just blow it up. With one punch. It's still human sovereign and B, the ancient sect master can't move, and it's a steady B, and the 7-star palace will pass the customs, just like that. However, this companion pet is stronger than Carloman. Although it is based on the companion pet to clear the customs, it is too strong. There should be a chance to compete for the first place in the rankings, right? Please, where can I get such a companion pet? Stop dreaming, don't say that such a companion pet must be unique. Even if you can get it somewhere, you don't have the ability to get a companion pet. People are stunned, and the strong style of listening to the truth makes them feel unfinished. Professor Gu, do you think the Emperor has a chance to be at the top of the list? Sui asked Professor Gu, who was beside him. Professor Gu cleared his throat and said very conservatively. Theoretically speaking, using a companion pet to pass a level will have a lower score than your own. The more companion pets you use, the lower your score. However, the Emperor only used one companion favorite, and it is a rolling clearance. The score should not be low, and there is a good chance to compete for the top spot. As he spoke, Professor Gu couldn't hold back a bit, and continued, but after all, the Emperor has seen the abilities of all the stars. The Emperor is the first person to clear the 7th-star palace, so it must be the top of the list, and now, there is still a little suspense. Professor Gu's implication, although the Emperor's companion pet is very strong, but after all, he took advantage of other people's Carloman, and he did not clear the unknown star palace by himself. That's wrong. It's all about one punch anyway. Even if you haven't seen Carloman's customs clearance, you can pass the customs just like the Emperor, and I bet the Emperor will definitely be on the top of the list. It's really a pity if the Emperor came out earlier. When people were discussing whether the Emperor could reach the top of the list, they saw that the Emperor came to a mini-star in the Star Palace, and listened carefully to push the mini-star, causing the mini-star to turn. What is he doing? Not only ordinary people, but this time even people from the major forces were puzzled. They didn't know what the Emperor was doing after he cleared the customs and didn't leave. Advertising, the reading app I'd been using recently. /me/reading/app/, has a lot of book sources, all books, and updates quickly. What are you doing, Junior? Brother? Hui Haifeng was already satisfied with Zhou Wen's performance. Although he didn't make a move himself, it was already very rare to overwhelm Carloman's limelight with just a companion pet. In the sound of people's doubts, the whole body of the mini-star shone with blue light, turned into a blue beam and shone on the teleportation array, dyeing the teleportation array into ice blue. I'm going, what is the Emperor doing? What's happening here? No, is there anything tricky about the Big Dipper Palace? Many people say is widened, watching the wonderful changes in the Star Palace. When Zhou Wen walked into the teleportation array with Di Heng, the picture on the Rubik's Cube turned into the North Star and the Ice Palace. My God, there is still a Star Palace? I'm going, there are hidden Star Palaces? How did the Emperor know? For a while, there were suspicious barrages everywhere on the internet, and a series of question marks swiped on the screen. Professor Gu is all stupid. He said just now that the Emperor had not passed through the unknown Star Palace himself, but they came directly to a Star Palace that no one knew about. Now Professor Gu can't wait to slap himself, regretting that he shouldn't say that last sentence. This Xingjuan looks so cool. What kind of Xingjuan is this? Young man, don't you usually like to read? At first glance, there is no culture. The North Star corresponds to the Big Dipper, and the North Star has the name of the purple palace. I guess the Star Palace should be the Ziwei Xing Palace. Lord Renhuang really is a generation of amazing people who know astronomy and geography below must have used Ziwei Doshu to analyze the existence of hidden star palaces. And I admire him more and more. This is the emperor of my human beings. You don't have to enter the star palace in person, you can calculate the hidden star palace with a finger, and you are so confident. With culture. Many people are about to give the emperor human to Xinhua. How do they know that Zhou Wen doesn't understand Ziwei Doshu at all? The emperor actually understands Ziwei Doshu? Zhang Chuanqiu looked shocked. Ziwei Doshu is also known as the number one divine number in the world, or the study of emperors. The Zhang family also studies Ziwei Doshu, but there are not many people who can really master Ziwei Doshu. The emperor actually knows it, and it looks very proficient, which surprised him a little. It is possible to infer the existence of the hidden star palace from the mini-star layout of the star palace. What's wrong with this guy? Xiao Luchuan looked envious and jealous. In the Wang family, Wang Lu had a worried look on his face, and prayed silently in his heart. It's better if nothing happens. Compared with other people's curiosity about the hidden star palace, Wang Lu is more worried about Zhou Wen's safety. She has long known that the emperor is Zhou Wen. The hidden star palace is dangerous and unknown. Master Wen is too hasty. And Xin was also worried. And Tianzua didn't speak, but there was worry in his eyes. What a pity. It seems that your position at the top of the list is going to change hands. Family of God, Mohi looked at Carloman and smiled. Since I know that there is a hidden star palace, the first one will be mine sooner or later. And it's hard to say whether he can pass the hidden star palace. Relying only on a companion pet may not really be able to cope with all situations. Carloman said lightly. When the two were talking, Ziwei Xingjuan in the Star Palace opened his eyes, and the stars appeared in the sky, turning into countless starlights, and for a while the heaven and earth were shining, and the entire Star Palace seemed to become a boundless universe. The entire Rubik's Cube screen is occupied by the magnificent starlight. Carloman, who was calm just now, suddenly changed his face. This kind of momentum and power form is by no means comparable to the Xingjuan of the previous 7 star palaces. The great Zhoutian star array. Zhang Chuanqiu, who has always been calm, also cried out. Even an ordinary person with a relatively low level can see the power that is like the cosmos, and this Xingjuan seems to be very different. Under the momentum of the great Zhoutian star array, most people only feel that they are small as ants and dust, and a kind of despair spreads in their hearts. Across the screen. Boom! The golden streamer erupted in the starlight, like a golden flash across the galaxy, and the battle finally began. Like a galaxy bursting, countless stars bloom, let alone ordinary people, even those spokespersons of natural disaster. Grades, few people can see what is going on inside. Carloman watched, only to feel cold all over, and his underwear was soaked with cold sweat. I can't compete. There are only these 4 words in Carloman's heart. If he is fighting with that Ziwei Xingjuan, I am afraid that he will be instantly killed. What a hell, is the emperor really that strong? Xiao Luchuan opened his mouth, but didn't close it for a long time. He couldn't see what the battle was going on inside, but being able to survive in this level of battle had proven that The emperor was extremely powerful. Xiao Luchuan knew very well that if he were to watch the battle inside, he would be a scumbag. The scum is gone. Has young Master Wen been so strong? And Xing's face was full of joy. I know how to show off all day long, for fear that people don't know his details. And Tian's tone was indifferent, but the corners of his mouth turned up unconsciously, forming a very beautiful arc. At this level of battle, few human beings can understand it, and those who can understand are also secretly shocked. Has it reached this level? In a deserted ancient city, an old man squinted at the battle on the Rubik's Cube. After watching for a while, Jing Daoxian didn't look any further, turned and left, and muttered to himself, "It seems that I have to be faster, otherwise I really won't be able to keep up with this era." All those who watched the battle felt the same, chills down their spines, unstoppable fear in their hearts, and some with poor willpower were trembling all over. The collision of forces like the end of the world made everyone feel their own insignificance and powerlessness. This motherfucker is the real natural disaster. I don't know who posted such a barrage, and then the whole network's various programs began to swipe this sentence. Professor Gu, what level of battle is this? Is this still a natural disaster? Su Yi asked in a dazzled look. I can only say that this kind of battle has surpassed any known powerhouse at this stage. I must apologize for what I just said. Being in such a battle, even if the emperor did not fight in person, is enough to prove that his strength has surpassed all known human beings. Professor Gu continued with a serious look. If he is really a pure human and has no contract guardian, then the emperor is a well-deserved emperor of human beings. This kind of strength is not to be said that there will be no future, but there is absolutely no one before. I am now, only then did I know why the emperor didn't personally fight against the Xingjuan in front of him. It was because he didn't bother to take action at all, just like the high-ranking emperor, who will not kill ordinary people with his own hands. Those Star Kings are not worthy of him. Now I only hope that the emperor can come out alive. If such a person dies in the Star Palace, it will be the biggest loss for me as a human being. Professor Gu added with a solemn expression. God bless, let the emperor win. Su Yi's palms were sweaty nervously. God bless. The barrage filled the screen with this sentence. Looking at the terrifying cosmic starlight, many people began to pray for the emperor. When the 12 constellations appeared, everyone felt as if the end of the world had come. And it seemed that God's punishment had appeared to punish the world. Even watching the live broadcast through the screen, there is an urge to make people kneel and pray and repent. The 12 constellations are slowly suppressed, and even those who watch them feel like they are about to suffocate. The 12 constellations are like the power of heaven. There are all ants under the Tao of heaven, even if they are sages, and sages who have never come before or since. It is difficult to escape the repression of destiny, and sooner or later, they can only accept their destiny. Don't die. Hui Haifeng's forehead was covered in cold sweat, his eyes were about to pop out, and they were bloodshot. He regrets it a little now, and regrets that Zhou Wen should not come forward, but who the hell knew that Zhou Wen would do such a thing? If it really died in it, he didn't know how to explain it to himself. Zhang Chuanqiu and Xiao Luchuan were also staring at the screen, and Xiao Luchuan, who had always liked to tease and could hardly keep his mouth open, was now mute, unable to utter a word. Suppressed, unable to speak, everyone feels as if there is a mountain of fate that is hard to get rid of pressing on their chests, and they are so uncomfortable that they are almost unable to breathe, as if the sky is about to collapse, and despair is involuntarily filled in their minds. Boom! A dark golden lightning flashed against the sky, and a star palace was torn apart, just like the first ray of dawn in the polar night, shining into everyone's heart. Recommended, /me/reading/app// is really good. It is worth installing it for book friends. And it is supported by Android and Apple mobile phones. Boom! Boom! The sound of the explosion was endless, and the star palaces representing fate were torn apart like thunder, making those who were about to breathe out of the crushed people, as if they had shattered one mountain after another that was pressing on their chests. One by one. Couldn't help trembling all over, and the despair in his heart gradually turned into excitement. Boom! When the last star palace was smashed, everyone trembled, and then let out a long sigh, as if they had put down a heavy burden. The star palace was disillusioned, and the starlight all over the sky disappeared. There were only two figures standing proudly in the star palace. Little junior brother, you did a great job. Hui Haifeng jumped up excitedly. The effect was much stronger than he expected, and it couldn't be more perfect. In the eyes of ordinary people, the emperor is already a godlike existence. And listening to the truth of bombing the 12 constellations makes people love, fear, and envy. Your father is still your father. No matter how the times change, the emperor is the strongest human being. No one. I'm dying of laughter. There are people who compare Carloman to the emperor. Is there any comparison? Human sovereign is mighty. This is the real #1 powerhouse of human beings, and the spokespersons are all weak. Don't brag about it. How do you know that the emperor is not a spokesperson? I think he is a spokesperson at all, otherwise how could he become so strong in such a short period of time? Shut up, my lord is by no means a spokesperson. When ordinary people are fighting online, the spokespersons, including Carloman, can't say a word at this time, or they have no interest in speaking at all. Most of them signed contracts with aliens in order to improve their strength. They originally thought that they could become the top existence among human beings, but the unparalleled and powerful posture of the emperor made them feel like they suddenly fell from heaven to the mortal world. Which clan spokesperson is he? Carloman was silent for a long time and finally said a word. Not only Carloman thinks this way, all the spokespersons and the powerhouses of the major forces believe that the emperor is definitely the spokesperson, otherwise it is impossible to reach this level in such a short period of time. It has nothing to do with talent, but is not allowed in terms of resources. There are no resources provided by different dimensions, and only human beings can obtain them in the dimensional field. I am afraid that there will be no natural disasters at the human level in 8 or 9 years. The level of the emperor. Everyone stared at the Rubik's Cube screen, waiting for the moment the leaderboard appeared. They all wanted to know which family the emperor was the spokesperson for. Not only the major forces on the earth, but even many terrifying beings in different dimensions are looking at the Rubik's Cube screen. They also want to know which race has cultivated such human beings. A human being is simply bloody. Zhou was in no mood to pay attention to what others thought, and now his mind is full of joy. Emperor Star. As expected, there are also Emperor Stars in reality. In reality, this Siwei Xingjuan exploded another Emperor Star. Zhou didn't even think about it, he just put away the Emperor Star, and then teleported away from the Star Palace. With Zhou departure, the Rubik's Cube screen returned to the leaderboard. Under the attention of all the people, the first place on the list really changed hands, and Carloman was kicked to the second place unexpectedly, but when people saw the name of the first place, they all had the same reaction almost at the same time. Can't believe it. The name in the first place is very simple, with only the word human emperor without any extra prefixes and suffixes. Such a simple name surprises many people in the whole contact. But those spokesmen and the powerhouses of the major forces only felt a sense of despair spreading in their hearts. How is it possible? The emperor is not a spokesperson. They couldn't believe that a human being could reach this level at this point of time without relying on the resources of aliens. But they couldn't help but believe that if the emperor was really the spokesperson of the different dimensional race in the world, then according to the contract, they must add the name of the different dimensional race to the ranking unless the contract signed by the emperor was different from theirs. But so far, I haven't heard of a different contract. All the human spokespersons on the list have done this without exception. It can be seen that the content of the contracts of all races should be similar. For a while, the expressions of many spokespersons became strange. In order to pursue the improvement of their strength, they signed contracts with different dimensional races and became the spokespersons of different dimensional races. But now they suddenly discovered that a person who did not rely on other dimensions to provide resources has actually walked far ahead of them. This made them unable to accept the blow for a while. Haha, I knew that human sovereign could not be the spokesperson of a different dimension, as expected of my lord human sovereign. Long live my emperor. This is really no one. The emperor should be able to hang and beat those spokespersons. They are pure human beings. I really don't know what it feels like to be trampled on by the emperor after taking so many resources. I want to say something, but there is no culture. There are only two words in my head, human emperor and B. Not only are you illiterate, but you don't know how to count, so it's obviously just 4 characters, okay? The entire federation is boiling. A human who is not a spokesperson has reached this level, and it is possible that he is still a pure human. He has not become a spokesperson, has no contract guardian, and may not even use mythic liquid. This is simply perfect as in a dream. Of course, more people do not believe that the emperor is still a pure human being. They are more willing to believe that the emperor has made some sacrifices to be able to get to this point. The major platforms that were originally discussing spokespersons have now been replaced by the name Ren Huang, and the already popular entry for companion pets has once again exceeded the search volume of spokespersons and has become the most popular search again. Because I don't know the name of the listening, and I don't know who gave it the nickname of Prince. Now it is called that on the internet, and there are countless discussions about the listening. Not every human being can do a spokesperson, but everyone has a chance to get a companion pet. They want to know how to get such a powerful companion pet. The existence of evolutionary companion pets has now become a common sense, but it is difficult for ordinary people to get it, but no matter how difficult it is, there is still a chance to get it. If it can be cultivated to the level of the companion pet of the emperor, wouldn't it also be possible to become a companion pet? Top human powerhouse. What if I'm weak? My companion pet is strong enough. If you don't want to accept it, you will be my companion pet. If you don't accept it, go to the emperor's companion pet. Many people began to change their minds and stopped envy the powerhouses who become spokesmen. Although this concept cannot be completely reversed all at once, it is a good start. Master Wen is so strong, it's hard to imagine how he got to this point, how much he has suffered in secret, how much he has suffered. but he has never complained. Master Wen is too difficult. And Xing sighed. And Tianzhua was silent. Zhou Wen's growth rate was faster than he imagined, and he had truly become the mainstay of the human race. He was relieved. And at the same time there was some kind of power growing in his body, which made his blood seem to be full of blood. It's hot. It's time to go there. How can I fall behind him? Zhou Wen held the freshly baked Emperor Star and was hesitating who to use it for. This thing is a kind of improvement for anyone to use, and it has almost no negative effects. With one more Emperor's destiny, other aspects have also been strengthened to a certain extent. The best choice is naturally listening to the truth and the magic baby. After thinking about it again and again, Zhou Wen decided to keep the magic baby, and after her evolution is completed, she will use the Emperor Star for her. It's not that Zhou Wen prefers the devil baby, but because of the imperial order, it seems to have the effect of subduing the creatures of different dimensions. Listening to the truth is a violent person. It seems a little difficult for him to rule a group of other dimensional creatures. The insidious character of the devil baby is a bit suitable. It's a pity, there is only one Emperor Star. If there are more, all of them such as Eclipse Dragon and Banana Immortal, it will be perfect. Of course, this can only be thought about. The treasures of the hidden copy will not even be refreshed in the game, and it is impossible to mass-produce them. Zhou Wen collected the Emperor Star, made a summary of his various vitality tactics, and looked at all the vitality tactics to be promoted to natural disasters as soon as possible, otherwise it would be a hidden danger that it would be too late to reach the natural disaster level. At present, the original chi formulas that have been condensed in the field of natural disasters include the First Order of Chaos, Hell Rank, Chi Training, Hell Rank, Dao Ju, Hell Rank, Small Prajna Sutra, Heavenly Realm, and Ancient Emperor Sutra, Human World. The only things that haven't condensed the field of natural disasters are Stealing the Heavens and Changing the Sun, Demon God's Chronicle, and Demon God's Inheritance Catalog. Zhou Wen has no clue as to where the demon god Ji is going to condense the field of natural disasters. It is difficult to find the corresponding dimensional field for this kind of vitality art of unknown origin, so he can only try it slowly. The Demon God Inheritance Catalog has a clear dimensional domain that fits it, but thinking about the Emperor in Cheesy Mountain, Zhou Wen felt that this was a bit difficult. Even if there is no Lord Emperor, only the 4 generals of the demon family that Zhou Wen has seen in Cheesy Mountain are not characters to be provoked, and in all likelihood, they are heavenly-level existences. Based on the principle of doing the easy things first, Zhou Wen intends to put some effort into the Stealing the Sky and Changing the Sun. Open the copy of Endless Shanghai on the mobile phone, and sure enough, the option to select the mode appeared again. Zhou Wen chose the hidden mode without hesitation. The endless star sea seems to correspond to the starry sky, and each small planet corresponds to the stars in the universe. Because there are too many stars and too many places, Zhou Wen can only wander slowly in the endless star sea, while hunting the dimensional creatures of the endless star sea, while find where the hidden copy is located. This time Zhou Wen had good luck, and after a few days of searching, he found the location of the suspected hidden copy. It was an inconspicuous little planet, bare and nothing but stones, not even dimensional creatures staying on it. If it was normal, Zhou Wen would not pay more attention to this place, but in hidden mode, this small planet exudes a kind of black light. It seems that it should be here. Zhou Wen didn't find anything special about this small planet, and was going to land on the small planet to look carefully. It looked like a very ordinary little planet on the outside, but when the blood-colored villain landed on it, he suddenly felt an unparalleled suction pulling the blood-colored villain's body, causing the blood-colored villain to lie on the ground. Although Zhou himself has not been promoted to natural disasters, he is also equipped with several natural disaster-level vitality arts, and his own quality is not comparable to ordinary fear level. The suction of this small planet made Zhou unable to get rid of it, and was sucked to the ground. Its strength was unimaginable. Zhou Wenxian used the power of the ancient emperor's scripture of natural disaster level to try to stand up, but found that he still couldn't break free. Then I changed the qi training art, but it still didn't work. In the end, I even used the small prajna of the heavenly rank. But I still struggled and couldn't stand up. The suction on the small planet seems to be endless, and no matter how powerful the force is against it, it is difficult to get rid of it. After Zhou used Shiyu, the suction was finally released, allowing him to stand, walk and fly freely on the small planet. It's still a reliable way at a critical time. Zhou sighed and slowly searched for the entrance to the hidden copy on the small planet. What surprised him was that he searched the entire small planet, but he didn't find anything unusual. And naturally he didn't find the entrance to the hidden copy. This is strange, this should be the entrance to the hidden copy. Why can't you find a place to go in? Zhou tried to push the small planet to see if it was the same as the Ziwei Palace, and the planet could be triggered by pushing the planet entry to the hidden copy. As a result, the planet didn't move at all, and even the power of Brahma couldn't push it in the slightest. It seems that the way to enter is not to push this small planet. Zhou pondered for a while, and switched the vitality technique to stealing the sky and changing the sun, and all other vitality techniques were turned off. As soon as Shiryu received it, Zhou body was still sucked to the ground even if he was using stealing the sky and changing the sun, but this time it was a little different. His body was lying on the hard stone, but he felt that the stones were not like stones, as if they had turned into some kind of liquid or foam, and his body gradually sank into the small planet. Li Xian has been very busy recently, and he has a desire to learn the self-improvement technique. Zhou is a hands-off shopkeeper, and he has to worry about the hundreds of thousands of people in the ancient city of Guide. Although there are people from the Zhang family and Xia family to share, it is not his own family after all, and some things can be easily handed over to them. To do it. When will Ming Xiao and Xiao Yanyan come back? All the other spokespersons are back, why are they so slow? Li Xian began to miss those two wonderful people. When the two of them were there, Li Xian would sometimes get annoyed by them and have a headache, but when he was really gone, he felt that something was missing. At least no one was helping him. Brother Xian, it's not good, something bad is going on. A young man, dressed stylishly, ran over in a hurry, shouting as he ran. Li Xian looked at the young man's clothes. How? He looked unpleasant, and thought to himself, I have to look back and think about how to design a uniform. Otherwise this public servant looks like a hooligan, it will really affect image. I have time to discuss with Lao Zhou, but with that guy's wonderful aesthetics, it is probably useless to discuss with him. What's all the fuss about? Do you know Prudence? You are also the captain of the city guard of our ancient city of Guide. What does it look like? Li Xian first reprimanded the young man, before asking, what happened? Caroman is now at the gate of the city. Said to see our city lord Zhou. The young man tried to calm down, but his tone was still a little flustered. Although the whole world recognizes that Carloman is inferior to the emperor, But the average person does not regard the emperor as a human being. In the eyes of ordinary people, Carloman is still a powerful existence that cannot be matched. What is he doing here? Li Xian frowned slightly, unable to think of Carloman's purpose, so he could only go out to see that Carloman first, and then figure out his purpose. Text chapter 1701, Disciples who have something to do. Carloman, you are not enjoying the happiness at Cape's house. What are you doing here with us? Li Xian stood in front of the city gate with a condescending look. I want a person. Carloman stood there casually, giving people a feeling of aloofness, like the pride of the sky. If you want someone, go to the traffickers. We are serious here and don't sell people. Li Xian pouted and said. Carloman frowned slightly, but there was no attack. He didn't care about Li Xian and Zhou Wen. After all, this place was nominally the Anjia's territory. Even if it was the Cape's family, he was somewhat afraid of the Luoyang. Anjia. Let you borrow Shiraishi Mei from Guide Ancient City for a month. How much do you need to pay? Carloman said. It's really pitiful. It's too early to be old. It's easy to have ears at a young age. Then I'll tell you again. If you want to buy people, go to the traffickers. We don't sell people here. Li Xian said with a sneer. Li Xian also knew about Shiraishi Mei and Ise Island. As soon as Carloman mentioned Shiraishi Mei, he guessed what Carloman wanted to do, and naturally it was impossible to hand Shiraishi Mei to him. If you don't look at Tian's face, you are not qualified to negotiate with me at all. I hope you will not mistake yourself. Carloman frowned. If it is really impossible to negotiate, even if he breaks up with Tianzua, he will still be today. Be sure to take Shiraishi Mei. Amaterasu is just a powerful companion. Pet to others, but it is not so simple for Carloman. His fate, soul, wheel of fortune, fear, and natural disaster domains are all in perfect harmony with the power of the Sun Temple. Otherwise the Sun Temple would not have chosen people from the Cape family as spokespersons. After all, the Cape family is the Holy Emperor, the power of the temple in the world. And Amaterasu is the sun god of that god system, which fits perfectly with Carloman, and is one of the companion pets he must fight for. After listening to Carloman's words, Li Xian smiled. You really don't need to look at anyone's face, and we don't need to rely on anyone's face in the ancient city of Guide. If that's the case, call Zhou Wen out. I really want to experience the legendary style of the Thief King. Karaman's eyes flickered slightly, and he planned to make a quick decision to get Shiraishi Mei before Tianzua got the news. Take away. Okay, you wait. Li Xian knew that Carloman was powerful, and now his level was not as good as Karaman's, and he didn't plan to confront him, so he went back to the city to find Zhou Wen. I only wait 3 minutes. Carloman said indifferently. Li Xian lazily talked nonsense with him, turned around and entered the city and went straight to the small courtyard where Zhou Wen lived, and told Zhou Wen the matter. Carloman is the spokesperson of the Sun clan, his strength is also the Sun system. And Amaterasu is the Sun god. It is not difficult to understand that he is so urgent. From this point of view, it seems that the matter related to Shiraishi Mei and Ise Jinga really has something to do with it. Zhou Wen thought for a while, and followed Li Xian to the outside of the city. Zhou Wen. Dare you make a bet with me, you and I fight. If I lose, this natural disaster level companion pet will belong to you. If you lose, lend me Shiraishi Mei for a month. When Zhou Wen came out, Carloman said. with a fist-sized companion egg blooming with purple light. No gambling. Zhou Wen refused, without hesitation. If he wins, he will definitely win, but he can't bet on his own people. This is his bottom line. Don't force me to do something I don't want to do. Karaman's face turned cold, staring at Zhou Wen, and said word by word. At the same time, the golden radiance on his body rose, as sacred and dazzling as the sun. Zhou Wenjing wanted to say something, but suddenly heard someone say lazily not far away, "Coach, is this person here too? Find fault? Xiao Xiao, are you back?" Li Xian was overjoyed when he saw the young man walking on the official road, and finally someone could share his work. "Brother Xian, what's going on?" Ming Xiu asked Caroman, looking at him. "This guy is Carloman from the Cape family, the second child of the Rubik's Cube ranking, who came to find fault," Li Xian said casually. "Caroman is not in the mood to listen to their nonsense," he said directly. To Zhou Wen, "Do you want to fight with me, or let me rush into the ancient city of Guide and take people away? You can choose between the two paths. I will give you the last minute to consider. Coach, you can rest first. If you have something to do, the disciple will take care of it. Just leave this small role to me." Ming Xiu's expression seemed to be a street gangster, not a world-famous superpower. "Okay." Zhou Wen nodded. He also wanted to see how far Ming Xiu, who had returned from another dimension, had reached. With him watching, even if Ming Xiu lost to Carloman, it wouldn't be a big deal. "Xiao Xiu, can you do it? Although this guy is not very good, he still has a little bit of strength." Li Xian reminded Ming Xiu in a low voice. "Don't worry." Ming Xiu gave Li Xian a reassuring look, then walked up to Carloman and said, "Are you going by yourself, or let me take you away? Looking for death?" Carloman was slightly angry. "Don't explain that, Shui is a coach, obviously only Zhou Wen's disciple, even Zhou Wen himself, he didn't take it to heart, let alone Ming Xiu, his heart was already murdered. Good or bad, it's impossible to take Mei Shiraishi away peacefully today. Carloman has already decided in his heart that he wants to kill the chicken and show the monkey with a ruthless hand. Even if he doesn't kill Ming Xiu, he will be abolished. Stop talking nonsense, Carloman thought, and the sun god's light on his body was like thousands of rays of light, shooting out in all directions, as if the sun god was angry. Ming Xiu was not in a hurry, holding his right hand empty, a sword appeared in his hand, and then stabbed out slowly. Seeing this scene, Li Xian and the guard standing on the city wall couldn't help but lift his heart. Ming Xiu's sword seemed to be slow and weak. It's soft and doesn't seem to have any strength. Compared with Carloman's radiant image, it makes people very doubtful whether Ming Xiu will be directly turned into scum in seconds. However, Zhou Wen was slightly surprised when he saw Ming Xiu's sword. Ming Xiu's swordsmanship of tomorrow, he knew very well from the beginning, but now he is driving Shiyu to see it, and he immediately sees that the swordsmanship of tomorrow is much stronger than before. In terms of realm, it is also better than the current true Sakura. Not much inferior, even Zhou Wen was not able to fully understand the mystery at the first time, but only with the help of Shiyu did he see the real mystery. Of course, the kendo of the two is not the same, and there is not much comparison. When the radiant Carloman saw this sword, his expression changed slightly. He could not see the power of this sword. At his level, he can predict almost all the trajectories of swordsmanship. This kind of situation surprised him a little, and the original contempt was swept away, knowing that he had encountered a terrible opponent. Still looking for I just want to play games quietly free novel? Baidu direct search. Reading novels is easy. Text chapter 1702 Silence. Many core members of the ancient city of Guide were standing on the city wall to watch the battle. Naturally, there are many original members of the ancient city of Guide. When they saw Mingxiu face Carloman, they would still be somewhat uneasy in their hearts. The swordsman of tomorrow's reputation is not small, but compared with such a prosperous character as Carloman, it is far worse. Especially Chiya Sakai and other people who flew to Asgard for 2 days. They think Zhou Wen is very strong and can fight Carloman, but who is Mingxiu? They really don't know, and they have some doubts in their hearts. But when Mingxiu really started fighting with Carloman, it surprised everyone. The intensity and stalemate of the battle exceeded the expectations of many people. Although Carloman was incomparable, he did not look very imposing in the face of Mingxiu. Time is hard to tell the winner. Mr. Zhou is really a god. A disciple can be indistinguishable from Carloman. It's really amazing. Chiya Sakai sighed. It really was the right choice for us to come to the ancient city of Guide. The elders had long forgotten how they opposed the original cherry blossoms coming to the ancient city of Guide, and all of them were all happy. Carlomana and other existences are only like this with one of Zhou Wen's disciples. The strength of the ancient city of Guide is far beyond their previous imagination, and it is as unfathomable as the sea. In fact, during this period of time, they were quite surprised that the Zhang family and the Xia family had a lot of property in the ancient city of Guide, which was completely different from what they thought before. In particular, the Zhang family's leader, Zhang Yuji, was actually in the ancient city of Guide, which really surprised them. In fact, the Zhang Xia family are also very surprised now. They know that Mingxiu is very strong, but they never expected Mingxiu to be so strong. The ancient city finally has a spokesperson, Zhang Yuji said with a sigh, not knowing what he was thinking. The most surprising thing was Carloman himself. Mingxiu's swordsmanship looked ordinary, and his moves seemed simple, even a little slow, but it brought him a lot of trouble. The most troublesome timeline Carloman had already seen Mingxiu's lineage, but he was still struggling. Because of the misalignment of time, the sword that Carloman saw in his eyes might not be the real sword. Maybe it was the sword 1 second before, or maybe it was the sword 1 second later, which made it difficult to figure out how to deal with it. Originally, Carloman still wanted to defeat Mingxiu in technique, but now he is quite depressed, and he can't see the possibility of winning at all. In this case, you can only crush everything with absolute power. Carloman decided to release all his strength and directly launch a large-scale destructive attack, so that Mingxiu had no chance to use those troublesome techniques. I don't care what you are, 1 second after 1 second, the power of eternal burning like the sun can continue to destroy everything. As the spokesperson of the sun race, this is also the power that Carloman is best at. Just when Carloman was desperate to release his power, he suddenly heard Zhou Wen, who was watching the battle from a distance, say, Guide Mansion has thousands of years of history, and it is very difficult to preserve many things until now. You should be more restrained, don't casually destroy those precious treasures that bear witness to history. The ancient city of Guide itself is a dimension domain, and no matter how fierce the battle outside, it is difficult to spread into the ancient city. However, the urban area of Guide Mansion outside has no self-protection ability. Once the existence of Carloman's Level fully releases its own power to carry out a large-scale attack, the entire urban area will be directly destroyed. Although there are no human beings in the urban area now, Zhou Wen doesn't want to see the outside of the ancient city completely turned into scorched ruins. Carloman sneered inwardly, "Are you my dad? What do you want me to do? Of course you don't want me to use my power to defeat this guy. As for whether the broken city will be destroyed, what does it have to do with me? Today I must take Shiraishimi, and no one wants to stop me." Thinking in my heart, the golden light on Carloman's body has skyrocketed, and it will devour everything nearby. Just before the golden radiance skyrocketed, Carloman heard Zhou Wen say something like, "It's not good again." He didn't understand what that sentence was saying, because he didn't have the heart to listen to that sentence. My heart was already filled with horror. In that instant, the divine power of the sun on Carloman disappeared. Without a trace, as if he was an omnipotent god who had been knocked down from the mortal world, stripped of his divine personality, and reduced to an ordinary person. Of course, the power of the sun will not disappear, but within Zhou Wen's division, the operation of the power of the sun is prohibited, and Carloman has no way to release the power of the sun outside his body. Without the power of the sun, even though Karaman's physical fitness is still there, it is difficult to compete with Mingxiu. Mingxiu didn't take the opportunity to defeat Carloman, and stood there without fighting. Carloman looked at Zhou Wen with a look of horror. He didn't know how Zhou Wen did it, but it was obviously Zhou Wen's ghost. I said, "If you want to fight, fight, but don't destroy the things here." Zhou Wen said that he lifted the ban on the sun's divine power in Shiyu, allowing Carloman to restore the right to use the sun's divine power. "Go on," Zhou Wen said. "Continue?" "I'll continue with your sister." Carloman stood there, his expression became quite strange, he didn't move for a long time, and there were 10,000 grass and mud horses roaring past in his heart. Originally, in Carloman's eyes, the ancient city of Guide was like an empty city, and he could come and go freely at any time as if he had entered a realm of no one. But now, in his eyes, the ancient city of Guide has become as dangerous as a dragon's pond and a tiger's den, and it seems to be an evil devil's cave surrounded by mysterious magic mist, which made Carloman feel awe in his heart. Naturally, the ancient city of Guide has not changed, but the pressure brought by Mingxiu to Carloman, and the fear that Zhou Wen suddenly made it difficult to release the solar power in him, changed Carloman's mood. It was really hard for Carloman to imagine that there could be two such terrifying beings in such a small city, especially Zhou Wen, who made it difficult for him to release the divine power of the sun, which made him fear from the bottom of his heart. Without the power of the sun, Carloman is like a bird without wings, a horse without legs. That kind of fear is not what most people can imagine. Carloman doesn't know if there are more terrifying existences in this small town, but he has no fighting spirit now, and that aloof momentum has long disappeared without a trace. Carloman didn't move, as if there was an awkward atmosphere in the air. "How about we change places?" Mingxiu spoke, finally breaking the damned silence. "Still looking for I just want to play games quietly, free novel?" Baidu direct search, reading novels is easy. Text chapter 1703, No Leak Beetle. Carloman turned his head and left without saying a word. "Why are you leaving now?" Many of the people standing on the wall watching the battle were at a loss. They only saw that Carloman and Mingxiu had a dead-end battle, and then Zhou Wen said a few words, and Carloman actually gone, just inexplicable. "Let's go like this, it's really boring." Zhou Wen felt a little depressed in his heart. He was using Shiyu to analyze Mingxiu's swordsmanship of tomorrow. After Carloman left, no one would fight Mingxiu, so what else could he analyze? Coach, don't come out next time, otherwise it will be too boring. Mingxiu smiled. If you feel bored, why don't you have a fight with me? Zhou Wen's eyes lit up when he heard Mingxiu say this. Mingxiu's situation is somewhat similar to that of the real Sakura. If she can use the teacher's domain to help Mingxiu grow, maybe the teacher's domain can also be promoted again and reach the highest level of heaven. The coach is willing to give pointers, of course it couldn't be better. Mingxiu's eyes lit up when he heard Zhou Wen say this. He had been in another dimension for so long, and he wanted to know how far he had progressed. Go back and talk about it, Zhou Wen said and walked into the city. It's not fighting with outsiders, so there's no need to let Mingxiu reveal all of his abilities. It's better to find a secret place to fight with Mingxiu. After Carloman left, the more he thought about it, the more uncomfortable it became. He guessed that Zhou Wen had a power that could restrain his solar power, just as the long steps in front of the fluctuating star palace could eliminate a similar power like vitality. I shouldn't have returned the leak-free golden turtle so early before I knew it. Carloman doesn't think he will be weaker than Zhou Wen, just because Zhou Wen has a special ability to restrain the sun's divine power. As long as he can break that special ability, it is not difficult to defeat Zhou Wen. The no-leak golden turtle was the companion pet he used when he entered the long step of the Yaoguang Star Palace before, and it turned into a golden armor to protect his body, allowing him to resist the forbidden power of the long step. Carloman felt that Zhou Wen's strength should be similar to that of long rank, and the golden turtle should be able to restrain himself. As long as he wore the golden turtle armor and went to Guide City, he would no longer have to be afraid, and he would definitely be able to defeat Zhou Wen and Mingxiu. But the flawless golden turtle was not his own companion pet. It was only borrowed at the time. If he wanted to borrow it again, it would take half a month to talk about it again, and he would have to pay some price. Carloman didn't care about paying some price, but the time he went back and forth made him a little impatient. Since he became a spokesperson, he has not suffered such a big setback, and Carloman can't wait to defeat Zhou Wen to restore his self-esteem. After thinking about it, Carloman took out his mobile phone and dialed a number, which was quickly connected. Pata, lend me your leak-free golden tortoise again. Carloman directly stated his intention. What? Do you still want to go to the Star Palace? I advise you to give up. According to the information I got, Lord Zaiweixing should be of the heavenly rank. Except for the Emperor, there is no one who can match him now. If you go, you will die. It's none of my business if you die yourself, but I lent you the golden tortoise, which means that there is no return, and this business cannot be done. Pata's words made Carloman even more depressed. The Rubik's Cube ranking was suppressed by the Emperor, and he was taught a lesson by Zhou Wen in the ancient city of Guide. With Carloman's arrogant character, nothing made him more uncomfortable. I don't go to the Star Palace, Carloman said. Where are you going? Pata was a little surprised. With Carloman's ability, even if there were no golden turtles, there were not many humans on Earth that could rival him. If I want to defeat a person, I need to use the power of the golden turtle. Who? It won't be the Emperor, right? Carloman's words made Pata a little surprised. Who else on Earth can make Carloman so jealous? and he would have to borrow his flawless beetle to dare to go. Zhou Wen of Guide Ancient City, he has a special power that can eliminate my solar power, and he must have a flawless golden turtle to restrain it. Caroman didn't hide it, and told the matter again. It's a coincidence. I happen to be going to the ancient city of Guide, and it will take half a day at most. After a pause, Pata continued, the golden turtle is also the nemesis of those forbidden powers, and it will definitely be able to help you, but for the price. Old rules. Caroman didn't expect Pata to come near the ancient city of Guide, and said directly with a joy in his heart. Don't worry, let me think about it, let's meet and talk. After Pata and Carlo made an appointment, he hung up the phone directly. However, it is a little different from what Pata said. He is almost at the ancient city of Guide now, and it doesn't take half a day at all. Glancing at the ancient city of Guide, Pata walked directly towards the ancient city. Brother, please help to inform me that Pata of the Ultimate Family asked to see the city owner Zhou Wen. Pata came to the city gate and said to the guard with a smile. When the guard heard that he was a member of the Ultimate Family, he didn't dare to neglect him, so he quickly found someone to tell Zhou Wen to go. What kind of evil have we done recently? Why do people always come to the door? It was Carlo man from the Cape family just now, and now there is a Pata from the Ultimate Family. Li Xian listened lazily. Said. He's not afraid of things, but it's troublesome if there are too many things. Take him to the conference hall. Zhou Wenjin was preparing to fight Mingxiu, and now he can only slow down. The relationship between the Ultimate Family and him is not bad. Launcher and Sadie are his friends, so it is not good to neglect the members of the Ultimate Family. When Zhou Wen saw Pata in the conference hall, he was stunned. In Zhou Wen's impression, the Ultimate Family is all handsome men and beauties with long legs. Launcher can be called a beautiful man in the world, and Sadie is also a beauty among beauties, with a pair of long legs. Straight, round and snow-white dazzling eyes. But this Pata is short and rough. It is estimated to be about 1.6 meters in height. His eyes are smaller and pupils are smaller. Mung bean-like pupils are rolling around in the eye sockets. Coupled with the sparse hair on the top of his head, he looks like it was a bald mouse that became a sperm. This is too different from the handsome men and beauties of the Ultimate Family in Zhou Wen's impression, so I couldn't help but take a second look. However, Zhou Wen is not a person who judges people by appearance, and said politely when he arrived, "Welcome to the ancient city of Guide. I am friends with Launcher and Shady. If you need to entertain, you don't have to be polite with me, it must be the highest standard. Thank you very much, but I'm not here to play, but to make a deal with you," Pata said with a smile. What deal? Zhou Wen was slightly startled. Since you and Launcher are friends, then I won't be blunt. You have the forbidden power to restrain the divine power of the sun, right? Pata said bluntly. Well, it's related to the transaction? Zhou Wen asked. I have a companion pet that can restrain your power, and now Carloman is trying to borrow my companion pet to deal with you. Pata smiled and said, I cannot lend it to him, on the condition that the ancient city of Guide will benefit from it in the future. 1/3. Still looking for I just want to play games quietly free novel? Baidu direct search, reading novels is easy. Text chapter 1704. It's time to return 1/3 of Guqing's revenue? Li Xian looked at Pata as if he was looking at a lunatic. Pata obviously didn't think he was a lunatic, and said confidently, "Don't think that 1/3 of the profit is a lot. If I lend the companion pet to Carloman, with Carloman's character, I have been so humiliated before, it must be I won't give up easily. Maybe it's possible to kill them all, and then there will be no life, so what's the use of more money and resources? So, I want 1/3 of the income. Which is not much at all, and it can even be said to be a very kind price. This is also due to the fact that Zhou has a good relationship with some members of our ultimate family, otherwise I won't come here to talk to you at all, and if I talk directly to Carloman, it's definitely more than this price." Pata said plausibly, as if everything was under his control. Zhou just looked at Pata with interest and didn't speak. Li Xian said angrily and funny, "Your analysis is in place, but are you really sure that you can do what you just said with just one companion pet? I knew you wouldn't believe it, but it doesn't matter. I can prove to you whether my companion pet is worth the price," Pata said, and summoned the golden turtle. It was a big tortoise made of gold, lying motionless in front of Pata, like a golden statue. The golden tortoise looks a little different from ordinary tortoises. Its back is as smooth as a mirror, without any lines that a tortoise shell should have, and its limbs, head and tail are all cast in one piece. Li Xian looked at it for a long time, and felt that this product didn't look like a turtle, but an old turtle. Before Li Xian could express his thoughts, Pata turned the leak-free golden turtle into a golden armor and wore it on his body. You should be familiar with this armor. Before, Carloman was able to successfully pass the long steps in front of the fluctuating star palace, because he borrowed my flawless golden tortoise, and its ability is far more than that. If you don't believe it, you can use it. Use the forbidden power. That can dispel the power of the sun, and see if it works for my flawless beetle," Pata said confidently. "It's just a turtle shell, do you really think?" Li Xian was about to say something teasing, but was interrupted by Zhou. "Your turtle's name is the golden turtle without leaking?" Zhou Dao was not angry at all, looking at the big golden turtle with interest and said, "Yes, it is stronger now than when I lent it to Carloman, and it has reached the level of hell." Pata was slightly proud. He does have the qualifications to be proud. In this era, there are only a handful of people who can own a hell-level companion pet. No leakage should be a Buddhist term. Buddhism has the so-called no-leakage wisdom, which means the wisdom of witnessing the truth and getting rid of all afflictions. It is also called Buddha wisdom. This kind of companion pet should not be owned by the North District, right? Zhou, looking at the flawless golden tortoise, said. He had studied Buddhist scriptures for a period of time in order to cultivate the Little Prajna Sutra. Although he was not proficient, he still knew some things related to Buddhism. The word no leakage represents perfection. In Buddhism, it is the embodiment of great wisdom. To be able to use the name no leakage, this tortoise is really a bit unusual. But what really interested Zhou was not because of its name, but because the breath of this leak-free golden tortoise was somewhat different from that of ordinary Buddhist companion pets. This difference was somewhat similar to Zhou's listening. It is very doubtful that this thing will come from the small Buddhist temple. At the beginning, the three-faced Buddha gave 3 companion eggs, and Zhou chose to listen carefully. He was not very clear what companion pets the remaining 2 companion eggs were. You are someone who knows the goods. Yes, the golden turtle is indeed not a companion pet in the North District, but in this day and age, companion pets have no limitations, it doesn't matter where it is. The important thing is that it is now in me. Hands, Pata said. Let me guess, where did this beetle come from? Zhouwen looked at Pata and said. What do you mean? Pata frowned. If I'm not mistaken, this golden tortoise should come from Luoyang. When Zhouwen mentioned Luoyang, Pata's eyes moved slightly, making him more confident. In his judgment, where you come from is not a problem, in the end. Pata was interrupted by Zhouwen. Before he finished speaking. Of course it's the problem. Luoyang belongs to the Anja family. Since your companion pet was obtained from Luoyang, it should belong to the Anja family. How can you trade it with me? Zhouwen calmly and slowly said. Zhouwen, don't talk about those useless, why don't you say that all the companion pets in the world are yours? Do you want to make a deal with me, and don't force me to lend the leak-free golden turtle to Carloman? Pata said, a little annoyed. Zhouwen ignored Pata's anger, just took out his mobile phone and dialed a number. Zhouwen, why did you suddenly remember to call me? Launcher's voice came from the phone. Ask you one thing. Zhouwen said. What's the matter? Launcher felt a little strange. Zhouwen and the Yin family were basically active in the East District, and rarely went to the North District. They didn't know what Zhouwen wanted to inquire about. Is Pata a member of your ultimate family? Zhouwen asked. Why did you ask this all of a sudden? Launcher paused and didn't answer directly, but instead asked a question instead. Pata on the side sneered, Zhouwen, it's useless for you to find a relationship. Launcher's face doesn't work for me, and 1/3 of the income can't be less at all. It's useless for anyone to intercede today. Pata thought that Zhouwen wanted to talk to Launcher, and said without mercy. I'm just asking if I need to give you face. Zhouwen ignored Pata and said to Launcher on the other end of the phone. You don't need to give me face, as long as you don't kill me. Launcher didn't ask anything, just dropped the sentence. Zhouwen immediately knew that the relationship between Launcher and Pata was not very good, and it was even possible that this guy was not popular within the Ultimate family. As long as Pata has some popularity in the Ultimate family, Launcher can't speak like this. I see. With an idea in mind, Zhouwen said nothing and hung up the phone. Pata looked at Zhouwen and said coldly, Zhouwen, I advise you to think clearly, since I dare to come here, I am not afraid that you will do something to me, don't force me to fall to Carloman, you can't bear such consequences, return home. Deguching can't afford it even more. I think very clearly, since you don't need to give Launcher face, then it's not yours, and you should return it. When Zhouwen spoke, he had secretly switched to stealing the sky and changing the sun. Not long ago, Zhouwen entered the hidden copy of Endless Starry Sky, where he upgraded the heaven and earth change technique to the natural disaster rank, and now he is just trying out Pata. Still looking for I just want to play games quietly free novel? Baidu direct search, reading novels is easy. The hidden copy of Endless Shanghai is within a small planet. After Zhouwen was sucked into the interior of the small planet, he found that there was a dimensional creature that had never been seen in Endless Shanghai. It is a bit similar to the planet Devourer. It is very similar to a jellyfish. It has a transparent hemispherical body with countless tentacles below it, which is much more than that of a jellyfish. However, this dimensional creature is only the size of a basketball, and its size is far less than that of the planet Devourer. Inside the hidden copy, there is a terrifying section everywhere, which is much more terrifying than the suction outside the small planet. Zhou can't move at all in the hidden copy. The jellyfish-like dimensional creature came to the top of the red villain in an instant, and countless tentacles wrapped the red villain's head, making Zhou feel like his body was being evacuated. Immediately summoning the Chaos Egg bodyguard can be regarded as resisting the attack of the jellyfish. The jellyfish kept attacking the Chaos Egg. Although Zhou couldn't move, he discovered one thing. The jellyfish also cannot move. In the hidden copy, all its actions are done through space movement, which means that it is teleporting in space all the time. Although Zhou can also teleport continuously, but wants to be like a jellyfish, his body is always in a state of teleportation. Because there is almost no gap between teleportation and teleportation, it seems that there is no teleportation. It sounds difficult to understand, but in fact, because the teleport interval is too short, the jellyfish that Zhou saw was actually just an afterimage. The real jellyfish body had already performed the next teleport when Zhou saw it. What a powerful space ability, that is, the special physique of dimensional creatures. It is possible to reach this point. It is impossible for the human body to withstand such an almost uninterrupted continuous teleportation. Zhou tried to teleport in the hidden copy, and sure enough, as he expected, the space ability can be used to move in the hidden copy, and there is no restriction. The jellyfish's spatial ability is very strong, but after Zhou observation, it should be only the human level. Because the spatial ability is too strong, it may not be so easy for others to kill this jellyfish. Even if the hell level comes, it may not be able to take advantage. However, if Zhou wants to kill this jellyfish, it is not difficult. Shiyu can restrain the suction of the hidden copy, and he is proficient in the space system ability. It is too easy to kill the jellyfish. Zhou didn't do that because he wanted to learn this continuous teleportation technique from jellyfish, and wanted to try to see if he could achieve this kind of momentary teleportation technique as a human being. If he can really do that, it would be very difficult for ordinary natural disasters to hurt him. Zhou originally fought against jellyfish with an attitude of practice, but who knew that a strange thing happened when the jellyfish teleported to the Chaos Egg. The jellyfish of the human level has no ability to break the Chaos Egg's defense, and this time, the jellyfish was not able to hurt the Chaos Egg at all. Strangely, the companion pet armor Zhou wore suddenly disappeared, and inside the transparent hemispherical body of the jellyfish, a mini version of the armor companion pet appeared, and then disappeared again soon. Zhou was surprised to find that his armor companion pet was judged as dead by the game system. Isn't this the star-stealing hand of senior brother Lu Yun? This guy can actually do it? Zhou was first surprised, then overjoyed. He has always wanted to learn the skill of star-stealing hand. But after brushing the endless starry sky many times, he just didn't get the star-stealing hand skill crystal. Now that this jellyfish has such a skill, he may be able to think of a way from it. Moreover, the ability of this jellyfish is obviously stronger than that of Lu Yun's star-stealing hand. It can rob the companion pet through the Chaos Egg. It is estimated that Lu Yun can't do it. I didn't want to kill the jellyfish immediately, but now that I have a new idea, Zhou doesn't want to kill it even more. Zhou tried to analyze and learn this ability of jellyfish, and it didn't take long for him to find that it was impossible for him to learn this ability of jellyfish. Because this is not an ordinary vitality skill, but the innate ability of the jellyfish itself. Unless Zhou becomes a jellyfish-like body, it is impossible to learn it. Disappointed, Zhou Wen still practiced with jellyfish for a period of time, and when the space teleportation skills were almost practiced. Although it was still not as good as jellyfish, the rest could only be tempered slowly by himself, and fighting against jellyfish had no effect. This kills the jellyfish. A domain core fell out of the jellyfish's body, and it was this domain core that promoted the heaven and earth change technique to the natural disaster rank. What surprised Zhou Wen even more was that because the core of the field was bred by the jellyfish itself, it contained the innate ability of the jellyfish. After stealing the sky and changing the sun to condense the field of natural disasters, it came with an ability similar to the star-stealing hand. Of course, it's just an incidental ability, and the ability in the field of natural disasters is not just that. Stealing the sky and changing the sun, reversing the universe, human world. Before stealing the sky and changing the sun, the best thing was long-distance teleportation. The demon god Ji was the king of short-distance teleportation. However, after being promoted to the natural disaster level, the teleporting ability of the stealing the sky and changing the sun has been greatly enhanced, and it can almost be said that it has reached the point of subtlety. In the past, Zhou Wen's long-distance transmission was very inaccurate, but now it can be accurate to within millimeters, which is much more accurate than satellite positioning. Of course, this is not the main ability to reverse the universe. This is just the strengthening of fear in the field of natural disasters. The real ability to reverse the universe, in fact, Zhou Wen has not figured it out so far. Because when Zhou Wen was studying the universe reversal, Carloman came to him, and Zhou Wen hadn't really studied it thoroughly. From some of the results that have been studied, reversing the universe can change some of the rules of the universe. For example, gravity acts downward, and reversing the universe can completely reverse the effect of gravity, and everything on the ground will fly up by itself. It sounds incredible, but it's not really unreasonable. Zhou Wen understands it like this. It's like the yin and yang poles of a magnet. Originally, opposite sex attracts and same sex repels. When one side becomes the same-sex side, it will naturally be mutually exclusive. This is just Zhou Wen's current understanding, because the research on reversing the universe is not deep enough, and whether the understanding is wrong, Zhou Wen does not dare to draw a conclusion now. It's time to try the ability to reverse the universe and steal companion pets. Zhou Wen looked at Pata, who was wearing a leak-free golden tortoise armor, and secretly ran the trick of stealing the sky and changing the sun. According to the results of Zhou Wen's previous experiments, he must come into contact with the other's companion pet before he can steal it back. Pata displayed the leak-free golden tortoise in front of Zhou Wen, which in Zhou Wen's opinion was equivalent to delivering to the door, no matter whether the leak-free golden turtle was one of the 3 companion pets from the little Buddha temple. The companion pet with the power to resist taboos is very rare, and there is no reason not to take it. Pata obviously doesn't think so. He has traveled all over the years, and has entered many dangerous dimensional fields. The miraculous performance of the golden tortoise has made him continue to accumulate confidence. He is very sure that as long as he wears the armor of the golden turtle without leakage, no one can control him if he wants to leave. What's more, he also has a companion pet that is teleported instantly, and he can escape thousands of miles away in an instant. With the flawless golden turtle, Pata has full confidence that he can leave safely, so he is quite confident. Seeing that Zhou Wen stretched out his palm and patted him on him, Pata didn't feel that his power was affected by the forbidden power at all, and thought that Zhou Wen's forbidden power was really useless to him. Just let you see what is the real best companion pet. Pata was not in a hurry to teleport away, and wanted to show the power of the flawless golden tortoise in front of Zhou Wen and others first. In his opinion, even if Zhou Wen is a natural disaster grade, it is unlikely to break the defense power of the Hellgrade flawless golden tortoise. Taking a step back, even if Zhou Wen can break it, it is impossible to kill him with a single blow. Except for the perverted companion pet of the Emperor, Pata is really not afraid of anyone on Earth. Even if Carloman, who is powerful in attack, fights against him, he dares to stand still and receive Carloman's 3 punches. Of course, Pata did this mainly because he hoped to make Zhou Wen understand the power of the golden turtle, and finally make a deal with him. After all, if he lent the companion pet to Carloman, the benefits he could get were limited, and 30% of the ancient City of Guide income, that is a huge and continuous benefit. Come on, I will stand here and let you fight, so that you can see what a real top defense companion is. Pata straightened his back and stood proudly on the spot. The appearance is quite a bit imposing. Zhou Wen slapped Pata with a slap, and Pata was completely painless, still secretly proud. The King of Thieves is just like that. After all, he is only a powerful person whose spokesperson has not yet emerged. Compared with the current spokesperson, his strength is still, it's not strong enough. If it wasn't for the forbidden power to restrain Carloman, I'm afraid the ancient city of Guide would have been demolished by Carloman. Now it's just right, it's cheaper for me, and I want a little less of the 30% profit? Yes, if you slap Lao Tzu and then ask Lao Tzu for help, then you won't be able to solve the problem by 30%, at least 40%, no. 50%, Pata was still fantasizing in his heart. Zhou Wen and others begged him in horror, so that he could not lend the companion pet to Carloman anyway. Just thinking about it, Pata suddenly felt a chill on her body, which was similar to being stripped naked and thrown into the snow in winter. It's a bit cold? Is Zhou Wen the power of the cold element? This bit of cold is useless to Lao Tzu. Pata was thinking, but suddenly he felt something was wrong. He could not feel the consciousness of the flawless golden turtle. No. Impossible. Pata thought of a possibility, but he couldn't accept it psychologically, or he didn't want to accept it at all. Looking down at his body, he was horrified to find that the golden armor on his body had disappeared, leaving only the clothes he usually wore. No leak golden tortoise. No leak golden tortoise. Pata couldn't accept it at all, calling the no leak golden turtle over and over in his heart, but there was no reaction. Zhou Wen was a little surprised, because he used the power of reversing the universe from the very beginning, and wanted to steal the golden turtle back, but who knew that the power of reversing the universe did not take effect in the first place? I don't know if it's because the reversal of the universe is only human level, and it can't steal the companion pet of the hell level, or because the ability of the golden turtle is so perverted that even the power of reversal of the universe can be resisted. In the second time, Zhou Wen Kai opened the Shiyu, trying to figure out what kind of power rules the leakless golden tortoise was. Who knew that? Under the Sure Tower, the reversal of the universe that had no effect actually played a role, and directly put the leakless golden turtle into effect. The golden tortoise was stolen. What kind of principle is this? Zhou Wen can only study it slowly in the future. Zhou Wen's tossing gave Pata a little time to imagine, and experienced both heaven and hell in such a short period of time. What have you done to me? Pata looked at Zhou Wen with a look of horror. Until now, he still didn't want to believe that the golden turtle was gone, and Hoped that the golden turtle was just given to Zhou Wen using some kind of forbidden power. Banned. No wonder. Pata is reluctant to believe that his current achievements and status are basically dependent on the golden tortoise. If the golden tortoise is lost, most of his strength will be lost. Listen to what you said about the golden tortoise. Bring it over and play. Zhou Wen stretched out his hand, and the golden tortoise appeared in front of him. His golden body as motionless as a statue. Playing? Pata felt a lack of oxygen in his brain for a while and instantly went blank. You, give me back the flawless golden turtle. Pata was in a hurry and hesitated for a while, and after he reacted, he quickly added, Mr. Zhou, it was me before. No, I was joking with you just now. For launcher's sake, please give me back the leak-free beetle. I'll leave right away and promise not to lend it to Carloman. No. Carloman is an ass, you don't take it to heart at all, whatever mission you have in the future, I will be there for you. Li Xian was about to burst out laughing at the side. You didn't ask about Zhou Wen's nickname before you came? Do you think the king of thieves is called in vain? Have you heard of the thief if you don't go away, and you brought it to your door yourself, still want to take it back, you haven't woken up yet, have you? For the sake of Launcher and the ultimate family, let's save your life, let's go. Zhou Wen said casually. Pata still didn't give up. The golden turtle was everything to him, and he was about to go crazy. Why, you still want to keep your life? Li Xian interrupted him coldly. Pata's heart froze, and only then did he realize that without the protection of the flawless golden turtle, he himself was not absolutely safe. If Zhou Wen and the others really had the intention to kill, they might not have the chance to escape. Pata was ruthless, turned around and flew away, and no one stopped him, allowing him to leave the ancient city of Guide smoothly. Zhou Wen did let him leave because of Launcher's face, otherwise he would have let him walk out of the ancient city of Guide alive. After Pata left the ancient city of Guide, his spirit became in a trance, feeling like a dream. Pata was in a trance when she suddenly heard the phone ring, and subconsciously reached out and pressed the answer button. Pata, are you here yet? Where are you now? Lend me the leak-free beetle. Caraman's eager voice came from the phone. Hearing Carloman's mention of the golden turtle, Pata was even more heartbroken. The blow was too big, and he didn't remember it. Now he is really sober, and it hurts even more. Lend your sister, don't ask me about things related to Zhou Wen in the future. Pata scolded, hung up the phone directly, and then turned off the phone. Carloman was scolded inexplicably. He couldn't figure out what was going on. He immediately dialed back, only to hear the reminder that the other party had shut down. What's the situation? Carloman looked strange, recalling Pata's sentence, don't come to me for things related to Zhou Wen in the future. He probably guessed something in his heart. This guy went to find Zhou Wen? And he suffered a loss? Carloman guessed a part, although not all, but he was already a little scared. Although Pata's strength is a little worse, after all, he has a golden tortoise to protect his body, so he won't suffer a loss, but listening to Pata's tone, it seems that he has suffered a big loss. Could it be said that the golden tortoise can't resist Zhou Wen? The forbidden power? Carloman could not have imagined that Pata had even taken away the flawless golden tortoise by Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen is quite comfortable at home and is watching the properties of the flawless beetle. No leak beetle, natural disaster grade, evolvable, fate, the body without leakage. Soul of life, immortal. Wheel of fortune, invincibility. Fear, King Kong does not fall, S grade. Natural. Disaster domain, invincible, hell. Strength, 200. Speed, 200. Physical fitness, 200. Vitality, 200. Innate skills, guardian, ban, exorcism, eternity. Companion status, armor. I have just been promoted to the hell rank, and the attributes are still the initial attributes of the hell rank. Zhou was not greedy enough, and originally wondered whether the attributes of the flawless golden turtle would have reached the apex of the hell rank attributes. He also didn't think about it, where do ordinary people get so many resources to feed natural disaster level companion pets? Pata can get the leak-free golden tortoise to the hell level, it has already paid off. This is also because he has become a spokesperson, and most of the resources given by the different dimensional race are used on the golden turtle. Otherwise, it is difficult to say whether the golden turtle can be promoted to natural disasters by himself. Zhou was a little curious as to whether the flawless golden tortoise could resist the power of Shiyu, so he summoned it and tried it, and found that this thing is really not afraid of Shiyu's power, or not completely afraid. Shiyu can also affect the golden tortoise without leakage, but it cannot be completely banned. Zhou did not continue his research. The better the golden turtle without leaks, the more uncomfortable he would feel. If this is really one of the 3 companion pets of the little Buddha temple, it will definitely be swallowed up in the future. More uncomfortable. Let me see, is it you? Hope not. Zhou summoned Di Ting, wanting to see if Di Ting would react to the leaky golden turtle. When I heard it, I saw the golden tortoise without leaks, and a pair of golden eyes suddenly lit up. Before Zhou could speak, the earrings on its ears shattered by themselves, and soon turned into the appearance of a golden giant ape. Leaky tortoise. Really? Zhou was a little helpless, so he simply ordered the woolly golden tortoise not to resist, and let Di Ting directly swallow the woolly golden tortoise alive. After swallowing the truth of the golden turtle, he automatically returned to Zhou as a tattoo. No matter how Zhou summoned it, he would not come out. This guy is getting more and more self-willed, isn't he learning from the devil baby? Zhou muttered, and began to study the next goal of promotion to the natural disaster level. At present, there is no vitality formula to be promoted to the natural disaster level, only Devil God Chronicle and Monster God Inheritance Catalog, Kizishin. Zhou will definitely not go now, and even if he wants to go, he will have to wait for the listening side to finish digesting it. The origin of the Age of Demons is unknown, and I don't even know which god system's vitality art, but its attributes are related to space. Find a dimension field of the space department and try it. Zhou also did not have a particularly suitable copy on his mobile phone. I can only go through the information, hoping to find a more suitable dimension field. Shandu Yulo. Where is the person I want? A cold woman's voice came from the Yulo. Wang Mingyuan sighed softly, I have already handed over the token to Zhou. He didn't come, maybe he has already made a decision, or maybe he hasn't thought about it yet. This is not the answer I want. The woman's voice had no emotion at all, and could not hear any joy, anger, sorrow, or joy, but it made people feel a sense of awe after listening to it. As if listening to the teachings of the gods. Wang Mingyuan was not afraid, and still said calmly, he is just my disciple, not my son. Even if he is my son, he may not listen to me completely. If you can't do it, what's the use of keeping you? The woman said lightly, but she seemed to have pinched Wang Mingyuan's life and death between her fingers. I know the whereabouts of that fairy sword. Wang Mingyuan didn't seem to care about life and death at all, still smiling. I hope that what you say next will bring your life back, the woman said. The sword is in Kunlun Mountain. Wang Mingyuan replied. How do you know that the sword is in Kunlun Mountain? The woman did not believe what Wang Mingyuan said. I saw it with my own eyes. Wang Mingyuan replied calmly. Since you can see it, why don't you bring the sword back? The woman asked. Again. You can't see it, you can't get it. Why? The dimensional creatures in Kunlun Mountain are beyond my power. And there is a phoenix guarding the sword. Which kind of phoenix? The woman asked, strangely. Dragons are very lewd. There are many mixed-blood dragon species, but phoenixes are pure things, and I have never heard that there are different species of phoenixes. The phoenix of the phoenix, the phoenix of the phoenix. Wang Mingyuan replied strangely. The woman seemed to understand, and said thoughtfully, that's no wonder, it is indeed beyond your ability to match. After a pause, the woman said again, if you are asked to go to Kunlun Mountain again, will you be able to find where the sword is? If you just look at it, you can lead the way at any time, and you will definitely live up to the expectations of the immortal venerable. Wang Mingyuan smiled. The meaning of his words is also very clear. Let him lead the way, but let him take the sword, that is absolutely impossible. You just need to lead the way, and someone will naturally take the sword, the woman said. Listen to immortal venerable at any time. Wang Mingyuan said. You stay in the immortal clan and obey, and someone will inform you when the time comes. The woman said nothing. Wang Mingyuan saluted slightly, then turned and left the Shandu Jade Tower. Inside the Shandu Jade Tower, a woman and Xingyi frowned slightly, as if thinking about something important. Zhou Wen has read a lot of materials. Although there are not many dimensional fields in the space system, the sources of information in the ancient city of Guide are becoming more and more diverse, and the intelligence department is constantly improving, so Zhou Wen has seen a lot of space system dimensional fields. Just looking left and right, I am not sure which one matches the demon god Ji. Just when Zhou Wen was thinking about which dimension field of the space system to go to first, Lu Yun suddenly called. Little junior brother, I haven't seen you for so long, have you missed your beloved senior brother? Lu Yun was still greasy as always. I miss your baby more. Zhou Wen replied subconsciously. Every time he meets Lu Yun, Zhou Wen seems to be able to get some good things. For a long time, Zhou Wen regards Lu Yun as a treasure boy. This sentence is really true. Hearing this, Lu Yun said in an extremely ambiguous and exaggerated tone, Little junior brother, I didn't expect you to be such a person. Although I am really good at life, I really have no interest in men. Zhou Wen was stunned before he reacted. If I have something to say, I will hang up. Don't be so stingy, you can't even make a joke, I have serious business with you. Lu Yun said. I'm busy, I'll hang up. Zhou Wendao didn't really hang up. I found something good in a dimensional field, are you interested in going to see it together? Lu Yun said quickly. You will come to me if there is something good? Tell me, what's the matter? Zhou Wenkai didn't believe that this guy Lu Yun would kindly ask him to share good things. Hey, there's nothing wrong. I can't handle that dimension field myself. If you're interested, let's try it together. I won't take advantage of you. All the things I get will be divided into 5 or 5. Lu Yun said with a smile. What dimensional realm? What good things are there? What are the things you can't figure out? You have explained all this to me in detail, if I promise to go with you and find that there are what is different from what you said, don't blame me for turning my face and not recognizing people. Zhou Wen knows Lu Yun too well, although this guy can't be considered a bad person, he is definitely not a good person, and he can believe at most 70% of what he says. Have you heard of Kunlun Mountain? Lu Yun's tone became much more serious. Which Kunlun Mountain are you talking about? Zhou Wen asked rhetorically. Expert, it's definitely not the one on the map. Lu Yun smiled. You found the Kunlun Mountain in myth and legend? Zhou Wen was really surprised. The Kunlun Mountain on the map is not the same as the mythical Kunlun Mountain. Kunlun Mountain is also called Kunlun Su, and there are many legends. Some say that Kunlun Mountain is dominated by the Queen Mother of the West, some say it is the capital of the Emperor Fuxi, and some say it is the home of the gods. Although there are many versions of legends, it is impossible to tell which is true and which is false, but in all versions of myths and legends, there are top places of immortals, and those that can be related to Kunlun Mountains are basically the East, the super fairy and the gods. I found it. And I found a good thing, but I can't bring it out by myself. There is still some hope for you and me to join forces. Lu Yun said seemingly sincerely. If it's really the Kunlun Mountain in myths and legends, do you think I can find it cheap from that kind of place? After seeing the horror of Cheesy Mountain, Zhou Wen did not dare to easily enter those unknown top-level dimensional fields. Although the mythical creatures in Cheesy Mountain are terrifying, they seem to be a little worse than Kunlun Mountain. I've already walked inside. It's not safe to come back. Don't worry, I've already investigated it clearly, and I have a plan. I'm going to need you as a helper, can you come? Lu Yun vowed to say. Let's hear it, what do you want? Although Zhou Wen was already a little moved, it was not so easy to agree to Lu Yun before he knew the real situation. To tell you the truth, I found a sword in Kunlun Mountain, a very strong sword. You are very familiar with the sword of the Emperor, and that sword will definitely not be worse than the one of the Emperor, but next to the sword, there are powerful dimensional creatures guarding. I can't figure it out myself. So I asked you for help. Lu Yun told the truth. How do you know that the sword is not worse than the Emperor's sword? Zhou Wen knew that Lu Yun wanted to say that he was the Emperor, but he just pretended not to understand. Because that sword is very similar to the Emperor's sword, I guess it is likely to have some origins with the Emperor's sword. Lu Yun hesitated for a while, before continuing, I suspect that the sword of the Emperor may be in the legend. One of the 4 swords of Zhu Xian, and the one I found in Kunlun Mountain may also be one of them. One of the 4 swords of Zhu Xian? Zhou Wen was really interested this time, but he still had to ask clearly, what level is the dimensional creature guarding the sword? Maybe it's the heaven. Lu Yun replied hesitantly. What does it mean to be a heaven? Zhou Wen frowned. Because I can't be sure, I'm just guessing, this is the truth. Do you think I can fight such a dimensional creature? If I really want to make a move, even if I can survive, I'm afraid I won't have the strength to tell you so much. It's over. Lu Yun said helplessly. That's it. Zhou Wen pondered for a moment. And then said after thinking clearly, I can promise to go and see with you, but whether or not to participate in the action, I will see the situation after I get there, and I will follow you if you agree. Let's go together. If you don't agree, just pretend I haven't heard of it. Okay, I'll send you the coordinates, you can send it directly, and we'll meet there. After Lu Yun finished speaking, he hung up the phone and then sent a message to Zhou Wen with the coordinates. This guy won't want to trick me again, will he? Zhou Wen didn't dare to send it over so casually. He checked the map with the coordinates to see where the coordinates Lu Yun gave him were. Zhou Wen also wanted to know where the Kunlun Mountains in mythology are. Of course, he also had a purpose where he went, just to see if he could find the little hand pattern, and it would be best if he could download a copy of Kunlun Mountain to his mobile phone. How could it be here? Zhou Wen looked at the location of the coordinates on the map and couldn't help but feel a little surprised. Originally, he thought that the mythical Kunlun Mountain was not the current Kunlun Mountain, and should be a relatively remote area, but the location pointed to by the coordinates was not too far from where Zhou Wen was. It was a small county, called Yongqing County. I checked some information on the internet and knew that Yongqing County had not fallen and was still inhabited. Zhou Wen was relieved and planned to send it over to meet Lu Yun first to see what the legendary Kunlun Mountain looked like. There were hundreds of thousands of people in Yongqing County before the dimensional storm. Today, the population still living in the county is less than 50,000. This is because there are not many dimensional fields near Yongqing County, and there are few creatures that break the ban. Reason: there are quite a few dimensional fields in Yongqing County, but they are not very famous, and I have not heard of any major disturbances. Zhou Wenlai read some information about Yongqing County before, guessing that if Kunlun Mountain is here, if it is nearby, then the most likely place is Shiqing Mountain. The legend of Shiqing Mountain is the place where Shang Tang prayed for rain. The locals also call it Shangwangping. It is named after the cliffs around it are like a city, the middle depression is like a basin, and there are 4 doors in the southeast, northwest and northwest. Shiqing Mountain is a typical karst geological landform. There are large and small limestone karst funnels on the mountain. There is a local saying that there are 72 dulong nests, 124 ghost-pushing mills, and 360 small iron pots. It is said that the large cave here can accommodate tens of thousands of people. However, since the dimensional storm, Shiqing Mountain has become more complicated. People who walk in are likely to get lost in it, and no one sees any dimensional creatures inside. There are too many dimensional fields like this that are not produced by dimensional creatures, and the details are unclear. Generally, few people will take the initiative to explore. The reason why Zhou Wen suspected that this was the Kunlun Mountain mentioned by Lu Yun was because in the information found on the internet, some people really said that this was the Kunlun Mountain in ancient legends. However, this statement is only circulated in a small area, and not many people know it. Zhou Wen only saw it after searching on the internet. I didn't know there was such a statement before. Little Junior brother, looking at your red face, you've been doing well recently. While Zhou Wen was still looking at Yongqing County, Lu Yun didn't know where he got out of, and came over with a smile. You don't seem to be doing well. Zhou Wen looked at Lu Yun and found that this guy didn't seem to be promoted to natural disaster. There's no way, the old guy won't let me go to another dimension. I can only rely on myself to work hard, and I don't know when I will be able to be promoted to natural disaster. According to me, don't give up the resources of another dimension for nothing. It's more fun if you don't work with the Benefits. Lu Yun complained. Zhou Wen knew that the old guy Lu Yun said was Jing Daoxian. It is said that Lu Yun seems to be the grandson of Jing Daoxian. It is not clear whether Zhou Wen is true or not. What's the situation now? Although Zhou Wen was curious about what Jing Daoxian was doing recently, he knew that it would be useless to ask, so he simply didn't ask. You didn't bring that bird here? Lu Yun looked at Zhou Wen for a while, and suddenly said such a sentence. What are you bringing it for? Zhou Wen frowned, and Lu Yun took the initiative to mention the bird, obviously with some plans. Didn't I tell you? There is a phoenix in Kunlun Mountain. That bird in your house should be a phoenix, right? Bring it. Here, maybe you can recognize a relative, and take the sword without hitting. Lu Yun said. When did you tell me that there is a phoenix in Kunlun Mountain? Zhou Wen glared at him and continued, and the phoenix and the phoenix are not necessarily relatives. How can there be such a good thing? Zhou Wen Kai would not take Xiaoniao to a place like Kunlun Mountain to take risks, and it would be almost the same when Xiaoniao was promoted to the heaven. That's what I said. Let's go and see the situation first. If you are sure, we will make a big vote. If you are not sure, then we will go back and have a long-term discussion. Lu Yun said and turned to analyze. Go in the direction of Songsan. The Kunlun Mountain you are talking about is not the Xiqing Mountain, right? Zhou Wen asked as he walked. That's right there, the road inside is not easy to walk, that is, I am the #1 thief in the world who can bring people to and fro freely. If someone else goes in, even if it is a god in the sky, I am afraid that I can't get in and out. Lu Yun was triumphant, as if such a thing really happened. For such a long time, your ability has not been good, and your bragging skills have become more and more powerful. Zhou Wen teased. I'm not bragging this time. Where's the Kunlun Mountain in mythology? In the land of 10,000 immortals, ordinary. Immortals in Kunlun Mountain are simply ordinary mountain people. Came to the front of Xiqing Mountain. The mountain of Xiqing Mountain is not very steep. The peaks are like sleeping tigers in a circle. It really looks like a mountain city. Xiqing Mountain has 4 gates, which are now the 4 entrances to the dimensional realm, but if you really enter through these 4 gates, you will never want to see what the real Xiqing Mountain looks like. Lu Yun led Zhou Wen to on the other side. I didn't go to the nearest mountain gate. Why? Zhou Wen wondered. Ming 4 Dark 5, Xiqing Mountain actually has a total of 9 gates. The mountain and sea scriptures do not say that the Kunlun is empty, 800 miles wide, and high 10,000 miles. There are Mu on the top, 5 long and 5 surrounded. There are 9 wells in the face, using jade as a column. There are 9 gates on the face, and the gates have enlightened beast towns. If Xiqing Mountain is really Kunlun Mountain, of course there must be 9 gates. Lu Yun replied. What is if? Zhou Wen frowned slightly. I'm also guessing. Although my guesses are definitely inseparable from 10, there is no contingency in everything. I am a rigorous person and can't say anything to death. Lu Yun said nonsense. Zhou Wen was about to say something, but Lu Yun stopped by a pool leaning against the mountain wall, pointed to the pool and said, Here, it's here, this is one of the 9 gates of Kunlun Mountain. You can only enter from here to be able to see what the real Kunlun Mountains look like. No hurry, let's go around first. Didn't you say there are 9 gates in total? Then show me in front of the 9 gates. Zhou Wen glanced at the pool, but didn't see the little hand pattern nearby. Zhou Wen didn't really care about entering Kunlun Mountains or not, but the little hand pattern had to be found. Except for the 4 gates in the south, east, and northwest, I also know such a gate. The other gates are hidden in the dark, and I can't find it for a while. Besides, what's so beautiful about those gates? Can you go in? That's it? Lu Yun seemed a little anxious when he saw Zhou Wen turned around and left. What are you anxious about? Zhou Wen turned to look at Lu Yun. Am I in a hurry? Lu Yun snorted. I'm in a hurry. Zhou Wen nodded seriously. He felt that something was wrong with Lu Yun, and there must be something hiding from him. Hey, I'm not in a hurry to get the sword quickly. You see how majestic the Emperor is. If I have that sword, my future achievements will definitely not be under the Emperor. Maybe I can even steal the Emperor. Ming too. Hey, don't go. Seeing that Zhou Wen had turned around and left, Lu Yun hurriedly chased after him. When Zhou Wen and the two were wandering around Shiqing Mountain, there was a woman in Xingyi coming in the direction of Shiqing Mountain. It was obviously just a very ordinary dress, and it didn't look very conspicuous, but if you look closely, you can't see clearly anyway. It's hard to tell what she looks like, even her figure. Kunlun? The woman stood in front of the north gate of Shiqing Mountain, staring at the strange mountain, as if she was thinking about something. Shanzuan, do you really want to enter the mountain yourself? Wang Mingyuan in white stood not far behind the woman, and seemed to respectfully said. Can't I enter Kunlun? The woman said lightly. Although the world is big, Immortal Venerable can't go anywhere. It's just that the earth has not yet completely broken the ban, which is somewhat inconvenient. Why should Immortal Venerable enter the mountain in person? It's better to find a subordinate to go into the mountain with me to explore the situation first. Wang Mingyuan said. You don't have to say it so tactfully. Even if I am on Earth, I will be subject to certain restrictions. The woman said indifferently, but so what? It can hurt me a little bit. Shanzuan said yes. Wang Mingyuan said no more. Why do you have to enter from the north gate? The woman asked while looking at the mountain gate. Kunlun's 9 gates. There are only 4 gates in the light, east, west, north, south, and the other 5 gates are all in the dark. I only know 3 of the 5 dark gates. When entering Kunlun Mountain from those 3 gates, the scenery and things I see are completely different. When the Siming Gate enters Kunlun, although the position of entry is different, it is only a different position, and what you see is the same. Wang Mingyuan paused, and then continued, the sword I have seen can only be entered from the Siming Gate. See. Since the Siming Gate sees the same things, why not enter through the other 3 gates, but must go through the north gate? The woman asked again. There are mountain temples outside the other 3 gates. It is difficult to hide from the mountain from there. The mountain has long been known, and it is inconvenient for us to act. Wang Mingyuan said. Then enter from the north gate. The woman glanced at Wang Mingyuan and nodded slightly. Let's lead the way, Wang Mingyuan said, and walked towards the mountain gate. The woman followed Wang Mingyuan unhurriedly and entered the mountain gate one after the other. I said, little junior brother, don't go shopping anymore, let's hurry into the mountain. Lu Yun followed Zhou Wen and kept persuading Zhou Wen to hurry into the mountain. No hurry, let's take a walk and talk about it. Zhou Wen can now be sure that Lu Yun must have something to hide from him, and it is still a very important matter. Otherwise, with Lu Yun's character, he would not be so anxious. Even if he was in a hurry, he wouldn't show his voice like this. Let me tell you the truth, I'm not the only one. Who knows that there is that sword in Kunlun Mountain? I'm really afraid that others will get on it first. So stop shopping, let's go in quickly. Lu Yun saw Zhou look like, I knew that if I didn't say something, I'm afraid it would be impossible to pull him into the mountain. Zhou looked at Lu Yun and said nothing. Lu Yun said anxiously, don't look at me like this, I swear, what I said just now is all true. If there is one word false, I will make my lower body useless for the rest of my life. You dare to say such a poisonous swear, it seems that you didn't lie to me this time. Zhou nodded and said, then let's go, time waits for no one, we have to get the sword out before the others. Lu Yun said anxiously. I said I believe you, but I didn't say I'll go into the mountains now, and I'll walk around first. Zhou continued to walk forward, regardless of whether Lu Yun followed or not. I said, junior brother, what time is it now? Don't lose your temper. In case that sword is taken first by others, you say we are wronged or not, then there will be no regret medicine to take. Lu Yun said depressedly. Then tell me, who will get there first? Zhou had no intention of looking back, and continued to walk forward. This Lu Yun suddenly got stuck. You didn't discover the sword in Kunlun Mountain, Zhou said suddenly. How do you know? Lu Yun was slightly startled. You're good at stealing things, but there's nothing you can steal in this kind of place. If you don't know what's in it, you definitely won't run in and have fun, right? Zhou said. Okay, I admit, I really didn't find it. Lu Yun knew that he would definitely not be able to deceive Zhou, so he simply did not deny it. Jing Daoxian found it? Zhou asked again. The only person who can find such a strange place is that strange old man. You really guessed wrong this time, the old guy really didn't find this place first. Lu Yun's answer was somewhat unexpected too. Zhou. Who is it? Zhou asked, curiously. I can tell you, but you have to promise me first. And immediately follow me into the mountain when you know the answer. Lu Yun said. Then I still don't know. Zhou continued to walk forward. Lu Yun was really in a hurry now, and said helplessly, it was our rapist teacher who found out, and he made a deal with the old guy, and asked me to take you to get the sword, but he asked me not to tell you first. Human world? Zhou was stunned for a moment, and then he realized what Lu Yun's words meant. Why didn't he tell me himself? Zhou frowned. Then I don't know, he just told the old guy that the Immortals are very interested in that sword. We have to get the sword before the Immortals. If it's too late, I'm afraid it will be too late. You still hurry up and follow me into the mountain. Lu Yun said. No way. Zhou didn't mean to turn back. What's wrong? What I said just now is true. If I lie to you, I will ask you to take my head off and use it as a toilet. Lu Yun was really in a hurry. I mean, this thing doesn't work. Zhou thought about it and continued, this place was discovered by the teacher first, right? Yes. Lu Yun nodded. Since he discovered it first, even if it is inconvenient for him to get the sword himself, he can inform me to get it earlier. Why do you have to wait until the people from the Immortal race are coming soon before letting you take me to get the sword? Zhou pondered. Road. Maybe his environment in another dimension is not very good, and there is no chance to spread the news. Lu Yun said. If It's really that urgent. Why does he make such a big circle and ask you to take me there instead of telling me the news directly? Zhou turned to look at Lu Yun and said, "Your old man after getting the news, it must have taken a lot of time to understand the situation inside, right? You know that too?" Lu Yun looked at Zhou in surprise. With that old man's character, how could he easily trust others? Not to mention risking his grandson's life. "If you don't know what's going on inside, how can you let me in?" Zhou said. "When you say that, it seems that it is really the case." Lu Yun said a little depressedly, "You don't mean to say that the teacher is trying to trick us? I think it shouldn't bother us, maybe it's just used as two chess pieces." Zhou said absent-mindedly, his eyes and attention were attracted by the scenery in front. After walking around Shiqing Mountain for so long, Zhou finally saw the little hand pattern. However, at the location of the small hand pattern, there is no door to the mountain. There is a bare rock wall with a fist-sized depression on the rock wall. Because the nearby mountain wall is uneven, the sunken place looks unremarkable at all. I said, "Little junior brother, you really don't plan to go into the mountains?" "I think, although the teacher is a bit strange, it's not too bad for us, and the old guy has also gone in and seen it. You know how poisonous the old guy's eyes are." He said, "No problem, I think it shouldn't be a big problem." Lu Yun muttered aside. Zhou ignored him, took out his mobile phone and patted the small hand pattern on the mountain wall, with Lu Yun on his back, and the mobile phone immediately displayed the prompt of the copy download. "What's so good about this broken mountain? You're just saying something nice. Do you want to go into the mountain?" Lu Yun was depressed. "Do you think this mountain wall is a little different?" Zhou looked at the mountain wall and said, "If there is no small hand pattern, Zhou will not find anything unusual here, but the small hand pattern is engraved here. It makes no sense that there is no special place near the mountain wall." So after repeated observation, Zhou found that this mountain wall is really a bit special. "What's the difference?" Lu Yun was stunned when he heard it, and could not help but carefully look at the mountain wall. The protrusions and depressions on this mountain wall are a bit strange, Zhou said while watching. "What's strange? Why didn't I see any difference? The landforms here are just like this, they are all formed naturally, and there are no traces of artificial excavation." Lu Yun was a little puzzled, but he didn't see any problems. "If I'm not mistaken, the protrusions and depressions here are arranged in some mysterious formation. It seems to be irregular, but in fact it is very knowledgeable." Zhou has watched the battle between Jin Ting and Ziwei Xingjuan. The great Zhou Tian star array has a deeper understanding, and I really understand this aspect. Although he doesn't know what the order of these protrusions and depressions is called, some of them are very similar to the great Zhou Tian star array, and it is not difficult to compare them by analogy. "You still know the formation technique?" Lu Yun looked at Zhou in surprise. "I understand a little bit, let me see. If I guess correctly, there should be another mystery here," Zhou said, and reached out and pressed one of the protrusions. As a result, nothing happened. The protruding stone was not pressed down by him, and there was no mutation in the vicinity. "Haha, little junior brother, you don't have to blush, it's normal for people to stumble and horses to stumble, so don't show off if you don't learn well next time." He finally caught an opportunity to hurt Zhou, and he was very happy. Zhou ignored him, and pressed several other protrusions and depressions according to certain rules. "Little junior brother, the formation method was born out of the Book of Changes. It is a specialized knowledge, and it is not something that can be learned by simply understanding it. If you really want to learn it, I recommend you to go to Zhang's family. They are good at this stuff. Lu Yunjing said happily, but the smile on his face suddenly froze. Zhou Wen finished shooting at the last time, only to hear a click, and a hole suddenly cracked on the mountain wall. The entrance of the hole is not very big, and it is bigger than the dog hole. It is estimated that people can only crawl and walk in it, but normal people can't stand up. It actually exists. Isn't this one of the 9 gates of Kunlun? But this gate is too small, and it is difficult for people to get in and out. Can those creatures in Kunlun Mountain be able to drill out? Lu Yun stared. Big eyes. I don't know if I can go in from here and get to the place you said. Zhou Wen looked at the hole and said, I'm afraid no one knows about this mountain gate. If you go in from here, you may encounter something. Let's not waste time. If you want to go in, then go through the portal, I said. Lu Yun didn't want to take risks, Kunlun said. Mountains are not a place for casual adventure. Zhou Wen didn't plan to go in from here either. Like Lu Yun, he was unwilling to risk his life casually. Anyway, the copy of the mobile phone has already been downloaded, and I will explore it slowly in the game in the future. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly heard some strange sounds coming from the hole, as if something was rubbing against the stone. What's this sound? Zhou Wen looked at the entrance of the hole. The hole seemed to be unobstructed, but his eyes could only look in at a distance of 1 or 2 meters. If he looked inside, he couldn't see anything, but it was pitch black. Darkness is not an obstacle to Zhou Wen's eyesight, and he can see clearly even in darkness, not just because it is dark. It sounds like someone is grinding stones with sandpaper. Lu Yun listened for a while, and then continued, the sound seems to be getting closer and closer to the hole, so there won't be anything coming out of it, right? What would it be? A forbidden creature? Zhou Wen was a little curious, and stepped back for a while, his eyes still staring at the entrance of the cave. Lu Yun retreated farther than Zhou Wen. If something really came out of Kunlun Mountain, it would definitely be a very terrifying thing. The stronger the dimensional field itself, the more difficult it is for the dimensional creatures in it to break the ban. The creatures that can break the ban from Kunlun Mountain are scary to think about. The rubbing sound from the hole became louder and louder. Zhou Wen thought about it for a long time, but couldn't think of what the sound was, and he had never seen any animal that could make such a sound when it crawled out. It sounded like someone was grinding a stone. After a while, the sound of grinding stones became more intense. This time, it didn't sound like someone was grinding stones, it sounded more like someone was cutting stones. The thin and sharp sound that pierced the eardrums was very uncomfortable. Listening to this news, it is estimated that a big guy is going to come out. Let's stop looking for trouble and close the door quickly. Lu Yun stepped back a distance. One will run away. It's coming out anyway, it's not too late to see what it is, Zhou Wen said in his mouth, and people were also stepping back. The two of them hid behind a large rock in the distance, secretly looking in the direction of the hole. Now he is really curious about what will come out. Little junior brother, do you think a chainsaw will come out from inside? Lu Yun looked nervous, but the words in his mouth didn't stop. Zhou Wen was about to say something, but saw a hazy shadow appearing in the cave, and he couldn't see exactly what it was. The Things in the cave seemed to have come out of the thick fog. At first, only a little outline could be seen, but as he got closer and closer to the entrance of the cave, the appearance gradually became clearer. What is this? Finally, Zhou Wen and Lu Yun both saw what the thing that climbed out of the cave looked like, but they still didn't recognize what it was. What is that? Lu Yun looked at the thing that came out of the cave, his face full of surprise. How do I know what that thing is? Zhou Wen didn't see what it was. The thing that came out of the cave didn't look like a living creature, only the part outside the cave was exposed, and it looked a bit like a metal utensil. Because only a part of it is exposed, it is not clear to see the whole picture. Now it looks like a metal vessel with a square bottom, with many strange and mysterious patterns carved on it, which looks very ancient. The metal utensil is still being squeezed out, because its body is a little bigger than the cave. Every time it moves, the metal outer wall rubs against the edges and corners of the mountain wall to make a harsh sound, which is exactly what Zhou Wen and the others heard before. While Zhou Wen and Lu Yun were watching from a distance, the metal utensil fell out of the cave and fell to the ground. It turned out to be a metal utensil about the height of a person. The top was wide and the bottom was narrow, and the bottom was square. What is it? The two looked at each other, and neither dared to go out. They hid in the distance and watched for a while. The thing didn't move, as if it was really just a dead thing. And after the metal tool fell out, I didn't see anything coming out of the cave. Little junior brother, you have a lot of skills and knowledge, why don't you go and see what it is? Lu Yun wanted to know what it was, but he didn't dare to see it himself, so he encouraged Zhou Wen. This kind of thing, of course, senior brother. Where is Zhou Wen willing to take risks? His footsteps did not move at all, as if he had taken root on the ground. 2. People, you look at me, I look at you, and no one dares to really go there. Time passed by. Minute by minute, and the two of them waited for more than half an hour, but they didn't see any movement from the metal utensil. Lu Yun's curiosity was even heavier than Zhou Wen's, and in the end he couldn't bear it anymore. He summoned a companion pet that looked like a cat and a mink, and manipulated the companion pet to lean towards the metalware carefully. Both of them stared at the companion pet and the metal utensil, until the companion pet climbed to the side of the metal utensil, and the thing still didn't move at all. Climb in and see what's inside. Zhou Wen observed for a while. The middle of the metal vessel was empty, you were a square basin, but he couldn't see what was inside. He used several viewing techniques. They can only see the chaos inside, and can't see what's inside at all. Lu Yun naturally wouldn't take his main companion pet to take risks. The companion pet he summoned was just an epic ordinary companion pet. Even if he died, he wouldn't be very distressed. Now he stopped arguing with Zhou Wen, and directly ordered the companion pet to jump up. Seeing that the companion pet was standing on top of the metal utensils, but nothing happened, Lu Yun ordered the companion pet to get in again. As soon as the companion pet got in, the metal tool immediately responded. I saw the metal tool trembling all over, as if you were electrocuted, and there was a strange light rolling inside. Just after a while, the two of them didn't see any doorway. The metal tool stopped shaking again, and it returned to its original static appearance. Are you dead? Zhou Wen couldn't see the situation inside the metal utensil, so he could only ask Lu Yun, who was on the side. Lu Yun looked strange, did not answer Zhou Wen's question, and stared at the metal tool with both eyes. Soon I saw Lu Yun's companion pet crawling out of the metal utensil, but the companion pet that crawled out, its body was obviously larger, and the originally pale yellow hair was even more golden at this time, like a golden retriever. Zhou only glanced at it, and immediately widened his eyes. With his current ability, even if he doesn't know what kind of companion pet is, he can probably see what level it is. The companion pet that Lu Yun summoned was obviously an epic level, but after crawling out, it turned into a mythical level. Both of them suddenly realized that the metal tool seemed to be an incredible treasure. Is your companion pet an evolvable type? Zhou asked Lu Yun. If it is an evolvable companion pet, it is not difficult to advance from epic to myth, because of the help of some kind of treasure with huge energy. But if non-evolutionary companion pets are promoted to myths in metal tools, it will be a bit powerful. Yes, the evolutionary companion pet, it seems that there is a lot of energy inside that thing. And it has been promoted to the mythical level so quickly. Lu Yun said. When Lu Yun was talking, the person suddenly teleported to the metal object and reached out to grab the metal object. Almost at the same time, Zhou appeared on the other side of the metal utensil, and also grabbed the metal utensil with one hand. He knew Lu Yun too well, and when he heard Lu Yun's words, he knew that he must be lying. The companion pet he summoned just now, 9 times out of 10, it is an epic that cannot be evolved. Now, Lu Yun's actions prove this even more. Zhou grabbed the edge of the metal tool and tried to grab it. It can make ordinary companion pets advance to myth. This thing is simply an artifact. Ordinary companion pets can be promoted to mythical level after staying in it for a while, so it is exciting to think about what changes will be made to real high-level companion pets in it. Lu Yun was only at the fear level, and his strength was far inferior to Zhou Wen's. Although both of them grabbed the edge of the metal object, Zhou Wen's strength was so strong that he abruptly pulled the metal object toward him. Just when Zhou Wen thought he was about to succeed, Lu Yun turned the palm of his grasp on the metal tool, and the metal tool suddenly disappeared. Zhou Wen only felt that his palm was empty, and there was nothing left. Haha, little junior brother. I'm not as good as you in fighting, but if you want to steal things, you're still far behind. And I gave you a chance just now, but you can't do it yourself. Now that I have it, you can't rob it. Lu Yun took 2 steps back and looked at Zhou Wen with a smug look on his face. Obviously, he didn't know where the metal tool went. Zhou Wen felt a little regretful in his heart. If he had known this, he should have used the reverse universe first and brought the metal tool directly. It's too late. Now, even if Zhou Wen wants to use reverse universe, it's useless if he can't find the metal tool. Congratulations to senior brother for getting the treasure. You'd better take a closer look. That thing may not be able to be used by you. However, Zhou Wen is not the kind of person who thinks that all the treasures in the world should belong to him. I no longer intend to fight. Haha, I understand the mentality of saying the grapes are sour when you can't eat grapes. Don't worry, I will check it carefully, but don't think about touching it again. Lu Yun teleported away and waved his hand again. I don't know how to change that metal tool. While guarding Zhou Wen, he carefully observed the metal tools, and soon summoned an epic companion pet and cast that companion pet into it. The magical scene happened again, the metal tool trembled for a while, and the epic companion pet that was thrown into by Lu Yun was only a moment's effort, and it was promoted to myth. Again. Haha, my brother has finally developed. Lu Yun laughed wildly in the sky, almost jumping up with joy. It's really good to be able to promote ordinary companion pets to mythical companion pets. Zhou Wen's implication was that mythical companion pets were no longer useful for their level. How do you know that this thing can only be promoted to mythical companion pet? Lu Yun was not very convinced, and summoned a fear-level companion pet and let the companion pet enter the metal tool. Zhou Wen didn't believe that this thing could evolve a fear-level companion pet into a natural disaster. In that case, the natural disaster would be too worthless. The metal tool trembled again, but until the metal tool stopped shaking, Lu Yun's companion pet was not seen coming out of it. What's the matter? Could it be that the companion pet was swallowed by the metal tool? Zhou Wen looked at Lu Yun suspiciously. Lu Yun's expression was a little surprised, then it changed from surprise to surprise, and then he laughed. Isn't this guy crazy? Zhou Wen frowned slightly. You're crazy, Lu Yun said excitedly, and summoned his companion pet from the metal utensil. The companion pet was actually promoted from the fear level to the natural disaster level. No? It's really promoted to natural disaster. Zhou Wen was a little stunned. It's more than that, look at what this is. Lu Yun's happy mouth leaked a bit, and he reached out and touched the metal utensil. After a while, Lu Yun pulled out his hand again, still holding something in his palm. Look, do you know what this is? Lu Yun spread out his hand and saw 3 round crystals of different sizes in his palm. The small ones were similar to pigeon eggs, and the large ones looked like duck eggs. There is also some kind of fragrance. What is this? Zhou Wen saw that it didn't look like a crystal of vitality or the core of the domain, so he didn't know what it was. Haha, I tell you, don't be envious, jealous, and hate, these are the treasures among the treasures. Just now, my fear-level companion pet only ate a bean and was directly promoted to natural disaster. The two just now were just after smelling it, I was promoted to mythology, and there are no side effects. There are 3 more here, each one is bigger than that one. It's too late to start, these treasures are all mine. Lu Yun was so excited that he was almost incoherent. There is such a thing? Zhou Wen opened his mouth wide, and was really envious. I know, the metalware must be the alchemy furnace of Taisheng Laojun. This is the elixir that Taisheng Laojun made. Maybe it's the legendary 9-turn golden pill. Lu Yun said, his eyes suddenly lit up, staring at the 3 crystals in his hand and muttering to himself, this thing has no attributes, any companion pet can be used, I wonder if people can use it. Lu Yun was about to go crazy when he wanted to be promoted to natural disaster, but Jing Daoxian refused to let him take shortcuts or accept resources from different dimensions, so Lu Yun kept working hard, but he was still a long way from being promoted to natural disaster. Now suddenly there are such 3 treasures placed in front of him, how can he not let him think more? And looking at the evolved attributes of the 3 companion pets, this thing can not only evolve the companion pets, but the evolved attributes are also of the highest quality, which is no less than the companion pets that have evolved using the domain core. You'll know if you eat and see. Zhou Wen just said that casually. Who knew that Lu Yun stared at the crystal in his hand for a long time, and actually threw the smallest one of them into his mouth. I'm going, you don't want to die? How dare you eat it? Is it related to Taisheng Laojun's golden pill, Kunlun and Taisheng Laojun? Zhou Wen was shocked. Although the food was good, he couldn't eat it indiscriminately. For companion pets, it is a magical medicine, and it may be a poison that penetrates the intestines when people eat it. It doesn't matter, it is said that Kunlun is the holy land of Taoism. I know it in my heart. Lu Yun didn't care at all, as if he was certain. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhou Wen saw Lu Yun's skin become crystal clear, as if there were colorful brilliance penetrating from it. The flowing expression was both excited and surprised, and he reached out and swallowed the two big ones. As soon as the two crystals were swallowed, they saw a splendid stream of light rising from Lu Yun's body, as if a fairy energy spewed out, exuding a strange fragrance. Lu Yun ran the stealing heaven and changing the sun, and the stars all over his body were dazzling, as if he was the center of the universe, and there were countless stars revolving around him, like a small universe. The small universe was originally just a monotonous white color. With the integration of fairy energy, it gradually turned into a gorgeous color, and the energy nurtured in it became more and more terrifying. Really? Is it really the golden elixir of Laojun? Zhou Wen was stunned. Lu Yun clearly wanted to condense the field of natural disasters to advance to natural disasters. Now Zhou Wen really regrets it. If he started earlier, these treasures would not be his. After a while, Lu Yun's natural disaster field was condensed and formed, and it was officially promoted to the natural disaster level. Haha, little junior brother, oh little junior brother. You have today, and you finally planted it in my hands? This thing not only promoted me to natural disasters, but the condensed natural disaster field is also the best of the best. Lu Yun smiled up to the sky. A look of self-satisfaction, as if he had won the appearance of an emperor. Congratulations, senior brother. Zhou Wen said, his eyes could not help but glanced into the cave. Since there is such a thing in the cave, maybe there will be more, this kind of baby even he is very moved. The two looked at each other and instantly understood what the other was thinking, and they rushed into the cave almost at the same time. Although the immortal sword is good, it may not be able to get it. The treasure here is real. If it is really the alchemy room of the Supreme Laojun, it will not be profitable. Thinking about what Sun Monkey did after he entered Taisheng Laojun's alchemy room, Zhou Wen and Lu Yun both wanted to do it again. The two rushed into the cave one after the other. Fortunately, they were all rational people. They were not completely overwhelmed by the interests. They were very cautious and summoned several companion pets to explore the way ahead. Surprisingly, although this road is rough and long, it is not dangerous at all. The two of them moved forward cautiously, and nothing happened. After a long time, the two finally reached the end of the hole. Drilled out, inside is a stone room. There is no such thing as dimensional creatures in the stone room. The two people looked at the stone room and looked at it, and the expressions of the two people became a little weird. The decoration of the stone room is very simple. There is almost no decoration. There is a hole on the ground. There are two stone slabs above the ground on both sides of the hole. Looking at the shape of the hole, the metal utensils should be inlaid in the hole. Such a layout made the two of them have a very bad association. Master, do you think this layout is a bit like something? Zhou Wen said, staring at the pit on the ground. I don't think so. Lu Yun turned his face away, deliberately not looking at Zhou Wen. You put that metal tool into the pit, I think that's more like. Before Zhou Wen could finish his words, he was interrupted roughly by Lu Yun. Shut up, it looks like something, it doesn't look like anything, why are you talking so much nonsense? There is a door, see if you can open it. Lu Yun said and walked towards the door. over there without looking back. As if running for his life, there seems to be a faint sound of retching. Zhou Wen immediately knew in his heart that Lu Yun must have the same idea as him. It looks like a squatting pit. Isn't the metal utensil the toilet in Kunlun Mountain? If the metal utensil is really a toilet, isn't the so-called golden elixir that Lu Yun eats? Zhou Wen muttered to himself. But then I thought, it shouldn't be. How strong are those guys in Kunlun Mountains to be able to pull out the poop that can make people promoted to natural disasters? The door here can be opened, and there seems to be a garden behind it. Lu Yun had already pushed the door open a crack, and his eyes moved to the crack to look outside. Zhou Wen hurriedly followed, and also leaned over the door to look outside. Sure enough, he saw that there was a garden outside, with all kinds of unseen and unheard of exotic flowers and plants scattered in the garden, which seemed to grow naturally and were not artificially grown. The care of them, but there is a peculiar beauty, as if they were supposed to be like this. This garden seems to be huge, with no boundaries at a glance. With blue sky and white clouds overhead, and no other buildings can be seen outside. There seems to be a creature over there, Lu Yun whispered. Zhou Wen also saw that a large white bird was lying in a field of flowers in the distance. Because of the occlusion of the flowers, he couldn't see the whole picture. He only saw that the upper body was a bit like a peacock, but it was a little different. Could that be the phoenix you mentioned? Zhou Wen asked Lu Yun in a low voice. You're stupid, the phoenix lives on the sacred tree. How can there be a phoenix in the grass nest, and have you ever seen a white phoenix? Lu Yun rolled his eyes and said angrily. That's right, the one in the grass nest is a pheasant. Zhou Wen was right after thinking about it. The two passed through the crack of the door and looked around carefully. Except for the white pheasant, they didn't see any other creatures, let alone other buildings. It's weird, there's just such a pheasant here, so who is this squatting pit for? Could it be that wild bastard? Zhou Wen muttered. Do you believe it or not, I'll fight with you? Lu Yun felt like he wanted to vomit again, so he forcibly suppressed it. That's what I said, don't take it seriously, maybe it's not squatting at all. Zhou Wen laughed. Lu Yun gritted his teeth without making any noise, and continued to observe the movement outside. After a while, he said, should we go out and have a look? There seems to be a pheasant in this garden, so it shouldn't be too dangerous. Not necessarily. Zhou Wen didn't think so. In case the things in the metal utensils were really made by the pheasant, Zhou Wen felt that going out with Lu Yun was equivalent to delivering food. Forget it, let's go out, it's almost too late, let's go get the sword early. Lu Yun said depressedly. The two were about to go back the same way when they suddenly heard a strange cry from the garden. Quack! The big white bird made a strange call like a duck. How unpleasant the sound was. After a few calls, the big white bird stood up, and only then did Zhou Wen and Lu Yun see its full picture. Its head looks a bit like a peacock, but the back body is completely like a pheasant, and it doesn't have the long feathers of a peacock. Bah, it's really a pheasant. Lu Yun secretly screamed bad luck. If the things inside the metal utensils were really pulled out by this pheasant, he felt a tumult in his stomach when he thought about it. After the pheasant stood up, it walked slowly in the garden, taking a few steps and beaking a few times in the flowers, not knowing what it was beaking. After Zhou Wen saw what the pheasant was doing, he only felt a chill down his spine. Pheasants eat grass fruits in the grass bushes in their beaks, but the appearance of those grass fruits is really weird. The grass fruits are generally the size of a fist, and they look like babies in the womb. With Zhou Wen's eyesight, you can see that the part of Chao Guo's face has clear facial features. If it hadn't grown on grass vines, he would have thought it was a baby that was cut out before full term. The pheasant took a bite of the grass fruit and swallowed it directly, not knowing what it tasted like. Could this thing be a ginseng fruit? That thing blooms every 3,000 years, and bears fruit every 3,000 years. It takes another 3,000 years to mature, and a good thing to grow in 10,000 years. Lu Yun's eyes lit up. At a glance, he knew that he was moved again. Your brain is not burned out, right? Ginseng fruit grows on ginseng fruit trees. The ones here are clearly grass fruit, and the legendary ginseng fruit should be in the home of the ancestor of the Earth Immortal. How could it be on Kunlun Mountain? Zhou Wen said angrily. That's it. Lu Yun was a little discouraged. While the two were talking, they suddenly heard the pheasant making that unpleasant cry again, and it even ran. Zhou Wen hurriedly looked over, but what he saw surprised him a little. He saw that the pheasant was running wildly, chasing after a grass fruit. The strawberry is much larger than the average strawberry, and it is all white and raw, like a chubby little doll. The pheasant is chasing after it, and the strawberry doll runs in front, jumping up and down in the garden, and the pheasant for a while couldn't catch up with him. After only watching it for a moment, Lu Yun secretly screamed in his heart that he was very dangerous. He was lucky that he hadn't really gone out just now, otherwise he would have been targeted by the pheasant, and it would be a question whether he could survive. The speed of the pheasant chasing the grass fruit doll was so fast that it was almost impossible for the two of them to see the natural disaster level clearly. Even if they could see clearly, their body reaction speed could not keep up. Let's go quickly. Lu Yun felt that this place was too dangerous, so it was better to leave early. Let's see. Zhou Wen's eyes kept staring at the grass fruit doll. The speed of the grass fruit doll is not slower than that of the pheasant at all, and he can use the escaping technique with the help of the dirt, flowers, and plants in the garden. This thing is a bit like the companion pet of a ginseng doll, but it is more advanced. The ginseng doll can only use the earth escape technique. This guy has already demonstrated 3 escape techniques. Can it be used for the 5-element escape techniques? Zhou Wen, I fell in love with that strawberry doll. I'll go, these 2 things are good NB. Lu Yun's eyes are already thieves, and he can see almost the same in ordinary natural disaster grade battles. But now he could no longer see the movements of the pheasant and the grass fruit doll, and could only see 2 rays of light jumping up and down in the garden. I'm afraid it's more NB than you think. Zhou Wenshun answered. What he said came from the bottom of his heart. Zhou Wen, a top-level natural disaster creature, had already seen it, and an existence as powerful as Jinting and Ziwei Xingjuan could not do what the pheasant and the grass fruit doll are doing now. Zhou Wen doesn't know if the pheasant and the grass fruit doll are above the natural disasters, but one thing is certain, in terms of speed alone, the pheasant and the grass fruit doll should already be above Jinting and Ziwei Xingjuan. Of course, Zhou Wen didn't have a speed measuring device in his hand. At their level, it was difficult for the naked eye to distinguish the speed difference. However, there is a very obvious difference between Ziwei Xingjuan and pheasant, that is, when Ziwei Xingjuan and Jinting move at such a speed, they will generate a terrifying shock wave, and just that kind of shock wave can destroy everything under the natural disaster. But the speed of the pheasant is So fast, let alone a shock wave, there is not even the sound of gas explosion or breaking the sound barrier, and even the flowers and plants next to it are not damaged in the slightest. It's unusual too. Zhou Wen faintly felt that the pheasant might be the legendary apocalyptic existence, but it was only a guess. After all, he had never seen what the apocalypse looked like. Maybe this is the top-speed type natural disaster. Little junior brother. What do you think that doll-like grass fruit is? Even such a powerful dimensional creature wants to eat him. What will happen if we eat it? Said. I advise you not to kill yourself. Zhou Wen was also envious, but he knew better how terrifying the speed of the pheasant was. Just with such a speed, they couldn't match it. If Zhou Wen and De Brahma are combined, they can still resist 1 or 2. Lu Yun must be dead. In an instant, not even a second. I'm not stupid, that's what I thought about it. I went back and read the book to see what those grass and fruits are. Even if I can't eat the big one, there are still many small grass and fruits in the garden, maybe I can find a way to get a few. Lu Yun is a deep thief, and if he returned to the treasure garden empty-handed, it would really make him very uncomfortable. How do you do it? You dare to go out to pick it? Zhou Wen didn't want to get a few strawberries, but with pheasants outside, the risk was too great. It's really dangerous for us to go out and steal by ourselves. While the pheasant is attracted by the grass fruit doll, we can let the companion pet steal it. I have a companion pet that is best at escaping in stealth. Let it evade directly under the grass fruit. It shouldn't be difficult to pick 2 grass fruit and come back. Lu Yun's conversation changed. And he continued, but just in case, I think we should cooperate. You can also get a few companion pets out. If my companion pet is discovered, you can go out in time to disperse it. The attention of a pheasant, so that my companion pet can come back safely, and I will get a portion of the grass and fruit. But there is one thing you need to pay attention to, the level of the pheasant is definitely not low, and the general companion pet may be difficult to attract his attention. You'd better get some high-level companion pets out. You think it's beautiful, use my high-level companion pet as cannon fodder. Zhou Wen pouted. You have to have a companion pet that can hide and escape. If you go to steal the grass and fruit, I can let the companion pet block the gun for you. You have to do something, you can't do nothing, just sit and wait for the benefits. Right? Lu Yun said with a smile. I don't have that kind of companion pet, but I don't want to be cannon fodder either. If you want to steal, just steal it yourself. I won't rob you. Zhou Wen really didn't plan to steal. After all, the dungeon here is already being downloaded. After the dungeon is downloaded in the future, it would be great to pick up the grass and fruit in the game. There is no need to take this risk. Okay, let's talk about it first. You can't be jealous of the grass fruit I brought back, and don't rob me again. Lu Yun wanted to pull Zhou Wen to do it together, because he was afraid that Zhou Wen would ruin his good deeds. Don't worry, am I the one who does that kind of thing? Zhou Wen said. You are that kind of person. Lu Yun said ruthlessly. Okay, I promise not to touch the grass fruit you stole, right? Zhou Wen spread his hands and said. It's almost the same. Lu Yun nodded with satisfaction, and then began to summon companion pets. Zhou Wen came to take a closer look at what companion pet Lu Yun summoned, but the phone suddenly rang. Did you finish downloading the copy? Zhou Wen was suspicious. This time, the download time for the copy was much faster than he thought. According to past experience, the more advanced the dungeon, the slower the download time. It took a while before the dungeon was downloaded. Does that mean that this dungeon is not very advanced? But after thinking about it, I felt that something was wrong. From the metalware and crystals just now, to the pheasant and grass fruit dolls, they are not things that can appear in low-level dungeons. It is said that this dungeon must be a high-level dungeon. If this is really an advanced copy, then there is only one possibility left. After the phone is charged, the download speed becomes faster? Zhou Wen guessed in his heart, took out the phone and saw that there was an icon on the phone desktop. Is the pattern of the analysis of Qimshan. It's really Kunlun Mountain. Zhou Wen was surprised and delighted when he saw the name under the icon. The status of Kunlun Mountain in mythology is too high. It is estimated that there are few dimensional fields on the whole Earth that are more advanced than Kunlun Mountain. If you have the strength to clear the Kunlun Mountain dungeon, then you can almost walk sideways in all the dimensional fields on the Earth. More importantly, a dimensional field like Kunlun Mountain may be a test place for the real Earth companion pet to choose its owner. After customs clearance, there may be Earth companion pets available. Of course, if it is really found that Kunlun Mountain is the test place for Earth's companion pets, Zhou Wen should take precautions in reality, to prevent others from clearing customs, lest the Earth's companion pets be born and directly blow up the Earth. Let me see what is the difference between the normal mode and the hidden mode of Kunlun Mountain. Zhou Wen already had some guesses in his heart, but he still had to confirm it. After opening the Kunlun Mountain dungeon, Zhou Wen first chose the normal mode. After entering, he found that the blood-colored villain stood in front of the north gate of Kunlun Mountain and circled around Kunlun Mountain, but he found nothing special. Then switch to hidden mode and enter the Kunlun Mountain dungeon again, and soon there is a discovery, but this time there is a little more discovery. In the hidden mode of those dungeons in the past, there was only one hidden light prompt, but the Kunlun Mountain dungeon had hidden light prompts in 5 places, which seemed to be the 5 hidden portals in Kunlun Mountain. Of the 5 places of hidden light, 2 of them are the cave and the pool that Lu Yun took Zhou Wen to before. Zhou Wen chose to open the cave in the game, and was about to follow the cave to enter, but Lu Yun over there had released his companion pet and lurked towards the location of Chao Gua. It was a companion pet that looked like a mouse, but was bigger than a cat. After it was summoned, it shook and disappeared in front of Zhou Wen. I don't know which invisibility ability was used. Even the hearing can't detect its existence. Lu Yun even has this kind of companion pet? Zhou Wen was surprised, and was about to use other methods to see if he could see its traces, but the companion pet had already drilled out of the stone room and headed towards Chao Gua. Although Zhou Wen couldn't see it, he could faintly sense the position of the companion pet. After switching several vitality tactics, after using the power of De Brahma, he saw its true body, and the invisible ability was in De Brahma's. There is nothing to hide under the eyes of the Buddha. The companion pet was also proficient in the earth escape technique. After entering the garden, it disappeared as soon as it landed. When it reappeared, it was already next to a grass fruit. It stretched out its claws and was about to pick the grass fruit, but suddenly I saw a flash of white light. Lu Yun didn't even come to take back the companion pet, and saw that the companion pet disappeared, and the pheasant's figure appeared there, with its neck tilted up, as if it had swallowed something. My shadow mouse. Lu Yun's face changed horribly, And the other companion pets he prepared didn't even have time to go out to attract the attention of the pheasants. Zhou Wen didn't dare to continue playing the game, and kept observing the pheasant's reaction. As long as there was any trouble with the pheasant, he would run away immediately. Fortunately, the pheasant didn't seem to notice Shirshir's sight at all. After swallowing the shadow mouse of Lu Yun, he immediately went after the grass fruit doll again. Senior brother, condolences and change. Zhou Wen comforted. I'll be right, it's a unique shadow mouse. I finally fed it to a natural disaster grade. You know how much effort I've spent on it. Lu Yun burst out in a depressing manner. It's all life, let's go quickly. Zhou Wen didn't want to waste time here. Now that the game has been downloaded, there is no point in staying here. Although Lu Yun was still a little unwilling, he also knew that he couldn't do anything. He was about to leave with Zhou Wen, but suddenly saw a flash of light. And the grass fruit doll actually got into the stone room and stood there with Zhou Wen and Zhou Wen. In the middle of Lu Yun, a pair of big eyes that were very out of proportion to his face were looking back and forth at Zhou Wen and Lu Yun. Damn it! Zhou Wen and Lu Yun only felt chills down their spines, and immediately had the idea of running away. But this idea only exists in my mind. And it has not come to fruition. When I looked at the hole in the corner of my eyes, I saw a white figure already standing there, and it was the white pheasant. It's over. Both of them felt a chill in their hearts. But they are not the kind of people who sit still, almost without thinking, and instinctively make the most intuitive way to deal with it. Lu Yun moved in an instant, and teleported to the garden. Outside the stone room, there are pheasants standing in the pothole at the exit, and teleporting there is almost like courting death. There may be a chance of rushing into the garden. Almost at the same time, Zhou Wen also made the same reaction, except that Zhou Wen had already completed the fusion with De Brahma while teleporting. The dark golden wheel exudes a dim light like a black hole. Bang! The two people who teleported out at the same time also seemed to have hit the stone wall and were bounced back. Lu Yun sat on the ground with a butt. Zhou Wen was barely able to stand, but he felt his head humming, and he felt a little concussion. The pheasant and the grass fruit doll were still standing still, looking at the two of them from left to right. I said to get the sword early, but you were going to turn around. Now, is there something wrong? My little fate is in your hands. Lu Yun said with a sad face. He knew that it was impossible to run away, so he didn't even bother to get up, so he sat on the ground and looked at the two creatures. Zhou Wen didn't move anymore, the division was already open, and he was scanning the situation in the stone room, wanting to know what force trapped them in the stone room. Strangely, there are no traces of the power rules of the pheasant and the grass fruit doll in the stone room. Obviously, the power that prevented them from teleporting out of the stone room did not come from those two strange creatures. Is the power of the stone room itself preventing us from going out? Zhou Wen thought to himself. Zhou Wen and Lu Yun didn't move, and the pheasant and the grass fruit doll didn't take the initiative to attack, they just looked at them, seeming to be a little curious about them. I didn't let you in, Zhou Wen said casually, but his eyes turned to the half-open door of the stone room. The fact that space teleportation cannot leave the room does not mean that it is really impossible to get out. Maybe this stone room only prohibits space teleportation. If you go out through that door, it will not be restricted. But Zhou Wen knew very well that at his speed, he would never be able to outrun the pheasant and the grass fruit doll. Now they have not made any aggressive moves. If they rushed out, they might anger them immediately. Anyway, it's not good to be with you, my life will be ruined in your hands sooner or later. Lu Yun also realized the current delicate situation, just sat there talking, and didn't mean to rush out. The pheasant looked at the two of them with silver eyes, but after watching for a while, he seemed to lose interest in them, and turned his attention to the grass fruit doll. It seems that this guy is not very interested in eating meat. Zhou was instantly overjoyed. Sure enough, the pheasant raised its claws and walked to the side, as if trying to bypass Zhou and Lu Yun to continue catching the grass fruit doll. Lu Yun was also ecstatic in his heart, and he didn't dare to say nonsense at this time, so as not to stimulate the pheasant. As long as the pheasant rushes towards the grass fruit doll, the two of them will have a chance to get out of this terrible place by getting into the pothole. Zhou was calculating how far the pheasant left the pothole before he could rush in smoothly, but who knew that the pheasant had just taken 2 steps, and the grass fruit doll moved with it. I saw. The figure of the grass fruit doll disappeared in a flash, and disappeared directly into the sight of the two. Little junior brother, you, on your head. Lu Yun stared at the top of Zhou head with wide eyes, as if he had seen a ghost. If it wasn't for the big Brahma armor covering Zhou face, no one would be able to see his face, and he would definitely find that his face was uglier than Lu Yun's. Because the strawberry doll jumped on top of Zhou head and sat on the dark golden helmet, with Bai Xingxing's little feet hanging on Zhou forehead, shaking back and forth. Little junior brother, it's not that you are a senior brother and don't help you. It's just that you are too reckless. You have to accept your fate. Every year from now on, senior brother will burn you more paper money, and there will be no less 3-pillar incense every year. Lu Yun back off while talking. The pheasant's eyes stared straight at the top of Zhou head, his claws raised cautiously, and he cautiously approached Zhou like a bird of prey ready to attack. Lu Yun has seen the speed of the pheasant. If its beak goes down, the Chaogua doll may be able to escape, but Zhou is afraid that he will never be able to escape. Maybe he will be pierced through the head by the beak, no matter how strong the resilience is. Can't even live. Zhou stared at the pheasant, his body was motionless, but his brain was running fast. If Zhou stretched out his hand to drive the Chaogua doll away, the pheasant that he would lead might attack immediately, but if Zhou didn't do it, after the pheasant's momentum reached its peak, the momentum of a blow would be unbelievably fast. I'm afraid it will be more difficult to deal with at that time. It is also wrong to move, and it is also wrong to not move. For a while, Zhou was caught in a dilemma. If it is an ordinary person, the first choice at this time must be to get rid of the grass fruit doll on the head first, but Zhou did not do that. Chaogua doll obviously wants to use me as a shield, but unfortunately I'm not someone you can handle. I need to pay a price for using me. Zhou thought about it, and at the same time ran the first order of chaos, and the eggs of chaos were instantly wrapped, lit his body, and wrapped the straw fruit doll on top of his head. Chaos eggs can generally only protect Zhou himself, but if it is too close to Zhou, things such as clothes can also be wrapped together. Zhou watched it for a long time, and saw that, although this grass fruit doll has a strange escape technique, its attack power is probably far less than that of a pheasant. If it is wrapped in a chaotic egg and has a body of Brahma, there is no need to worry about grass fruit. The doll can hurt him inside. Chaogua doll found that he was trapped by Chaos Egg, and was not worried at first, and looked at Chaos Egg with curiosity. When the pheasant saw the chaos egg, he was also a little curious. He didn't attack the first time, and after observing for a moment, his claws exerted force, appearing in the chaos egg like a ghost, and slammed his mouth toward the chaos egg's beak. Chaos eggs. Defense is almost invincible, and heavenly level Ziwei Xingjuan was not able to break the chaos egg's defense, just because her strength was too strong, resulting in too much vitality crystals in the chaos egg, bursting the chaos egg. Although the pheasant's blow is terrible, it can penetrate all indestructible things, but it has not been able to penetrate the chaos egg. The shell of the chaos egg was sunk by the beak, like a balloon that was squeezed and deformed. But it did not burst in the end, and it blocked the force of the pheasant's beak. Inside the chaos egg, a large number of primordial chi crystals appeared out of thin air, no less than the generation speed of Ziwei Xingjuan's attack, but this blow almost filled the chaos egg with primordial chi crystals, and there was almost no space left. Chao Guodao was frightened, and with a flash, he wanted to use the escape technique to escape. However, its head hit the chaos egg, but it was unable to escape. It was bounced back and landed on Zhou Wen's head again. Zhou Wen felt a lot more at ease. Although the pheasant's attack power was powerful, it was still within the scope of natural disaster grade, and there was no crushing destructive power. As long as it's not apocalyptic, my Brahma may not have the power to fight. Zhou Wen breathed a sigh of relief. Chao Guodao was in a hurry, and tried several times, but was unable to rush out of the chaotic egg. As Zhou Wen expected, although its escape technique was very strange, it was difficult to achieve in the chaotic egg in an independent space. Heaven, you don't leave, hell has no door, you cast yourself, this is what you asked for, no wonder. As Zhou Wen's thoughts turned, the chaotic eggs flew towards the garden, and at the same time used the Emperor Beeman to devour the chaotic eggs. A lot of vitality crystals. The Chao Guodao, who was a little flustered at first, suddenly stopped moving, and stared at the crystals of vitality, as if he had discovered a new continent. Isn't it? Zhou Wen realized something, and before he could make a move, the grass fruit doll opened a small mouth, and actually inhaled many crystals of vitality nearby. Its small mouth doesn't look big, but the speed of swallowing the crystals of vitality is even faster than that of the Emperor, and in a moment, most of the crystals of vitality are sucked into the abdomen. That small body was like a bottomless pit, a large amount of vitality crystals were sucked into it, but the belly didn't respond at all, and it didn't even swell up. The pheasant outside seemed a little surprised that the pheasant could not hit it. Seeing the chaos egg flying towards the garden, it beaked again. Although the speed of the chaos egg was not slow, it was still much slower than that of the pheasant, and it was easily beaked by it. A large number of vitality crystals were generated again in the chaos egg. According to Zhou Wen's original calculation, even if Emperor Beeman devoured the vitality crystals, the chaos egg would only block 4 or 5 times at most, and it would be burst by the vitality crystals. But now the grass fruit doll has sucked a lot of vitality crystals. The pheasant beaked the chaos egg several times in a row, but there are not many vitality crystals left, most of which have been sucked away by the grass fruit doll. This guy is really the Egg Emperor. But this thing's defense is stronger than expected, and it can withstand this level of attack. Lu Yun was shocked. What he was surprised was not Zhou Wen or the Egg Emperor, but the defensive power of Chaos Egg. Lu Yun didn't know the peculiarity, and thought that Chaos Egg could really compete with the pheasant, but Zhou Wen couldn't help frowning slightly. Although it is now temporarily safe, the Chaos Egg Will not be burst for a while, but Chao Guodao has been absorbing the crystals of vitality, and its body has gradually undergone some strange changes. Chao Guodal's body was snow white and crystal clear, like a snow-white lotus root. At this time, a strange red light gradually appeared in the snow-white body. The red light was like a cloud of smoke, and it came out from the snow-white body, making the Chao Guodao look a little more alive, like a pale patient with blood. As a lot of vitality crystals were sucked away by it, the red light became stronger and stronger. The pheasant attacked several times in a row, but failed to break the chaos egg. It seemed to be annoyed. All of a sudden, the fire power was full, its head was like a sewing machine, and its beak was on the chaos egg. The vitality crystals in the chaos egg skyrocketed in an instant. Zhou Wen was a little worried about whether it would be directly exploded, but he didn't think that the grass fruit doll's swallowing speed would also speed up, and the vitality crystals just generated were almost immediately destroyed. It was sucked into the abdomen. Zhou Wen doesn't know whether to be happy or sad now, because of the existence of the grass fruit doll. There is no need to worry about the chaos egg being exploded for the time being. But also because of the existence of the grass fruit doll, Zhou Wen is a little worried. This thing has absorbed so much vitality crystals, and its body is getting redder and redder. Now it is like a red-hot soldering iron. Who knows what else it can do. Demon Moth. Although Chao Guodao really has no attack power, after being trapped by Zhou Wen just now, it did not show any powerful attack methods. It seems that it is just a bit more powerful. But things in the world are sometimes really hard to say. Water is a relatively flexible substance, and it is generally difficult to harm the human body. But not to mention river bursts and tsunamis, just by increasing the water pressure to a certain extent, the water flow can cut rocks and steel. In case this grass fruit doll absorbs a lot of vitality crystals and any abnormal changes occur, it may become a more lethal existence than a pheasant. Although he realized that there might be a problem, there was no good solution. If the chaos egg was taken back now, Zhou Wen would have to face the crazy attack of the pheasant. Just now, the attack power displayed by the pheasant is definitely not weaker than that of listening truth. Of course, the strength of listening truth is not entirely in its attack power, but being able to compete with listening truth in attack power has already given Zhou Wen a headache. If I hadn't heard the summons and couldn't come out, I wouldn't have ended up in such a situation. Zhou Wen's heart slammed, and he forcibly rushed towards the door of the stone room. As Zhou Wen expected, although the space ability was prohibited in the stone room, it was not forbidden to enter and exit through the gate. The chaos egg was squeezed out of the stone room gate and rolled into the garden. The pheasant also rushed out, still frantically pecking at chaos eggs. The Chao Guodal's body is already red like a crystal, and the red light inside is already a bit dazzling. Fortunately, it has no temperature on its body, but it will not cause any substantial damage to Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen tried to use the teleport ability in the garden and found that it was no longer prohibited, but when the teleport came out, the pheasant had already appeared beside him and was still pecking. Being able to use space teleportation has given Zhou Wen a lot of peace of mind. After he was promoted to natural disaster by stealing the sky and changing the sun, his teleportation ability has been greatly enhanced. Although there is no way to achieve continuous teleportation without interval, it is not an ordinary person comparable. Seeing that Chao Guodal's body seems to be undergoing some kind of earth-shaking change, Zhou Wen knew that he couldn't wait any longer. Once Chao Guodal did undergo a qualitative change, perhaps his situation would be even More unbearable. With a cruel heart, Zhou took back the chaos egg, and both he and the Chaogua doll were exposed to the pheasant. Almost at the same time, Zhou used the reverse universe to perform a fast and coherent teleport, trying to get rid of the pheasant's attack. Anyway, the original target of the pheasant was the grassfruit doll. Even if it was accidentally injured at the beginning, as long as the previous attack was over, it is estimated that the pheasant would chase the grassfruit doll. Zhou calculated very well, but when he teleported out, he found that the grassfruit doll appeared behind him like a shadow, lying on his shoulder. The pheasant also pecked down at the same time, and the speed was too fast to dodge even teleportation. Tigers don't show their power. Are you a holly kitty when you are an uncle? The Brahma armor on Zhou body was looming, and he punched him. Zhou was reluctant to fight the pheasant head-on before. First, he was worried that the pheasant's combat power was too strong, and secondly, he was afraid that the movement caused by the battle would be too great, which would attract other terrifying creatures. This is the Kunlun Mountains, a place of horror that is unimaginable in mythology. Legend has it that no great immortals can gather here. Who knows how many pheasant-like terrifying creatures will exist here. But now I can't care about much anymore, I have to save my life first. Bang! Originally, Zhou thought that his full blow collided with the pheasant, and he was afraid that the aftermath of his power would destroy a large garden, but who knew that after the fist collided with the chicken beak, there was only a muffled sound, the expected explosion, and the shockwave did not appear. There is a problem with this garden. Zhou immediately realized the problem. When the pheasant and the grassfruit doll were chasing before, they did not bring any air explosions and shock waves. It seems that it is not because they can control their own power, but in this garden, there is some kind of power that restrains the power fluctuations. Diffusion. The power of the heavenly realm level Brahma has devastating destructive power, which can destroy almost all substances, but in the confrontation with the power of the pheasant, he did not take advantage of it. Fortunately, Zhou didn't suffer, the pheasant was knocked backwards by Zhou punch, and Zhou legs were also weak, almost kneeling on the ground. This is not to say that de Brahma's strength is not as good as that of a pheasant, but because Zhou own quality is too poor, and his fear-level body is still too weak in such a battle, just to withstand the extra energy introduced into de Brahma's armor, it made his body a little harder to load. Damn it, little junior brother, what is your armor, why is it so fierce? Lu Yun, who was sneaking around in the stone room, saw that Zhou had beaten the pheasant back several steps with one punch, and almost stumbled and fell. Jealous. His eyes were red. The pheasant was also aroused by Zhou punch, his wings fluttered, Quack screamed, and rushed up, attacking Zhou like a band of light. Lu Yun couldn't see the pheasant's movements at all. With the blessing of de Brahma, Zhou could see the pheasant's movements clearly, but de Brahma was not good at speed. What he could see, the speed could not keep up. He waved his fist to resist a few pecks, and he couldn't dodge the next peck no matter what. Just when Zhou was about to use his body to carry the pheasant's peck, he suddenly felt a flower in front of him, and his body appeared inexplicably in another part of the garden. Chaogua doll. Zhou immediately realized what happened, it must be the Chaogua doll lying on him using the escape technique to take him away from the pheasant's peck. Where is the pheasant willing to give up? He rushed over almost at the same time, and started a fierce battle with Zhou again. The destructive power of Brahma is completely not afraid of the powerful power of the pheasant, but the speed is not. As good, but every time Zhou Wen is in danger, Chao Guodao will take the initiative to use the escape technique to help him avoid the attack, and it will be difficult to distinguish the victory after a while. Burden. How on earth did the younger brother cultivate? He has reached such a level with his pure human body. Zhou Wen was not very happy, because the thing he was worried about seemed to have really happened. In the depths of the garden, there was a terrifying aura coming from a distance. Half of the sky in the garden was dyed gold. It was a huge golden strange bird. It was like an eagle, but not an eagle, but it was not an eagle. Its golden wings stretched out, as if covering half of the sky. Shouldn't it be a golden-winged duping bird? Zhou Wen remembered seeing a creature suspected of being a duping bird before, but it wasn't so big and didn't have such a terrifying aura. Zhou Wen couldn't be sure if it was a Garuda-winged duping bird, but one thing was certain, that Garuda was at least a heavenly level, maybe it was the legendary Endworld level. This ghost place can't stay any longer. Zhou Wen rushed toward Shishir while fighting the pheasant. Fighting in the garden for so long without finding any way out. The sky above the garden seemed to be blue sky and white clouds, and the space ability was not imprisoned, but when Zhou Wen wanted to use the interstellar teleportation ability to leave, he found that he could not get in touch with the stars outside. The garden also seems to have no boundaries, no matter which direction you scan, you can only see the endless garden. The pheasant was smarter than Zhou Wen imagined. It clearly saw Zhou Wen's intention. It stopped fighting with Zhou Wen, but blocked the door of the stone room first, blocking the only way to go. There was space in the stone room forbidding, so he could only forcefully rush in. Zhou Wen gritted his teeth, and the dark light of the Brahma armor on his body flowed, bursting with unparalleled destructive power, accompanied by Zhou Wen's fist, slammed into the pheasant blocking the door. Although the Brahma's speed is not as fast as a pheasant, but in terms of destructive power, it is not inferior to the pheasant. Zhou Wen wants to force the pheasant away and rush into the stone room to escape. The pheasant has a very stubborn temper. He knows that his strength is not as good as Zhou Wen, but he refuses to dodge, and wants to forcibly stop Zhou Wen. Seeing that his fist was about to hit the pheasant, Zhou Wen was secretly happy, but a golden light suddenly rose in front of him. The golden-winged bird appeared behind the pheasant, and a pair of golden carved wings bent downwards, protecting the pheasant body of. Boom! The devastating force bombarded the golden wings, and even a feather was not able to be destroyed. The body of the golden-winged bird seemed to be stronger than that of the pheasant. I've beaten the young and the old, little junior brother, take care of yourself, senior brother, I'll take a step first. Lu Yun shouted, and then he burrowed into the hole in a flash, and slipped away without looking back. Gone. Zhou Wen also complained secretly. It seems that the white pheasant is probably the young bird of Garuda. A young bird is already so terrifying, not to mention the Garuda. It only depends on its speed and defense. It has already made Zhou Wen lose the desire to fight. Garuda was obviously also angered by Zhou Wen's punch. Yang Tian made a sound of birdsong, his body trembled with golden light, his wings that covered the sky spread out, and he wanted to fan Zhou Wen with a terrifying aura. Zhou Wen was ready for the bloody battle with all his strength, and the black hole-like halo behind the Brahma's armor also spun, as if it was connected to the netherworld. When the war was about to break out, suddenly a harsh and unpleasant scream was heard. The arrogant Garuda heard the call, and the wings that were fanned down suddenly stopped, and the body was slowly retreating. What does it want to do? Zhou Wen frowned at the pheasant and the Garuda behind it. The pheasant was still screaming at the Garuda, and the Garuda took a few steps back and suddenly made an action that made Zhou Wen's eyes almost fall out. It actually bowed its head in front of the pheasant, and it seemed to be in awe of the pheasant, not like a mother treating her child, but like a courtier worshipping the monarch. The pheasant still screamed angrily at the Garuda bowed in front of him, and his arrogant appearance was like a slave owner insulting his slave. Garuda lay there motionless. No matter how the pheasant yelled, it was indifferent, as if the pheasant treated it like it should be. My God! What's the situation? Garuda is very similar to the legendary golden-winged dupang bird. Even if it is not a golden-winged dupang bird, it is at least a heaven-level existence. In terms of combat power, it is still higher than that of a pheasant. How can it be? Would you be so obedient and respectful to wild birds? Zhou Wen was dumbfounded. The pheasant seemed to have scolded enough. Then turned to look at Zhou Wen again, and rushed over in the next second, as if he was going to swallow Zhou Wensheng alive. Zhou Wen had to fight the pheasant again. What made it depressed was that the golden-winged dupang bird did not know whether it was intentional or not, and its body blocked the door of the stone room, giving Zhou Wen no chance to rush into the stone room at all. What the hell is this pheasant? Zhou Wen wondered. The pheasant's combat power is obviously not as good as that of the Garuda, but the Garuda is so awe-inspiring to it. Apart from its natural bloodline and racial advantages, Zhou Wen really can't think of why the Garuda is in awe of the pheasant. Could it be that this pheasant turned out to be a real phoenix? Zhou Wen had to be so suspicious. In some myths, it is said that the phoenix once gave birth to the peacock Mingwang and the Garuda. If the Garuda is a dapeng, it seems that only the phoenix can make the Garuda bow its head in terms of bloodline and race. Now, even the peacock Mingwang can't do it. But no matter how you look at it, the white bird in front of you looks like a pheasant, not the legendary phoenix god, the supreme avian god. Zhou Wen thought about it again, and it seemed that he could not accept it. The bird he raised was also a phoenix species, not to mention that it didn't look like it when he was a child. Even now it doesn't look like it. They are also phoenix species. And the rank of the bird is obviously not as high as that of the pheasant, which makes Zhou Wen have to suspect that the phoenix blood of the bird is not very pure. Could it be that the real phoenix species actually looks like a pheasant? Zhou Wen muttered to himself. The pheasant kept attacking Zhou Wen, seeing that he was determined to kill Zhou Wen himself before giving up. After the Garuda on the side was reprimanded by the pheasant, although he didn't intend to attack Zhou Wen again, he kept staring at Zhou Wen from the side. Judging from its appearance, as long as the pheasant suffers a little damage, it will immediately rush over and tear Zhou Wen into pieces. Looks like it's time to use the true power of Brahma. It doesn't matter if you are a real phoenix, kill it first. Don't say I didn't give you a chance, it's you who insisted on killing yourself. The little prajna in Zhou Wen's body, after running frantically, the Brahma armor on his body became more and more mysterious, and the shape of the black hole, halo, behind him did not change, but it seemed to be devouring everything nearby. All beings are equal. Zhou Wen stood in the garden like a Buddha, facing the pecking of a pheasant. He slowly closed his eyes, and his mouth uttered strange syllables, like the sound of a Buddha. In the sky, the pheasants are used to being lawless in the Kunlun Mountains, and they pecked them down regardless. Zhou Wen's eyes were still closed, but he seemed to have expected the pheasant's attack trajectory. One palm was slightly raised, and a finger was stretched out, just to block the beak that the pheasant pecked off. The moment the two touched, the Light will behind Zhou Wen was like a real black hole, swallowing everything in an instant. It seems that there is no change in one person and one chicken, but the surrounding environment has become extremely strange. The garden that was close at hand disappeared, the grass, flowers, and trees disappeared, and the Garuda staring at the side disappeared. It seemed that only Zhou Wen and the pheasant were left between the heavens and the earth, and there was a darkness of nothingness all around. The pheasant was slightly stunned, and looked around, seeming to be a little puzzled. All living beings are equal, there is only one life. Zhou Wen's eyes were still closed, and he walked towards the pheasant step by step. The real power of the great Brahma domain is naturally not just as destructive as it is powerful. This is the true power of the great Brahma domain. Within the domain of great Brahma, all power and life are isolated, and only the creatures pulled into the domain of great Brahma by Zhou Wen can touch Zhou Wen's body. Any creature outside the great Brahma domain, even if it is as powerful as a Garuda, can only see a phantom of nothingness, and cannot touch everything in the great Brahma domain. Unless the creature locked in the great Brahma domain dies, or the great Brahma domain is defeated. During this period, no external force can affect Zhou Wen in the great Brahma domain. The Garuda discovered the abnormality, let out an angry cry, and slashed towards Zhou Wen in the great Brahma domain with terrifying golden light on both wings. However, the golden light that can split everything seems to be slashing above the illusion. No matter how many times it is cut from Zhou Wen's body, it cannot hurt Zhou Wen in the slightest. The two seem to be in two completely different spaces. The pheasant was still as arrogant as before, turning into a white rainbow and rushing towards Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen already had murderous intentions in his heart, but his face did not show murderous intentions. He was calm like a Buddha. With flowers, his body moved slightly, and he avoided the pheasant's peck, and at the same time, he punched the pheasant's abdomen. The pheasant flapped its wings, and its body instantly rose into the air, avoiding Zhou Wen's fist, and at the same time a pair of hook-like chicken feet caught Zhou Wen's eyes, between the lightning and flint. Under the armor, Brahma was only left with a pair of arms, but this did not mean that other abilities disappeared. It was just fused by this side. Facing the claws of the pheasant, Zhou Wen's speed was too late to dodge or block, and Zhou Wen didn't mean to dodge or block. He abruptly blocked the pheasant's invincible claws with his face armor. Bang! The invincible chicken claws were caught on the dark gold visor, and they were not able to penetrate the visor, or even make Zhou Wen take a step back. Instead, it was the pheasant himself, who let out a scream as if he had been hit hard, and his body flew upside down. Go out. Brahma also has the ability to counter injuries. After the four sides are united, this ability to counter injuries becomes even stronger. Looking at the pheasant flying out, Zhou Wen's figure pierced through the void, and in an instant he came to the pheasant, punching the pheasant with his fists, like a violent storm. Bang bang! Bang bang! The pheasant was bombarded continuously, and its body was beaten up and down, twisting and deforming in the air. It has to be said that the body of the pheasant is really powerful, and the natural disaster grade has been hit by such a devastating force. I am afraid that it has already been shattered. The pheasant just let out a scream, and feathers flew out continuously, but it did not suffer a fatal blow, nor did it lose its combat effectiveness. Even during the interval of Zhou Wen's attack, he stretched out his chicken feet and beak to fight back, but its attack fell on Zhou Wen, and it was himself who was injured. Seeing Zhou Wen madly bombarding the pheasants, flying The feathers of the pheasants, the Garuda outside screaming angrily, the golden light on his body seemed to rush up into the night like a volcanic eruption, and he slashed at Zhou Wen's figure again and again. But such a terrifying attack is completely useless. It can clearly see Zhou Wen, but all the power slashed through Zhou Wen's body. But they all passed through directly, and couldn't touch Zhou Wen's body at all, as if it was just a mirage. No matter how the power of Garuda destroys the sky and the earth, it will not be able to play a parallel role in Zhou Wen in the field of Brahma, and can only be anxious outside. It doesn't matter whether you are a phoenix species or a pheasant, even if you are the son of the universe, you are just a creature, you only have one life, and you fight for your life. This battle is only you and me. Zhou Wen punched the pheasant with punch after punch. The blow is not enough to kill, but it also makes the pheasant scream again and again, and the chicken feathers on its body are constantly torn and broken. The body of the pheasant, which was originally covered with white feathers, has bare golden flesh in many places. After being hit so fiercely, the pheasant screamed again and again, but its ferocity was also stimulated, and the seven-color brilliance in the body became stronger and stronger. What's even more terrifying is that the pheasant originally only used simple attack methods, such as pecks and claws, which was far less rich than Zhou Wen's skills, but as time passed, the pheasant's skills became more and more varied. In fact, any technique Zhou Wen used could no longer hurt the pheasant the second time he used it. If the ordinary natural disasters were replaced earlier, I am afraid that the skills would have been exhausted, and it would be difficult to hurt the pheasants again. However, Zhou Wen's fighting techniques are endless, as if there is no end. The seemingly simple punch contains endless changes, making it difficult for the pheasant to predict his attack trajectory. In terms of power, Zhou Wen may not be the strongest on Earth, but in terms of combat realm and techniques, Zhou Wenrua said that he was second, and no one on Earth would dare to be the first. Not to mention the endlessly changing techniques of the 3000 sword intent, just the phaseless realm of the small prajna can make the Zhou culture decay into a miraculous, as if simple moves are in Zhou Wen's hands, they become unpredictable and unpredictable. The pheasants were constantly bombarded, and the sky was broken and flying in chaos. Babel. Seeing that it was about to become a bald chicken, the pheasant suddenly screamed strangely, and the seven-color brilliance in the body broke out, and the whole body was wrapped in bizarre colors. The body that was about to become bald instantly turned into colorful feathers to cover its body again. Not only that, its body has also undergone inexplicable changes. The feathers on its head have grown longer, and the tail feathers on its back have grown longer and longer, fluttering like a fairy. The colorful feathers on the body spread out against the wind, and after the wings were unfolded, the colorful glaze-like brilliance rose and danced, waving around its body like a fairy cloud. At this time, the pheasant still looks like a half-pheasant. It is clearly a colorful phoenix surrounded by immortal energy. This is also called a phoenix? Why doesn't it look like the bird is authentic? Zhou Wen saw that the phoenix was extremely colorful and beautiful, but because it was too beautiful, it was a little less domineering. In Zhou Wen's impression, the phoenix should be a golden flame, domineering with dignity. Such a dazzling and colorful creature, although it does look like a phoenix, still makes Zhou Wen somewhat doubtful. The pheasant has been bullied for so long just now, and has long been extremely angry. At this time, it turned into a colorful phoenix, and the flames like a rainbow spewed out of its mouth. Zhou Wen condensed the power of Brahma, and punched the colorful flames. The power of great Brahma rarely encounters nemesis, and its destructive power is very strong, but when the power of great Brahma encounters colorful flames, it loses its due destructive power and is forcibly disintegrated by the colorful flames. What kind of flame is this? It can restrain the power of Brahma. Zhou was shocked, and quickly teleported to avoid the burning of the colorful flame. Little junior brother. Zhou Wenjing was fighting the colorful phoenix, but suddenly heard Lu Yun's voice, which seemed to ring in his ears. You didn't run away, why did you come back? Zhou Wen heard the voice, but he didn't see Lu Yun's person. He didn't know where he was hiding, and he didn't have time to find his location. What do you mean by running away? I'm going to move rescue troops for you, Lu Yun said. Where are the rescue soldiers you moved? Zhou Wen said while fighting. The rescuer hasn't been found yet, so be careful yourself. I think the bird fighting with you is probably the phoenix. Lu Yun paused and continued, don't think that the phoenix is just a fire-breathing. In ancient myths and legends, the phoenix is actually an extremely terrifying existence. This phoenix is probably the kind of phoenix in ancient myths, with terrifying power. Zhou Wen had no time to talk to him, the power of Brahma was restrained, and his speed was not as fast as that of the phoenix. He could only rely on his skills to fight the colorful phoenix, but he was already at a disadvantage. Have you heard of the legend that the phoenix gave birth to the Dapeng and the peacock? Lu Yun continued to transmit his voice. Stop talking nonsense, come with something useful. Zhou Wen was really in no mood to listen to him tell stories. Brahma's power was restrained, and he fought very hard. I look at your power, it seems to be somewhat similar to the Buddhist system. When the peacock Ming Wang was able to devour the Buddha, it can be seen that the power of the peacock has restraint on the Buddhist system, and the phoenix is the ancestor of the peacock, its power is restraining you. You can try changing to a different type of power to fight it, maybe it will be better. Lu Yun said. Zhou Wen was a little depressed. He naturally knew that changing a power from another department might not be restrained, but he had to change it. The power of the heavenly realm is only the great Brahma, and the power below the heavenly realm cannot touch the phoenix, and the truth listening has not completed the mutation, and cannot be summoned at all. Can't you say something useful? Zhou Wen couldn't dodge in time, seeing the colorful flames burning to his body. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Wen found that he had been moved far away, avoiding the attack of the colorful phoenix. It was only at this time that Zhou Wen remembered that the grass fruit doll was still lying on his shoulders, and it was just that it took Zhou Wen to escape, allowing Zhou Wen to avoid the colorful flame. Okay, I forgive you for your lack of culture. Have you ever heard of a peacock in myths and legends that can see 5-colored divine light? I guess the colorful flame of this phoenix is more terrifying than the 5-colored divine light. You better don't get on it, Lu Yun said. Zhou Wen didn't want to be stained with colorful flames. Even the power of Brahma could be disintegrated, and it might be a dead word. Fortunately, the Chaogua doll is very powerful. As long as Zhou Wen is in danger, this guy will use the escape technique to take Zhou Wen away together, so he is very well behaved. I can't control it so much, let's make it cheaper. Zhou Wen knew that going on like this was not a solution. The speed of the colorful phoenix was much faster than him, and Brahma was restrained by the colorful flames. Now he can only think of other ways. At the same time, Brahma and Chaos Egg were running. The Chaos Egg had just protected Zhou Wen's body, and the colorful flames wrapped the Chaos Egg. Fortunately, Chaos Egg, as Zhou Wen expected, was not directly burned through, but The crystals of vitality inside were produced frantically, and it was about to explode in an instant. Zhou asked. Dijun Beeman to madly absorb the crystals of vitality, but it wasn't a drop in the bucket. Fortunately, the grass fruit doll lived up to expectations, and with a small mouth, he instantly absorbed most of the crystals of vitality. The red light in its body is also getting brighter and brighter, like a crystal lamp. Although what Lu Yun said is a bit far-fetched, it is not completely impossible. If a phoenix can give birth to a peacock and a rock, then there is no reason why the peacock and the rock will meet. The phoenix will not. The golden-winged rock is unparalleled in speed. The peacock also has the saying of the five-color divine light. This phoenix has both the speed of the Dapeng and the five-color divine light of the peacock, and it is still an upgraded version. I am afraid it will not be so easy to kill it. If you listen to the truth, and it shouldn't be difficult to find an opportunity to join forces. For the time being, not worrying about the chaos egg being burst, Zhou carefully observed the colorful phoenix, trying to find its weakness. Shiyu analyzed the power trajectory of the colorful phoenix over and over again, but the analysis speed was very slow, and I don't know how long it would take to fully analyze it. After the Chaogua doll swallowed frantically for a while, the red light in its body gradually dimmed, and it turned into a red heart and appeared in its chest. After the heart was completely solidified, the grass fruit doll's body gradually returned to its original appearance, and it was no longer as transparent as before. When the grass fruit doll completely recovered, it no longer swallowed the crystals of vitality. Zhou was taken aback immediately. The chaos egg was able to persist until now, all relying on the grass fruit doll to absorb the crystals of vitality, otherwise the chaos egg would not last for 2 seconds in the colorful flames. Sure enough, in the blink of an eye, the chaos egg was stretched to its limit, and it was about to burst open, and Dijun Beeman alone couldn't absorb much. Bang! Chaos egg was still unable to hold on, and was directly burst. Zhou Wen's body was immediately exposed. Fortunately, he used space teleportation to leave the previous position at that moment, without being stained with colorful flames. You little broken child, don't just eat or work, haven't you already evolved? Hurry up and beat that broken bird. Zhou Wen also hoped that the evolved Chaogua doll would be able to fight Phoenix. You can take the opportunity to slip away. But the grass fruit doll was lying on Zhou Wen's back, but it didn't mean to fight at all. I don't know if it was too good-tempered and had no idea of revenge, or it knew that its strength was not as good as the colorful Phoenix, and did not dare to go up and fight with it. When I was depressed, I suddenly discovered that something was wrong with Chaos Egg. In the past, after the Chaos Egg was blasted, the foundation was damaged, and it took a while to condense again. After the Chaos Egg was blasted this time, Zhou Wen did not feel that the foundation was damaged, and it seemed that he could continue to use the Chaos Egg. Zhou Wen tried it, and the Chaos Egg really appeared outside him again. How can the Chaos Egg be used continuously all of a sudden? Zhou Wen knew that there must be some kind of change in the Chaos Egg, but he couldn't be sure what caused the change. Such a change must be related to the use of Chaos Egg just now. One of the colorful Phoenix and the grass fruit doll must have affected the Chaos Egg. Zhou Wen prefers the former. With an idea in mind, Zhou Wen tried again. After the Chaos Egg was burst again, it could be used again immediately, instead of having to wait for a while as before. This is a little strange. Now the Chaos Egg has obviously not been promoted to the heaven. But it is very different from before. What is going on? Zhou felt every time the chaos egg was broken and reborn, more and more. I think the change of chaos egg should be related to the colorful phoenix. In other words, it is related to the colorful flame. After being burned by the colorful flame, the chaos egg has such a change. I don't know how many times the chaotic eggs have been blasted before, but there is no special change. Now there is such a change. Is there really something different about this colorful phoenix? Then if it continues, is there any chaotic eggs? What about the opportunity to be promoted to the heavens? Zhou moved his mind. Chaos egg has not changed for a long time, and now that he finally saw the opportunity to be promoted to heaven, Zhou naturally refused to let it go. That is to say, a person like Zhou, who has a lot of life-saving means, it is too late to escape for another person. How could he have such thoughts in such a battle? The chaos egg was blasted again and again, and Zhou could clearly feel that the chaos egg, which had not moved for a long time, finally had a noticeable change. It really works. Zhou was overjoyed. I said, little junior brother, if you don't run away, why are you dawdling there? Lu Yan's voice came over again, and it seemed that he was very puzzled. Senior brother, didn't you say that the sword was guarded by a phoenix, and the phoenix is just the same as this? Zhou asked. Almost. They are all colorful colors, but they seem to be slightly different. They are definitely not the same one, and that phoenix has always been in a colorful state, unlike this phoenix, which started out as a pheasant. Lu Yun replied. Does that mean that as long as I can handle this phoenix, then it shouldn't be difficult to get the sword? Zhou said this, but his thoughts were a little different. Zhou didn't really care about holding the sword. He was thinking, if the colorful flame of this phoenix could not make the chaos egg ascend to the heaven, then should he try his luck with another phoenix? What do you think? Unless you get the emperor's companion pet out, maybe there is still a little hope, otherwise stop dreaming. Lu Yun said tentatively. That's not necessarily true. Zhou thought to himself, the attack power of the listening is indeed strong, but the defense power of the chaos egg is not weak. If you can advance to the heaven, it may not be able to stop the flame of the colorful phoenix. Zhou didn't say anything, seeing that the chaos egg was blown up again. And again, Lu Yun thought that Zhou was just being stubborn, so he continued, you hold on for a while. I have already contacted the old guy, wait for him to come, maybe there is a way to help you get out of trouble. Jing Daoxian is already in heaven? Zhou was a little surprised. That's not true. But the old guy has many ways. There are some things we can't do, but he has a way to solve it. I have to accept this. Jiang is still old and hot. Lu Yun said. Zhou believes that people like Jing Daoxian cannot be measured simply by their grades. Although Zhou wanted to know what level Jing Daoxian is now, it is difficult to ask Lu Yun. After all, he and Jing Daoxian may be enemies and let Lu Yun betray his blood relatives. Even if Lu Yun is willing to say, Zhou still I'm sorry to hear that. Why hasn't the old guy come yet? Seeing that the chaos egg was broken, Lu Yun was a little worried that Zhou wouldn't be able to hold on for too long, but he had already sent out the message, but he never got an answer, and Jing Daoxian didn't appear. Zhou staying power far exceeded Lu Yun's expectations. Every time Lu Yun felt that Zhou couldn't last long, but after a long time, Zhou still persisted. By the end, Lu Yun was almost numb. I don't know what kind of vitality art my little junior brother has cultivated, Why are there so many strange abilities? How many kinds of vitality art does he cultivate? Lu Yun guessed secretly in his heart. Most people can only practice one kind of vitality art. And it is difficult to see human beings who can practice two kinds of vitality art at the same time. But based on Lu Yun's understanding of Zhou Wen, he must not only have two kinds of vitality art. If I didn't know that this guy couldn't take refuge in another dimension, I really thought he had defected long ago. It's hard to believe that a pure human body can achieve this level. Lu Yun was actually very suspicious. Zhou Wen. It is not like Wang Mingyuan, who is no longer human. Otherwise, other people practice two kinds of vitality art. Even if they use mythic liquid, it is almost impossible to advance to myth, but Zhou Wen has already suffered a natural disaster, and the vitality art he uses is by no means as simple as two. I don't know how many times the Chaos Egg has been broken. Zhou Wen finally felt that it seemed to have reached a certain critical point. There was not much movement. It's a little different than before. Heavenly. Zhou Wen looked at the Chaos Egg, and he also wanted to know what kind of changes the Chaos Egg at the heaven level would have. The biggest possibility is that the superposition number of vitality crystals has changed more, but after the colorful flames burned, Zhou Wen found that the superposition number of vitality crystals did not change. It was still in units of 100 million, and then there was no way to continue stacking. Soon Zhou Wen was pleasantly surprised to find that a large number of vitality crystals appeared in the Chaos Egg. In the past, the Chaos Egg should have been burst, but now there are so many vitality crystals in the Chaos Egg, but there is no feeling of being crowded at all. The internal space of the Chaos Egg has become larger. No, it is not as simple as it has become larger. The colorful flames continue to burn the chaotic eggs, and the crystals of vitality in the chaotic eggs are too many to count, but the space is only so big, but no matter how many piles it is not full. The Chaos Egg no longer shattered, and after a while, Lu Yun's voice was heard again, and his mood seemed quite unstable. I'm going, don't tell me, you plan to use the Phoenix to practice from the beginning? Lu Yun shouted, and now he can see that Chaos Egg has been promoted. No. Practice temporarily. Zhou Wen told the truth. There was no sound from Lu Yun's side. After a while, Lu Yun seemed to have two words squeezed out of his teeth: beast. Chaos Eggs at the heaven level still have no offensive ability, but their defensive power is already unimaginable. It seems that Chaos Egg is a purely defensive origin chi art. It would be better if it had some attack power. Zhou Wen thought greedily. Chaos Eggs in the heavens protect the body, and the colorful flames can no longer hurt Zhou Wen. The crystals of vitality in the chaotic eggs are already too numerous to count, which is cheap for a foodie companion pet like the tyrant Beeman. Anyway, there are many vitality crystals that are useless, and the companion pets that can absorb vitality crystals, Zhou Wen let them try their best to absorb them. Under the frantic devouring of Emperor Beeman, he has been promoted to the hell level. As long as there is enough time, promotion to heaven is only a matter of time. It's still a companion pet like Diju and Beeman who can be promoted as long as he has food. If Zhou Wen's thoughts were known to others, he would probably vomit blood. If it is replaced by ordinary people to raise Emperor Beeman, it is not bad to not starve to death, and promotion of natural disasters is an extravagant hope. The blasting devil also swallowed a lot of vitality crystals, and he was about to be promoted to natural disaster. This is one of the few companion pets that can be promoted To natural disasters only by vitality crystals. Brother, stop playing, let's go, the immortal sword over there is waiting for no one. If it is really taken by the immortal clan, it will be too late to cry. Lu Yun said depressedly. Although Zhou Wen really wanted to stay here and improve all his companion pets with the help of colorful flames, it is best to raise Emperor Beeman to the heaven level before leaving, but after thinking about it, he gave up. Now that there is a method, and the copy has been successfully downloaded, there will be opportunities in the future, and the sword may not have a chance in the future. Something like the Sword of Immortal Slaughter may not exist in the game. Even if you download a copy, it is useless. If that sword is really the same thing as the sword of slaughtering immortals, it would be better to fall into your own hands than into the hands of the immortals. If it was before, Zhou Wen might still be a little hesitant and not willing to take risks in dangerous places there. Now that Chaos Egg has been promoted to the heaven, his worries are much less. Let's go. Zhou Wen stopped fighting with the colorful phoenix, and rushed towards the stone room with the colorful flames. The colorful phoenix reluctantly chased Zhou Wen and breathed fire, wishing he could immediately burn Zhou Wen to fly ashes, but unfortunately he could only watch Zhou Wen rush into the stone room and into the pothole. The Garuda roared even more anxiously beside him, but unfortunately it couldn't touch Zhou Wen at all. I don't know if the colorful phoenix and Garuda think that the pit is a hut, they refuse to drill into it. Or for some other reason, they did not chase down. Go back. Seeing that the colorful phoenix did not chase after him, Zhou Wen released the chaos egg in the passage, intending to let the grass fruit doll go back by himself. Although this thing is magical, the variables are too large and it is not under Zhou Wen's control. It might be a hassle to bring it back. Moreover, ordinary natural disaster creatures cannot leave the dimensional realm casually. And it is not easy for creatures to break the ban and leave the dimensional realm. It is not difficult to break the ban in general small dimensional fields, but it is not so simple to break the ban in a dimensional field like Kunlun. Chao Guodal sat on Zhou Wen's shoulder, but as if he hadn't heard Zhou Wen's words, he remained motionless, staring at Zhou Wen's innocent face. Go back to your own place. Zhou Wen pointed to the inside. Chao Guodal remained motionless, as if he didn't understand what Zhou Wen was saying. Forget it, when it gets to the exit, if it can't get out, it will naturally go back. Zhou Wen continued towards the exit. Who knew that after Zhou Wen left the exit, Chao Guodal followed him out of the Kunlun Mountains dimensional field without any obstacle, and was not blocked by the dimensional field. You finally came out. Lu Yun was already waiting outside, and he was relieved to see Zhou Wen come out. Where's your old man? Zhou Wen looked around, but did not find Jing Daoxian. Don't mention it, I haven't heard back at all since the news came out, and I don't know why I went. Lu Yun shrugged and continued, don't talk about that, we're a lot later than the scheduled time and I don't know where we're going now. It's not too late. Let's go. Zhou Wen said nothing, turned around and headed towards the water pool. Aren't you going to get rid of this thing first? Lu Yun pointed to the strawberry doll sitting on Zhou Wen's shoulder. Going to such a dangerous place with such an unknown thing is like carrying a time bomb, who knows when it will happen. Zhou Wen glanced at Chao Guodal, pondered for a moment, then shook his head and said, forget it, let's talk about it somewhere. Lu Yun said nothing, and the two went to the entrance of the water pool together. The entrance to the waterhole is just below the waterhole. After the water channel that seems to be an underground river reaches the end, it is a larger waterhole, and you can hear the sound of rumbling incessantly. Before it surfaced, Zhou first scanned the nearby area with Shiyu, and found that it was completely different from the place they had just entered. This is a big canyon, and their location is below a waterfall. The waterfall is not thousands of feet high. The pouring water is like a roaring white dragon hanging on the mountain wall, which looks extremely spectacular. It's just that the shadows of the phoenix and fairy sword that Lu Yun mentioned were not found. The water in the canyon was gurgling, and there were many fungi growing on the cliffs on both sides. Above the stone wall, at a glance, I thought it was a layer of dome sheds. Those fungi are colorful and really beautiful, and the whole canyon is like a fairy tale world. Be careful, the spores emitted by these mushrooms are everywhere. If you accidentally inhale them, they will parasitize your body and drain your flesh and blood as raw nutrients. Lu Yun knew that Zhou Wen's eyesight should have reached a microscopic level. Depending on the degree of vision, you can see those spores, but it is still a reminder. There shouldn't be dimensional creatures like Ganoderma lucidum dolls here? Zhou Wen remembered reading on the internet that some people had obtained Ganoderma lucidum dolls as companion pets, with extremely strong recovery skills, and ordinary injuries could be recovered almost instantly. I heard that there is also the ability to bring the dead back to life. As long as the person still breathes, multiple injuries can be healed, but that ability seems to sacrifice the companion pet of Ganoderma lucidum. Even so, it is already very enviable. Zhou Wen wanted to get one for a long time, but it was too rare to buy it, and he didn't know which dimension field produced it. I didn't hear the old man say that there is such a thing. He only told me that the spores here are very terrifying and must not be allowed to invade the body. Lu Yun thought for a while and said, when Lu Yun said this, it reminded Zhou Wen of one of his companion pets. After the companion pet of Taiku Spore was made evolvable by Zhou Wen, he never found a suitable way to make it evolve to a higher level. In the past, the ancient spores had devoured other types of spores to evolve. Now there are spores everywhere in this canyon. I wonder if the ancient spores can devour them to evolve. It's just that the level of primordial spore is too low now, afraid that it will be swallowed here. Zhou Wen does not dare to try it rashly, and plans to wait and test it in the game in the future. Xianjian is at the end of the canyon, we have to rush over there as soon as possible. Don't use space teleportation skills here, and don't fly too fast, follow me, Lu Yun said and flew into the air, slowly flying towards the end of the canyon. Why can't you fly too fast? Zhou Wen can understand that he can't use the space teleportation skill. There are spores everywhere. If you use the space teleportation skill, after teleporting out, the body is likely to overlap with those spores, which is equivalent to taking the initiative to get the spores into the body, which is equivalent to courting death. There are too many spores. If you fly too fast, it will attract a large number of spores to attach to them. Don't think that it is easy to isolate them. Now, if there are too many, it will be different. Anyway, it is very dangerous here. Let's follow the old man's method to compare. Reliable, Lu Yun explained. Zhou Wen nodded and flew slowly behind Lu Yun. The solitary peak enters the cloud, but the mountain peak is a bit strange. The general mountain peaks are narrow at the top and wide at the bottom, otherwise it will be difficult to bear the pressure of the rock and it will easily collapse. But this mountain is narrow at the bottom, wide at the middle and narrow at the top, like a strange shuttle shape, standing at the end of the canyon. From a distance, it seems that it will tilt and collapse at random. Under this strange mountain, a man and a woman are looking up at the mountain. Shanzuan. The fairy sword is inserted on the top of the mountain, but there is a phoenix perched on this mountain. Once it gets close to the mountain, it will attract the phoenix to attack. I can only send Shanzuan here. Wang Mingyuan stood behind the woman. Said humbly. The woman stared at the mountain for a long time before opening her mouth and said, "What you said is true, the sword is really on the top of the mountain. And this mountain is indeed guarded by a phoenix. How dare you deceive immortal venerable?" Wang Mingyuan said. However, since the deity is here, you can just follow me up the mountain. Although the phoenix is an ancient divine artifact, it won't hurt you even if the deity is there, the woman said lightly. Shanzuan, according to the agreement, I will only be responsible for taking you to find the fairy sword. Besides, with such a meager battle, going up with you will only cause trouble and will not help you much. Wang Mingyuan's implication was naturally that he was unwilling to follow the woman up the mountain. The woman said calmly, "Everyone knows that the phoenix has 5 colors. The female is the phoenix, the male is the phoenix, the mortals regard the dragon as the image of the emperor, and the phoenix as the image of the emperor's concubines and concubines. Knowing that at the beginning of chaos, the yin and yang phoenixes between heaven and earth were dragons and phoenixes, and that was the real phoenix." After a pause, the woman continued, "When the world was first opened before the human race was born, the dragon and the phoenix were crisscrossed between the heaven and the earth. There was a war that almost tore the heaven and the earth to pieces. Do you know who the final winner was? I just heard about the dragon and phoenix catastrophe, but I don't know who won the victory in the end, but if I let me guess, it should be the Phoenix clan who won the final victory." Wang Mingyuan said. "The Buddha clan is willing to use you so much, it seems that you do have something extraordinary." The woman glanced at Wang Mingyuan and continued, "The dragon is the yin, the phoenix is the yang, the battle between the dragon and the phoenix is indeed the phoenix victory, although it is only miserable victory. I also hurt this class, but after all, I got the dragon. Yin, and the yin and yang are one to be called a phoenix. Ordinary people regard the dragon as the image of the emperor and think it is the body of pure yang, but it is only a misinformation, that kind of obscene. How can it be the body of pure yang? It's just that after the dragon and phoenix catastrophe, the phoenix's vitality was severely damaged, and it has long been hidden from the world. The phoenix, that mortals see later, is only the transformation of a mortal bird who has obtained a little phoenix's true blood. 7 colors. Yin and yang, 7 colors of divine light, can pierce the sun and the moon. How can it be compared to those so-called phoenix flames?" As the woman said that, she withdrew her gaze from looking up at the mountain, looked at Wang Mingyuan and said, "In your human legends, there is a legend that a phoenix gave birth to a golden-winged dapeng and a peacock. Although there are many distortions in such legends, there is one thing that is not true. Wrong, the abilities of the golden-winged dapeng and peacock really come from the phoenix, but they haven't fully obtained their essence. I have also heard that the peacock has 5 colors of divine light, which must come from the phoenix." Wang Mingyuan said. "It's not bad, but the 5-color divine light is naturally a lot inferior to the 7-color divine light of the phoenix." The woman said lightly, "But the current phoenix, after all, has damaged its original foundation, and it will be difficult to restore the old days' power, and the phoenix here cannot be the one that opened in the beginning of the chaos, but it is just a descendant of inheritance. After all, it can only be regarded as a mortal thing if it does not enter the end of the world. You have. The woman has already said this, and Wang Mingyuan knew that he was afraid that he would not be able to go up, so he nodded and said, "Everything obeys the instructions of the immortal venerable." The woman didn't say anything anymore, and walked towards the strange mountain. Wang Mingyuan followed behind her, staring at the mountain, with the same expression. But Wang Mingyuan secretly wondered in his heart, I let her enter through the north gate and detoured so far. Why haven't Lu Yun and Zhou Wen arrived yet? Could it be that something went wrong? Wang Mingyuan had doubts in his heart, but his face remained calm, and followed the woman up the mountain. As soon as the two of them climbed the mountain, they heard a phoenix ming to start Yun Xiao, and a seven-colored light broke through the clouds from the top of the mountain, like a rainbow running through the sky, flying towards the place where the two were. If Zhou Wen was here, he would definitely not be unfamiliar with the seven-colored divine light. Inside the seven-colored divine light was a seven-colored phoenix, and the seven-colored divine light outside it was exactly the same as the seven-colored flame that Zhou Wen saw. It's just that the seven-color divine light of this colorful phoenix is purer and thicker than the colorful flame of the colorful phoenix in the garden. The original shape of the flame can no longer be seen, only the color of light can be seen. When the woman saw the seven-colored divine light rushing straight in, she didn't have any intention of dodging. She gently guided her hand, her index finger and middle finger were combined into a sword-like shape, and pointed towards the seven-colored divine light in a volley. An invisible sword chi burst out of the finger. The sword chi was invisible and colorless, and could not be seen by the naked eye, but the meaning of the sword force made people feel like a sharp sword was coming up against the night, facing the rainbow-like self. The seven-color divine light pierced through the sky. The sword energy and the seven-color divine light collided together, but there was no sound. The two forces were strangely entangled together, like a rope made of two strands. The woman stands at the foot of the mountain, the phoenix flies above the mountain, and one person and one bird seem to be in a stalemate, like a tug of war. It seems that the situation is not too tense, but it is actually a crisis that affects the whole body. The two forces are intertwined. As long as the strength of either side is slightly weaker, it will immediately be counterattacked by the two forces together, so they can only continue to squeeze their own strength to fight the other side to the end, and they dare not relax. The phoenix has been controlled by me, you go and kill it. When the woman was fighting against the phoenix, she suddenly said indifferently to Wang Mingyuan on the side. Wang Mingyuan frowned slightly. It can be said that the woman let him take action at this time. It can be said to be scheming. If it is said that she is unable to kill Phoenix, Wang Mingyuan needs to make the key to victory. If Wang Mingyuan turns against each other at this time, it is the best time to kill her. But on the other hand, this may also be a test for Wang Mingyuan. But who can guarantee that she is not really running out of energy anymore? If Wang Mingyuan really has a different intention, he is afraid that he will miss an excellent opportunity. If it were someone else, there might be some hesitation, but Wang Mingyuan didn't hesitate even for a moment. He directly turned his palm into a knife, condensed a sword energy like ice and electricity, and waved his hand towards the phoenix in midair. The phoenix was restrained by the woman and had difficulty dodging, and was slashed by the knife on its body, like a sharp blade cutting flesh, directly slicing its body in half. The seven-colored divine light dissipated, and the phoenix's body also exploded, but in the next second, those scattered seven-colored streamers gathered together again, and instantly turned into a phoenix. The phoenix's wings are wide open, and The colorful feathers on its body also emit divine light, like a round of seven-colored sun. The rays of light radiate away in all directions. If Wang Mingyuan's body wandered back quickly, his speed was not as fast as the seven-color divine light, and he was about to be injured by the seven-color divine light. It's just that the light of ice and electricity just came into contact with the seven-color divine light, and was immediately disintegrated by the seven-color divine light, and it was difficult to resist even for a moment. Wang Mingyuan had tried his best to retreat, but it was difficult to escape the brilliance of the seven-colored divine light. The snow-white skin and muscles under the armor melted at the same time when they came into contact with the seven-color divine light, and the bones were already visible in the blink of an eye. Just when Wang Mingyuan's body was about to be completely wrapped by the seven-color divine light, there seemed to be an invisible force that separated his body from the seven-color divine light, forming a clear barrier. The woman exudes endless sword qi, and the invisible and colorless sword qi is so dense that it is difficult for the needle to penetrate, forcibly blocking the seven-color divine light. Yin-yang seven-color divine light can decompose all things, but my sword qi of nothingness is not included in this list, the woman said lightly. The immortal venerable is really extraordinary. Wang Mingyuan looked down at his chest, where the flesh and blood had melted and one sternum could be seen, and even the beating heart could be faintly seen inside. Heal your own wounds with peace of mind. The woman said a word, then ignored Wang Mingyuan, staring at the phoenix. The sword intent on her body became more and more ethereal. The sword energy of nothingness and the seven-color divine light of yin and yang confronted each other, and they gradually gained the upper hand. The invisible and colorless sword energy forced the seven-color divine light to converge. The phoenix uttered a cry, and the seven-color divine light became brighter and brighter. But it was difficult to restore the situation. After all, it's not the phoenix from the beginning of chaos. The woman sighed and stepped forward. Thousands of sword energy broke through the seven-color divine light, instantly piercing the phoenix's body. The colorful body of the phoenix was instantly cut into bits and pieces, but in the next second, those bits and pieces of colored light converged into the body of the phoenix again. Seemingly knowing that the woman is powerful, the phoenix turned and flew back towards the top of the mountain with a long cry. Let's go. Go up the mountain to see that fairy sword. The woman didn't chase after the phoenix, and turned to look at Wang Mingyuan. Seeing that the wound on Wang Mingyuan's chest had not healed, Wang Mingyuan's healing power seemed useless to the wound. There was a faint seven-color brilliance at the wound, preventing the regeneration and healing of flesh and blood. The woman waved her hand, and the invisible sword energy suddenly slashed at Wang Mingyuan. Wang Mingyuan didn't move, and let the invisible sword qi slash on him. The sword qi split his wound again, and more blood flowed out. Why don't you hide? The woman looked at Wang Mingyuan and asked. For a little guy like me, if immortal venerable wants to kill me, he doesn't need to wait until now. Wang Mingyuan said while using the healing power. Again. Not bad. The woman turned around and walked towards the top of the mountain. Wang Mingyuan followed behind the woman, and the two walked towards the top of the mountain one after the other. The phoenix can fly freely on the mountain, but the woman and Wang Mingyuan can only walk up the mountain. Even a woman as powerful as a phoenix cannot fly freely on this strange mountain like a phoenix. Without phoenix's obstruction, the two quickly reached the top of the mountain. There was actually a lawn on the top of the mountain. In the center of the lawn, there was a stone tablet. A sword was inserted on the stone tablet. Only the hilt of the sword was left outside, and the sword body was completely pierced into the stone tablet. The sword is out of the sky and the earth is destroyed, and the great Luo Jingxian is absolutely invincible. The woman looked at the stone tablet and slowly read the words on it, her face turning gloomy. I don't know who engraved the words, but they are so arrogant. Wang Mingyuan said. Not a person. The woman said coldly. Not a person? Wang Mingyuan looked at the woman suspiciously. The woman didn't answer this time, she just waved her hand, and the sword Qi of nothingness slashed towards the stone tablet with the immortal sword inserted. Dang dang. The sword Qi slashed on the stone tablet, but heard a sound as if the blade was broken. The stone tablet was completely undamaged, powerful enough to break through the emptiness of the seven-colored divine light, but it couldn't even leave a trace on the stone tablet. The woman froze slightly, frowning at the stone tablet and muttering to herself, do you hate it so much? Even if you die, you will be the enemy of immortals? After staring for a while, the woman slowly walked towards the stone tablet, stood in front of the stone tablet, stretched out her hand to hold the hilt of the sword, and muttered again, no matter how much resentment you can do, after all, you are one of them, destroying the sky. Xian, such words, how can you say it, it's just a joke. After all, the woman pulled the sword forcefully, and she was about to pull the fairy sword out of the stone tablet. As the woman's infinite power poured into the hilt, the entire mountain seemed to tremble, but the sword remained motionless, not even an inch pulled out. Zhou Wen and Lu Yun carefully crossed the canyon and finally stood in front of the strange mountain. Kunlun is really a mysterious place. Such a strange and tall mountain, we can't see it after walking so far. We can only see it when we stand at the foot of the mountain. If it flies in the sky, I'm afraid it will not hit it directly. Lu Yun sighed. Zhou Wen was about to say something, but suddenly saw the mountain sway. Oops, we're still late. It seems that the people from the immortal race are already taking swords. I'm telling you not to fool around, but you just don't listen, and it's too late to regret it now. Lu Yun said depressedly. I'm afraid that the people of the immortal clan were not able to take out the sword. Zhou Wen stared at the mountain peak and said, can you see? Lu Yun looked at Zhou Wen suspiciously. This mysterious place, even with a clairvoyant, can't see 100 meters, how can I see it? Zhou Wen shook his head. Then how do you know that the immortals were not able to take out the sword? Lu Yun asked. Men's intuition. Zhou Wen did not explain and walked up the mountain. What are you doing? Lu Yun quickly stopped. Zhou Wen, the teacher said let's take the sword before the immortals come. Now the immortals are already taking the sword. Are you asking for trouble now? If the teacher really just wants us to take the sword away in advance, he won't tell us the news so late. I'm afraid he originally wanted us to meet the immortals. Zhou Wen said as he walked, he had already set foot on the mountain. Then you can't go up. You know it's a pit, but you still jump in it? Lu Yun said in his mouth, but people followed. It doesn't matter if it's a pit or not, I just want that sword. You go back first, I'll go up. And have a look, if it doesn't work, I'll leave naturally. Zhou Wen said. Alright, you have the tortoise shell body protection, so you don't have to worry about escaping. Lu Yun stopped and didn't follow Zhou Wen up the mountain, but he didn't mean to leave first. Zhou Wen walked towards the top of the mountain step by step. Lu Yun told him that on this mountain, if you have to, don't fly, and don't use the ability of instant space. Lu Yun didn't know what the consequences of using it were. Those words were transferred from Jing Daoxian. As they were on the top of the mountain, the woman let go of her hand holding the hilt of the sword, and said to Wang Mingyuan, who was standing beside her, "Come and draw the sword." "Shanzuan is joking. How can I draw a sword that you can't draw?" Wang Mingyuan said indifferently. "I have my own reason, you just go to draw the sword." The woman said indifferently. "Yes, immortal venerable." Wang Mingyuan said no more, walked to the stone tablet, reached out to hold the hilt of the sword, and tried to pull the sword out, but it still remained motionless. "Can't the human body be pulled out?" The woman frowned slightly. "I'm not a human anymore." Wang Mingyuan let go of his hand and stepped aside. "It makes sense, then find a pure human and try it." The woman turned around and went down the mountain, but she looked down and saw a figure coming from the middle of the mountain. "Who else knows here?" The woman turned her head and stared at Wang Mingyuan and asked, "I have never told anyone what happened here. Whether other people have discovered this place is beyond my knowledge." Wang Mingyuan's expression remained unchanged, and he continued to say, "If you come here," he said, "it's a human being. Isn't that just right? Immortal Venerable also saves going outside to find someone." The woman couldn't see whether Wang Mingyuan was lying, so she didn't ask any more questions, and turned to look at the figure under the mountain, trying to determine who it was. Above this strange mountain, the woman's eyes were also greatly affected, and only a silhouette could be seen from too far away. Zhou Wen's eyesight is obviously not that strong. When the woman saw him, he hadn't seen the woman's figure. When he saw the woman's figure on the top of the mountain, the woman had already seen his appearance clearly. "Wang Mingyuan, don't tell me there are such coincidences in the world. No one else has discovered the secrets of Kunlun Mountain. It just so happened that both of you, teachers and students, discovered the same secret." The woman's eyes when looking at Wang Mingyuan have become a little cold. "There are many coincidences in the world, which is not surprising. I can swear with my soul that I have never told this secret to my disciples." Wang Mingyuan said and began to swear seriously. The woman saw that Wang Mingyuan really made the soul oath, although she still did not believe it, but if Wang Mingyuan lied, the soul oath could not have no reaction at all, indicating that he really did not lie. "It seems like a coincidence." The woman seemed to be about to turn around and look down the mountain, but before she turned around, she suddenly waved at Wang Mingyuan. This slash was too sudden, and the woman's nihilistic sword chi was too fast to respond to Wang Mingyuan, and his head was chopped off by nihility sword chi. When Wang Mingyuan's head flew down in midair, his face was full of surprise and disbelief. It seemed that he didn't expect a woman to kill him at all, and he couldn't believe it until he died. "There is no room for dust on the immortal road." The woman seemed to be doing a trivial effort, not even looking at Wang Mingyuan's body. "Under the sword energy of nothingness, there can be no more living people, unless Wang Mingyuan has the ability to regenerate nirvana like a phoenix, but unfortunately Wang Mingyuan is not a phoenix, and has no resurrection ability." Wang Mingyuan's body and head fell off the mountain. Zhou Wen was still looking at the woman when he suddenly saw something rolling down from above. After a closer look, his face changed greatly. "Teacher." Zhou Wen reached out and grabbed Wang Mingyuan's body and head. After confirming again, his face became even more ugly. This was indeed Wang Mingyuan's body, and it was completely dead. In just an instant, Zhou Wen seemed to have made a decision, and unexpectedly through Wang Mingyuan's body, turned and ran down the mountain. The so-called feelings of human beings are really hypocritical. The woman was startled at first, a sneer appeared on her mouth, and she stepped down the mountain. She didn't seem to be walking fast, she seemed to be walking in the courtyard, but as Zhou Wen ran with all his strength, the distance between the two was getting shorter and shorter. Zhou Wen just ran halfway up the mountain when he heard an indifferent voice behind him, as if it sounded from the back of his neck. "If you run again, I'll cut off your head like your teacher." Zhou Wen's body froze instantly, he stopped and didn't dare to run. He turned around slowly, and saw the woman standing less than 3 meters behind him, staring at him indifferently. "This sister, we don't seem to know each other?" Zhou Wen said with a stiff smile, looking at the woman. "Are all the elites and human beings as cunning as you?" The woman stared coldly at Zhou Wen and said, "That's not right, it's like you're not a human being." Zhou Wen thought about something when he saw that the woman didn't take action immediately, and seemed to realize something. "How could I be such a humble creature as a human being?" The woman said lightly, "Now there are 2 ways for you, do you want to live or die?" The woman spoke with the air as if Zhou Wen's life was already pinched at her fingertips, as long as she moved her fingers lightly, she could crush Zhou Wen to death. "Oh, if you can live, who wants to die?" Zhou Wen sighed lightly. "Since you want to live, come with me." The woman turned and walked towards the top of the mountain. Zhou Wen hesitated for a while, but still followed the woman to the top of the mountain and asked, "Why did you let me go up the mountain with you?" "Do what you want to do." The woman replied. "I really don't know what I wanted to do, you might as well explain it better." Zhou Wen said, "If you want to die, just keep pretending to be stupid." The woman seemed unwilling to talk nonsense with Zhou Wen, so she accelerated her pace and climbed the mountain. Zhou Wen originally wanted to put some words out, but when he saw the woman saying that, he didn't say anything, and soon followed the woman back to the top of the mountain. The stone tablet and sword hilt on the top of the mountain are still the same. Zhou Wen naturally saw it at a glance, and couldn't help but read, "The sword is out of the sky and the earth is destroyed, the great Luo Jingxian is absolutely amazing. Go and pull out that sword." The woman said blankly, "Why do you want me to draw the sword? What kind of sword is that sword?" Zhou Wen asked the woman, but he thought to himself, could this be the Juxian sword of the 4 swords of Juxian? There was no breath on the sword, and Zhou Wen couldn't sense it, whether it was the absolute immortal sword set with the slaughter immortal sword. "If you have time to talk so much, you might as well pray that you can draw your sword, or your teacher will be your lesson," the woman said indifferently. "Just because you couldn't draw the sword, you killed my teacher?" Zhou Wen said stunned. "Don't challenge my patience. If it wasn't for the trouble of running out to find a human being, the woman probably wouldn't allow Zhou Wen to say so much. Does your words count? If I draw my sword, you will really let me go, won't you cross the river and demolish the bridge?" Zhou Wen looked around, but did not find the phoenix that Lu Yun said, thinking in his heart that it might be killed by a woman. "I can only save my life in front of the phoenix, but this woman was able to kill the phoenix. I don't know that the chaos egg can't stop her attack. It stands to reason that the earth has not completely broken the ban, and the other dimensional creatures will still suffer a lot on the earth. The big restriction, even if she is the end of the world, she should not be able to exert the power of the end of the world on earth." "What the deity said is the golden rule," the woman said. "Then I'll believe you once." Zhou said and walked towards the stone tablet. When he reached the stone tablet, he did not hold the sword hilt, but bowed to the stone tablet. First, he seemed to be saying something, but he couldn't hear it. What came out? What are you doing? The woman asked with a frown. Didn't you just say let me pray first? I'm not praying for God's blessing to pull my sword out of the stone tablet, Zhou said solemnly. The woman didn't say anything, just looked at Zhou coldly. Zhou read for a while, then raised his head and reached out to hold the hilt on the stone tablet. There is no similarity between the hilt and the hilt of the killing immortal sword, which made Zhou very doubtful whether this is the absolute immortal sword. Whether it is or not, pull it out. First, whoever pulls it out will belong to whoever pulls it out, Zhou thought to himself, grabbing the hilt of the sword with both hands and pulling it hard. The woman stared at the hilt of the sword, but saw that the hilt was still motionless, and immediately lost interest in Zhou and raised her hand to use the sword energy of nothingness to kill Zhou. Originally, the Immortals intended to make Zhou their spokesperson, but Zhou never went to the Immortals with a token. Rejecting the Immortals is the enemy of the Immortals. The less enemies like Zhou, the better on earth. Wait, I haven't had any luck just now. When I get lucky, I will definitely be able to pull it out, Zhou said quickly. It's not that he is afraid of fighting with a woman. Anyway, sooner or later, he will have to fight. It's useless to be afraid, but if he can pull out the sword first, it is naturally better than empty-handed. When the woman heard him say that, she didn't immediately kill her when she arrived, but said coldly, I don't have so much time to waste on you, so I'll give you 30 breaths. Zhou doesn't know how long it takes for 30 breaths. Anyway, since the woman is willing to let him try it, he will continue to try it. I ran the little Prajna Sutra first, then tried to draw the sword again, but the sword was still motionless. Zhou had to switch to the first order of chaos, and then tried to draw the sword, but the sword seemed to take root. No matter how hard Zhou tried, he couldn't make the sword move. The woman stood by with a blank face, but seeing that Zhou had used two completely different vitality tactics, and both of them had reached the level of natural disasters, she secretly said in her heart, although this person is cunning, his talent is among human beings. The top level, without the help of the power of different dimensions, nor the fusion of different bloodlines, it is possible to practice two kinds of vitality art at the same time, and both of them have reached the natural disaster level. It is indeed a bit rare. I was thinking about it, but saw that Zhou actually used a completely different kind of vitality art, and also reached the natural disaster level, could not help but stare. It turned out to be practicing three kinds of vitality art at the same time, and also reached the natural disaster level. If such a talent cannot be used by my immortal clan, he must not be allowed to leave alive today. The woman has not yet had the intention to kill, and some want to make Zhou the spokesperson of the immortal clan. Zhou used the trick of stealing the sky and changing the sun again, trying to see if he could steal the sword directly, but there was still no response, which made Zhou a little disappointed. He originally wanted to draw the sword and fight the woman again. Even if he couldn't fight, he could escape with the sword. After all, he couldn't let the sword fall into the hands of the Immortals. But now I have tried so many kinds of vitality tactics, but they are of no use at all. I am afraid that it will be difficult to pull out. Let's try it again. Zhou planned to try the Daoju in the end. If the Daoju didn't work, he had to give up. Although there are still human Emperor Sutras available, but that thing is too obvious. If he uses it in front of a woman, I am afraid that the woman will see that he is the human emperor, and maybe he will directly kill him. Even if he wants to fight, Zhou Wen hopes to take the initiative in his own hands. https:// Genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second, mobile version reading website. 4 kinds of vitality art. The woman couldn't help but be a little surprised. It is rare to see the 4 kinds of vitality art at the same time, even in a different dimension. It is unimaginable that a human being can cultivate to such a level. A pure-blooded human can actually cultivate the 4 kinds of vitality art to the natural disaster level. If he can really take that step in the future, it must be an extremely terrifying existence. Even if it is a different dimension, it is probably the master of one party. But the woman, after thinking about it again, I think too much. How can that step be so easy to step out? Let alone 4 kinds of vitality art, even 1 kind of vitality art is difficult to practice to the extreme. Not to mention its 4. Although the woman felt that Zhou Wen was unlikely to take that step to reach the end of the world level, the look in Zhou Wen's eyes was a little different. Such a person, even if he can't take that step, can be regarded as unmatched on Earth. If they can be used by our immortal race, who else can compete with us for the companion pet of the Earth? The woman secretly thought to herself. Computation, it's just that this person can't be kept no matter what, even if it can be used by me, it must be removed in the future. I'm not afraid of 10,000, but I'm afraid of the eventuality. If I really let him take that step, I'm afraid it will be really difficult to control. When the woman was thinking about it, she suddenly felt a sway under her feet, and the entire mountain swayed. Pulled out. The woman was surprised and delighted only to see Zhou Wenjing slowly pulling out the sword on the stone tablet. The blade has been pulled out, and the exposed sword body seems to have a layer of rust. No light can be seen, but it has a chilling murderous aura. No, it shouldn't be said to be murderous. To be more precise, it is a bloody aura. Just smelling that smell makes people feel horrified, as if their blood is restless and wants to flow to the sword. It really is that sword. Until then, the woman dared to assert that it was the fairy sword. The body of the sword seemed to be rusted, but the woman knew that it was not rust, but blood, the blood of immortals, the blood of Daluo Jinxian. Back then, that immortal killed an unknown number of heavenly immortals with this sword. Even Daluo Jinxian had his sword body stained with blood and was mercilessly beheaded under the sword. I am afraid that only this sword has such a heavy blood evil spirit. It is the evil spirit, fed by the blood of countless immortal races, and there is only one sword in the world. Zhou Wen went to draw the sword after running the Dao art. The sword seemed to echo him, not as motionless as before. As his palm slowly left the stone tablet, at the same time, the breath on the sword made Zhou Wen feel it. This is indeed the sword set with the Slaughter Immortal sword. Although I don't know if it is the Ju Xianjian, this sword has an indescribable similarity to the sword of slaughtering immortals. The shape of the sword is completely different, and the breath on the sword is completely different, but something in the bones is the same. How can Zhou Wen, who has been using the slaughter sword, not feel it? As the sword was pulled out, the entire mountain shook more and more violently, and cracks appeared one after another on the stone tablet. When the sword completely broke away from the stone tablet shattered. Originally there was only a small piece of lawn on the top of the mountain, but it was growing wildly at this time. In just a moment, The entire mountain peak was covered with green grass, and the grass blades continued to grow at a speed visible to the naked eye. "Give me the sword." Seeing Zhou Wen pulling out the immortal sword, the woman forgot to call herself the deity, and in a flash, she came to Zhou Wen and reached out to grab the immortal sword in his hand. Zhou Wen held the fairy sword in his hand, and only felt that the power full of evil spirits on the sword body was surging like a sea, and it seemed like a volcano about to erupt. It seemed that it contained infinite power, which was a kind of evil full of power, which made Zhou Wen endure. Can't stop thinking about killing. Looking at the woman grabbing the fairy sword, Zhou Wen held the hilt in both hands and slashed down at the woman. The dull sword body, with Zhou Wen's swing, seemed to turn into a streak of blood, and slashed in front of the woman in an instant. Looking for death. The woman snorted coldly, and the sword chi of Su Yuan erupted in her hand. The ubiquitous sword energy instantly enveloped Zhou Wen and the immortal sword. Zhou Wen ignored the sword chi that came to him, and the immortal sword continued to slash at the woman, while his body was also wrapped in Brahma's armor. Click! The immortal sword actually slashed the emptiness of sword chi that could suppress the yin and yang 7 colors of divine light, leaving a slanting bloodstain on the woman's face, from her left forehead to the right side of her chin. What a powerful sword! Zhou Wen was pleasantly surprised. The power of this sword was stronger than he imagined. Obviously it is a set of swords. This immortal sword is much stronger than Slaughter Immortal, making Zhou Wen a little doubtful whether his immortal Slaughter sword is really one of the 4 immortal Slaughter swords, or it is just a fake. In fact, Zhou Wen thought too much about it himself. The sword of immortal Slaughter is naturally not an imitation, and the sword of immortal Slaughter is not stronger than the sword of immortal Slaughter. The reason why he feels that the sword of immortal absoluteness is stronger is because the former owner of Sword of Immortal Slaughter beheaded countless immortal clans, even Daluo Jinxian was slashed under the sword. This sword absorbed the blood of countless immortals, and the blood formed was too strong. The restraint effect on immortals was even more direct than that of slaughtering immortal sword. As expected of the sword that slays all immortals, it has been stained with the blood of countless immortals. This sword naturally has a strong restraint effect on immortals. Even a mortal holding this sword can cut through immortals. Even me is no exception. The woman stood in the distance, staring at the fairy sword in Zhou Wen's hand, but did not attack again. I don't know how many years I haven't been hurt. The woman reached out and stroked the sword marks on her face. She didn't seem angry, but seemed to be remembering something. It seems that this sword does not match your character. Let me take it with you, so as not to bring you a bloody disaster. Zhou Wen stared at the woman. He was not proud of hurting a woman with a sword. In the situation just now, the woman was completely unprepared, and only temporarily responded after the sword chi was broken, so that even Zhou Wen thought it was a sure kill sword. It's just that such a speed is beyond Zhou Wen's ability now. Do you think you can really hurt me with a sword? The woman looked at Zhou Wen and said lightly, now you still have a chance to hand over the sword to the deity, and then swear to be the spokesperson of my immortal race. The deity can let go of the past. Whether it can hurt you, you have to try it before you know. How could Zhou Wen hand over the immortal sword he succeeded to? Don't say that. Zhou Wen didn't have this plan in the first place, even if he had this plan before, seeing the immortal sword so powerful now, I'm afraid it will be tempting. I hope you won't regret it. The woman slowly raised Her plain hand, and the emptiness of the sword chi on her body condensed again, but the sword chi became weaker and weaker. In the end, she could no longer feel the existence of the sword chi. Zhou Wen froze. In his heart, and almost instinctively summoned Chaos Egg to protect him. As soon as the Chaos Egg wrapped Zhou Wen's body, it suddenly sank without warning. It seemed that something was pressing the Chaos Egg from all directions, causing the Chaos Egg to continuously distort and deform, like a balloon that would explode at any time. Looking at the crystals of vitality emerging from the Chaos Egg, Zhou Wen secretly cried out that he was very dangerous. He could not sense the existence of the sword chi at all. If it weren't for the intuition and the existence of Chaos Egg, which had been cultivated from birth and death over the years, I was afraid that he would have been terrified by the existence of the Chaos Egg. The sword chi was severely damaged. The woman was a little surprised when she saw that her sword energy of nothingness could not pierce the Chaos Egg. Let's see how long you can hold on. The sword energy of nothingness rolled out from the woman's body, trying to forcibly blast the Chaos Egg. But no matter how vicious her sword chi was, she was never able to break through the Chaos Egg's defense. Sure enough, the earth has not completely broken the ban. And her power has been suppressed to a certain extent, and it is still within the scope of natural disasters. Zhou Wen saw that the Chaos Egg blocked the sword energy of nothingness, and suddenly felt a lot more relieved. Your Excellency, play slowly, you won't accompany you when you get down. Zhou Wen said and wanted to go down the mountain. Being able to block the emptiness of sword chi, your power should belong to chaos, and you can cultivate the primordial chi art of the chaotic attribute to this level, and it is still purely defensive. Only those who can do it can do it. The woman said, but her tone became stronger, and continued, it's a pity that you are only a natural disaster after all, and the level of exposure is too low. When speaking, the invisible sword energy of nothingness suddenly changed, no longer directly attacking the Chaos Egg, but rapidly revolving around the Chaos Egg. Although the Chaos Egg has amazing defensive power, it has no destructive power. It is surrounded by sword energy and rotates. Where can it rush out? Not only could they not rush out, but they were even forced to spin together by the power of the sword chi. Chaos Egg rotation has no effect on Zhou Wen inside, but being trapped here and unable to leave is obviously not good news for Zhou Wen. The level of natural disasters is still low, so you are at the end of the world? But it seems that the end of the world is nothing more than that. What if you can keep me here? Zhou Wen said tentatively. The woman said contemptuously, chaos is the source of heaven and earth, seamless without cracks, without beginnings, and without cracks. It is an inseparable whole, and all the laws of the world cannot be broken. If you are only facing ordinary people, no one can really break it. It's a pity that you met the deity, so what about the chaotic one element? Let alone your little chaotic body, even when the sky was chaotic, it was broken by the supreme power. A groundbreaking thing. As soon as the words fell, the emptiness sword chi wrapped around the chaotic egg was divided into two. One sword chi wrapped around the chaotic egg and turned forward, and the other sword chi wrapped around the chaotic egg and reversed, one positive and one reverse sword chi. Pull the chaos egg and rotate it in two different directions. Zhou Wen's face changed slightly, and he immediately understood what the woman wanted to do. Chaos one element is an indivisible whole, so chaos egg is unbreakable. Even if it is stronger than Zhou Wen, it is difficult to forcibly break through. However, there is no real chaotic unity in this world, just like microscopic particles. Whenever people Think that a certain particle is the smallest particle that cannot be cut. With the development of science and technology, they will find that it is not the real smallest, nor is it the smallest particle. Not really indivisible. What women do, it is to forcibly add yin and yang to the chaos egg. When the chaos egg has yin and yang, it is no longer an unbreakable whole. Originally, this kind of thing was almost impossible to do, but a woman's nihilistic sword energy is also similar to chaos, making the impossible possible. Of course, the main reason is that the original level of the woman is too high, and the level is far above Zhou Wen, and the depth of understanding of chaos is beyond Zhou Wen's. If Zhou Wen's understanding of chaos can reach the same height as a woman's, then whether the chaos egg will be changed by the sword energy of nothingness depends on who is stronger. Although Zhou Wen has realized the problem now, it is already a bit late. With the constant two-way rotation of the sword energy of nothingness, cracks appeared on the distorted chaos egg. Those cracks showed a strange symmetry and looked extremely beautiful, but for Zhou Wen, it was fatal. Blow. This is the first time that the chaos egg has been torn from the front. Even if the chaos egg was blown up before, it was also burst, and it has never been torn directly from the outside. Zhou Wen couldn't help but sigh that knowledge is power. Although the strength of both of them is at the natural disaster level, Zhou Wen's body has not reached the natural disaster level, so all aspects are slightly different, but the gap has not reached the level of crushing, and the gap at the knowledge level is fatal. Seeing more and more cracks on the chaos egg, Zhou Wen was extremely calm in his heart. Combat is always dynamic and anything can happen. A strong man who can control the battle between the palms of his hands is terrifying, but if he does not have the ability to deal with various emergencies, he will not be regarded as the top existence after all. Although Zhou Wen is far inferior to women in terms of knowledge, the art of fighting is inseparable from its originality, and some of the most basic things cannot be violated. Since my knowledge level is not as good as yours, then turn your knowledge into mine. Zhou Wen has been driving Shiyu, analyzing the nihility of women. If you change the other abilities of the immortal race, it is only the teacher domain of the hell level that may not be able to analyze it, but the sword chi of nothingness is the same as the chaotic egg, it is the power of chaos. In addition, the woman just said some key information, which made Zhou Wen understand the key point. The speed of Shiyu's analysis of the sword chi of nothingness was much faster than usual. Even if it is to analyze some ordinary natural disaster level biological abilities, it will not be as fast as it is now. If the woman knew that what she just said would have such a significant influence on Zhou Wen, she would not say so much nonsense anyway. The power of the sword chi of nothingness was born in nothingness. Like chaos, it was the power before the heaven and the earth opened. It is said that it is sword chi, but it can actually be transformed into any form. It can be a wall, a shield, or even a palace, and it can change into whatever shape a woman desires. Nothing does not mean that there is really nothing, nothingness itself is a kind of existence. As more and more rules were analyzed by Shiyu, Zhou Wen's understanding of the sword chi of nothingness became deeper and deeper. It's still a little bit worse, hold on to the chaos egg. Shiyu has not been able to fully analyze the void sword chi, and the chain of rules is not complete, so it cannot be turned into a vitality art. However, chaos egg couldn't hold on any longer, and was twisted and shattered under the sword energy of nothingness, and Zhou Wen's body was instantly exposed. https:// The genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second, mobile version. Reading website. As soon as the chaos egg was broken, the murderous intent in the corner of the woman's mouth became stronger. Since Zhou Wen could not be used by her, such a human being must never exist in the world. The sword chi of nothingness squeezed towards Zhou Wen from all directions, crushing Zhou Wen's body directly into ashes. Zhou Wen's eyes were clear, and the dark golden halo behind the Brahma's armor shone with dim light, as if the light in the world would be sucked in by that halo. Break it for me. De Brahma's destructive power bloomed with Zhou Wen's fist and slammed into the woman head-on. Boom! The power of Brahma collided with the sword chi of nothingness, and even smashed the sword chi of nothingness on the front, and Zhou Wen also took advantage of the situation to rush towards the woman. A hint of surprise flashed in the woman's eyes. Although the sword chi of nothingness is not as unbreakable as the chaos egg, the power that can blast away the sword chi of nothingness is rare. In the case of equal strength, there will never be more than 10 kinds of powers in different dimensions that can compete with the sword chi of nothingness. Zhou Wen's strength can actually blow away the sword chi of nothingness, which shows that the vitality art he cultivates can enter the top 10 kinds of vitality. The list of tactics, at least similar to it. But this was not enough to surprise the woman. What really surprised her was that Zhou Wen chose to make a positive breakthrough. In the eyes of ordinary people, the front should be the most powerful place. If Zhou Wen only wants to break through the sword energy of nothingness, he should start from other weak places. But this is not the case with the sword chi of nothingness. In fact, the sword chi of nothingness placed on the front of a woman is the weakest. Zhou Wen chose the front. And he didn't know whether he really saw through the truth or was lucky and happened to attack the weakest front. Is it just a coincidence? The murderous intent in the woman's heart was even stronger. The characteristics of the 2 kinds of vitality displayed by Zhou Wen are extremely rare in different dimensions. One is the pure defensive chaos, and the other has destructive power, which seems to be somewhat similar to the supreme power of the Buddha family, but there are obvious differences. It seems that it is a variant of vitality. What's more, Zhou Wen has also practiced 4 kinds of vitality art, even if the other 2 kinds of vitality art are not as good as these 2, they are scary enough. The woman moved her hand slightly, and the invisible sword energy of emptiness once again crushed Zhou Wen from all directions. Boom! Zhou Wen actually broke the sword chi of nothingness again, and this time Zhou Wen chose the leftmost side to break the sword chi of nothingness, which happened to be the weakest point of the sword chi of nothingness. It's not a coincidence. A strange color flashed in the woman's eyes, and she concentrated the air pressure of the sword of nothingness towards Zhou Wen again. The result was still the same. Zhou Wen was able to choose the weakest point to break through the wall every time, making it difficult for her to crush it. You can actually see the emptiness of sword chi? The woman stared at Zhou Wen and said the sword chi on her body was still rolling towards Zhou Wen. You can see through my power of chaos, why can't I see through your sword chi of nothingness? Zhou Wen broke through the sword chi again and again, and asked back at the same time. In fact, Zhou Wen is very uncomfortable now. The destructive power of Brahma is finally a little worse than the sword chi of nothingness. Every time the sword chi is broken, Zhou Wen himself suffers from the power of the shock. If his body was also a heaven, such a shocking force would not be able to hurt him, but he was only a fear-level body, and such a shocking force had a considerable impact on his body. If it wasn't for the Brahma heaven's armor that had absorbed and rebounded most of the power, I'm afraid his body would have collapsed long ago. Now Zhou only feels that his internal organs are about to be shattered, and blood overflows from the 7 orifices. Fortunately, there is armor covering the body, and the woman can't see Zhou situation. Really? Then let me see if you really understand. The emptiness of the sword on the woman's body suddenly subsided, and it turned into an invisible sword in her hand. The woman realized that the scattered emptiness sword chi was not enough to kill Zhou, but the condensed emptiness sword chi was enough to easily defeat the destructive power of Brahma. The woman slashed out with one sword, and the speed of the sword was unbelievable. Zhou figure moved quickly, and at the same time, he condensed the power of Brahma and slammed into the sword energy of nothingness. Click! Like a black hole that can absorb the power of Brahma that destroys everything, it was actually slashed from the middle by the emptiness sword chi in the woman's hand. As if cutting tofu. But Zhou also relied on this moment of time to avoid the slash of the sword energy of nothingness. The woman slashed 3 swords in a row, and Zhou avoided her slashes 3 times. Although she was a little embarrassed, she avoided it dangerously each time, but it was enough to surprise the woman. You really understand. The woman said coldly, but what if you understand? I'll let you know what the gap is. Only at this moment did the woman move, like a fairy facing the wind, and stabbed Zhou with a sword. This sword was fast enough. Zhou saw the opportunity, and suddenly pulled out the immortal sword and slashed at the woman's body against the sword energy of nothingness. The immortal sword slashed towards the invisible sword energy like a blood rainbow, but it passed by the invisible sword energy. The woman's body was like a floating yarn in the water, passing by Zhou lightly, and the invisible sword energy swept across the big Brahma armor. Cut the almost indestructible dark gold armor abruptly. Zhou had to use teleport on the top of the mountain, and then barely avoided the sword before it cut off his body. On the Brahma's armor, there was a crack that almost spanned the entire chest, and blood was overflowing from the wound. You can actually use space to move on top of this mountain? The woman looked at Zhou in astonishment. Why can't it be used? Zhou didn't feel any discomfort. It is estimated that Shiryu played a role and did not let him be injured by the ban on the mountain. All right. The woman said without end, and slashed at Zhou with her sword again. She is light, fluttering like a fairy, and every sword is like a dance. It seems that she has no strength, but Zhou knows that any sword is enough to destroy the world. That is, in places like Kunlun Mountain, where the prohibition suppresses the fluctuation of power so much, it seems that it is only the fluctuation of sword energy, and it is afraid that the mountain can collapse. One sword after another, Zhou used the immortal sword and the power to burn the sky, desperately resisting the woman's nihilistic sword chi. But from the beginning to the end, neither the immortal sword nor the power of Brahma had the emptiness of sword chi that could touch a woman. The woman seemed to be able to predict the prophet. Even if Zhou used teleportation, she could just appear at the position where Zhou teleported. When Zhou teleported out, the sword chi was almost sticking to his neck. Zhou forcibly reversed the immortal sword in his hand and blocked the emptiness of the sword with the hilt. Only then was he able to escape the beheading disaster. He did not dare to teleport anymore, and there was a bloodstain on his neck. The Brahma armor could not stop the horror at all. The emptiness of swordsmanship. In just a moment, the Brahma armor on Zhou body was full of bloodstains, and shocking blood overflowed everywhere. Can't stop the woman's attack at all. In Zhou Wen's opinion, the layout and moves are already perfect. But in front of women, they appear full of loopholes. Zhou Wen has to pay a certain price every time to be able to resist and defuse her offensive. The immortal sword in his hand that can fight against the emptiness sword chi has never been able to touch the emptiness sword chi in the woman's hand from beginning to end. This pressure made Zhou Wen think of the word dimension reduction strike. Many of the methods of women exceeded the level that Zhou Wen's own knowledge could understand. What the woman said before was arrogant, but she does have the capital of arrogance, and the gap in knowledge is indeed huge. No way, if it goes on like this, I won't be able to insist that Shiyu completely analyze the sword chi of nothingness. Zhou Wen has more and more injuries, and his heart is getting colder and colder. A woman is like an omnipotent god, no matter how Zhou Wen's strength and techniques change, she seems to be able to see through everything and break Zhou Wen's painstaking layout. Just when Zhou Wen was about to be slashed by the sword energy of nothingness again, his figure suddenly disappeared and appeared on the other side of the mountain. The woman was slightly startled. This time, she was not able to predict where Zhou Wen would appear at the first time, nor was she able to attack at the first time. 5 elements in one escape? The woman frowned slightly, looking at the grass fruit doll lying on Zhou Wen's shoulder. Zhou Wen secretly screamed in his heart that it was dangerous. If the sword hadn't been evaded, one of his arms would have been cut off. Now Zhou Wen is secretly glad that he brought Chao Guodal over. It was Chao Guodal who used the escape technique to help him escape the sword. The woman attacked again, and Zhou Wen could only continue to fight to the death. Chao Guodal used the escape technique from time to help him, but it was only occasionally, not every time he used the escape technique to help Zhou Wen escape. Zhou Wen understood why Chao Guodal hadn't been using the escape technique to help him. It was not because Chao Guodal was unwilling or because Chao Guodal was not strong enough. The real reason was the woman, because after Chao Guodal used several escape techniques to help Zhou Wen escape, the woman was getting closer and closer to predicting where Zhou Wen would appear after escaping, and it was only a matter of time before the distance could be accurately predicted, and this it won't be too long. 5 elements in one escape, and there are not many people in different dimensions who understand it, but in front of the deity, it's just a small path. The woman said and slashed out. Zhou Wen, who had just escaped, dodged an embarrassment, and a bone-deep sword mark was cut off from his chest. Zhou Wen knew that the woman had completely seen through Chao Guodal's escape technique. If Chao Guodal used the escape technique to help him again, he might be killed when he escaped. I can't hide anymore. Zhou Wen stopped his fast-moving footsteps, his momentum was condensed, and his eyes were fixed on the woman's feet. Although there are many changes in swordsmanship, no matter whether it is stabbing, slashing, or slashing, the final route to attack Zhou Wen is those. As long as the woman's movement trajectory can be predicted, it will be much easier to use the fairy sword to block the emptiness of the sword. Zhou Wen has suffered so many swords, and after watching it for so long, he already has a general idea of a woman's movement, but he is not sure whether he can stop it or not. Did you give up so soon? The woman said coldly, but her figure didn't stop at all. Her graceful figure suddenly appeared in front of Zhou Wen, and the sword chi of emptiness in her hand also slashed towards Zhou Wen. Zhou Wen did not back down, as if he had seen the opportunity. The immortal sword in his right hand suddenly slashed out in one direction. It's over. How can you expect the technique of immortality? In the woman's teasing sound, the immortal sword slashed an empty space. And the emptiness sword slashed towards Zhou Wen's neck from the other side. The woman thought that she would be able to kill Zhou Wen this time. Even the escape technique would not have time to help Zhou Wen escape. At such a close distance, and without the other hand of the immortal sword, only the power of the great Brahma could not stop the full-strength slash of the ethereal sword energy. Click! A sound like glass shattered beside Zhou Wen. The immortal killing sword appeared in Zhou Wen's left hand, and the blade was in front of his neck, cutting off the emptiness of the sword abruptly. This sword. So you are the emperor. The woman immediately recognized the sword of slaughtering immortals at a glance. I don't dare to be a human emperor, I'm just one of the many living beings. Zhou Wen stared at the woman's footsteps, with one immortal sword and one slaughtering immortal sword. All right. The deity should remove this calamity for my immortal clan. No matter how the woman moved, she fluttered like an immortal, and she couldn't see where she was going, but the emptiness sword energy had already arrived in front of Zhou Wen. The sword chi of nothingness is invisible, and combined with such an unpredictable movement technique, if you change the general natural disaster level, let alone resist the sword chi, I am afraid that you won't even be able to see where the sword chi is. However, Zhou Wen only had one belief left in his heart. No matter what, he had no choice but to trust his own analysis and judgment. When the slaughtering immortal sword slashed empty, but the immortal sword once again slashed into the emptiness of the sword energy, and resolved a slaughter. The woman frowned slightly. This was the second time Zhou Wen blocked her attack. Zhou Wen couldn't fully predict her behavior pattern, so every time Zhou Wen prepared two hands, the sword in one hand was both a prediction and a blockade. If you can predict correctly, you will naturally be able to block the sword energy of nothingness. If the prediction is incorrect, you can also block an area, so that the area that a woman can attack becomes smaller, and it is much easier to predict. This method is not very clever, but it is impossible to do it without strong calculation and the ability to do both. The woman didn't seem to believe that Zhou Wen could really stop her attack, and attacked with swords again and again. Zhou Wen cooperated with his two swords and blocked the woman's attack time and time again. Although there were times when he was wrong in judgment, he was injured by the woman, but none of the injuries were fatal. In fact, this was also what Zhou Wen did deliberately. When he could not make a competent judgment, he selectively blocked the routes of some deadly areas, so that the sword energy of nothingness could not kill him directly. As expected of the strongest human being, you have some abilities. But it is too common among immortals to use such skills with one heart and one mind. As the woman spoke, the other hand also condensed the sword energy of nothingness, planning to use double swords to break Zhou Wen's double swords. It's too late. Zhou Wen looked at the woman, but a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. If a woman used double swords from the beginning, it would not be difficult to break his double swords. But now it is different. After so many battles, Zhou Wen is completely familiar with women's behavior patterns. As the woman said before, there is no real chaotic unity in the world, and there is no real indeterminate form. Anyone, even a fairy, will have his laws of behavior. It's just that the woman's body has changed a lot, and it seems that there is no regularity at all, but it doesn't mean that there is really no. What's too late? The woman didn't act immediately, looking at Zhou Wen and asked. Your sword chi will never hurt me again. Zhou Wen's mood became soothed, his body seemed to relax, and the double swords he held in both hands were casually hanging on the ground. Insert an app, a perfect replica of the old version of the book chasing artifact, an app that can change the source Mimi reading. Confidence is a good thing, but blind confidence will kill you. The woman said lightly, not taking what Zhou Wen said to heart at all, and even treating it as a joke. Previously, Zhou Wen was able to block her attack, but it was only by using 2 immortal swords, to restrain the advantages of the immortal clan, and he had to sacrifice the pain of the body to barely survive. Now that Zhou Wen actually said that her sword would never hurt her again, the woman naturally didn't believe it. At all. Didn't you always want my life, now? Zhou Wen asked rhetorically. Okay. The woman said a good word. And then waved her sword out without saying a word. She moved both swords together. Even if Zhou Wen blocked one of the emptiness sword chi, the other emptiness sword chi would definitely be able to kill Zhou Wen. Dang dang. However, the sound of 2 consecutive sword chi being cut off came into her ears, and the 2 immortal swords in Zhou Wen's hands actually smashed a phantom sword chi, and cut them directly. Impossible. The woman didn't believe that there would be such a thing, and once again condensed her sword energy to attack Zhou Wen. She didn't believe that Zhou Wen, a natural disaster grade, could actually see through her swordsmanship. Although her power is only natural disaster level, her consciousness and realm are apocalyptic level, and it is absolutely impossible for a natural disaster level to see through swordsmanship. But the next battle made the woman have to recognize the reality. Her swordsmanship was really seen through. Or her movement skills were seen through. No matter how the woman's movement and swordsmanship changed, the 2 swords in Zhou Wen's hand could accurately find the 2 swords of emptiness. In an instant, the 2 faced off tens of thousands of swords, but the emptiness of the sword in the woman's hand could not be heard again. Go to Zhou Wen once. What the hell is going on with this human being? The woman's eyes changed when she looked at Zhou Wen. She couldn't believe that a human being could have such terrifying fighting ability and talent. I said, your sword chi can never hurt me again. Zhou Wen's mood became calmer at this time. The level of suppression is just a difference of knowledge. It is like the ancients only used swords and have never seen a modern heat weapon gun. When using a sword to face a gun, it will naturally suffer a big loss. However, when the ancients knew how to use the gun, it may not be worse than the real people, and it may even be better. The gap in knowledge is sometimes the easiest to smooth out. While the woman reduced the dimension and attacked Zhou Wen, it also allowed Zhou Wen to quickly absorb some knowledge that he could not have access to before. It's just a change of ordinary people, but Zhou Wen is a person with super learning ability and the courage to try. On the top of the mountain, the sound of sword strikes can be heard endlessly. Zhou Wen has not only been able to block the woman's offensive, but has even been able to fight back occasionally. You are indeed strong and worthy of the name of the emperor, but unfortunately you were born in the wrong place. The woman sighed, seeming to feel sorry for Zhou Wen. What do you mean? Zhou Wen asked in confusion. If you were born in a big family of a different dimension, with such a talent, you must be the master of one party and achieve supreme merit. Unfortunately, you were born among humans, and now you are only a natural disaster grade. If you want to be promoted to the end of the world, you are afraid that you will not be able to. It takes a long way, and you don't have time. The woman said regretfully. So. What? I'm still young, so I can afford to wait. Zhou Wen said. No, you can't wait, because today you have to die here, although I have begun to appreciate you a little, but you can't be used by me. After all, you can't be allowed to live in this world, otherwise it will be a big problem for my Immortal clan in the future. The woman was sincere, admitting Zhou Wen's talent and ability, and even she was already very jealous. Should I thank you for your compliment, or should I hate you for killing me? Zhou Wen pouted and said. You don't need it, people die like lights go out, everything except life is nothing but unrealistic things. It seems that the Buddha clan cultivates some kind of reincarnation, but it's all self-deception. You don't need to thank me, nor you need to hate me. Do what you can to live a minute more, a second more is a second, even a second more is good. The woman paused and said, people like you shouldn't have died like this. Why are you just a person? After all, what are your last wishes? Maybe this deity can help you with your wishes. It's like I'm dead. Zhou Wen was not angry. He fought with the woman while speaking, and wanted to know more about the woman's movement, swordsmanship, and nihilistic sword chi. Yes, I have decided to kill you. So you will surely die. The woman stepped back suddenly, stood there looking at Zhou Wen, and said seriously, speak. Your last wish. I don't have a last wish, and I don't need to have one. If you need it, you can tell me your last wish. Zhou Wen said lightly. It's a pity. The woman sighed lightly, and stopped watching Zhou Wen, not even Zhou Wen, but looked up at Kunlun's dome. The sky of Kunlun Mountain looks no different from the sky outside, and now is the time when the sun is in the sky. It's just that this day is not the other day. Kunlun Mountain itself is a small world. Even if it has the ability to escape from the sky, it cannot rush to the outside world from the sky of Kunlun Mountain. The sword intent rose from the woman's body, and it shot straight into the sky like a blade inserted into the sky. The sky of the Kunlun Mountain suddenly changed color. The sunny day when the sun was in the sky suddenly became dark clouds, and there was a faint light brewing in the dark clouds. It seemed that endless thunder and lightning were gathering. Zhou Wen's complexion suddenly changed greatly. Seeing the momentum of the woman, he was afraid that he would forcibly break through the ban in Kunlun Mountains and use the power of the end of the world. Zhou Wen has never seen how terrifying apocalyptic power is, but he knows that it must be overwhelming. Slaughtering immortal sword. And immortal sword slashed towards the woman madly, but the woman stood there without any intention of dodging, and let the two swords that could restrain the immortal race slash towards her body. However, the immortal sword, which was originally capable of severing even the emptiness of sword energy, seemed to be slashed on an invisible steel wall at this time, and it stopped 3 feet away from the woman. No matter how Zhou Wen exerted his strength, how crazy slashing, unable to advance half a point. The two swords slashed down like a storm, but the woman didn't even look at it. It's all illusory under the apocalypse, but it's just an empty dream. The woman withdrew her gaze from the sky and slowly looked at Zhou Wen. Is the power of the apocalypse level really so invincible? Zhou Wen was stunned. Both the immortal slaughter sword and the immortal sword had the effect of restraining the immortals. Coupled with his full-strength attack, he couldn't even approach a woman within 3 feet. Escape. Zhou Wen only had this thought left in his heart, and he wanted to rush down the mountain regardless of everything, but his body seemed to have fallen into the void, and it was difficult to exert force. That kind of feeling is very strange, as if everything around it has become a void of nothingness. There is nowhere to borrow, and there is no way to move if there is nowhere to borrow. No. It should be said that it is a more terrifying state than a vacuum, and even he himself seems to have become an illusory existence. Under the end of the world, everything will return to nothingness. If you can die under the power of nothingness, you are the first human being in the world, so you should have nothing to regret. The woman looked at Zhou Wen like a god, and the two stood clearly. The heights are almost the same, but the woman has the aura of looking down at Zhou Wen. The calamity of nothingness? Zhou Wen stared at the woman without saying a word, but out of the corner of his eye looked at the lightning that was bred in the sky. He knew that a woman with such power would not last long. If she uses the power of the end of the world and the Kunlun mountains of the earth, she will definitely bear huge pressure. The question is whether he can carry it to that time. The power of the apocalypse has made him feel that it is difficult to fight, and he has switched several vitality tactics in succession, but he cannot break free from the shackles of that emptiness. The grassfruit doll lying on Zhou Wen blushed, as if trying to use the escape technique, but the result was the same as Zhou Wen, no matter how hard it tried. It was difficult to escape, let alone with Zhou Wen. Earth's restrictions are more powerful than I imagined. It seems that I don't have much time. It's time to make an end. The woman glanced at the thunder and lightning bred in the sky, and couldn't help frowning slightly. It's time to send you on your way. The woman looked at Zhou Wen and was about to kill him, but suddenly heard a phoenix's only cry from the side of the mountain. The phoenix that was cut back by the woman flew up from the halfway up the mountain like a rainbow, reached the top of the mountain in an instant, and even rushed towards Zhou Wen, who was standing there unable to move. The woman watched Phoenix rush towards Zhou Wen, but did not stop it, as if she intended to solve the problem with Phoenix. The phoenix on the mountain is not dead? What does it want to do? Take the opportunity to shoot down the water dog? Several thoughts flashed in Zhou Wen's mind instantly. Before Zhou Wen could understand, the phoenix had already rushed in front of Zhou Wen, but the target of the phoenix was not Zhou Wen, but the fairy sword in his hand. You still want to snatch the immortal sword at this time? Even if you take the immortal sword, can that woman let you go? Zhou Wen thought Phoenix was trying to snatch the sword. But what happened next surprised Zhou Wen. The phoenix slammed into the fairy sword, and the whole body seemed to melt, rushing into the fairy sword. The original blood-stained fairy sword, because of the integration of the phoenix, suddenly burst into colorful rays of light. When the phoenix was completely integrated into the fairy sword, the colorful divine light bloomed on the fairy sword, like a round of colorful sword sun. It turns out that it is no wonder that I have never seen the sword glow of this sword before. It turns out that the sword glow of the immortal sword has turned into a phoenix. The woman was not surprised, but delighted when she saw this scene. Even if the immortal sword has a sword glow, it is useless. The owner of the immortal sword is no longer the immortal who slashed all the immortals. A natural disaster grade holding an immortal sword with a sword glow cannot exert too much power. In this way, it is cheaper for women, and grabbing a complete fairy sword is naturally more valuable than a fairy sword without a sword glow. When the woman was rejoicing, she heard a strange cry. In the distant sea of clouds, a strange white bird rushed towards the mountain peak. The woman was slightly surprised when she saw the strange bird. She didn't recognize what the white strange bird was. Zhou Wen was stunned when he saw the white strange bird. It was clearly the phoenix he encountered in the Kunlun mountain garden, but it was still in the form of a big white chicken. When the big white bird rushed towards the mountain, the white feathers on its body gradually turned colorful, and its body was rapidly changing to the form of a phoenix. It turned out to be a phoenix? The woman was a little surprised, carefully looking at the big white bird that was turning into a phoenix. She seemed to see something, and muttered to herself, "This is A bit strange, this phoenix is different from the phoenix transformed by the immortal sword's sword light seems to be. Somewhat similar, but it is a little different, it is not pure sword light. When the woman was thinking, the big white bird had completely transformed into a colorful phoenix, and it rushed towards Zhou Wen just like the previous phoenix. It doesn't want to rush into the immortal sword, does it? Zhou Wen secretly rejoiced. Now, a little more power means a little more hope. Although I don't know if it can compete with the power of the doomsday. It is better to have more help. Who knew that the phoenix did not rush towards the fairy sword, but rushed towards Zhou Wen, hitting Zhou Wen's chest all of a sudden. The colorful rays of light were printed on Zhou Wen's chest, like a colorful phoenix tattoo. At the same time, Zhou Wen only felt a force pouring into his body crazily, filling his entire body in an instant, and even the dark golden great burning heaven armor turned colorful. So that's the case. The woman seemed to suddenly realize, a sneer appeared on the corner of her mouth. Feng Xian, it turns out that you have already fallen, and even your own sword intent has been turned into a mortal thing. Well, I will destroy you today. The meaning of it, I took your sword, and after that, the immortal race came back to the world and obtained the immortal merits of the world. After the phoenix was integrated into Zhou Wen's body, Zhou Wen not only felt that his body was full of sword intent, as if it was about to explode, but also felt that there was an indescribable connection between himself and the immortal sword. Although he was holding a fairy sword before, he could also use the power of the fairy sword, but after all, it was only a relationship between people and tools. Now he feels that there is a blood connection between himself and the fairy sword. With the power of the two phoenixes and Zhou Wen's own power, it seemed that there was a little bit of loosening under the power of the doomsday catastrophe, and the body regained some mobility. Almost without thinking, the immortal sword with colorful glazed light in his hand stabbed the woman in front of him. Zhou Wen's whole person seemed to be integrated with the fairy sword, turning into a rainbow of colorful lights and rushing towards the woman. The sword light broke through the nihilistic power of the apocalypse and penetrated straight towards the woman's chest. Seeing that the incomparable sword light broke through the power of nothingness to reach the woman, about to pierce the woman's chest, but suddenly stood still. I saw the woman's right hand standing in front of her chest, and her index and middle fingers caught the blade of the immortal sword, making it difficult for the immortal sword to advance an inch. What about Feng Xian's sword? What about Feng Xian's sword intent? You are not Feng Xian after all. Without that Phoenix calamity, you are still just a mortal. Even if you can't fully utilize the power of the emptiness, it would be easy to kill you. Holding the sword in one hand, the other hand lifted up and patted Zhou Wen's head. The suppression between heaven and earth is getting more and more severe. If it continues, I am afraid that her body will not be able to bear it. Zhou Wen was shocked. Such a powerful force was still easily resolved by a woman. The gap between the natural disaster level and the apocalypse level was bigger than Zhou Wen imagined. At this time it was impossible to escape. Facing the woman's palm with the power of doomsday, Zhou Wen seemed to have no chance. Suddenly, the woman's body stopped for a while, and the palm that slapped Zhou Wen also stopped. Teacher. Zhou Wen suddenly understood something, madly smashed the power in his body, and the immortal sword continued to stab at the woman. Zhou Wen has always guessed that Wang Mingyuan did not really die. After he killed the white dragon under the Longmen grottos, the white dragon used to exist in a state that humans could not see, and it also possessed a very terrifying power of death. At that time, Zhou Wen was doubting whether Wang Mingyuan had obtained the same power, but he was only suspicious before, but now seeing the mutation of the woman's body, he immediately confirmed the previous guess. The woman's body was affected, and the fingers holding the fairy sword slackened for a moment, and the fairy sword passed between her fingers and stabbed straight into her chest. The clothes were torn, the tip of the sword pierced into her flesh, and the colorful sword light pierced inwardly, trying to penetrate her body. However, the sword light was bound by the power of the void tribulation in just an instant. And the immortal sword that had just pierced the tip of the sword could not continue to move forward, and the blood flowed down the sword body drop by drop. No matter how hard Zhou Wen is, the immortal sword seems to have taken root and can't move at all. Wang Mingyuan, you are so calculating and capable that you were able to hide from the eyes of this deity. Unfortunately, you still underestimate the power of the apocalypse. No matter how you calculate, in front of absolute strength, you are only a clown after all. The woman said. He slowly raised his left hand again and patted Zhou Wen in front of him. It can be seen that Wang Mingyuan still has a certain influence on women's bodies, but this influence is rapidly weakening. If it weren't for Wang Mingyuan's current form that is very strange and bizarre, and attached to the woman's body, I am afraid that the woman would have slapped Wang Mingyuan to death long ago. But this is only a matter of time. After Zhou Wen and Xianjian are solved, even if Wang Mingyuan is attached to a woman's body, he will still die. Seeing that the woman's palm has been patted on Zhou Wen's head, the power of the calamity of nothingness is about to bring Zhou Wen the calamity of annihilation, but Zhou Wen's eyes flashed a hint of joy. Shiyu's analysis was finally completed, turned into bizarre words, and formed a void sword cannon vitality art. Almost at the same time, Shiyu was also promoted from hell to heaven. Zhou Wen desperately broke out the power of the division, and at the same time lost the killing sword in the other hand, held the sword in both hands, and pushed forward fiercely. The power of the rules analyzed by Shiyu can be completely shielded, but it is only for the power of natural disasters and below. Zhou Wen does not know how much Shiyu can do to the power of the end of the world. But now it's too late to think about it so much. Now this situation is either your death or my death, so I can only give it a go. Although the power of the immortal sword loosened the power of the robbery of nothingness, it still put a lot of pressure on Zhou Wen, which greatly reduced the power he could exert. As soon as Shiyu's power came out, Zhou Wen suddenly felt his whole body sink, and the feeling of having nowhere to borrow completely disappeared without a trace, and his heart was ecstatic. The woman who was already winning, seeing that Zhou Wen was about to be beheaded by her palm, suddenly felt a severe pain in her chest. The immortal sword forcibly penetrated her chest, and the colorful sword lights penetrated into her body, making her there are colorful fine lines on the body. It's like a torn painting, the fine lines left after being glued back together again. The woman's palm hit Zhou Wen's head almost at the same time, and Zhou Wen was shot upside down and flew out. De Brahma's helmet dented, fell to the ground and rolled out all the way, almost falling off the mountain. No. Impossible. The woman looked down at the immortal sword pierced through her chest, her face full of disbelief. Your life, I accept it. A seemingly vague voice sounded on the woman, indifferent and without the slightest emotion. It was Wang Mingyuan's voice. Wang Mingyuan, don't be too happy, this is just a clone of the deity. Even if you kill the clone, you won't get any substantial benefits, and when you return to a different dimension, that's when you die. The woman, his body was disintegrated by the power of the immortal sword, without The support of the flesh, the power of nothingness dissipated quickly, and the terrifying thunder and lightning bred in the sky gradually receded. I don't need to get any substantial benefits, I just need your experience and knowledge. Maybe for your immortals, power is supreme, but for humans, knowledge is the most powerful power. This is for me, it's enough. Wang Mingyuan's voice sounded again, and here is the earth, Kunlun Mountain, even if you are the clone of immortal. Venerable, you can't get in touch with her, right? It turns out that it was your plan to take the immortal sword from the very beginning, and you wanted to kill me from the very beginning. The woman's voice was full of anger, and she wished she could slap Wang Mingyuan into flesh. However, she used force forcibly, and the fine lines on her body were cracked, and the blood instantly dyed her clothes red, as if it had just been fished out of the blood. Hey, why bother to torture yourself? Feng Xian's sword slashed all immortals, and the sword pierced through his heart and was stained with blood. You have no chance. Wang Mingyuan sighed. The woman wanted to say something angrily, but she opened her mouth, but blood was pouring out of her mouth, and the colorful rays of light also leaked from her mouth, and her whole body was cracked in the colorful rays of light. If it weren't for the power of this earth suppressed, how could you hurt me, and that person? The woman looked at Zhou Wen and said vaguely, before she finished speaking, the body has completely collapsed, turning into broken flesh and broken bones. A ghost-like light and shadow walked out of the woman's broken body, and then saw Wang Mingyuan's body abandoned by Zhou Wen, flew towards the light and shadow, turned into pieces of crystals like ice and jade, and soon condensed into pieces. Wang Mingyuan's body. Xiaowen, your growth has far exceeded my expectations. Wang Mingyuan looked at Zhou Wen and smiled. Teacher, are you still you? Zhou Wen said, slowly looking at Wang Mingyuan's eyes. What am I? Wang Mingyuan picked up the sword on the ground and handed it to Zhou Wen, and continued, in different environments, there will be different me, born in a small mountain village isolated from the world. I am a villager, I am a student in school, a soldier in the army, and a leader after becoming an officer. These can all be me. But in each period, I think differently and have different ideas. It can be said that every period is no longer than me before. What are you now? Zhou Wen took the sword and asked. Until now, Zhou Wen still remembers the question Wang Mingyuan asked him and a few students. Zhou Wen already knew Wang Mingyuan's choice, but as Wang Mingyuan himself said, there will be different thinking in different environments. The current Wang Mingyuan is still that Wang Mingyuan. Zhou Wen couldn't be sure, he felt that he knew more and more about Wang Mingyuan. I am who I am, at least nothing can change me now. Wang Mingyuan said with a smile. Then I'm relieved. Zhou Wen nodded. I'm waiting for you, in the immortal clan. Wang Mingyuan looked at Zhou Wen, his eyes were a little blurry, and he didn't know what he was thinking. I have decided not to be the spokesperson of the immortal race, Zhou Wen said. Wang Mingyuan just smiled and said, those are not important, I am waiting for you. After all, Wang Mingyuan walked down the mountain without waiting for Zhou Wen to say anything. Zhou Wen looked at Wang Mingyuan's back, and seemed to have a lot to say in his heart, but for a while he seemed to have nothing to say, opened his mouth, and finally said nothing, just watched Wang Mingyuan disappear down the mountain. I hope that the earth will break the ban a little slower. Zhou Wen has already deeply felt the power of the apocalypse. It is just a clone of an apocalyptic powerhouse, and the power that can burst out makes him almost fall here, and this is still under the suppression of the power of the earth. That clone has not really exerted all the power of the apocalypse. Zhou couldn't believe what kind of disaster it would be if the Earth was completely broken and the real apocalyptic powerhouse came. Before the Earth is completely broken, it is necessary to obtain the power that can compete with the end of the world no matter what, otherwise it will be a disaster. It must be promoted to the natural disaster level soon. Zhou put the slaughtering sword back into its sheath, thinking about where to put the fairy sword, but the fairy sword flew to the scabbard of the slaughtering sword. The scabbard of the slaughtering immortal sword could only fit the slaughtering immortal sword, and there was no extra space at all, but the immortal sword flew over, and was inserted into the scabbard, strangely, sticking tightly to the slaughtering immortal sword. The fairy sword was sheathed, and the hilt seemed to undergo some strange changes. I saw two ancient characters, Zhu Xian, appearing on the hilt. Sure enough, it is the immortal sword. Zhou had guessed it for a long time, but he was still a little happy when he saw the name of the immortal sword. The immortal execution sword and the immortal killing sword have a powerful restraint on the immortal race. And now the most powerful race in different dimensions is the immortal race. If the immortal execution sword and the immortal trapping sword can also be found in the future, if the four swords are used together, it may not even reach the end of the world. Can also compete with it. Recommended, /me/reading/app// is really good. It is worth installing it for book friends, and it is supported by Android and Apple mobile phones. I don't know where the other two immortal swords are. Zhou also knew that it was too difficult to collect all four immortal swords. Unwilling to stay longer in Kunlun Mountains, after packing up his things, Zhou also went down the mountain and saw Lu Yun at the door. Lu Yun seemed to know nothing, so he asked Zhou if he had obtained the fairy sword. Didn't you see the teacher? Zhou asked with some doubts. If Lu Yun saw Wang Mingyuan, he would not ask such a question again. No. Lu Yun shook his head. I got it, go back and talk about it first. An apocalyptic clone was destroyed here. Zhou didn't know if the Immortals would send someone over. Better to leave early. Just get it, I still have something to do, so I won't go back with you. Lu Yun breathed a sigh of relief, waved his hand, and said goodbye to Zhou. Zhou had no intention of keeping him, and returned to the ancient city of Guide alone. After returning to the ancient city, Zhou asked Li Xian to do his best to help him inquire about the news of the dimensional field, hoping to find a dimensional field that matched the demonic age he himself was studying. The Kunlun Mountains dimension field and entered the strange stone room through the familiar portal, but he didn't see the metal tool or the big white bird. In that garden, there are quite a few strawberry dolls. Speaking of Chaogua doll, the Chaogua doll who followed Zhou actually followed him back to the ancient city of Guide, following Zhou all day, with no intention of leaving at all. Try to enter the garden to pick those grass fruit dolls. Those grass fruit dolls grow on grass vines, and cannot escape at will, and are easily picked by Zhou. But before I could figure out what to do with the strawberry doll in my hand, I suddenly felt that the whole garden was shaking. Scarlet Man. Zhou condensed the power of Brahma to slam into a dragon-like root, forcibly interrupting the root, but the root covered the sky and covered the sun, shrouded in all directions, so that Zhou could not even teleport anywhere. The power of the great Brahma bombarded wildly, blasting through layers of roots, but those roots seemed to be endless, and they were finally trapped in them, and they could only use chaos eggs for defense. Those roots wrapped around the chaos egg layer by layer and could not blow it up. Zhou Wenjing wanted to observe those roots carefully, but found that the chaos egg was shrinking. Zhou Wen soon discovered that after those roots wrapped the chaos egg, there were actually many tiny roots attached to the chaos egg. As if they were rooted in the ground, absorbing the power of the chaos egg. Not only did the primordial chi crystals not form in the chaos egg, but the roots sucked a lot of energy, and the power of the chaos egg itself was becoming weaker and weaker. What is this? It can restrain chaos egg? Why didn't you see it when you entered the garden from reality? Zhou Wen ignored the chaos egg and scanned the source of the whisker. However, within the range he could perceive, he did not see the source of the roots. Those roots were all drilled from the ground, and he did not know whether they came from the same plant. In a short time, the chaos egg was sucked dry, and the body of the blood-colored villain was exposed, bound by the roots, and the roots were like blood-sucking leeches, sucking the Brahma armor and the body of the blood-colored villain. Well, the game screen went black. Is this thing apocalyptic? Zhou Wen was in shock. He was reborn from a drop of blood and entered the garden again. After testing it a few times, Zhou Wen found that as long as he did not touch the exotic flowers and plants in the garden, the strange roots would not appear. As long as those flowers and plants were hurt, the roots would appear immediately. What's more terrifying is that those roots are unimaginable. No matter how many roots Zhou Wen cuts off, he can only be trapped by them in the end, and that thing can absorb any energy. As long as it is trapped, it is equivalent to death. Can't stand any defensive skills. Zhou Wen temporarily gave up the idea of getting benefits from the garden, and went to the Grand Canyon in Kunlun Mountains again. There are many spores in the canyon. These things are most suitable for the growth of taisui and taiku spores. I just don't know that the level of taiku spores is too low. After releasing taisui and taiku spores, taisui immediately rushed towards the places with the most spores, like a foodie who saw a big meal. The ancient spores were not so anxious. They turned around the blood-colored villain for a while, flew towards a fist-sized red fungus, and got in all of a sudden. Sui and Professor Gu are doing a show, but this time the show is not a battle scene, but a countdown on the Rubik's Cube. The Big Dipper dimensional field has entered the countdown, and there is less than an hour left. Professor Gu, there are less than 50 minutes left. So far, no one has challenged the North Star Palace. It is very likely that the first ranking of the Emperor will stick to the end. Sui said excitedly. Don't, Beauty Sue, don't ask the sect master like that. If he takes another sip of poisonous milk, the Emperor will be in danger. There was a mourning sound on the barrage. Please don't milk the Emperor. Beauty Sue. You're going to kill my lord. What kind of hatred is this? Professor Gu looked at the full screen of begging for milk. His face was almost black, and he cleared his throat and said, among the current spokespersons, the strongest are Emohi and Carloman, but their strength should not be enough to break the hidden the Arctic Palace dimension field. Unless there is a new powerhouse, the first position of the Emperor should still be stable. When Professor Gu said this, he was also beating drums in his heart. Human Emperor, you have to be steady, it's up to you whether you can wash away the name of poisonous milk. Professor Gu had flipped over the car so many times before, but the Emperor was the only one who never fell off the chain. Now that he understood it, he grabbed the Emperor and desperately wanted to turn over with the help of the Emperor. Of course, saying that it is milk is actually a normal analysis. The more Professor Gu said this, the more panicked the people watching the show. Many people who hoped that the emperor could take the first place, now they already understand a group in their hearts. Time passed minute by minute, and in the last 10 minutes, no one had entered the Rubik's Cube challenge. It seems that the first place of the emperor is stable. Professor Gu secretly breathed a sigh of relief and said such a sentence. But just after he finished speaking, the Rubik's Cube screen suddenly changed the screen, and someone entered the Big Dipper Palace to challenge. It's over, the sect leader is showing his power, and my emperor is in danger. I'll go, the leader will die, and my emperor's heart will not die. Who is the challenge at this time? I'm so flustered. Professor Gu was also stunned in his heart, and quickly looked closely, and found that the person who entered the Big Dipper Palace was actually Immortals, who was now ranked third. Although Mo is very strong, it should be a little difficult to challenge the hidden North Star Palace. After all, before this, he didn't even clear the level of the Breaking Army Star Palace. Professor Gu said quickly, when he saw that it was Mo. Sect Master, please stop talking. The beggar on the barrage almost filled the screen. Why did Mo challenge again at this time? Is he confident to break the hidden North Star Palace? Su. He was also worried. Although Mo is also considered to be a strong human being, Sui still hopes that the emperor can take the first place. After Mo entered the Star Palace, he didn't hesitate, and quickly killed one Star Palace after another. It seemed that he really wanted to go to the hidden North Star Palace. People's hearts were suspended, and after a while, they saw Mo rushing into the Breaking Army Star Palace, and the stairs in front of the Star Palace that could eliminate vitality had no effect on him. After Mo defeated Pajun Xingjuan, just as people expected, he learned the method of the Emperor and opened the teleportation array to the North Star Palace. My God, Mo, he is really going to fight Ziwei Xingjuan. Professor Gu's mouth is really open. What is said? The position of the first Emperor of the Emperor is dangerous. Mo must have come prepared. It is impossible for a strong man like him to die on the spur of the moment. No? Professor Gu had the urge to cry in his heart, and now he is more nervous than anyone else. The face pretended to be calm, but the heart was screaming desperately, don't, you must resist. Just when people were speculating about how Mo would defeat Ziwei Xingjuan, they were stunned when they saw the pictures in the North Star Palace. The North Star Palace is still the North Star Palace, but there is no Ziwei Xingjuan in it. It turns out to be an empty Star Palace. How could this be? Everyone, including Mo He and Professor Gu, was dumbfounded. Su Yi's reaction was quick, and she immediately thought of a possibility, and said excitedly, I know, the hidden North Star Palace is different from the ordinary Star Palace. The Star King in this Star Palace will only appear once, only the first a man who beats him can reap the benefits. That's right, that's it. Professor Gu also patted his thigh excitedly, there is only one Lord Ziwei Xing, which means that the first person to defeat him will basically be able to rank first. Stable. Mo, he searched around in the Star Palace, but did not find the shadow of Ziwei Xingjuan, so he understood what happened, and felt depressed. He finally figured out a way to defeat Ziwei Xingjuan, and even borrowed a lot of powerful companion pets, but he didn't expect such a result. Although he was unwilling, he had no choice but to withdraw from the Star Palace in the end. After Mo exited, the countdown of the Rubik's Cube had actually passed, and then the picture of the Rubik's Cube directly became the picture of the starry sky. Inside the Star Palace, you can see the Big Dipper blooming one after another, and the light is unusual and bright, making people tremble. Boom! The first star of the Big Dipper exploded, and the dazzling light passed through the Rubik's Cube screen. And the eyes of those who were still stabbed were about to go blind. Next, the Big Dipper exploded one by one, and finally the Polaris star also burst into its final brilliance, drowning its entire screen in the explosion of light produced by the Big Bang. When the screen of the Rubik's Cube dimmed again, the picture has become a Rubik's Cube leaderboard. Under the watchful eyes of the public, the name of the last place on the Rubik's Cube ranking turned into bits of shattering light and dissipated, and then from the bottom to the top, each name shattered and disappeared. For a moment, there was only one name left under the leaderboard, Human Sovereign, shining brightly, as if the sun was immortal. Failed after all. In front of the Rubik's Cube of another dimension, an inhuman creature stared at the shining word, Human Sovereign, and sighed. And most of the human beings on the earth are caught in a carnival. Even if they don't know who the emperor is, or even not sure if he is still alone, but there seems to be something more in the hearts of most human beings. I can't tell the truth, but it makes people feel a little more weighty and less impetuous. Zhou had been playing with his mobile phone and hadn't been out of the house for several days. At this time, Li Xian was also pulled to the Rubik's Cube and looked at the brilliant word, Human Emperor. Old Zhou, why do I find this word so pleasing to the eye? Li Xian felt that something was surging in his body, and he wished he could do something, but he had nowhere to vent, and finally said this. This word is a bit ugly. Zhou looked at the word for a long time and said after a while, Ugly? Why don't I think? Li Xian tilted his head and looked at it for a moment, then shook his head and said, It's ugly. Zhou said and walked to the Rubik's Cube, reaching out and touching the Rubik's Cube. The Rubik's Cube suddenly shined brightly, and Zhou body was also sucked into the Rubik's Cube, but this time it was not teleported to any dimensional realm, but appeared in the darkness of nothingness. In that darkness, there were 7 light clusters flickering, and upon closer inspection, it turned out to be 7 companion eggs, with different shapes. Is this the companion egg of the Big Dipper? Zhou looked at the 7 companion eggs. Although he knew that the companion eggs should have belonged to him, he couldn't be happy. The Big Dipper is broken and the companion pet is born. If the Earth's companion pet is born in the future, the fate of the Big Dipper will be the fate of the Earth. While Zhou was thinking about it, the 7 companion eggs shone brightly at the same time, shaking and moving one by one, as if they were about to fly towards Zhou's position. But when they really moved, they didn't fly towards Zhou, as if they were attracted by an invisible vortex. They revolved around a center of nothingness. As the speed of rotation became faster and faster, the light on them also turned into meteors, flying towards the center of the vortex, and their own light became weaker and weaker. The center of the vortex swallowed so much light, but it became darker and darker, as if the darkness had turned into something tangible and condensed into a black companion egg. When the light on the 7 companion eggs completely disappeared, they all disappeared, leaving only the extremely black companion egg still suspended in the void. The companion pet of the Big Dipper was absorbed by the companion pet of the North Star. What kind of companion pet is it? Is it a sword? Or a piece of armor? Or? Zhou's thoughts are not over yet. The absolutely dark companion pet rushed towards Zhou and instantly shot into Zhou's forehead. A black tattoo gradually appeared on Zhou's yin-tang. The tattoo had a peculiar style and seemed to have no fixed style. It kept changing every minute and every second, making it difficult to see what it really looked like. Zhou Wen's thoughts moved, and the ever-changing black tattoo burst out and appeared in front of Zhou Wen as a companion pet. This is Ziwei Xingjuan. Zhou Wen looked at the companion pet in front of him in surprise. The companion pet was wearing an absolutely dark armor, because it was too dark to even reflect the light. At first glance, it looked like a black silhouette, but that figure was very similar to the appearance of Ziwei Xingjuan, but it was the same as the one that Ziwei Xingjuan gave to Zhou Wen. It feels a little different. Although Zhou Wen had already received the information about the companion pet, he habitually took out his mobile phone and glanced at it. Emperor Xian, natural disaster grade, evolvable. Destiny, God. Soul of life, Xian. Wheel of fortune, birth, S rank. Fearing, silence. The field of natural disasters, the master of the universe, heaven. Strength, 999. Speed, 999. Physical fitness, 999. Vitality, 999. Talent skills, none. Associated state, soul. I'm going. What the hell is this? Zhou Wen looked at Emperor Xian's attributes and didn't close his mouth for a long time. To talk about this attribute, it is really the best of the best, it is directly the celestial rank, and all the attributes are 999. Zhou Wen has also seen such an attribute in Jinting, and this is the second one. But this thing doesn't even have a single skill. You must know that the 7 stars have special skills, and each special skill has its own characteristics. As long as it is used well, it is a big killer. Not to mention Ziwei Xingjuan, but the Zhou Tianxingchen array is infinitely mysterious. This thing combines the characteristics of the companion pets of 8 planets, and it doesn't even have a skill. Isn't that a pure power companion pet? The power-type companion pet Zhou Wen has already listened to the truth, and no one will think too much about such a top-level companion pet, but after all, it is repeated, and no matter how strong the power-type companion pet is, it is estimated that it is better than listening to the truth. This thing does not have that kind of ability, and it is easily affected by various taboos and other forces, and the powerful force may not be able to exert itself in actual combat. Anyway, you can also get me 2 skills. Even if there is no Zhou Tianxingchen array, the power of other stars to rebound damage and turn books into prisons can be just 2. Zhou Wen was a little depressed in his heart, but I also know that Emperor Xian must have his advantages. As Zhou Wen received the companion pet of Emperor Xian, the word human sovereign on the Rubik's Cube screen finally dissipated, and the Rubik's Cube screen gradually darkened, returning to its deadly appearance. People thought it was over, and some people had already planned to turn off their phones to do other things. Even the live broadcasts began to prepare to switch the screen to the commentary of the host and guests. But who knew that the Rubik's Cube that had just been darkened suddenly lit up again? People looked at the picture in astonishment, not knowing what happened, and thought that there was something to follow that was not over, but after they saw the picture on the Rubik's Cube, they realized that a new dimension field had appeared again on the Rubik's Cube. A new Rubik's Cube battle. Why does a new dimension field appear so quickly? The Rubik's Cube actually started the Rubik's Cube battle continuously. Doesn't it seem like it has never happened before? What is this place? Doesn't it look like a planet? Looking at the eyes, I don't seem to have seen it before. People on Earth looked at the picture on the Rubik's Cube, but no one recognized what dimension field it was. On the Rubik's Cube screen is a lake shrouded in fog. At first glance, it is all lake water and fog. Although there is no edge in sight, I don't know why it makes people think that it is a lake, not an ocean or something. Just looking at the picture, you can't tell where it is. There are countless rivers and lakes on the earth. Just looking at this picture, you can't guess where it is. People are talking about where it is, and analysts on major shows have all kinds of guesses, but no one can say for sure where it is. Zhou came out of the Rubik's Cube and immediately saw the picture on the Rubik's Cube. His pupils shrank immediately. Old Zhou, the Rubik's Cube is here to send warmth again. It seems that you have something good to take. Li Xian looked at the picture on the Rubik's Cube and said with a smile, I'm afraid it won't be so simple this time. Zhou Wen's expression was a little solemn. What do you mean? Who else on earth can compete with you for the first place? Li Xian asked suspiciously. No one on earth can compete with me, but I'm afraid it's not just humans on earth. Zhou Wen stared at the Rubik's Cube screen without blinking. You mean? Li Xian seemed to have guessed something. His expression became strange, and he looked at the picture on the Rubik's Cube and said, Don't you mean to say that this dimensional field on the Rubik's Cube is a different dimension? I've been to a different dimension once, and it does look very similar. You called Mingxiu over, Zhou Wen said. Li Xian hurriedly called Mingxiu over. After Mingxiu came, he said directly without waiting for Li Xian to ask, I saw it on the live broadcast. The place on the Rubik's Cube is probably in a different dimension. What is possible? Li Xian asked. Before I went to a different dimension, the places I went were limited to the Jian clan, and I have not been to places other than the Jian clan. The place on the screen is completely different from the place where the Jian clan is, but there is one place that is very similar. Mingxiu said. Where is it like? Li Xian looked left and right. But he didn't see any difference between the lake on the picture and the lake on Earth, that is, it was just a little more foggy. Mingxiu explained, the space of different dimensions is different from ours, where creatures below the mythical level, let alone actions, can't even see the matter around them clearly, just like three-dimensional creatures can't understand four-dimensional, the world is like. Then it can't be a different dimension. This picture has been broadcast for a while. Everyone on the internet can see this lake, even children who have not practiced. Li Xian said. I can't see it, just because the level of life cannot be reached, it is also a manifestation of order and rules. In essence, because I have been to a different dimension, and above the foggy lake, I can feel the existence of similar order and rules. Ordinary people can see it. It is because of the existence of the Rubik's Cube. The transmitted picture has been modified to a certain extent. If they really go there, ordinary people can only see the distorted glare. No, I'm afraid they can't even see the glare. When you arrive, you will be killed directly. Mingxiu explained. Is this really the case? Li Xian had never been to another dimension, so he didn't know if what Mingxiu said was true. Mingxiu also thinks so, it seems to be right. Zhou Wen nodded, but many thoughts flashed in his heart. My God, if it's really a different dimension, doesn't that mean that we can enter the different dimension through the Rubik's Cube? Li Xian's eyes suddenly lit up. Theoretically, this is naturally the case, but have you ever thought about why the Rubik's Cube can manifest a different dimension? Mingxiu said. Isn't that simple? It means that the Rubik's Cube has vast magical powers, and even the dimensional fields of different dimensions can be connected. Li Xian said. Mingxiu shook her head and smiled bitterly. You can't think a little deeper. If you have something to say, let it go. If you have a fart, you are itchy again, and you dare to hang people's appetite in front of me. Li Xian snorted coldly. What if another dimension is a dimensional field? Mingxiu said. Li Xian was stunned when he heard this, and his face became a little ugly. After a while, he said, Is this impossible? It's unlikely, but what if? Mingxiu smiled bitterly and said, Even if it is not, then this dimensional field is in a different dimension, that is to say, there is no suppression by the rules of the Earth's universe. If those other dimensional beings can also enter it, do you think we humans may still have it? Is there a chance to get the first place on the Rubik's Cube leaderboard? Mingxiu, who has been to a different dimension, knows the horror of another dimension better than Li Xian. Human sovereign is already considered very strong on Earth, but in another dimension, life under the apocalypse is really not a strong one. I was just thinking about how to use this thing to counterattack the other dimension, but I forgot about it. Li Xian said depressedly. The Rubik's Cube shouldn't play like this. If the perverted guys in the other dimension can also make the list, then we humans don't have to play at all. No, those beings in different dimensions will definitely be on the list. Zhou Wen sighed. Didn't the other dimensions have manipulated the Rubik's Cube before? Although it can be seen that they can't really control the Rubik's Cube, but it is certain that it is possible to enter the Rubik's Cube. What they cannot adapt to is the rules of the Earth's universe. It's nothing to be afraid of. It was originally something from their different dimensions. The big deal is to give it to them. If you have the strength in the future, you can kill it. Li Xian thought for a while and said, I'm afraid it's not that simple. I always feel that there is something wrong with it, but I can't figure it out for a while. Zhou Wen said with a frown. Not only Zhou Wen, but those forces with spokespersons have also discovered the unusualness of this dimensional field, and they are all in shock, guessing what it means in the end. When people were talking about it, the picture of the Rubik's Cube suddenly changed, and someone started the Rubik's Cube challenge. Someone challenged the Rubik's Cube so soon? I don't know who it will be. Is it the Emperor? Mo or Carloman? There are so many people who dare to take risks. I don't know what dimensional realm this is, but some people have gone through the barrier. Ordinary people are talking about it, but people who really know what this dimensional field is, are full of worries at this time. When the passers-by appeared on the screen, many of the strong men in the human race changed their expressions. Gold is the armor and dark gold is the rod. It looks almost the same as a human being, but the body of the being is more than twice as tall as a human being, at least 4 or 5 meters in height. On the life's forehead, there was a third eye, which looked like a golden sun when it opened, very similar to the holy sun god carved in the Sun Temple. Sure enough, it's in a different dimension. Li Xian looked at the golden godlike creature, and said a little depressedly. Zhou Wen, Mingxiu, and the others didn't speak, they just watched the creature walk towards the lake. The sun-like golden brilliance bloomed on his body, and the fog on the lake where he was located was quickly dispelled, and the surrounding area suddenly became clear and bright. It's just that there is still nothing on the lake, and it's still just a screen full of water waves. The Sun Clan walked on the surface of the lake, and their tall bodies were walking on the water waves as if they were flat on the ground. After walking not too far, the water suddenly roared underwater, and the lake water seemed to be fine, turned into a pair of arms. Made of 2 hands and wrapped around the Sun Clan, grabbed his legs, and was about to pull him into the lake. I saw the golden light blooming on the sun race body, and the pair of water arms seemed to have been evaporated by the high temperature, and instantly turned into water vapor, and a strange scream and roar could be heard underwater, and there was no sound in an instant. After a while, the lake water was like a boiling pot, the water waves were churning, and a pair of water arms stretched out from the lake water, and the entire lake seemed to have turned into a jungle of arms. Countless water arms grabbed towards the Sun Clan, and the water arms in the distance also drilled out of the water. It can be seen that they are water monsters condensed from water. They look a bit like humans, but they only have ears like the fins of a fish. What should be the legs is the tail of a snake. Watching countless water demons jumping from the water and rushing towards the Sun Clan did not panic at all. The sun god on their bodies was shining brightly, and all the water demons that were irradiated immediately turned into water vapor. And there was not a single water demon able to get close to his body. The Sun Clan just walked on the water step by step, walking towards the depths of the misty lake. There are countless water monsters in the lake, but none of them can get close to his body. I don't know how many water monsters have been evaporated by the sun god's light along the way. In just a few tens of minutes, the fog in front of him suddenly became clear, and a green field appeared in front of him. Originally, a small green island appeared on the lake. The small island was gentle, and there were hardly any fluctuations. The ground was full of green grass. Only in the center of the island, there was a big tree. It looks normal, but the leaves are like silver, and there are many golden fruits on the tree, which are somewhat similar in shape to apples. The Sun Clan went to the tree, reached out and picked a golden apple, and then walked to a place similar to a teleportation array next to it. As the light of the teleportation array rose, the Sun Clan also disappeared. The Rubik's Cube screen changed, and the Rubik's Cube ranking list appeared, with a name Sun Clan list on it. That's it, it looks very simple. The fruit on the tree is limited. I don't know if there is any more after picking it. It's better to take the opportunity to pick a fruit first. Li Xian said. It looks simple, but there is a mystery in it. Don't act rashly. Mingxiu quickly stopped Li Xian. Li Xian still wanted to say something, but saw that the Rubik's Cube screen lit up again, and someone else challenged the Rubik's Cube. It's Lady, the spokesperson of the family of God. Seeing a human being with flames all over his body appearing on the screen, Li Xian immediately recognized it. Reddy obviously has the same idea as Li Xian. If he wants to get a head start, he will pick a golden apple first. Luo Lai of the Sun Clan relied on the power of the sun to safely cross the foggy lake. His power of fire and the power of the sun are both fiery and masculine powers, thinking that it should not be difficult to deal with those water demons. But when he landed on the lake, his body sank into the lake. You can see the look of horror on the face of Luo Li, as if struggling to fly, but it is of no use. The body of the flame soon sank into the lake, and only a red light can be seen gradually under the lake. It was dim and disappeared in a moment, and the Rubik's Cube screen also turned back to the leaderboard, and there were only the names listed on the sun race. Li Xian's face was very ugly, and he said with lingering fear, "It's dangerous, that Reddy is also a natural disaster grade, anyway. There is also the power of fire to restrain the water attribute, so I sent it like this, but fortunately I didn't go. It's not just that Li Xian is afraid. Seeing this scene, many people on Earth are shocked. Reddy is also a famous person. Today, in the previous battle of the Big Dipper, he also entered the top 10 rankings. Think of it so. Silently hang up. For a while, both Lake of the Mist and Luo Lai became popular topics of discussion. Because of the appearance of Luo Lai, most people knew that there might be a different dimension there, and people were obviously more curious about the different dimension. Insert an app, a perfect replica of the old version of the book-chasing artifact. An app that can change the source Mimi reading. Of course, they are also guessing what level Luo Lai is. The natural disaster grade Reddy hangs up so silently, but Luo Lai can easily pass through the foggy lake. However, a human powerhouse like Zhou Wen knows that it is impossible to list the end-world level, but it is likely to be a heaven-level existence. Although Zhou Wen is also paying attention to the Mist Lake, he has no plans to challenge. The most important thing at present is to quickly promote the remaining 2 vitality tactics to natural disaster level. Taisui and Taiku spores are mixed in the Kunlun Mountains Grand Canyon. Those spores have helped them tremendously. Taisui has reached the natural disaster level and is still growing. It is only a matter of time before Taisui is promoted to natural disaster. Are 2 very important forces. It's just that the dimensional field that matches the demon god Ji has not been found more suitable, which makes Zhou Wen very depressed. Old Zhou, look who's here. Zhou Wen was studying the intelligence of the dimensional domain in his hand, but heard Li Xian's voice coming from far away. Wang Lu. Zhou Wen went out and saw Li Xian and Wang Lu walking side by side. Zhou Wen, why don't you seem to have changed at all? Even a woman like me is jealous. Wang Lu looked at Zhou Wen and said with a smile, You haven't changed. Zhou Wen said. Li Xian coaxed and said, Old Zhou, what are your eyes? Wang Lu has grown up a lot, okay? The big character Li Xian not only accentuated the tone, but also dragged it for a long time. When speaking, he even glanced at Wang Lu. Zhou Wen couldn't help but follow his gaze. Wang Lu's face flushed suddenly, and he slapped Li Xian's face, turning Li Xian's face to the other side, his mouth twisted. It's not fair. Lao Zhou also read it, why would he hit me? Li Xian said indignantly, rubbing his face. Who called you cheap? Wang Lu spat, turned to Zhou Wen and said, I heard that you are looking for the dimensional field of the space department? How do you know? Zhou Wen asked in surprise. He was looking for the space system dimension field, which was done by Li Xian secretly. Although he didn't say it was an exaggeration to keep it strictly confidential, he didn't tell anyone else. I said, Lao Zhou, how come it's been so many years, you still haven't made any progress yet? It's clearly been shut down, oh. Before Li Xian finished his words, he was pinched by Wang Lu. Okay. Let's talk, I'll go, can't I go? Li Xian winked at Zhou Wen, then turned around and walked out. After Li Xian left, Wang Lu said to Zhou Wen, I heard Li Xian say that you are looking for a dimension field of the space department, and it happened that I recently encountered a somewhat special space dimension field. If you are interested, I can take you to see it. Just give me a call. Why do you still run by yourself? Zhou Wen said. The corners of Wang Lu's eyes twitched, and his fingers had some uncontrollable urges, but in the end he pressed it down and said to Zhou Wen, that dimensional field is a bit special, and It's inconvenient to talk on the phone, so I came here myself. What kind of dimensional field is that? Zhou Wen was worried about this question and asked quickly. Wang Lu was a little disappointed in his heart, but still said, I don't know the name of that dimensional field, and the location is in Lop Nor. Lop Nor? Zhou Wen was slightly startled when he heard it. He had heard of this place. It was in the west of the Eastern District. In ancient times, it was called the Ear of the Earth and the Sea of Death. He heard that many strange and bizarre things happened before the dimensional storm came. Yes, it is Lop Nor. There are not many dimensional fields there, but they are very strange. An elder in my clan strayed into it and discovered a dimensional field. Wang Lu explained the situation of that dimensional field in detail. The elder of the Wang family originally went to the edge of the desert to find a companion pet, but he lost his way because of an accident and strayed into the area of Lop Nor. Lop Nor was already very dangerous in ancient times, and it became even more bizarre and bizarre after the dimensional storm came, and almost no one who strayed into it was able to come out. The Wang family originally thought that he was going to die, but who knew that he accidentally discovered a dimensional field. After something happened in that dimensional field, he came out alive. The place where he came out was no longer a desert, but in the sea at the other end. That sea was also famous, the Bermuda Triangle, known as the Devil's Triangle. Because even the Wang family couldn't tell what was going on. And many of them didn't even know what they were about, but there were some key ones, and it was certain that he had experienced some special influence of space power. There are no dimensional creatures in that dimensional field. But no matter how he goes, he will return to the same place in the end. This is not weird. The weird thing is the mark he left. After realizing that he was lost, the Wang family left a lighter in one place, and then continued to walk. After walking for an unknown amount of time, he saw the lighter again. What was even weirder was that he found that he had an extra one on his body. Lighter. He only had one lighter, and it was already marked on the ground. There could be no second one, but when he saw his lighter, he subconsciously touched his pocket, and there was actually a lighter in it. Look, it was exactly the same as the lighter on the ground, and it scared him at the time. The Wang family threw both lighters on the ground, and after turning around again, he had another lighter. After turning around like this for an unknown number of laps, there were already a bunch of lighters in front of him. All of them were exactly the same, no matter how old or new they were or anything else. He couldn't even tell which one was the best. It's his lighter. So, I'm afraid there is no longer a pure space force, it is very likely that the power of time and space is involved. Zhou Wen thought about it and asked, how did he come out later? How did you get to Bermuda? Advertising, /me/reading, /app, / is really good, it's worth installing it, even Android and Apple phones support it. I don't know. Wang Lu shook his head and said, in the end, he couldn't hold back and fell into a coma. When he woke up, he was already on the beach by the sea. This is a bit interesting. Zhou Wen mused. Our family is going to explore that dimension field. If you are interested, you can go together. Wang Lu said. Okay, count me as one. Zhou Wen felt that this dimensional field is really a bit different. Maybe it can really match the demon god Ji, even if you don't go in, you can look for the little hand pattern. Even if it doesn't match the demon god Ji, he should go there in order to help Wang Lu. The two chatted for a while, and after the appointment was made, Wang Lu said that the family was preparing to explore the dimensional realm. She couldn't stay here for too long, so she went back to Wang's house first. I said, Lao Zhou, are you stupid? Was your head kicked by a donkey when you were a child? Li Xian was speechless after hearing what Zhou Wen said. What do you mean? Zhou Wen frowned. Li Xian sighed and said, you are a beast, and you have blinded Wang Lu's heart. What's wrong with me? Wang Lu is going to explore that dimension field, didn't I promise to help her explore? Zhou Wen said. Need your help? Don't you have a big face? Just like Wang Lu's luck, do you need your help? And do you know what that thing she said means? If you leave one thing, you can come out with another thing, and it can also be copied indefinitely, if the lost is not a lighter, but an advanced companion egg or skill crystal or something. Do you know what that means? Li Xian had an expression of hating iron. I really didn't think about that. Zhou Wen was taken aback for a while, and he immediately understood the true value of that dimensional field. Even if there are no other discoveries in it, just taking advantage of this peculiar phenomenon can yield unimaginable benefits. People have put all the secrets of Tianda in front of you, and you thought you were helping others. Do you think you are a beast? Li Xian couldn't help but scolded again. So, I really owe Wang Lu a big favor, and I have to pay it back later. Zhou Wen pondered. Li Xian felt speechless for a while, and seemed to be too lazy to say anything to Zhou Wen more. Do what you like. Anyway, if you can't be sorry to Wang Lu in the future, my brother will definitely stand on Wang Lu's side. After saying that, Li Xian left. He was afraid that he would talk to Zhou Wen again, so he couldn't help but want to beat him. For several days in a row, there have been foreign races on the list to pick up the golden apples. But there is not even a single human on the list. Even the spokespersons of those humans have not been on the Rubik's Cube ranking, let alone picking the golden apples. Even powerful spokespersons like Mo didn't challenge the Rubik's Cube at all. Ordinary people just hope that a human can be on the rankings, but they don't know that the spokespersons have basically received warnings from aliens not to challenge the Rubik's Cube. There are only 37 golden apples on the tree. Seeing that the golden apples continue to decrease, more and more people hope that the emperor can play and occupy a place on the Rubik's Cube. Zhou Wen couldn't hear their call. He followed Wang Lu and his party into the weird Lopner. The electronic equipment here had no signal at all. He didn't know what happened outside. The boundless desert was a forbidden area for human beings in ancient times. Once lost in it, without the support of water and food, it would take a few days to die. There are fear-level powerhouses in the water system in their group. It is not difficult to get water, and the food is very sufficient, so there is no need to worry about these, but this does not mean that they can run wild. After the dimensional storm, Lopner is far more. It was even more terrifying before, and the group walked cautiously. I don't know if it's because of Wang Lu's existence. They went all the way without any danger, and they didn't encounter too many dangerous changes. However, after walking for several days, they didn't find the dimension that the Wang family said. Field. Uncle Third, where should we go now? Looking at the endless salt crust and sand, Wang Lu frowned and asked the middle-aged man beside him. The middle-aged man's name was Wang Huaiduan, and he was Wang Lu's third uncle in terms of seniority. He was in his 40s, and now he was only using the mythical level of mythical liquid. He was the one who discovered the dimensional realm. I'm sorry, Patriarch, I walked into that dimensional realm in a confused way. I only knew where it was and where it was. I really don't have any clue now. Wang. White Wan said with some shame. Wang Ludao didn't want to blame him either. It was not surprising that Wang White Wan couldn't figure out the location of the dimensional realm at that time. She didn't expect Wang White Wan to memorize a lot, as long as it was this area. It doesn't matter, is it in this area? Wang Lu asked again. It shouldn't be wrong, Wang White Wan said. Wang Lu nodded, looked at Zhou Wen, who was playing on his mobile phone and said, Zhou Wen, lend me one of your shoes. What are you doing? Zhou Wen sat on the back of the Dawei King Kong bull, and when he heard Wang Lu's words, he took off the shoes on his feet and threw them to Wang Lu. Try your luck. Wang Lu took Zhou Wen's shoes, threw them out, looked at the direction the toes were facing after the shoes fell, and said, go over there. With that said, Wang Lu picked up the shoes and gave them back to Zhou Wen. The Wang family members did not have any doubts about Wang Lu's seemingly child's play, and walked in the direction Wang Lu said. Zhou Wen took the shoes and put them on, looked at Wang Lu curiously and asked, why didn't you use this method directly before? People can't have too many extravagant hopes. If you ask for too many blessings that don't belong to you, even if you get them in the end, it may not be a good thing. Wang Lu said ambiguous. Zhou Wen nodded, and he understood a little. Although Wang Lu's lucky power is very strong, she is not a lucky goddess with boundless power after all. I am afraid that this lucky power is also limited, and it may not really be possible to solve everything by luck. If everything can be solved by luck, Wang Lu should have become the strongest among human beings long ago. In fact, Wang Lu has not yet been promoted to natural disaster. The group continued on their way, and after walking for less than half a day, Wang White Wan suddenly pointed to a place in front and called out, that's it, that's the entrance to the dimension field. Zhou Wen looked in the direction. He pointed, and saw that on top of the endless salt crust, a lake appeared. The lake was not big, and the water surface was like a mirror without the slightest wave. Wang White Wan continued excitedly, have you seen that odd-shaped boulder by the lake? As long as you pass through there, you can enter that strange dimensional realm. The odd-shaped boulder mentioned by Wang White Wan was a boulder with a height of more than 10 meters. Perhaps because it had been damaged by wind and sand for a long time, there was a large crack in the middle of the boulder, which was large enough for 2 people to pass through. Zhou Wen glanced at the crack on the big rock, and looking through the crack, it was the lake behind, which seemed to be no different. Repair in place. Rest for a night, and explore the dimensional realm tomorrow. Wang Lu led the crowd to the front of the big stone, but did not enter it immediately. He looked at the sun that was about to go down, and ordered everyone to set up tents and get one temporary camp. Zhou Wen looked around, but couldn't find the little hand pattern, so he could only return to the camp angrily. Zhou Wen brought his own tent and lived alone. When he was resting at night, he saw Wang Lu pull the curtain and get in. Why, can't you sleep? Zhou Wen asked with a smile. Wang Lu sat down, shook his head and said, I need your help with something. What's the matter? The reason why Zhou Wen didn't immediately agree was not because he wanted to consider the stakes, but because he felt that Wang Lu came to him at this time, and I'm afraid that the matter of asking him for help is no trivial matter. Trusted by Wang Lu. Wang Lu took a box out of his arms and put it in front of Zhou Wen, help me hold this. After entering the dimensional realm tomorrow, If everything goes well, you can put it in a suitable place. Could it be? Before Zhou Wen finished his words, Wang Lu pressed his lips with his fingers. It's fine if you know it yourself, I'll leave it to you. After Wang Lu said, he got up and walked out of the tent without stopping. Zhou Wen looked at the box in front of him and couldn't help frowning secretly. If he guessed correctly, the box should be an important treasure prepared by Wang Lu, most likely some kind of advanced companion egg. Because it is difficult for the companion pet to be too far away from the owner, there is no way to put it in the dimensional realm for replication, which is why Wang Huaiduan did not experiment at the beginning, that is because there is no companion egg on him at all, so there is no way to carry out the experiment. This time the Wang family came prepared, and must have prepared very high-level companion eggs or other treasures, but I don't know why. Wang Lu put the contents of the box with him. Zhou Wen didn't open the box to see what it was, just put the box away and continued to brush his copy of the game. There was nothing for a night, and the next morning, the Wang family packed up their things and passed through the big stone mightily. Zhou Wen followed in the team, and the moment they passed through the crack, the scenery in front of them was the same as what they saw just now. Too much difference. He clearly looked at the saltwater lake behind the big rock, but after passing through the big rock, he still saw the saltwater lake in front of him, and it didn't seem to be any different. Have we really entered the dimensional realm? Someone asked suspiciously. Many people want to ask this question, and even Zhou Wen has some doubts. After passing through the gap in the stone, it seems to be no different from just now. It's not the same, it's very different. Wang Huaiduan said with certainty, if you don't go through the gap in this big rock, then no matter which way you go, you will leave this saltwater lake, and after passing through the gap in the stone, no matter how you go, they all end up back at the lake, like they've been circling the lagoon all the time. Has reincarnation started now? Zhou Wen looked around and asked. It should have already started, but after we leave here, we won't see this big rock no matter how we walk, which means we can't get out of here again. Wang Huaiduan thought for a while and said, I walked for a long time at that time, I couldn't leave here, I thought I was dead, I was exhausted and lost my mind. The dragon suction suddenly appeared in the lake, I was sucked in, and when I woke up, I was already on the coast of the Devil's Triangle. I don't know how I got out. Third uncle, you come with us. Ziyuan, you take a team and stay in front of the big stone to guard. Wang Lu calmly commanded, so he looked like a family owner, and he seemed to know Wang Lu before Zhou Wen. Something is different. Except for a team of 5 who stayed in front of Dashi, everyone else followed Wang Lu, including Zhou Wen. This time, the Wang family didn't leave anything behind. When they want to try it and come back, can they still see the 5-person team? Zhou Wen walked with them, and at the same time began to scan the surrounding area, especially in the lake. If there is anything weird, it is the most likely place to have problems. However, Zhou Wen scanned for a while and found nothing in the range that Shiyu could reach. There seemed to be no creatures in the lake, let alone dimensional creatures, not even ordinary microorganisms. The salt content in this lake is very high, and people can jump into it and float directly. I have tried jumping into the lake before, hoping to find some dimensional creatures as food, but I found nothing. Wang Huaiduan walked as he walked. Said. Wang Lu just listened quietly and didn't say anything. Everyone walked around the lake and didn't walk around, but they walked around the lake for a long time. It was estimated that when they walked around the lake, they still didn't look at it. 2. The big rock that came in. It's really weird. Zhou frowned slightly. He didn't feel any changes in the space. Dashi and the Wang family who were guarding the stone were gone. This dimensional field is really not simple. Little Li, follow the plan. Wang Lu said to a young man from the Wang family. The young man nodded and stayed by the lake, while the others continued to walk around the lake. The young man carries some of the companion eggs of the Wang family. If he finds him, those companion eggs can be turned into 2 copies. And the Wang family is really developed. This dimension field is indeed a bit weird, be careful. Zhou walked beside Wang Lu and whispered to Wang Lu. He always felt a little uncomfortable in his heart, or this dimensional field made him a little uneasy. Mr. Zhou, don't worry. The last time I came here, I walked around here for several days and didn't find any dimensional creatures. I also tossed around in the lake for a while. If there were dimensional creatures, they would have eaten me. Wang Huaiduan said. Be careful, there's nothing wrong, everyone cheer up. Wang Lu said. Everyone in the Wang family responded and continued to walk around the lake. Perhaps Zhou was too sensitive and encountered nothing along the way. Zhou estimated that he was about to circle the lake, and looked forward, hoping to see Shaoli, who stayed there. This look really made him see it. It was almost the same time as when they left. Shaoli was sitting by the lake and was playing with the sand in a bored way. Zhou was watching, and suddenly his face changed slightly. Little Li is there. After walking for a while, someone finally saw Shaoli and cried out in surprise. Come and see if he has 2 companion eggs on his body. Everyone got excited and quickened their pace and ran towards Shaoli, running and running. Everyone's footsteps slowed down again, and their faces showed inexplicable expressions of horror. Because they found that there was not 1 Shaoli sitting there, but two identical Shaoli sitting side by side. The reason why Zhou face changed greatly just now was because he saw 2 Shaoli, and under the division, he could not tell which one was the real Shaoli, or that both Shaoli were real. Can even people copy it together? Zhou was so close, he still couldn't tell the difference between the 2 Shaoli. At this time, the 2 Shaoli also found Zhou and the others, and they all got up immediately and ran towards them, shouting. As they ran, Patriarch, it's not good, something happened, more I'm not, something pretending to be me. There is nothing wrong with what he said. The problem is that the 2 Shaoli said exactly the same thing, even the expressions were the same, which made everyone stunned for a while. Little Li, stand there and don't move. Wang Lu said, staring at the 2 Shaoli. Without any hesitation, the 2 Shaoli stopped, seeming to be very convinced by Wang Lu's order. Take out the companion eggs you have on your body. Wang Lu continued. Both Shaoli took off the backpacks on their backs, and took out all the companion eggs inside. There were 7 companion eggs in total, and each companion egg was different, but the companion eggs of the 2 were exactly the same. Like twins. I should have thought that this ghost place can copy the lighter, and people should be able to copy it together. Shaoli shouldn't be left here. Wang Huaiduan sighed. Patriarch, third uncle, think of a way, I don't want to have 2 of me. The 2 Shaoli said together with a sad face. Wang Lu lost his mind for a while, and couldn't tell which Shaoli was the original Shaoli, so he couldn't help but look at Zhou. Zhou shook his head slightly, and he couldn't tell which Shaoli was the real one. Leave the companion eggs. Here first, and we'll continue walking. Wang Lu thought for a while, and asked people to put all the companion eggs he brought here, and then took the two Shaoli together and continued to walk around the lake. Now, I really don't dare to keep people here. The two Shaoli can't get it anymore. If he gets a few more Shaoli, it is estimated that his wife will be embarrassed when he goes back. Although Zhou Wen also wanted to try to see if he could copy the good things on his body, if something like a mysterious mobile phone could be copied, it would be really perverted. Even if the mysterious mobile phone can't be copied, it would be excellent to get a few slaughter swords and Juxian swords out. Of course, Zhou Wen didn't really do that. He had to figure out what was going on in this dimensional field before he dared to try something like the slaughtering immortal sword, otherwise, if something went wrong, it would be worth the loss. Looking at the two Shaoli walking in the team, Zhou Wen always felt that this matter was a bit strange. If it was true that everything could be copied and the benefits would be endless, this dimensional field would be too strong. In fact, the Wang family was also very uneasy in their hearts. After all, this benefit was so great that it was unbelievable. If it wasn't for Wang Lu's extremely strong luck, they wouldn't necessarily dare to come if they knew that there was such a benefit. The group of people thought about their own affairs and walked around the saltwater lake again. When they came to the area where they left their luggage, they found that there were two piles of identical luggage there. When I opened it, I saw that there was one more thing, but only one of the things that Shaoli copied once before appeared. It seems that there are two possibilities. One is that the replica cannot be copied, and the other is that the same thing can only be copied. Zhou Wen muttered to himself. It's okay to copy one at a time, 10 times is 10, we will stay here for a few days, and there will be no shortage of companion pets. The rise of the Wang family is just around the corner. The Wang family was extremely excited. Companion eggs have been experimentally hatched and replicated, and the results are exactly the same as normal companion eggs, without any difference. By this time, no one doubts the value of copying companion eggs anymore. They just want to copy more companion eggs and things out. The only thing that bothers me is Shaoli. The two Shaoli still can't tell the truth from the fake, so they can only be guarded temporarily to avoid any trouble. Patriarch, there is no mistake, this dimensional field is the blessed land of our royal family. Keep everything you bring, and copy as many things as possible. Who knows if there will be a time limit here. A royal family, the old man said to Wang Lu. No hurry. Let's keep a part of it according to the original plan. Wang Lu shook his head. Others wanted to persuade Wang Lu, but were directly interrupted by Wang Lu. The plan is to protect the interests of the family. If you don't follow the plan, who will be responsible for any problems? Everyone in the Wang family, look at me. I look at you, and in the end, according to Wang Lu's order, only a part of the things were left, and they walked around the lake again. What do you think? Wang Lu asked softly as he walked beside Zhou Wen. It is indeed very likely that this is the dimensional field of the spacetime system. I left a few low-level companion eggs there just now. Next time, I should find out a little. Zhou Wen said. What do you mean? Wang Lu asked in confusion. Zhou Wen put a few companion eggs there. Wang Lu saw it at the beginning, and those companion eggs were also copied. If you do it again, there will be one more. It seems that there is no difference. What is the discovery? Zhou Wen explained, I only kept one of each of Those companion eggs and the copied companion eggs. The small book booth that book lovers used before has been hung up, and now they are basically using /me// to read /app // Wang Lu is very smart. Hearing Zhou Wen say this, he immediately understood. You have left some of the original companion eggs, and some of them are copied companion eggs. If all the companion eggs are copied again by then, it will also be, that is to say, there is no limit to copying, but the same thing can only be copied one at a time. If some companion eggs are not copied, it means that the copy cannot be copied again. Zhou Wen nodded and said, if the power of time and space is really at work, then no matter whether the original version or a replica is left, it should be able to be copied. No, it should not be called a copy, or it is better to use a parallel space to describe it. Those things are all from parallel space, not copied. If the copy is not copied, it is hard to say. Of course, it is just speculation now, and we have to see the results. You don't feel moved when you see those copied things? Wang Lu asked Zhou Wen, as he looked at him. At this time, Zhou Wen was able to think about so many things without being affected at all, which surprised Wang Lu. Wang Lu's own luck is very good, and he is not short of anything at ordinary times, but when he sees those things that have been copied, his will is still a little shaken. The reason why he insists on acting according to the plan is just in case. Even so, she didn't think so much, not as calm as Zhou Wen. Heart, why not, but Zhou Wen seemed hesitant and didn't finish his sentence. It's convenient, not inconvenient, Wang Lu said. It's not inconvenient, I'm just afraid that you will think too much. Zhou Wen thought for a while and said, then say it directly, I absolutely believe you. Wang Lu said, seriously? I'm afraid to believe in myself, I'd rather I think wrong. Zhou Wen smiled bitterly, and continued without waiting for Wang Lu to ask, to tell you the truth, according to my previous experience, every time I entered a stranger it seems that something will happen in the dimensional field of my life, and it will be quite thrilling. Every time, so no matter how much I am moved, I still have some concerns in my heart. I thought it was something, but I was startled. Don't worry, with me by your side, your luck will be better. Wang Lu smiled. I have nothing to worry about, I'm afraid you are worried. Zhou Wen smiled. The two walked and chatted. After walking around for a long time, everyone approached the place where the things were placed again. Zhou Wen saw a bunch of things there from a distance, and the companion eggs he put were among them. 1, 2, 6, no. Half has not been copied. After Zhou Wen counted in his heart, he couldn't help frowning. According to the previous guess, if the power of time and space is at work, the companion eggs he left, whether it is the original version or the replica, should have new ones, but now obviously half of them have not been replicated. Will the copy not be copied again? That is to say, only the original will be copied all the time. Is this the power of the space-time system? Wang Lu also saw Zhou Wen's companion eggs and knew immediately what happened. I don't know. Zhou Wen shook his head slightly, staring thoughtfully at the companion eggs. Everyone in the Wang family has already rushed to the luggage carnival. You can get a lot of precious companion eggs just by going around. What used to be a life-threatening thing can now be obtained just by taking a walk. Patriarch, that's right, everything is right, don't hesitate any longer, keep that thing, I don't know what to do in the future, hurry up. And get a few more now. Several elders from the Wang family came over to persuade one after another. King. Dear. According to the plan, it's just the next lap, don't rush at this moment. Wang Lu said. The plan is made by people. You can be more flexible when you need it. You don't have to be so rigid. If you leave that thing earlier, there are already 3 of them. In addition to you, the owner, we can also have one. The old man did not. After finishing speaking, Zhou Wen understood the meaning. It is estimated that the Wang family has a special companion egg or some kind of treasure, but they did not dare to stay there for fear of accidents. Now that the Wang family saw things being copied again and again, they couldn't help it. They wanted Wang Lu to copy more of that thing so that they could have a copy too. As long as it can be copied, naturally everyone has a share. There is only 1 lap left, let's go. Wang Lu said and continued on the road, not giving those people a chance to speak. The old people were a little helpless, but they didn't say anything. They packed up their things and continued on the road with Wang Lu. Have you found anything? Seeing that Zhou Wen had been frowning and thinking, Wang Lu leaned over and asked. That's not there, but I thought of one thing. If you want to tell which one is the original version of Shaoli, you can leave a Shaoli there and see if he will be copied so you can know whether he is the original version or not. Zhou Wen said. Insert an app, a perfect replica of the old version of the book-chasing artifact, an app that can change the source Mimi reading. If the original version is left, wouldn't there be another Shaoli? Wang Lu smiled. Zhou Wen also smiled, so I just thought about it. In fact, it doesn't make sense to distinguish it. Even if you know it's a replica, you can't kill him cruelly. Right? Yeah, if it's a replica, he and Shaoli are no different. We both grew up together. How could we succeed unless he's not Shaoli at all? Wang Lu said, a little depressed. What else could it be? If it's not Shaoli? Zhou Wen said and turned to look at the 2 Shaoli. After seeing them, his face suddenly changed. Because the other Wang family members were all excited, they all wanted to walk faster. At first, the 2 Shaoli were paid special attention to by them, but now they unknowingly fell to the back. And no one thought about watching them anymore. The 2 Shaoli were originally the same, but looking at it now, one of the Shaoli did not know when it became a little different. Shaoli was only in his 20s, with big eyes and black pupils from the east, but now that Shaoli lowered his head, his eyes were completely white, like a blind man. In the eyes of ordinary people, there are only so many differences. But in Zhou Wen's eyes, that Shaoli is exuding a strange aura, like white smoke rising from him. Oops. There's something wrong with the copied thing. Zhou Wen suddenly shuddered in his heart. Shaoli, who had been keeping his head down, suddenly raised his head and showed a weird smile to Zhou Wen. The next moment, he rushed towards another Shaoli beside him. Because they were so close, Zhou Wen didn't even have time to do anything. The moment the 2 Shaoli came into contact, they were like water and milk, and they merged together, turning 2 people into 1 person. Zhou Wen had already flashed in front of Shaoli, but he didn't know what happened to Shaoli now, and naturally he couldn't kill him directly. He just reached out and grabbed Shaoli's arm and controlled him first. Mr. Zhou, what are you doing? Hearing the movement behind, the Wang family in front stopped and looked over, seeing Zhou Wen grabbing Shaoli's arm, and looking at him with some doubts. Didn't you find that there is 1 Shaoli missing? Zhou Wen stared at Shaoli and said. Because they were too excited, everyone had long forgotten about Shaoli, and they only remembered after hearing Zhou Wen mention it. Yeah, why? Is there only one Shaoli? Where did the other Shaoli go? Could it be that he ran away? Everyone looked around and found no other Shaoli. Zhou Wen, what's going on? Wang Lu didn't see that scene. So he didn't know how the two Shaoli merged into one. Zhou Wen repeated what he saw, while observing Shaoli's reaction. That Shaoli was very honest, let Zhou Wen hold it and didn't move, and didn't struggle to resist. His eyes seemed to be a little demented. Everyone listened to it as bizarre, and they were looking at Shaoli, but no matter how they looked at it, they couldn't imagine how the two people merged into one person. There is a problem with what was copied here and can't be copied anymore, Zhou Wen said to Wang Lu. Without waiting for Wang Lu to say anything, an old man from the Wang family said strangely, Mr. Zhou, are the two Shaoli really fused into one? I saw it with my own eyes, Zhou Wen said. There are so many people here, how come you are the only one who has seen it, and none of the others have seen it? Isn't it a bit too coincidental? The old man snorted coldly. Uncle Lu, what do you mean by that? Wang Lu said displeasedly. Patriarch, I've said it a long time ago, things here can't be spread out, but you don't listen, you insist on letting an outsider come along. Now people don't see our Wang family. Well, what do you say, Patriarch? The old man angrily said. Uncle Lu, what are you trying to say? Wang Lu frowned. None of us have seen the two Shaoli merged into one, but only Mr. Zhou saw it, and he said with certainty that there is a problem with the replica and can no longer be reproduced. Don't you think this is very problematic in itself? Even if two Shaoli has really merged into one, but that doesn't mean it can't be copied. We just need to use one of the copied things before they merge. Why can't we copy, deliberately stumbles us, whether the other Shaoli has merged or was given to me. I don't think it's hard to say. Zhou Wen won't lie, Wang Lu said. Knowing the people, knowing the face, but not the heart, you are still young, the master, and you haven't seen through some things. In the face of absolute interests, some people can't do anything? The old man was very pleasant to Wang Lu, and turned to Zhou Wen. He was not so polite, even if the two Shaoli merge into one person, then he should be able to speak, right? We asked him, didn't the matter get to the bottom? What do you mean by holding him like this? What do you want to ask? You can ask now. Zhou Wen held Shaoli's hand and didn't let go. Everyone has been caught by you, so how can you ask? A Wang family member said, you let him go first. With so many of us, are you afraid that he won't escape? I'm not afraid of running, I'm afraid that he won't run. Zhou Wen didn't let go of Shaoli. Patriarch, what's the matter? Shaoli is also a subordinate of our Wang family. Even if we want to arrest and ask, it should be our Wang family's own people to arrest and ask. What's the matter with an outsider? The old man looked at Wang Lu said dissatisfiedly. That's why the other things we copied are fine, but Shaoli himself has an accident, and he is obviously fine, but he seems to be half dead when he is caught, and he can't even say a word. I'm afraid someone has saved something. Thought people of the Wang family, of course, if there is anything, the Wang family will handle it themselves. Many people in the Wang family were a little dissatisfied with Zhou Wen, but they didn't dare to really grab people. They also knew that Zhou Wen was so powerful that no ordinary person could match him. Zhou Wen, what is Shaoli's situation now? Wang Lu looked at Zhou Wen and asked. Although Wang Lu is the head of the family, it does not mean that Wang Lu can ignore the emotions of the Wang family. Wang Lu believed in Zhou Wen, but he also wanted to appease the emotions of the Wang family. I don't know, I just feel something is wrong. Zhou Wen looked at Shaoli, who looked like a dementia, thinking of his smile just now. He always felt that this guy was a little dangerous. Listen, what is this called? Can you hold our Wang family when you feel something is wrong? Patriarch, he can't even come up with a reason. Has anyone done such a thing? The Wang family heard Zhou Wen say this, and even more did not believe him, thinking that he must have some plans. Wang Lu was a little embarrassed, but he still didn't let go. Zhou Wen also saw that Wang Lu was difficult to do, and thought about it and said, well, since you want people, then give them to you, but if something happens, then it's none of my business. There is no need for outsiders to worry about our Wang family's affairs. All the Wang family members said immediately. Relying on the presence of Wang Lu, they felt that with Wang Lu's lucky ability, it was unlikely that anything would happen. Desire is really a terrible thing. Zhou Wen secretly said in his heart, if it was normal, these people would never dare to talk to me like this. For these many benefits, they are not afraid of offending me. Just to see what's so weird about this little Li. For this reason, Zhou Wen stopped holding Shaoli and returned him to the Wang family. The two Wang family members took over Shaoli from Zhou Wen. Although they had some concerns in their hearts, they were afraid that there was something wrong with Shaoli, but seeing that Xiao Li was still demented, they were relieved a lot. Shaoli. After taking Shaoli, the Wang family wanted to wake him up and ask some questions, but Shaoli kept silent, as if he was dumbfounded and couldn't ask anything. Many people still doubted what Zhou Wen did to Shaoli secretly, and didn't believe what the two Xiao Li were saying together. If they didn't know Zhou Wen's strength, they would all want to take Zhou Wen down. First, Patriarch, I don't think there is a problem with this. Those copied companion eggs are not good. Anyway, we don't copy people. It should be fine. Don't delay any more time, let's continue quickly. Everyone just urged Wang Lu to quickly put down the treasures prepared by the Wang family and make more copies. Alright. Wang Lu nodded, took out a box from his backpack, and put it on top of the pile of things. Zhou Wen has been watching coldly from the side, this time he didn't say anything. Everyone went on the road again, walking around the salty lake. Although some people were worried about the problem, their desire for treasures exceeded their worries. Along the way, Zhou Wen has been observing Shaoli. He was escorted forward, almost being carried by two people from the Wang family. There has been no response. When I returned to the place where I put things, there were indeed a bunch of replicas, and the box that Wang Lu took out was also in it. Look, I'll just say there's no problem, it's not all good. Come on, go, copy a few more, it's better that each of us can get one. With this treasured land, our Wang family will definitely become an existence like the 6 major families in the future. They were all beaming with joy, as if they would soon become the great nobles on earth. Wang Lu didn't say anything, just looked at Zhou Wen. Keep going. Zhou Wen just said lightly, it is useless to say more now, and he can't get out, so he can only continue to walk. Circle after circle, more and more things are copied. Not to mention the various ecstasy of the Wang family, Zhou Wen was also a little strange. In his heart, he clearly saw that the two Shaoli fused into one, but the same situation did not occur in the copied companion eggs. Even the box that Wang Lu put down has been copied several times, and there is no strange thing of fusion. As for the contents of the box, Zhou also knew what it was, because the Wang family was too pleasantly surprised, and some people accidentally leaked their mouths. Only then did Zhou know that there was a natural disaster level companion egg inside. At the level of the Wang family, they should not have the ability to hunt natural disasters. It is estimated that Wang Lu should have obtained it by luck. After turning around so many times, Shaoli still looked like a demented man, and he didn't find anything wrong with him. Could it be that the problem occurs only after living creatures are copied? Or is it only human beings? Zhou pondered various possibilities. Once again, I went to the place where the things were put, and there were indeed a bunch of things there, and the Wang family was about to go crazy with joy. Many of the copied companion eggs were hatched by the Wang family, and there was no problem. As for the box of the eggs associated with the natural disaster, no one has ever taken it. First, it needs Wang Lu's permission. And second, even if they take it now, they won't be able to hatch. The Wang family doesn't even have a natural disaster, and only relying on its own vitality is not enough to incubate the natural disaster companion pet. Forcibly hatching will only be sucked out of vitality and die, so no one wants to hatch now. Wang Lu just put away the copied box every time, and has no intention of hatching. When everyone was excited, Zhou saw Shaoli, who had been demented all the time, finally had an expression on his face, and he showed that weird smile again, but at this time, no one but Zhou paid attention to him at all. This time his smile did not converge, but he kept smiling like that, and Zhou felt a little hairy in his heart when he laughed. Shaoli, are you awake? What are you laughing at? The Wang family holding Xiao Li finally found out what was wrong with Shaoli, looked at Shaoli, and asked. Shaoli still didn't speak, just looked at the man laughing, and the laughing man's heart was straight. When the others heard the sound, they all looked towards them, but what they saw next was extremely strange and terrifying. I saw that man grabbed Shaoli's hand and fell into Shaoli's body, as if Shaoli's body was not made of meat, but a quicksand pit. Recommended, the novel app I'd been using recently, /me/reading/app/supports both Android and Apple phones. Everything was too fast, the man only came and let out a scream, and most of his body melted into Shaoli's body at once. Several Wang family members rushed over, trying to stop the man from continuing to sink in, but their hands only touched the man's body, but it was as if they had been electrocuted, their eyes turned white, and their bodies kept shaking. Together, they all sink into Shaoli's body. Not good. Wang Lu was shocked, and immediately released his companion pet to pull those people. The companion pet, like a polar bear, grabbed the bodies of two people and wanted to pull them out. But when he tried his best, he didn't pull the person out, but only broke half of his body, and the rest of the body was already trapped in Shaoli's body. Looking at the blood all over the place, and Shaoli who was smiling weirdly, everyone felt their scalps go numb, and a cold air rose directly from the soles of their feet to their foreheads. You can only kill him now. Seeing that Wang Lu was still hesitating, Zhou said. Aside. Wang Lu was able to become the head of the Wang family because of her extremely fortunate ability, but in terms of character, she is too kind and hates killing, so she is not the best person to be a leader in today's era. The people of the Wang family also knew that Wang Lu's character was too docile. And it was only because she needed her luck to bring luck to the family that she had to make her the head of the family. He's no longer Shaoli, kill him. Wang Lu gritted his teeth and gave the order. The elders of the Wang family had already started to kill. As soon as Wang Lu finished speaking, several people released their companion pets and rushed towards Shaoli. But the few companion pets jumped on Shaoli. And the strange scene happened again, and the companion pets fell into Shaoli's body like the previous ones. Damn. The owner's companion pet was obviously fine just now. Several old people desperately wanted to take back their companion pet, but where they could get it back, they were sucked into Shaoli's body in a blink of an eye. No one dared to release the companion pet anymore, and everyone tried their best to release the sword, light and saber energy, and greeted Shaoli. It's just that those sword lights and knife chi also fell into Shaoli's body. Now Shaoli doesn't seem to be flesh and blood, but a black hole. Anything that gets close to him will be sucked in. Everyone stopped for a while, not daring to attack Shaoli again, and looked at him in horror. They looked at Shaoli, but Shaoli, who had been standing still, suddenly moved. And he rushed towards a Wang family like a ghost, still wearing that mask-like smile that was completely unchanged. The man wanted to dodge, but his speed was much slower than Shaoli's, so he had to summon a companion pet to resist. As a result, the companion pet was caught by Shaoli's hand, and his own head was also caught by Shaoli's other one. He grabbed his hand, and then one person and one pet were sucked into Shaoli's body together. Monster. Such a word appeared in everyone's heart, and then the first thought was to escape. When they encountered such a monster that they could not fight, their psychological defense had collapsed, and there was no idea of fighting at all, only fear was left, and they just wanted to stay as far away from the monster as possible. In fact, even if they wanted to fight, they could only deliver food to that Shaoli. You are not allowed to run. Zhou went through his sleeves and shook the few people who were running at the front. Zhou Wen, do you want to end my royal family? Wang Huaiduan shouted sharply. Have we forgotten how this monster got here? You are running in all directions, we'll come back here from a different direction, so what about the people who are not with you? Will it be copied? Zhou Wen said. In fact, what Zhou Wen said was very brief. If everyone got separated and turned back from a different direction, then all of them would be the copied party to the others, and it would be all messed up. Although this situation may not happen, Zhou Wen cannot take such a risk. Run in one direction. Wang Lu was the first to react and ran in one direction. It was only then that everyone understood, but a few more people were sucked into the body by Shaoli, and Shaoli was still rushing towards others. Don't run, Wang Lu, try to stop him with your companion pet. Zhou Wen said to Wang Lu. After listening to Zhou Wen's words, Wang Lu directly ordered White Bear to rush towards Shaoli without any hesitation. So many people used companion pets before, no matter what kind of companion pets, they were all fused by Shaoli's body, but when the White Bear rushed towards Shaoli, Shaoli avoided it and did not let the White Bear touch it. His body. Why doesn't he dare to touch the White Bear? Is it because of the White Bear's attributes restraining him? Wang Lu was slightly startled, then looked at Zhou Wen in surprise. It's not the White Bear's attributes that I want to restrain him. It's you. Zhou Wen said ponderingly. Me? Wang Lu looked at Zhou Wen puzzled. This is just my own speculation. Only you and the Wang family have not hatched any copied companion eggs, right? I think the key is here. Zhou Wen said. You mean? Wang Lu's face turned ugly, and he wasn't happy about it. If Zhou Wen's speculation is correct, that means that there are problems with the copied things. Bai Xiong has been chasing Xiaoli, but Xiaoli's movement is very strange. The fear level Bai Xiong can't catch up with him, but it has also caused some trouble for Xiaoli, so that he has no time to chase other people. Seeing that the white bear was entangled in Xiaoli, the members of the Wang family secretly breathed a sigh of relief, but before they could finish their breath, their faces became even more ugly. Xiaoli didn't chase them anymore, but rushed towards the things stacked on the ground. There are all kinds of companion eggs and treasures there. After Xiaoli jumped in, his body was like a magnet. Those things desperately approached him and blended into his body, strangely. It's over. It's over. The Wang family was dumbfounded. Everything, including the original companion egg and the copied companion egg, were all integrated with Xiaoli's body, and it seemed that nothing would be left behind. Xiaoli's body seems to be changing strangely, because of absorbing a lot of items. His black hair is getting whiter and whiter, and his eyes are like a blind man with only whites, and they are getting whiter and whiter, as if light is gathering inside. Now many people in the Wang family have regretted their bowels. If they had known this earlier, they should not have suspected Zhou Wen in the first place. Everyone just wants to run away now, but they also know that running away is useless, not to mention whether there will be more monsters like Xiaoli. There is no way to get out here, no matter how much they run, they will come back in the end, after all, can't escape death. Wang Lu controls the white bear and rushes towards the monster, Xiaoli, who is merging various items. This time, the monster Xiaoli did not dodge. Looking at the roaring white bear, he suddenly stretched out a hand, held the white bear, and opened his mouth. Brain. The terrifying white bear was abruptly laid on the ground with its head pressed, and no matter how hard its limbs struggled, it couldn't get up. In the next second, the place where the white bear and the monster Xiaoli's palm touched, like other things, also fell into his palm. My companion pet can't do it anymore. Wang Lu was shocked, and wanted to take the white bear back, but where could he take it back? The white bear was sucked into the palm of Xiaoli's palm in a moment. Xiaoli's entire body was glowing with a strange white light, especially his hair and eyes, which was strange and indescribable. The faces of the Wang family were ashes. They originally wanted to count on Wang Lu's companion pet, but now even Wang Lu's companion pet is no longer useful, and suddenly felt helpless. Zhou Wen frowned and looked at Xiaoli. Sure, you has been running constantly, analyzing the power rules on Xiaoli, but the speed of analysis is extremely slow. But what is certain is that Xiaoli has the power rules of time and space, but there are some differences. Maybe it should be the legendary time and space power. In a moment, those piles of objects were sucked into Xiaoli's body emitting a strange white light was suspended in the air, and the whole person was like a white devil shrouded in demon light, with white hair hanging down, completely changed. The white eyes seemed to reflect the evil in the world. Zhou Wen, what should I do? Wang Lu also had no idea, and the current situation has exceeded her ability to control. Recommended, /me/reading/app// is really good, it is worth installing it for book lovers, and it is supported by Android and Apple mobile phones. Kill him. Zhou Wen condensed the power of Brahma. His body was immediately wrapped in dark gold armor, and he punched the monster, Xiaoli. The destructive beam blasted towards the body of the monster, Xiaoli, and the power was enough to destroy the powerhouse of the natural disaster level, but the beam bombarded the monster Shaoli, but it went straight through without causing any damage to his body. Originally seeing Zhou Wen's shot, thinking of Zhou Wen's strong Wang family members, their hearts were cold at this time and they could take care of a lot, and they fled one by one. Zhou Wen punched out punch after punch, and the devastating power burning the sky could not touch the body of the monster Shaoli, and passed through his body directly, as if the monster Shaoli's body did not exist at all. The monster Shaoli disappeared in a flash and disappeared from the sight of everyone. When he reappeared, he grabbed the head of a Wang family disciple with one hand, and instantly sucked them into his body. Zhou Wen switched the vitality technique and tried to attack the monster Shaoli with different strengths, but no matter what kind of strength, it was like slashing on the monster Shaoli, as if it was slashed above the nothingness, directly passing through his body, without causing any damage. Harm. Instead, the monster Shaoli teleported again and again, caught the Wang family members who had escaped, and sucked them into his body one by one. Wang Lu summoned a companion pet to rush towards the monster Shaoli, but it was difficult to produce good results, and the monster Shaoli was also sucked into the body. Zhou Wen, I shouldn't have brought you here. Wang Lu sighed. Zhou Wen said, don't talk about those useless, this guy is indeed a little troublesome, if my guess is correct. This guy should be a product of the space-time system, and his own strength should have reached the natural disaster level, but my strength should be stronger than he is now. It should be stronger, so he did not directly absorb my power. But because he has the power of time and space, it is difficult for my power to hit his body, which is a little troublesome. Why can't you hit? Wang Lu asked quickly. Hope to be able to help Zhou Wen a favor. According to my guess, he should be able to switch between different time and space at will. It seems that my power hit him. In fact, he was already in a different time and space at that time. No matter how strong my power is, I can't penetrate the time and space. Hit him in another time and space. Zhou Wen explained. Then there is no other way? Wang Lu was furious. Unless I also have the power of time and space, and can break through the limitations of time and space, I can't help him after all. Unfortunately, I only have the power of space, but not the power of time, let alone the power of time and space. Zhou Wen sighed. Wang Lu was even more desperate after hearing this, watching the Wang family being absorbed by the monster Shaoli, and said sadly, I don't know the power of the time-space system, nor the companion pet of the time-space system. It seems that this time we are really doomed. A companion pet? Zhou Wen said thoughtfully, did you remind me? Your time-space companion pet? Wang Lu was overjoyed. No. Zhou Wen shook his head. You. Wang Lu didn't know what it was like in his heart. He felt that he should be angry, but at such a time, he felt that it was pointless to be angry. But I have a strange companion pet, maybe I can try it out. Zhou Wendao wasn't worried that he would die here. He has already seen some clues. The monster Shaoli grew up by absorbing the things here, but until now, there is not even a natural disaster grade here, and there is no natural disaster grade companion egg in the copied things. Even if he absorbs all the things and people here, it is at most natural disaster grade, and it is impossible to advance to the end of the world. Even if Zhou Wen couldn't kill him, he couldn't help Zhou Wen. As for the box that Wang Lu put there before, Zhou Wen estimated that it should be empty, or that it was not a natural disaster grade companion egg. The real natural disaster grade companion egg should be in the box Wang Lu gave Zhou Wen. Zhou Wendao admired Wang Lu's foresight. If Wang Lu really copied the natural disaster grade companion eggs there, and copied so many natural disaster companion eggs, if they were absorbed by the monster, Shaoli, the ghost knows how far he will grow. Then try it. Wang Lu said anxiously. Okay. Zhou Wen's thoughts moved, and a very dark shadow-like companion pet appeared in front of him, which was the companion pet he had just obtained from Emperor Xian. I hope it will be useful. Zhou Wen ordered Emperor Xian to attack the monster, Shaoli. The companion pet of Emperor Xian is very strange, without any skills, but all other attributes are top level, but Zhou Wen had tried to let Emperor Xian fight before, and found that Emperor Xian was not a power-type melee companion pet. Emperor Xian seems to have an invisible blade in his hand. Every time he just flashes by, he kills dimensional creatures, which is very strange. Zhou Wen followed Wang Lu to Lop Nur before he could do further research, so Zhou Wen still didn't fully understand Emperor Xian's abilities. However, after seeing the monster Shaoli this time, Zhou Wen had some guesses as to whether Emperor Xian's ability was related to the power of time and space. Of course, it is only related. The power of Emperor Xian is not space-time, at least not the ordinary power of space-time. Emperor Xian is dressed in extremely black armor, like a shadowy female warrior. Her body is very similar to Ziwei Xingjiwen. When the monster Shaoli saw Emperor Xian, he didn't know whether it was because he knew that his strength was inferior, or for some other reason, and teleported to the other side. Just as he teleported out, Emperor Xian appeared beside him like a ghost, passing by the monster Shaoli advertising, the novel app I've been using recently, /me/reading /app / supports both Android and Apple phones. The white light on the monster Shaoli changed, and the whole person became illusory and unreal, as if he had entered another time and space, and it seemed that he was not damaged. Is Emperor Xian's power equally ineffective? Zhou Wen frowned slightly. Just when Zhou Wen thought he needed to find another way, he saw Emperor Xian heading towards the monster Shaoli again, but this time she did not directly attack the monster Shaoli, but just waved her right hand like a knife. Zhou Wen's eyes widened immediately, and under the eyes of Shiryu and himself, he clearly saw that the power of time and space on the monster Shaoli was cut open. It's hard to describe the feeling, as if there was a layer of transparent tempered glass blocking the gap between the monster Shaoli and Emperor Xian. Emperor Xian forcibly split the transparent barrier in half, or split a door. This is just Zhou Wen's own feeling. To most people, Emperor Xian just waved it casually, as if nothing happened. After this swipe, Emperor Xian walked by, passing by the monster Shaoli. In the next second, the head of the monster Shaoli flew into the air, as if it was cut off by a sharp blade. Bang! The flying head and the falling body exploded at the same time, and a changing transparent light group fell out. Domain core. Zhou Wen was surprised and delighted. He never thought that this thing would have a domain core in its body. At the moment when the monster Shaoli died, there seemed to be an earthquake near the saltwater lake, shaking violently a few times, and then everyone found that the entrance stone that had disappeared before appeared not far away. The 5-person team that stayed there waiting also appeared in everyone's sight. The Wang family were both surprised and happy, and they didn't even bother to thank Zhou Wen, and they all rushed towards the entrance stone. It's great to have you here. Wang Lu looked at Zhou Wen, and seemed to have a lot to say in his heart, but he didn't know what to say for a while, so he finally said this. What are you polite to me? Can you give me the core of this field? Zhou Wen pointed to the core of the field and asked. It was originally yours. Wang Lu said. Disappointedly. I really need this thing, then I'm welcome. If you find a dimension domain that suits you in the future, I'll help you get the domain core. Zhou Wen was also welcome, and picked up the domain core directly. Let's go, this dimensional field is a little weird, it seems to be more than that, don't wait to get stuck in it again. Zhou Wen took Wang Lu out and joined the Wang family in front of the entrance. Stone. The Wang family suffered heavy losses this time, with more than a dozen mythical level deaths, and 2 fear level deaths. More importantly, the Wang family's long accumulated companion eggs were all paid out. But this is a pretty good result. If it weren't for Zhou Wen's presence, I'm afraid the whole army would be wiped out. Before leaving, Zhou Wen quietly returned the box that Wang Lu gave him to Wang Lu. Take care. Zhou Wen patted Wang Lu's head. He wanted to comfort Wang Lu, but he didn't know what to say. He was not a comforter at all. You also take care. Wang Lu looked a little strange. If I have no place to go one day, will you take me in? When Zhou Wen turned around and was about to leave, Wang Lu suddenly said this. Of course. But I think with your luck, it shouldn't get there. Zhou Wen smiled. I remember your words. Wang Lu seemed to be serious. Zhou Wen didn't think so much. He just wanted to quickly find a safe place and try to see if the core of a domain could promote the demon god Ji to a natural disaster. As well as Emperor Xian's ability, he must also find out as soon as possible the power displayed by Emperor Xian made Zhou Wen think of a very important thing. Emperor Xian ripped apart the time and space to kill the monster Shao Li. If this ability was used in another place, it would be of great help to Zhou Wen. Directly using the space to teleport back to the ancient city of Guide, Zhou Wen returned to his room, couldn't wait to take out the core of the domain, and then switched to the demon god era Qi art. With the operation of the Yuan Qi art, the core of the domain in Zhou Wen's hands turned into silky transparent rays of light, which penetrated into his body from his hands. Cape home in the West End. Patriarch, there is news from the Wang family in the Eastern District that Wang Lu and the others are back. The middle-aged blonde man came to the Patriarch of Cape's family and said with a strange expression. What's the result? Is that dimensional field really capable of replicating the companion eggs? The head of the Cape family raised his head, stared at the blonde middle-aged man and asked, obviously he attached great importance to this matter. I don't know. The blonde middle-aged man smiled wryly. I don't know? What did the people who infiltrated the Wang family say? The head of Cape stared at him and said. They didn't come back, they said they all died in Lop Nur, said the blonde middle-aged man. None of them came back alive? The head of Cape frowned. No, none of them have come back. Have they been discovered by the Wang family? It's fake to explore some magical dimensional realm, and it's true to take the opportunity to get rid of them? It seems that we underestimated the Wang family. Since that dimensional domain is fake, this is the end of the matter. You go. The head of the Cape family lowered his head and continued to study the things in his hands. A Wang family is not worth his anger. Moreover, the Wang family is a family in the East District after all, and it is very troublesome for the Cape family to move the Wang family. On the Rubik's Cube rankings, more and more aliens are on the list, but there is still no human on the list. Although there are also humans who try to hit the rankings, they can't even get through the foggy lake, let alone pick the golden apple. It's really unpleasant to see those alien races arrogant on it. Li Xian was depressed watching the live broadcast, and when he saw Feng Qiuyan and Ming Xiu approaching, his eyes lit up, and he walked over with a smile, one with each arm. He put his arms around their shoulders. Are we good brothers? No. Ming Xiu and Feng Qiuyan took a step back almost at the same time, looking at Li Xian vigilantly. Li Xian withdrew his hand in embarrassment, then changed his face instantly, and said indignantly, I didn't expect you to be such a person. I treat you as a good brother, but you don't treat me as a brother. You are still not human, and do you still have a conscience? Usually when you're not called brother, you're not bad. When you're called brother, you haven't done anything good. Ming Xiu said. Am I that kind of person? Li Xian said angrily. Yes. Ming Xiu and Feng Qiuyan answered in unison. Li Xian was stunned for a moment and touched his nose embarrassedly. You misunderstand me too deeply. If you have anything, just say it directly. We know what kind of person you are. Ming Xiu said. I'm not thinking that there is not even a human on that Rubik's cube. It's really not very pleasant to look at. There are not many golden apples left. Why don't you go up and give us humans a face? Li Xian said. I think so too, but it's not easy to do. Ming Xiu said helplessly. What's wrong? Li Xian asked. First of all, our strength is not yet reached. I am afraid that we may not be able to pick the golden apple. Second, all foreign races have conveyed similar messages to the spokesperson, and the spokesperson is not allowed to challenge this dimension field. Ming Xiu said. You are spokespersons, not slaves. They say they won't let them go? I think they just don't want to let the resources of different dimensions fall into the hands of us humans, and their hearts are extremely sinister. Li Xuanji said. Of course, apart from the terms in the contract, the spokesperson doesn't have too many restrictions. If you have to go, it's not impossible, but don't want the follow-up resources. Ming Xiu shrugged. There are follow-up resources? Li Xian was a little surprised. Of course, they promised to help us advance to the heavenly realm, otherwise there would be no competitiveness. Ming Xiu thought for a while and then continued, but this is not the point. I have learned a lot recently. Even if they don't want their resources, promotion to the heavenly realm is just a matter of sooner or later. The main problem is that we have not yet reached the heavens, and we may not be able to pass through that foggy lake to pick up the golden apples. Is that foggy lake really that scary? I think those aliens are very relaxed. Li Xian was a little disbelieving. It's not that simple. Feng Qiuyan, who doesn't speak much, rarely speaks. The aliens themselves know more about the place, and the aliens who can go have restraint, but our understanding of the Lake of the Mist is very limited. The fog should have the effect of disturbing the space, and the lake water also has a certain suction force, which will directly suck the natural disaster grade into the lake bottom, even if it can resist the suction force of the lake water, but after a long time, it will always be exhausted. The mist reaches the island in the heart of the lake, and after all, it is impossible to escape death. Even you are not sure. It seems that the place is indeed very sinister. It's not worth going there. Li Xian said gloomily, just watching those alien races show off their power is very depressing. That's not easy. If the coach is willing to take action, those will not be a problem. Feng Qiuyan said. Let's go, let's go. Find him. Li Xian thought that he could only let Zhou Wen do it, so he took Feng Qiuyan and Ming Xiao to find Zhou Wen. With the help of the domain core, Demon God Ji has been promoted to the natural disaster level. Zhou Wen is studying the natural disaster domain of Demon God Ji and the power of Emperor Xian. The field of natural disasters in Demon God's Age is called Demon God's Time and Space. It has the characteristics of time and space, and it is very practical. It is especially effective when combined with the power of Xuandi. In the Demon God's Time and Space, Zhou Wen can use the time-space retrospective ability for a short time. For example, if Zhou Wen's body is pierced by a knife, as long as he uses the Demon God's time and space, his body can return to the state before the middle knife. Of course, this is just an example. In fact, it is much more complicated. Now the time that the demon god can go back is too short, and the time to go back cannot be chosen at will. It is estimated that after promotion to hell or heaven, the degree of freedom will be higher. Emperor Xian's ability, Zhou Wen has also researched almost, which makes him see a glimmer of hope, which is the hope of counterattacking different dimensions. Emperor Xian's power was able to break through the dimensional barrier, a power that Zhou Wen had never seen before. Generally speaking, if you are in a dimensional field, even if you have the ability to teleport in space, it is impossible to teleport outside the dimensional field, but the power of Emperor Xian can directly tear apart the space between the dimensional field and the outside world. That is to say, as long as Emperor Xian is attached to Zhou Wen in the state of his soul, then Zhou Wen can ignore the blockade of the dimensional field, and once in danger, he can directly teleport out of the dimensional field. Coupled with the time-space retrospective ability of Demon God's Time and Space, Zhou Wen's escape ability is now beyond the table, and he can go unscrupulously to any dimension field that he did not dare to go to explore before. At least for now, Zhou Wen has tested those dimensional fields that have downloaded copies and can be sent directly. Of course, this is not what makes Zhou Wen valued the most. What excites Zhou Wen the most is that Emperor Xian's ability should be able to tear apart the barrier between different dimensions, allowing Zhou Wen to enter and exit different dimensions at will. Of course, this is just Zhou Wen's own speculation. He hasn't dared to go to another dimension. If he encounters an apocalyptic boss, he may not have the chance to come back. Now Zhou Wen is using the abilities of Demon God Time and Space and Emperor Xian to explore Cheesy Mountain, hoping to promote the last vitality art to natural disaster. Old Zhou, what are you busy with? Li Xian brought Ming Xiao and Feng Qiuyan to Zhou Wen. Is something wrong? Zhou Wen saw that the three of them came together, and knew that something must have happened. Li Xian explained his thoughts to Zhou Wen again, and then said, if you don't take things from different dimensions, you won't take them for nothing. If you have the ability to go up and show your face, then it can be regarded as giving us human faces, right? Zhou Wen pondered for a moment and said, it's not difficult to pick golden apples, but I guess golden apples are not the most important thing in that dimensional field. What do you mean? Isn't that place over after picking apples? Li Xian asked in confusion. It looks right on the surface, but if it's really that simple, why don't the apocalyptic powerhouses of the alien race even show up? It is estimated that there are some mysteries in it that we don't know. It is better to let those alien races explore the way first. It also saves those alien bigwigs being prepared, and at the last moment, maybe there is a chance to succeed. Otherwise, if the apocalypse is concerned, it will be difficult to have another chance. Zhou has already considered this issue, so he never went. So he didn't dare to go. You're still in. Li Xian said with a smile, then let them be proud. For a few more days, but not even a human being on the list, which is really depressing. Do you want to go? Zhou pondered for a moment, looked at Ming Xiao and Feng Qiuyan and asked. Think, coach, do you have a solution? Ming Xiao and Feng Qiuyan, both eyes lit up. Go and call Qin Zhen together, and I'll be your sparring partner. Zhou felt that it was time to show the true role of Xiu. I'll go. Ming Xiao hurriedly ran out. He knew better than anyone how rare it was to get Zhou Wen's teaching, which was comparable to immortal fate. Old Zhou, didn't you say don't startle the snake? Li Xian frowned. It's not necessarily a bad thing to make some noise. Zhou Wen smiled. Li Xian seemed to understand something. And suddenly realized, you are trying to push them out as targets. Don't say it's so ugly, I just want those aliens to know that humans are not as weak as they think, and they are not inseparable from their resources. Zhou Wen said lightly. It's really boring, it's an alien again. A young man turned off the live broadcast of his mobile phone in a sullen mood. For so many days, there was not even a human name on the Rubik's Cube ranking, and fewer people were following the live broadcast. If the Emperor doesn't come, it is estimated that no human will be able to make the list. Compared with aliens, humans are still weaker. A young man next to him also felt very boring and turned off his mobile phone. I really hope that the Emperor will come out quickly and stomp down all those alien races, said the previous teenager. I'm afraid you haven't woken up, right? A young girl walked over arrogantly and said with some contempt, human sovereign is considered to be relatively strong among human beings, and it is too ordinary compared to foreign races, and he is also ruthless. It's hard to say whether people can step on it and cross the foggy lake. The girl's words immediately caused everyone around to glare at her. I said, you little girl, how do you talk? The old man next to her said, glaring at her. Just tell the truth, human beings are weak. The girl didn't care about the glares from everyone, as if she didn't see it at all. I think you want to be beaten. A big man rushed over angrily, wanting to teach the girl a lesson. But just as he stretched out his hand to grab the girl's shoulder, he suddenly stretched out a hand from the side and grabbed his wrist, making him unable to move his entire body. My friend, a gentleman speaks and does not do anything. The owner of that hand was a handsome man. With a shake of his hand, the big man became unsteady and stepped back again and again. In the end, he didn't stand still and sat on the ground with his buttocks recommended, /me /reading /app / is really good, it is worth installing. After all, there are many sources of books, all books, and fast updates. The expressions of the onlookers changed. The big man was quite famous in the vicinity. After all, he was also a powerhouse who successfully promoted the myth with the mythical liquid. He was pushed to the ground just like that, which shows how terrifying the man's strength is. Although he was angry, no one dared to say anything, and watched the girl and the man leave in tandem. Xiao, are all human beings such boring creatures, without self-knowledge? The girl asked as she walked. Your Highness, most human beings are creatures who like delusions. Xiao said with a smile. Is that the Emperor too? The girl asked. Yes. Xiao answered affirmatively. The girl seemed a little disappointed. Isn't there an interesting human being? As far as I know, there is an interesting human being, but this person is also a paranoid. Xiao said. What's the difference? The girl couldn't understand Zhao's statement. If delusions become mad, sometimes it is very interesting. Xiao explained speciously. The girl asked with great interest, what's the fun way? Can you turn delusions into reality? Do you think it's interesting? Xiao laughed. That's kind of interesting, but is there really such a person? The girl didn't believe it. The city where he lives is near here. Does His Highness want to take a look? Xiao took out his mobile phone, opened the map and show it to the girl. Then go have a look and see if this paranoid is really as interesting as you said. The girl glanced at the map on the phone. And then said softly, Guide Ancient City. I will not disappoint you, Your Highness. Zhao's eyes seemed to be smiling. The two walked in the direction of the ancient city of Guide one after the other. Luoyang Governor's Mansion. Overseer. There is news over there that the mermaid has gone to sea. And Xing came to the restaurant and said to Tianzua excitedly. And Tianzua didn't respond when he heard the words. He put the spoon to his mouth and gently blew the porridge inside and sent it to Yur's mouth. Yur, please drink some porridge, it's time to grow up. How can you not? What about eating? Uncle, I don't want to eat it. Yur shook her head and said. Is it unpalatable? What do you want to eat? I'll make it for you. By the way, you don't like the sweet soup I cook the most, so I'll cook it for you. And Tianzua put down his bowl and spoon, pampering him. Said. Uncle, I miss my brother. Yur looked at Tianzua with big eyes and said. Pitifully. And Tianzua sighed softly. Yur, wait a minute, when the situation over there is stable, I will ask Sheng to send you to him. Really, uncle? Yur stood up happily and asked in Tianzua's hand. When did uncle lie to you? Come, drink the porridge first. And Tianzua took the porridge and fed it to Yur. After Yur finished drinking the porridge, and Tianzua let Yur go to the garden to play, and he and Xing came to the study. What did he say? And Tianzua asked solemnly. The one who came out of the temple of trajectory was taken to young Master Wen's side by him. And Xing said. Who asked him to bring it there? Didn't he bring it here? And Tianzua frowned. He said it's more suitable. And Xing paused and said, I think it's better to go to Master Wen's side. The people on Master Wen's side are not so rigid, and maybe they can do some things that we can't do. Indefinite. You mean I'm rigid? And Tianzua glared at Xing. No, Lord Overseer, you have misunderstood. I mean that the people on Master Wen's side are more wild, maybe. It fits the taste of the person in the trajectory temple. And Xing quickly explained. A bunch of guys who don't do business. And Tianzua snorted coldly, and then added after a while, you go and arrange it. If something goes wrong on Zhao's side, there is a remedy. Overseer, don't worry, he didn't say that. Although the one from the trajectory temple is strong, he is not those old monsters after all. His mind is not fully mature, and he is suppressed on the earth, so there will be no major problems. And Xing said. And Tianzua stared at and Xing and said nothing, and Xing said quickly, don't worry, Overseer, I'll do it now. Genius to remember the address of this site in 1 second, the fastest update. No ads. There doesn't seem to be anything special here. The girl was walking on the streets of the ancient city of Guide, looking around. She seemed a little disappointed. How could there be interesting people in an ordinary place? The girl didn't think there would be any human beings worthy of her seeing. It's all here, it's okay to take a look. Xiao said with a smile. I hope the person you mentioned will not be too disappointing. The girl said lightly, her interest was not too high. I think he should be a little interesting. Zhao's eyes turned to the end of the long street. The girl also followed and saw that there were so many people around, she didn't know what they were doing. What are they doing? The girl looked at it, but didn't see any clues, and asked curiously. If you look at it in the past, you will know. Xiao said and walked over there. The girl followed Xiao and walked over. When they arrived at the place, they saw many people lining up in front of a large hall. Friends, what are you doing? Xiao stood at the back of the team and asked a fat man in front. You don't know how to read it yourself. Fatty said angrily, but he only said half a sentence. When he saw the crystal of vitality in Zhao's hand, he suddenly turned violent into peace, took the crystal of vitality with a smile on his face and said, This is not the city guard is recruiting players, and we are all here to sign up. Qingwei should be a very dangerous job, why are so many people signing up? Xiao asked. You're not from this city, are you? Fatty asked clearly. Just came from out of town. Xiao replied. That's no wonder, don't you know that Captain Qin of the City Guard is the direct disciple of City Lord Zhou? As long as you enter the City Guard, you can get the guidance of Captain Qin. You must know how powerful our City Lord Zhou is, that is one of the best among human beings. He is a strong man who kills countless dimensional creatures, even aliens at will, what a powerful character. Captain Qin is his direct disciple, and his swordsmanship has been enlightened, so he can get her advice. If he is lucky, he can be seen by City Lord Zhou. It's even more incredible, that's an opportunity that many people dream of, can there be not many people who sign up? Fatty said proudly, and his mouth was flying. When the girl heard the words of beheading the aliens at will, her brows could not help frowning. I just listened to the fat man continue, but the city guards have high requirements for recruiting members. Ordinary people really can't be admitted. Don't look at so many queues. It's good to have 1/10 of them admitted in the end. I'm just here to try my luck. It is also considered to be the second disciple of City Lord Zhou. Maybe in the future, he will enter a different dimension and kill those alien races indiscriminately. Let's see if they dare to be arrogant. In fact, most of Fatty's words were said by humans when they were bragging. He didn't really think that there would be such a day. But these words were different in the girl's ears, making the girl's face a little ugly. How can I see that City Lord Zhou? The girl asked, looking at the fat man. Just line up here. If you are admitted later, you will be able to see City Lord Zhou. Fatty replied. Xiao, let's line up too. The girl said coldly. That's great. Don't we still have something to do? Xiao said embarrassedly. Don't worry, I'm here to see how powerful that City Lord Zhou, who can kill aliens at will. The girl said with a cold face. Little girl, your ideological awareness is very good. You are right to follow our City Lord Zhou. The 6 major families sound very powerful, but they are far worse than our City Lord Zhou. If you are lucky enough to join the City Guard, being favored by the City Lord, it really has a promising future, and killing the alien race is just around the corner. Fatty swayed wildly on the edge of death, without knowing it. Then I'm really looking forward to it. Hearing the word lucky, the corner of the girl's eyes twitched, and she said expressionlessly. The girl and Xiao were in the line, and after a long wait, they entered the hall. The staff asked them to fill out the form and do some tests. Those tests of strength and speed are naturally not difficult for the girl, and she did not reveal too much, just waiting to see that Zhou City Lord and see how he can kill the aliens at will. Xiao didn't say much on the side, just helped the girl fill in the information or something. The interesting person you're talking about isn't that City Lord Zhou, right? The girl asked Xiao. Well, a very interesting person, Xiao replied with a smile. I don't know if it's interesting, but there is one sentence you said is right, he is indeed a serious paranoia. The girl snorted coldly. That's what makes it interesting, isn't it? Xiao said with a smile. The girl was about to say something, and the staff who maintained the order came over and brought the people who passed the test to a square, so that everyone lined up to wait. After a while, I saw a few people walking over from the side passage to the podium in the square. The person in the middle is Zhou Wen, Xiao said in a low voice, standing behind the girl. In fact, it is not necessary to say Xiao, the girl already knows which Zhou Wen is, because the young people around who signed up for the city guard all looked at Zhou Wen, who was standing in the middle of the stage with admiration. Congratulations to all of you who passed the test. After today, you will all be members of the Guidehouse City Guard. Next, let's invite our City Lord Zhou Wen to speak. Before the staff presiding over the ceremony had finished speaking, applause had already broken out. It doesn't seem to be anything special. The girl stared at Zhou Wen and said disdainfully. When the girl was talking, she suddenly saw Zhou Wen glance at her. Whether it was intentional or not, Zhou Wen's eyes seemed to stay on the girl's face for a while, before moving away. Xiao did not answer, but the corners of his mouth were slightly upturned, a smile that was not a smile. Zhou Wen stood on the stage, his eyes swept across the faces of everyone, and then slowly said, I don't know why you want to join the city guard, and I don't want to know why you want to join the city guard. I just want to know, you know how to join. What does the city guard mean? The best welfare, the most stable income. The words of a strong man made everyone smile. You are right. In Guide Mansion, the income and benefits of the city guard are the best. You can get a lot of resources every month, and you can also receive the best training and guidance from the best famous teachers. Zhou Wenjun was talking, but was suddenly interrupted by a voice. The best teacher, do you mean yourself? It was the girl who spoke. Everyone's eyes turned to Zhou Wen. Although they had different goals from the girl, they also wanted to know if Zhou Wen personally guided them. Although Qin Zhen was very strong, compared with Zhou Wen, it was naturally a lot worse. It would be great to have Zhou Wen's personal guidance. Zhou Wen looked at the girl, looked at her somewhat indifferent face, and said calmly, yes. Genius to remember the address of this site in 1 second, the fastest update. No ads. Hearing Zhou Wen's answer, the girl said with a half-smiling smile, since you are the best master, you must be the most powerful being. So why haven't you seen your name on the Rubik's Cube ranking? As soon as these words came out, everyone's eyes turned to her, and they all knew that she seemed to be a bad visitor. Li Xian next to Zhou Wen frowned and wanted to say something, but was stopped by Zhou Wen's signal. Little girl, you are still young and don't have enough cultural knowledge. I don't blame you, Zhou Wen said with a smile. Hearing Zhou Wen implying that she was illiterate, the girl's lungs were about to explode. She stared at Zhou Wen and said, where did I say something wrong? Please point it out. The best artists in the world, the best chess masters, the strongest martial artists, their names are probably familiar to many people, but how many people know who their teachers are? How many people know what their teachers are? Great achievements and works? Zhou Wen continued unhurriedly, there is a specialization in the art industry, and a good teacher does not necessarily have to be strong. To judge whether a teacher is good enough, it depends on what he has taught. As student. So, the students you taught are very good. I don't know which one is your student on the Rubik's Cube ranking. Is it the immortal? Or the saint? The girl continued to speak mockingly. There is not a single human on the leaderboard. I don't know which alien is your student? The people next to her were glaring at the girl, and now no one didn't know that she was deliberately making trouble. Zhou Wen was not angry, still smiling, looking at the girl and said, since you think so, how about we make a bet? How to bet? The girl asked. If there is my disciples' name on the Rubik's Cube ranking, you must sincerely worship me as a teacher, and do the worship ceremony in front of everyone. Do you dare to bet? Zhou Wen looked at the girl and asked. Yes, but if you lose, I don't want you to worship me as a teacher. I want you to kneel to me in public and take me as your master. When the girl said this, everyone was furious. How high is Zhou Wen's prestige in the city, let alone Li Xian and the others, even these city guard replacements who just passed the test, would like to slap the girl twice. The girl didn't seem to see those people glaring at them at all, but just looked at Zhou Wen with contempt. She knew very well what the origins of the aliens on the list were, and it was impossible for any of Zhou Wen's students to be among them. Yes. Zhou Wen waved his hand to stop the commotion and gave the girl a positive answer. The girl was a little surprised. He curled his lips and said, then please point out to me, which one is your student? You don't want to point to one and you can get away with it. It's useless to me. I have a way to prove it. There should be no need for proof. Zhou Wen pointed to Mingxiu and said to the girl, do you think he is my student? What if it's your student? The girl frowned. Then let his name appear on the leaderboard. Zhou Wen said calmly. Mingxiu listened to Zhou Wen's words, and without waiting for Zhou Wen to say anything, she got up and walked out. She had already left the square in a few steps and walked towards the location of the Rubik's Cube in the city. The girl immediately understood what Zhou Wen wanted to do, and couldn't help sneering. It's a good plan, I'm afraid that time will let your students die in vain. Zhou Wen just smiled and didn't say anything else. He led everyone towards the location of the Rubik's Cube, and the girl and Xiao also followed. Since the opening of the dimensional realm of the other world, no human beings have crossed the Mist Lake to reach the golden apple tree. Seeing the golden apples being picked up by aliens one by one, this makes many humans very frustrated. Why has no one stepped forward to break through the barrier at this time? Where are the human gods of war who usually claim to be invincible? Could it be that even the Emperor is cowardly? Is the different dimension really that terrifying? A young man watched during the live broadcast. A barrage was released to vent his dissatisfaction. Sui, who was hosting the show, saw many similar comments, and said in a heavy voice, Professor Gu, there are not many golden apples left. Do you think we humans still have a chance to pick golden apples? Professor Gu said ponderingly, there have been several famous human powerhouses who have tried before, but they have not even been able to pass through the foggy lake. It can be seen that the horror of the dimensional realm of different dimensions far exceeds the dimensional realm in the Earth universe. With our judging from the Overall strength of human beings, I am afraid that only a few of the strongest have the possibility to clear the customs and pick the golden apple. But such existence is the most precious wealth for us human beings. How can we easily take risks? Not participating is the best option. Isn't even the emperor very sure? Sui asked. Again. Impulse is the devil. No matter whether you are sure or not, you don't need to take risks. Keep a useful body, and be able to do more meaningful and valuable things in the future. I personally think that the emperor and all human powerhouses have no choice. Wrong, this is the right choice. Professor Gu was talking when he suddenly saw the Rubik's Cube light up. Someone broke through. It's a human. Damn it, who is who? I don't seem to have seen it before. I seem to have a little impression. What is the name of Mingyue swordsman? Or something. Idiot, he is the swordsman of tomorrow. He is a bit famous on our side, but he should be a lot worse than the top powerhouses, like Mo. How did he get up? Swordsman of tomorrow? Isn't that the Ming show from the Ming family? I heard that he is now taking refuge with a younger brother of the and family. And Tianzua can't get on by himself, so why did he push him out? Isn't that sending him to death? There was a lot of discussion, and many people recognized Ming Xiu, but most people didn't know that he was in Zhou Wen's door. Under everyone's attention, Ming Xiu entered the foggy lake, suspended above the lake, surrounded by heavy fog, almost invisible. The swordsman of tomorrow's swordsmanship of tomorrow is quite famous, but can his swordsmanship of tomorrow break the weird fog? Sui explained while staring at the Rubik's Cube. Mist should be a kind of regular power. Non-physical attacks can be broken, no matter how good the swordsmanship is. Professor Gu was talking, but saw Ming Xiu draw a sword. Ming Xiu looked straight ahead, directly drew his sword and stabbed. The sword body slowly stabbed forward, and his body also moved with the sword, and the man and the sword rushed forward. His sword didn't have a shocking momentum, nor did he have a dazzling sword glow. It seemed like a graceful sword princess flying with the sword, performing some kind of artistic sword dance. I just want to play the first 1753 chapters of the main text of the game. Quietly. It didn't fall? How did he do it? Sui was overjoyed and said excitedly. The barrage had already exploded, and people were discussing why Ming Xiu didn't fall into the lake. There were also strong human beings who tried to break through the level before, but just after entering the foggy lake, they fell into the lake inexplicably, and then directly die. Ming Xiu was actually able to fly over the foggy lake, which in itself was very surprising. That guy named Ming Xiu has something. Why haven't I heard of it before? I'm ignorant. That's the powerhouse in our eastern district, the famous swordsman of tomorrow. What's the matter? It's not out of the lake of mist yet. There was a lot of discussion, and the names of Ming Xiu and the swordsman of tomorrow soon spread throughout the entire Federation, and even many forces in different dimensions were paying attention to this breakthrough. Ming Xiu walked with his sword and flew slowly on the misty lake. Suddenly, his posture changed a bit. He slashed in his hand, and the movement was still soft and slow, but there was nothing where he slashed with the sword. After that, Ming Xiu swung his sword many times, but he didn't hit anything, and the people watching were inexplicable. What is he doing? Is he performing? Many people looked puzzled. They really couldn't see the meaning of such a sword swing. They just thought it was a sword dance performance. Professor Gu, who had not commented for a long time, seemed to understand something, and said a little excitedly, "It's amazing, it's really amazing." "Professor Gu, are you explaining the show?" Sui asked Professor Gu with a puzzled look. "Of course." Professor Gu continued excitedly, "Tomorrow's swordsman is indeed well-deserved, I must take back what I said earlier. His swordsmanship has gone beyond the general swordsmanship and has reached an unprecedented height. The swordsmanship that I have experienced so far is also the first." "Professor Gu, could you please explain in detail what is the strength of tomorrow's swordsman's swordsmanship?" Sui answered. "Many strong human beings have speculated about the Lake of Mist. Before, most of them think that the Lake of Mist itself has a strong suction force, and creatures whose strength does not reach a certain level will be sucked into the lake bottom once they enter the Lake of Mist. But after watching the performance of the swordsman of tomorrow, I really understood that the previous guesses were all wrong. The mist lake itself has no suction. What really pulls the creatures into the bottom of the lake is not the suction of the lake, but an invisible creature." Professor Gu said seriously. "Invisible creatures?" Sui looked at the lake again in surprise, but still found nothing, and said doubtfully, "If there are creatures lurking in the lake to attack the passers-by, even if they are invisible to the naked eye, the lake water should some reactions are right? But now it seems that there is no fluctuation in the lake surface, and it is calm like a mirror. How did the creatures rush out of the water to attack the passers-by? Try, Mad 1, Gad 2, Catch, X, because there is no fluctuation in the lake water. I was misled before, and I didn't find a clue until the swordsman appeared tomorrow. That aquatic creature is it. You can walk freely in the water without affecting the existence of the current, but you should pay attention. Don't look at the water surface, pay attention to the fog around tomorrow's swordsman when he swings his sword, not next to the sword, but farther away from the sword." After Professor Gu's reminder, when people looked carefully, they suddenly saw something unusual. Every time Ming Xiu swings his sword, there will be some tiny vortexes in the mist, not far from the swing of the sword. But upon closer inspection, you will find that those vortices were in a markedly different direction from the airflow caused by the swinging sword. The more Professor Gu said, the more excited he became. "Although I can't see what the creature is, every time the swordsman of tomorrow swings his sword, it can make it retreat without a fight, obviously blocking the creature's attack route, and it looks slow. Swinging the sword is an exquisite and seamless judgment and block. This person is too strong. I can't imagine how he did it." After Professor Gu's explanation, ordinary people gradually understood, and the more they looked, the more they felt that Ming Xiu was indeed extremely powerful, and his image in people's minds gradually became taller. "I can't believe that there are such powerful swordsmen among us humans. This swordsman of tomorrow is really strong and fierce. I don't know how many times stronger than the spokespersons of the 6 major families. You see, those guys don't even dare to break through, they just kill them. From today, no. From now on. Miang Su is my idol." Seeing Ming Xiu Rua Jianxian breaking through the waves and passing through the thick fog, the lakeshore and golden apple trees could be faintly seen in the distance. And they were all excited. Those young people are growing up very fast. Zhang Chuanqiu couldn't help sighing while looking at the picture on the Rubik's Cube. "You seem to be very old, you are not much older than them." Xiao Luchuan pouted and said. "People are not old, but their hearts are old." Zhang Chuanqiu said lightly. "The old is also good. The world doesn't just need the courage of the young." Xiao Luchuan said. "But that is the spiritual pillar that human beings need," Zhang Chuanqiu said. Indeed, as Zhang Chuanqiu said, when Mingxiu was down to earth, many people watching the live broadcast all over the world cheered in unison. Although many people didn't know who Mingxiu was before, at this moment, Mingxiu seemed to be their relatives or even their avatars, and they felt the joy. Try, Mad 1, Gad 2, Catch, X, Mingxiu took the sword and walked to the golden apple tree step by step. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, she swung the sword to the top of one of the golden apples. When everyone thought that mankind was finally about to take down the first golden apple, they heard a symphony of gold and iron, and the thin branch actually blocked Mingxiu's sword without the slightest damage. Everyone was shocked. I had seen those aliens pick the golden apples easily, but they thought that the golden apples were easy to pick, but they didn't expect it to be so hard. Mingxiu slashed at the apple stalk with sword after sword, and even cut a dozen swords, but he didn't get any damage, and his forehead was full of sweat, and even his breath became very heavy, everyone watching shocked. Is the gap between humans and aliens really that big? Many humans couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. Humans, after all, are still too weak. Even if they can walk to the golden tree, they still can't do anything. The girl, who was still a little worried, saw this scene. She breathed a sigh of relief in her heart, and looked a little provocatively. Said to Zhou Wen. As soon as the girl finished speaking, she saw Mingxiu take 2 steps back. Instead of swinging the sword, she just held the sword in one hand and stared at the golden apple hanging on the branch. The next second, Mingxiu suddenly swung the sword again. But this time the sword was swung more slowly than before, just moving inch by inch towards the golden apple on the branch. Can such a slow sword cut down the golden apple? Sui asked. This is the answer that all humans want to know. When the blade touched the branch, it made people feel as if their eyes were in a daze. For some reason, the sword actually passed through the branch and came to the back of the golden apple. Click! Just when everyone wondered what happened, the branch broke with a crisp sound, and the golden apple fell off, and was caught by Mingxiu with one hand. Humanity finally has the first golden apple. After a while, the picture of the Rubik's Cube changed, and the dimensional field disappeared, replaced by the picture of the Rubik's Cube leaderboard. A new name appeared on the leaderboard, but when people saw the name clearly, their eyes widened. His mouth opened involuntarily, but he didn't close it for a long time. I just want to play the game quietly. Chapter 1754, The Weakest Disciple, Zhou's weakest disciple Mingxiu. What the hell is this? Zhou family? Which Zhou family? Isn't his surname Ming? I'm going, won't it be Zhou Wen's text? This is a bit of a joke. Zhou Wen may not be able to reach such a level. Is this a joke? It seems that the relationship between the swordsman of tomorrow and Zhou Wen is very good. This is a big joke. Zhou's disciples are still the weakest. Seeing clearly the name Mingxiu left on the leaderboard, there was an uproar. This is too unacceptable. The first person to pick the golden apple was actually a disciple of a young man, so the disciple is not a problem. It is the weakest, no matter how you look at it, it is deliberately pretending to be 13. Coach, ranked 9th, am I okay? Mingxiu walked out with a smile. It's okay. Zhou Wen didn't expect that Mingxiu would leave such a name on it, but it didn't matter. He looked at the girl and said, How, is my disciple's name on the leaderboard now? The girl's face was a little ugly. She gritted her teeth and said, He is clearly the spokesperson of the Jian clan, using the power of The Jian clan, what kind of teacher are you? Why, what you said just now was eaten by you. Li Xian mocked. The girl's lips moved, and she wanted to say something, but she seemed unable to say it. Not convinced? Zhou Wen was not in a hurry, looking at the girl with a smile and asked. Of course I'm not convinced. He is obviously the spokesperson of the inter-clan, so how can he be regarded as a student? You teach? Of course the girl was not convinced. Okay, since you're not convinced, then let you be convinced. Zhou Wen could sense that this girl seemed ordinary, but there was a faint terrifying aura in her body, and she didn't want to force her too hard, so he gave Feng Qiuyan another wink. Feng Qiuyan is a person who doesn't like nonsense. Seeing Zhou Wen's wink, he walked directly to the Rubik's Cube and restarted the Rubik's Cube challenge. This is also my student. If he is also listed on the rankings, will you be convinced? Zhou Wen asked. With a smile. Let's talk about it if you can leave your name. The girl's mouth was hard, but her heart was already a little empty. Zhou Wen smiled slightly, said nothing, and turned to look at the Rubik's Cube screen. Try, Mad 1, Gad 2, Catch, X. People are still immersed in the excitement of the first human being to pick the golden apple, and many people are discussing what the weakest disciple of the Zhou family left by Mingxiu is. Most of the people who knew it guessed that Mingxiu was referring to Zhou Wen, but how would ordinary people know about this? There are many ordinary people in the East District who know that Mingxiu is now in the guide mansion, and ordinary people in other districts have not even heard Mingxiu's name. However, where will he know where he is? Many people were asking who Zhou was referring to and who knew Zhou Wen's name, and immediately posted Zhou Wen's name and his relationship with Mingxiu on the internet. Really or not? Listening to you, that Zhou Wen is about the same age as Mingxiu. How could he be Mingxiu's teacher? Is this a joke? It must be a joke. No matter how powerful Zhou Wen is, he can't be stronger than Mingxiu, right? That is, Mingxiu is already the top existence among human beings. How can Zhou Wenkai be Mingxiu's teacher? When people were talking about it, they suddenly saw the Rubik's Cube screen lit up again. Damn it, another human has passed the barrier. What day is today? I didn't get one before, but now I get so many at once. Who is that person? It seems to be very eye-catching. Do not know, this is even stranger than the swordsman of tomorrow. He won't feel that Mingxiu's life is easy. He thinks that the dimensional field is better, and wants to take advantage of it? No wonder they don't know Feng Qiuyan. Feng Qiuyan is much more low-key than Mingxiu. Many people in the Eastern District know the name of tomorrow's swordsman. Few people know Feng Qiuyan's name in the Eastern District, let alone other districts. Professor Gu, do you know this Feng Qiuyan? Sui is worthy of being the host, and she has a lot of knowledge. She called Feng Qiuyan's name at once, but she only saw some of Feng Qiuyan information. Knowing that there is such a person, she doesn't know much about Feng Qiuyan's strength. If I remember correctly, this Feng Qiuyan should be a member of the Feng family in the South China Sea. Now, the South China Sea has been occupied, and there are no humans living there. I don't know where the Feng family has moved to now. Professor Gu is still quite professional. He directly told Feng Qiuyan's origins. Do you think Feng Qiuyan has a chance to pick the golden apple? Sui asked again. There is definitely a chance, but it's very small. Although the swordsman of tomorrow has already explored the Lake of the Mist, it is theoretically easier for those who pass through the barrier later, but Feng Qiuyan is too anxious. If he had more time to prepare, the opportunity should be much bigger. It's too reckless. But now there are not many golden apples, he is justifiable to be anxious. Professor Gu means that Feng Qiuyan is too eager to succeed and wants to take advantage of the opportunity, pick up cheap. Try, Mad 1, Gad 2, catch, X, but Professor Gu's voice didn't fall, and he saw Feng Qiuyan already appearing above the misty lake, and then without any extra action, he directly drew his sword, cut straight ahead. Boom! The saber chi slashed down like a blade of heaven's punishment, directly splitting the vast fog in front of it in half, and the fog rolled to both sides, revealing a straight wide road. The saber chi continued to slash on the lake, and the lake was divided into two abruptly. The water waves rushed to both sides, as if separated by divine power, all the way to the distance. At the end that was cut open by the sword chi, you could already see the divine tree with golden apples. Feng Qiuyan's body was like a streamer, and in an instant, it rushed to the island and landed in front of the divine tree. He drew the knife and chopped again, and a golden apple was chopped down by him and fell into his hands. All this happened too fast. People were still waiting to see how Feng Qiuyan would pass the level, and they were completely unprepared, but Feng Qiuyan's passing was over. It was not until the Rubik's Cube screen jumped from the dimension field to the Rubik's Cube ranking list that people woke up and exploded. Your sister, what did I see just now? My God, slap me, was I dreaming just now? Is he still awake? Is this over? Where did this person come from? This is too strong. When did we humans have such a perversion? Who said that there are no strong people among us humans? This Feng Qiuyan is no worse than any other dimensional creature. The barrage has gone crazy, and the screen is full of question marks. No one can believe that such a little-known young man can pass the customs with such a strong attitude. But when they saw clearly the name Feng Qiuyan left on the leaderboard, they were not only crazy, they were almost crazy. There are only a few simple and clear words: Zhou's disciple Feng Qiuyan on the ranking list. There are not as many tricks as Mingxiu. Just like Feng Qiuyan's personality, it is simple and direct. But these simple words made everyone feel a little crazy. If Mingxiu was just joking before, and now someone is playing the banner of Zhou's disciple, this title that seems to be a joke has changed. Intriguing. What's more, even if Feng Qiuyan is not Zhou Wen's student, he must belong to the same Zhou Wen banner as Mingxiu, otherwise he would not have such a name. A human force that was not very well known before, suddenly appeared: two strong men who could be on the list, which was scary enough. What's more, there are only two human beings on this list so far, which can be said to be disdainful of the entire Federation. It's Zhou's disciple again. Is it true or false? Is that Zhou Wen really strong? Aren't they really Zhou Wen's students? It must be fake. How could there be such a thing? There are two natural disaster grade students who can be ranked on the Rubik's Cube, unless that Zhou Wen is a god. Professor Gu, what do you think? Could Mingxiu and Feng Qiuyan really be Zhou Wen's students? Sui said excitedly. It's hard to say, but generally speaking, no one would make jokes about this kind of thing, but it would be a bit too weird to say that a person about the same age as them can teach two such students. Professor Gu said speciously, and he was not sure about anything. When Mingxiu played this name before, almost no one believed it. They thought it was just a joke, but now people are More skeptical, not so sure that it is a joke, but some can't believe that there is such a thing. I thought you were so powerful. It turns out that you are a spokesperson for an alien race. He is. Clearly the spokesperson for the phaseless race. What's the difference between the spokesperson for the interracial race before? When talking. The psychological burden is obviously much less, and the words are justified. Zhou didn't care either, in fact Feng Qiuyan and Ming Xiu could really be regarded as his disciples. If it was said that Feng Qiuyan and Ming Xiu had excellent talents in the past, and it was all up to them to realize it, Zhou did not dare to admit that he had taught them, but now Zhou can say with a clear conscience that he has indeed taught them. If Zhou hadn't raised their realm with the teacher's realm and deduced their shortcomings and loopholes, how could they have been promoted to such a high level as the heavenly realm so quickly? In fact, even if there is no such thing as a girl, Zhou taught them so painstakingly, but also for them to pick the golden apple, and betting with the girl is nothing but smooth sailing. Of course, Shiyu is very perverted, but Feng Qiuyan and Ming Xiu have to have good enough aptitude and high understanding, otherwise it will not have such a good effect. Shiyu cannot teach a fool to be the strongest in the world, only it is a guide to develop potential. Is this not enough? Then come another one. Zhou looked at the girl and said, "Humph, which clan spokesperson isn't it?" The girl snorted coldly. "Your eyesight is so good, do you think she looks like the spokesperson of which clan?" Zhou pointed to Qin Jin beside him. After hearing Zhou words, the girl looked at Qin Jin up and down, and strange ripples flashed in her eyes, making her eyes seem to be abyss with overlapping layers of mist. She's not a spokesperson. The girl seemed to feel it, looked back, and said affirmatively. Then if she's on the leaderboard, you shouldn't be fooling around anymore, right? Zhou asked. Whoever cheated, it's obviously you who cheated. The girl immediately retorted. You said that if she made it to the rankings, would you admit defeat or not? Zhou didn't argue with her, but said lightly. Although the girl felt that Zhou dared to say this, she must be sure, but now it is a bit difficult to ride a tiger, so she can only bite the bullet and say, as long as she is really your disciple, I will naturally admit defeat. Okay. Zhou responded, turned to Qin Zhen and said, steady, don't waver. Yes. Qin Zhen responded, turned around and walked towards the Rubik's Cube, and opened the Rubik's Cube again. Why, the apprentices I taught are no longer confident? After hearing Zhou advice to Qin Zhen, the girl thought that Zhou was worried that she would not be able to pass the customs. I'm afraid she's playing too crazy. Zhou said lightly. He really didn't worry that Qin Zhen couldn't pass the customs. Before, he taught Feng Qiuyan, Ming Xiu, and Qin Zhen together. Ming Qiuyan and Ming Xiu each had their own way, and Zhou only played a supporting role. But Qin Zhen is different. The path she walked was originally the path that Zhou walked. It can be said that Qin Zhen was guided by Zhou all the way. Zhou is a man, while Qin Zhen is a woman. The immortal swordsman researched by Zhou tends to be domineering, while Qin Zhen has a particularly persistent character. She believes in Zhou and the road pointed by Zhou, so she is unswervingly moving towards the road pointed by Zhou, which is really not crooked at all. But women and men are fundamentally different. This is not discrimination, but a biological difference. Qin Zhen didn't change at all, and as a woman, he pushed that domineering to a higher extreme. This can't be considered a mistake, and not knowing how to adapt can't be considered a disadvantage, but the consequence of doing so is to make Qingjin's swordsmanship extremely extreme and extremely domineering. Clearing the customs is not a problem, but it is easy to break if it is too fast. Zhou Wen is afraid that Qingjin will be too extreme and will hurt himself by taking the risk. The reason why Ming Xiu and Feng Qiuyan were asked to go through the barrier first was to prepare Qingjin, lest she be too tough and hurt herself. If you win, you will win, but Zhou Wen wants zero damage, not worrying about winning or losing. What's the situation today? Someone else broke through? Or is it a woman? Sui was a little surprised when she saw Qingjin appearing on the screen. Qingjin is dressed in white armor, with a silver mask on his face, slender legs, and an outstanding figure. Even if he doesn't look at his face, just his figure and temperament make people feel like a beautiful woman. Who can tell me who this woman is? He didn't show his face. Who would recognize it? But he shouldn't be from the Zhou family anymore, right? How can you say for sure? What if it is Zhou's disciple again? Impossible. There are 3 ranking powerhouses from one big mansion. These legs, this figure, it's absolutely amazing. Ming Xiu and Feng Qiuyan are doing this, and all the bulls, ghosts, snakes, and gods have come out. I don't know which family she belongs to. There are also many female spokespersons in the 6 major families, but I don't know who they are. Why don't you show your face? If she died inside, wouldn't anyone remember her? This figure, TSK. People were talking a lot, wondering where Qingjin came from and whether he could pass the customs like Ming Xiu and Feng Qiuyan. https:// The genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second, mobile version reading website. Qingjin was suspended above the foggy lake. The only thing that could be seen in the Rubik's Cube was her, surrounded by endless fog. Everyone stared nervously at the screen, speculating in their hearts whether this woman with an unbelievable figure could break the barrier of the fog, whether she could escape the attack of underwater monsters, or how to clear the level to pick up the golden apples. Waiting, everyone is waiting, but as time passes by, Qingjin has been suspended there without moving, as if the picture is frozen. What's the situation? Live streaming card? The level of technology is getting worse and worse. Such a simple live broadcast can be stuck. Strongly condemn those incompetent federal officials. What are you barking? Where are you stuck? Open your dog's eyes to see clearly. Those fogs are still moving. It's really moving, so there's no card, so why doesn't she move? Suddenly broken brain? Everyone looked at the live broadcast screen in confusion, wondering what the woman was waiting for. Seeing Qingjin standing still, Zhou Wen couldn't help covering his forehead with one hand, his face full of depression. He naturally knew what Qingjin was thinking, but he had told Qingjin just now that she should stabilize Bielong, but now she is standing. They're waiting for the invisible monster in the lake to come out, wanting to kill the monster in the water. Is this Tian more sloppy than this? Finally, Qingjin moved, condensed light into a sword, and slashed towards the calm lake. Click. Although I couldn't see what Qingjin's sword light had cut, the cracking sound made people know that she must have cut something and cut it off. The purple light condensed into a sword and was held in Qingjin's hand. After a sword, the sword light staggered and slashed towards the lake. The clicking sound was incessant, like the sound of steel being cut off. Qingjin was like a queen, and ruthlessly whipped the ants at the bottom. Let me go, this woman is too fierce, she actually wants to kill the invisible monster in The lake. If she can't kill it, she won't leave. Absolutely, 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 really crazy. People don't care about customs. Clearance, they just come to kill monsters to gain experience. This woman is really incomprehensible. It's really incomprehensible. This figure and swordsmanship are too domineering. I just don't know what the face looks like. The previous tension disappeared without a trace. At this moment, and now no one is worried about whether Qin Zhen can pass the customs, and the atmosphere has become very happy. People are speculating whether the woman can kill the invisible monster in the lake, and some people have even opened a bet. Qin Zhen didn't make them wait too long. After the continuous breaking sound, Qin Zhen suddenly merged with his sword and turned into a domineering purple sword rainbow, which rushed into the lake in an instant. This wave of operation stunned everyone. Everyone was thinking about how to clear the customs. This woman did not kill the monsters, but she did not leave. She even rushed into the lake and put it on ordinary people. Boom! A beam of purple sword light burst out from the lake. It rushed directly into the sky. As if something shattered in the sword light, making a loud sound of glass shattering. With that loud noise, the fog that shrouded the misty lake also dissipated, revealing the clean lake water like a mirror, and the strange golden fruit tree in the distance. There is also Qin Zhen, who appeared in the sky with the sword light, looking down at the golden fruit tree like a queen aloof. This woman is so crazy, so fierce, how can she marry in the future? People have crazy capital, and if you have the ability, you can kill a monster on the Rubik's Cube. Your Majesty, please accept my knees and accept me too. I am willing to do it for you. What's the death? Let me just say, there are many strong people among human beings. Before, no one was willing to come forward. Now it's not so much that they came out all at once. In the sound of people's discussion, Qin Zhen walked towards the golden fruit tree. The distance to the lake surface was not as far as he imagined. There is no suspense. Qin Zhen cut off the golden apple with one sword, and then the Rubik's Cube screen ended together, becoming the Rubik's Cube ranking. Ming Xiu took the 9th place, Feng Qiuyan took the 7th place, and Qin Zhen ranked higher than them because of the relationship between beheading the monsters in the lake. Ranking 4th. The ranking is not too big of a problem, after all, it is not the first, and the gap between the rankings is not big, but when people see the names on the Rubik's Cube ranking, they are all dumbfounded. Zhou's disciple, Qin Zhen. It's from the Zhou family again. This is going to heaven. 3 people from the Zhou family are on the list in a row. Suddenly thought of Mingxiu's title. Haha, it seems that I wasn't the only one who thought about it. The weakest disciple of the Zhou family is really true. It's true. Feng Qiuyan and Qin Zhen are indeed stronger than him, and the weakest deserves it. It's ridiculous, the weakest students are all 9th on the list. Am I living in a dream? Mingxiu is the weakest. I don't know how many disciples like Mingxiu can fight, so I won't pick all the remaining golden apples today. I'll go, it won't explode. Like this. I see, the 6 major families are all shrunken turtles, and now Zhou Wen's disciples stand up and fight for us humans. This is the real human hero. Love, who knows how to join Zhou Wen's family. I would like to be the weakest in Zhou's family. Words such as Zhou's disciple became popular in an instant. And some people have changed their screen names to someone under Zhou's family, and some have even changed it to a screen name like Zhou's family running dog. What do you say now? She's not a spokesperson, right? Zhou Wen looked at the girl with a smile and asked. She's not a spokesperson, but how do I know if she was taught by you? Maybe you begged someone to impersonate her. The girl is still stubborn, the dignified saint of the trajectory temple. If she worships a human being as a teacher, that face is really irresistible. Since you said that, let's end the bet. Zhou Wen said lightly. He didn't really want the girl to pay her respects, and he didn't really want to push her into a hurry. Zhou Wen had long recognized Xiao, who had changed his face, and he could also guess the origin of the girl. The girl was excited when she heard Zhou Wen say this. With the thinking logic of a girl, if the victory is already in hand, how can it be so easy to forget? That's all for Zhou Wen. He must be guilty. The one named Qin Zhen is definitely not his apprentice. Zhou Wen is a big liar. Don't, I've always made a promise, and what I said will definitely count. As long as you can prove that she was taught by you, I'll immediately serve tea to the teacher. The girl thought she had caught Zhou Wen's feet and said arrogantly. How do you want me to prove it? Zhou Wen asked. Simple, since she is your student, you must have taught her swordsmanship. You can show her swordsmanship just now. If the teacher's swordsmanship is not as good as that of a student, then we will bet. The girl didn't finish her sentence, but the meaning was already obvious. If Zhou Wen's swordsmanship is not as good as Qin Zhen's, she will win the bet. https:// The genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second. Mobile version reading website. Are you sure you want to see my swordsmanship? Zhou Wen looked at the girl and asked helplessly. Of course. How can I say that it doesn't count? If you want to gamble, bet to the end. The more Zhou Wen was reluctant to push the girl to a dead end, the girl became more enthusiastic. She only thought that she had caught Zhou Wen's weakness. Okay, I hope you won't regret it. Zhou Wen had no way to retreat. And he didn't want to. I will never regret it. The girl said decisively. Zhou Wen stopped talking nonsense, stretched out his hand, and an ordinary long sword appeared in his hand. What do I have to do so that you can think that my swordsmanship is good enough? Zhou Wen looked at the girl and asked. No, it's not. Good, it's the same as her swordsmanship, and better than her. The girl corrected it and continued, well, if you use all your strength to strike me with a sword, I will naturally be able to distinguish your sword. Is Fa better than her? No. Zhou Wen shook his head. What? You want to go back on it? The girl mocked. Of course not, I'm just afraid that you will be fooled if you lose, and you won't admit it. Zhou Wen said. I'm dignified, how could I be rude? Am I that kind of person? The girl suddenly became furious. I don't know what kind of person you are. There were people who didn't acknowledge the account just now. Zhou Wen looked at the girl's eyes, clearly saying, what kind of person are you? Don't you know what kind of person you are? The girl wanted to argue, but when she thought that she seemed to have a little bit of a loss just now, when it came to her mouth, her words became, what do you say? The sword has no eyes, so it is inevitable that you will be injured by accident. You can avoid it when you use the sword. So, anyway, if you lose, you have to take me as your teacher, and I will teach you in advance. You can use whatever swordsmanship you want, and I will correct your mistakes. Zhou Wen threw the sword in his hand to the girl. You want to teach me how to use the sword? The girl caught the sword and stared at Zhou Wen with wide eyes. Her eyes twitched, as if she had heard something incredible or a very funny joke. Not bad. Zhou Wen nodded affirmatively. Okay, very good. The girl laughed angrily, and secretly slandered in her heart, "It's really ignorant human beings who dare to teach me how to use the sword, my dignified saint of the temple, my sword, do you understand the law? Then you are optimistic." The girl was anxious, but without arguing, she drew her sword and slashed at Zhou Wen. Everyone was taken aback by her move, because her sword was too fast, and this sword was exactly the same as Qin Zhen's sword, and there was almost no difference. Even Li Xian, Ming Xiao, and Feng Chuyan changed their faces. Just looking at it for a while, you can use Qin Zhen's swordsmanship exactly the same. This kind of exactness is not a simple action, even the momentum and sword intent are exactly the same. This ability is simply inhuman. In other words, this girl has been secretly calculating Zhou Wen for a long time, so she gave Zhou Wen to Qin Zhen's swordsmanship to study so thoroughly. No matter what the possibility is, this girl is not good. Zhou Wen was not surprised when he saw the girl's ability, but confirmed the girl's identity. When I saw the girl and Xiao earlier, Zhou Wen probably guessed that she was from the 6 great temples. Now it is basically certain that the girl should come from the Trajectory Temple, just like Xiao. With the help of Shiryu, Zhou Wen can see it more thoroughly than the average person. This is not exactly the same, it is simply engraved in a mold. This is not practiced, but copied. Only the Trajectory Temple, which studies the power of the trajectory, is good at this. The sword in the girl's hand slashed towards Zhou Wen with an extremely domineering attitude. The flickering sword lights crisscrossed, like thunder and cracks, shrouding Zhou Wen's entire body, and people watching were terrified. But Zhou Wen didn't move at all until the girl retracted her sword and stepped back without moving her toes. Zhou Wen was not afraid. But the person watching was nervous and sweaty on his palms. If the girl's sword was a little bit higher, Zhou Wen's head would be gone. Fortunately, such a thing did not happen, and Zhou Wen was safe and sound. "Aren't you afraid that I will cut off your head?" Looking at Zhou Wen, who was motionless, there was a hint of surprise in the girl's eyes, and she felt that this person was very courageous. "Why are you afraid? Didn't we agree? It's just pointing, it's not a duel, you won't hurt me, what am I afraid of?" Zhou Wen said calmly. Zhou Wen naturally didn't think so in his heart. He didn't hide because he was sure that the girl would not hurt him. He just wanted to use words to hold the girl, hoping that she would not turn her face if she lost. The girl's mind is still a little pure. Where did she think that Zhou Wen had so many sweethearts, and thought that, although Zhou Wen was not very good, he was still trustworthy. "You have finished reading the swordsmanship, please correct me now." The girl threw the sword back to Zhou Wen, looked at him with a half-smile, and said, she copied Qin Zhen's swordsmanship exactly, but she still wanted to prove whether Zhou Wen taught Qin Zhen this swordsmanship. Swordsmanship has reached this level, words can no longer describe it, so I will show you what I teach as a teacher. You will naturally know where you are wrong when you read it. Zhou Wen's words made the girl half-deaf, as if she had already, if he loses, he must worship Zhou Wen as his teacher. But there was no time for the girl to refute, because the sword in Zhou Wen's hand had already slashed at the girl. Domineering and resolute, if Qin Zhen's domineering is like a queen in the world. He has an irresistible supreme authority, and he is invincible in the world. Then Zhou Wen's sword is unreasonable and domineering. The immortal made a calculation, this treasure is destined to be hit with me, you can all retire. The immortal pinching his fingers is another calculation, you deserve to die, this immortal will kill you today, for Tian Xingdao. The Emperor murdered, at least he had to find an unwarranted charge, and this immortal form didn't need any reason at all. Lao Tzu is the destiny. If Lao Tzu says you deserve to die, you should die. Such domineering, mortals can only expect, but can never be achieved. Such domineering is not Zhou Wen's sword intent, his sword intent is even more extreme. Zhang Xian, let you be a fairy or a sky, it is easy to kill. With one sword, where can you be long-winded? This is the hegemon of the tyrant, referred to as dad for short. You are arrogant, I am more arrogant than you, your father is your father, and there is no discussion about beating you. The girl originally made up her mind and stayed motionless like Zhou Wen to show her demeanor. She is good at the power of trajectory. If Zhou Wen is going to be unfavorable to her, she can judge the trajectory as soon as Zhou Wen makes a move, and it is not too late to hide at that time. But Zhou Wen cut out the sword, and the girl was horrified to find that she could not predict the trajectory of the sword, and she could not be sure whether the sword would cut on her. In the end, the girl's face suddenly showed panic, and the trajectory was completely unpredictable, which made the girl who was accustomed to God's perspective suddenly confused. Zhou Wen's original gentle image suddenly turned into a terrifying ghost in her eyes. Naha's unparalleled sword seemed to have become the scythe of the god of death, and he was about to harvest her beautiful and moving life. With a panic in her heart, the girl couldn't help but take a step back. https:// The genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second, mobile version reading website. It's only a small step, but the girl's faith has been shaken. What's more fatal is that after taking this small step back, the girl discovered that the sword that Zhou Wen had chopped down could not touch her body. At the end of the sword's tip, crossed in front of. This discovery broke the girl's psychological defense line even more, and instantly made her face a little embarrassed. It was a kind of anger and shame after being played with. As she expected, the sword that Zhou Wen cut slashed in front of her like a mockery. The farther the sword tip was from her, the more ugly the girl's face became. Many new members of the city guard who were watching the battle were booing at this moment. The girl slashed so many swords beside Zhou Wen, and Zhou Wen stood there motionless, and many times the blade was almost swept against Zhou Wen's cheek. Now Zhou Wen has only slashed with a sword, and she is still so far away from the girl that she has stepped back, obviously not confident enough. How about my sword, is it worthy to teach such a student? Zhou Wen stood up with the sword, looking at the girl and said calmly. The girl looked at Zhou Wen, her lips moved. But she couldn't speak. She could naturally see that the level of Zhou Wen's sword was far higher than Qinzhen's, and even she couldn't peep its trajectory. In different dimensions, I am afraid that only those big boss-level powerhouses of all ethnic groups can do it. A human being able to practice swordsmanship to such a level can already be said to be infinitely close to the realm of those apocalyptic bosses, and even comparable to the realm of the apocalypse. The girl can't imagine how Zhou Wen did it. The girl knew very well that there should be no end-of-the-world level among human beings, and no one who was close to it could find it. Zhou Wen's swordsmanship level obviously far exceeded his own level. In fact, the girl has overestimated Zhou Wen's realm. Zhou Wen's immortal slaying is indeed very strong, and his realm is indeed very high. When teaching Qinzhen, the feedback from the teacher also gave Zhou Wen a deeper understanding of immortal. Now the realm of immortal slaying is indeed close to the realm of many doomsday-level bosses, but there is still a long way to go. The reason why girls feel that way is also due to the credit of the teacher. When the girl demonstrated the swordsmanship, Xiu already had some analysis on her. It was through this analysis that Zhou Wen had a certain understanding of her trajectory and strength, and only when she used the sword would she have a target, so as to achieve for better results. The teacher domain of the heavenly level is undoubtedly a magical skill. The girl looked at Zhou Wen with no contempt at all. The girl herself is already infinitely close to the apocalyptic existence, and she is also the existence that is closest and most likely to be promoted to the apocalypse level in the trajectory temple for thousands of years. In her opinion, Zhou Wen is already qualified to be on a par with her, at least in the realm of swordsmanship. The above is like this. Girl, what are you still doing? Come over too. Apprentice soon, and being able to worship under my brother's door is considered your good fortune. Li Xian mocked. Yeah. Little girl, hurry up and worship your teacher. If you can worship at the main gate of Zhouqing, it's really your good fortune. If you miss this village, you won't have this shop. It's very, very good. If you can worship at the gate of Zhouqing, no matter how many people ask for it, you won't be able to ask for it. You are a blessing in disguise. People were all booing, and the girl who said that her face was blue and white, and it seemed like she would explode at any time. At this time, Xiao stood up, coughed lightly, and said, City Lord Zhou's swordsmanship is indeed hard to find in the world, and this girl's swordsmanship is not too much. How about a draw? Xiao knew very well in his heart that if the girl really ran away recklessly, even if Zhou Wen and others were safe and sound, there would be a river of blood in Guide City. As soon as Zhao's words fell, the girl suddenly raised her head, stared at Zhou Wen like a blade, and said word by word, I dare to be a teacher, do you dare to accept it? Zhou Wen didn't really take this as a thing, since he knew that the girl was not a human being, but an alien from the trajectory temple. He was not in the mood to really accept an alien student, and it was even more impossible to teach her anything in the future. Instead, it has become a scourge to mankind. When Xiao was talking, Zhou Wen had already planned to let it go, but the girl was so provocative, Zhou Wen didn't want to let her go. Why don't I dare to take it? Zhou Wen asked indifferently. Okay, then. I'll take you as my teacher, and I hope you won't regret it in the future. After the girl said, she actually stepped forward, knelt directly in front of Zhou Wen, and said loudly, Master is above, please accept the students. To find the third by. Zhao's expression changed drastically, but it was too late to stop him. Without saying a word, the girl just bowed down. The moment her forehead touched the ground, the sky suddenly changed color, and the originally clear sky suddenly became bizarre. The sky seems to have become a kaleidoscope. It is divided into pieces from the whole. The original clouds and sun, after being refracted by the kaleidoscope, seem to have become countless. The sky was weird, beautiful, and dazzling, and everyone was dumbfounded for a while. Looking up at the strange sky, Zhao's expression became very strange. Zhou Wen is also looking at the bizarre sky scene. The scope of the teacher's field is not so large that it cannot cover the entire sky. Naturally, he doesn't know what the bizarre scene is about. However, on the girl, Zhou Wen faintly felt a strange power fluctuate. It's just that the power is extremely strange. It's not gold, wood, water, fire, soil, or space, time, or matter. It's somewhat similar to the power on Wang Lu, but it's a little different. Do you dare to let me continue to worship? The girl knelt in front of Zhou Wen, but her eyes were full of jokes. Why don't you continue to pray, don't you want to pray 3 times? Zhou Wen said calmly. Master is here, please accept the second worship of the students. The girl was so refreshed that she bowed down again. In this worship, the sky that originally seemed to be a kaleidoscope was shattered like glass. After that kaleidoscope of brilliance, it was an extremely dark abyss, which instantly changed from extremely bright to extremely dark, and the entire guide palace instantly fell into absolute darkness. In the dark, with 5 fingers out of sight, it is difficult to distinguish objects that are close at hand. The residents of Guide Mansion are in a panic. In fact, not only Guide Mansion, but all over the world, panic has been caused. And they don't know what happened. Master is above, please accept the disciples' third worship. Only the girl's voice echoed in the darkness, and she could not see her figure, but heard the sound of her forehead touching the ground. After this sound, I saw a white light falling from the extremely dark sky in an instant. The white light was unimaginable. It seemed that it was originally there. From the time it was discovered to the time it landed on Zhouwen, there seemed to be a lack of time and space, making it impossible to dodge at all. https:// The genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second, mobile version reading website. Inside the palace, like a desolate universe, a terrifying existence suddenly opened his eyes, as if his eyes could pass through distant stars. What happened? Why was the unnamed god actually motivated? Could it be that something happened to Xuanji? The terrifying existence's thoughts turned, and strange ripples suddenly appeared on his body, and the ripples were intertwined into complicated patterns. The net of Austria is trembling like countless ropes of destiny. After a while, a strange color appeared on the face of the terrifying existence. He actually failed to calculate the fate trajectory related to the trace, but he felt faintly that the trace was not in danger of life. Holy Master, what happened? The creature guarding the terrifying existence, living like a turtle and snake, asked in surprise. The Saint Tracer should have encountered something, but I couldn't find the fate track associated with her. The Master Tracer said thoughtfully. How is that possible? With the relationship between you and the Holy Maiden, even if she is within the earth and is shielded by the rules, she should be able to glimpse the fate trajectory connected to it. Could it be that the power of the earth's rules has become stronger again? Is it? The monster said in horror, how can this be good if something goes wrong? With the saint, isn't your plan? It doesn't matter if she is really in danger, no matter how the earth's rules are blocked, I can sense 1 or 2. Now the saint is not in danger, but she can't deduce the trajectory related to it. The Lord of the trajectory seems to be thinking about something. Could it be that the other holy masters discovered the secrets of the Holy Maiden and wanted to set up a plan to kill the Holy Maiden? No, I have to rush to the earth myself, no matter what, I can't let them succeed. Turtle Snake said that he would go from there. Crawling out of the cave under the throne, above the turtle-like head, a black flame was burning, strangely like a whirlpool. Don't panic, the rules and restrictions of the earth have not been completely lifted. They don't have the guts to go to the earth now, and it is difficult to exert the power of the end of the world when they go, and how can they kill the trace? The Track Lord said. That's right, the Holy Maiden is an unparalleled perfect existence, combined with the power of the 6 saints. Once she is promoted to the end of the world in the future, even the strongest immortal emperor of the immortal clan will not be able to match her. Those old guys, what is it? Turtle Snake then remembered what kind of existence the saint was, and was no longer in a hurry to rush into the earth to save people. It's just that I don't know what happened, but it actually inspired the unnamed god. The Lord of the track still frowned and deduced, but no matter how deduced it was difficult to obtain more information about it. The god of unnamed was actually motivated. Doesn't it mean that the saint is very dangerous? No. I still have to go there in person, and I must not let the saint miss the slightest. Turtle Snake suddenly became excited again. If even the unnamed god can't keep the track, it's useless for you to rush now. The Lord of the Tracks once again stopped the turtle snake. Holy Master, you have planned for endless years. In case the saintess has any mistakes, I am afraid that it will be difficult to find in existence who can be the blood of the 6 saints, and it will be difficult to sign a contract with the unnamed god. Yes. Turtle Snake said. Of course, the Lord of the Path knows that there is no possibility of a second trace. He has planned for an unknown number of years to obtain the top bloodline of the 6 saints, and it is impossible to integrate it into the trace. Then duplicate the existence of the second one. Moreover, the unnamed god has already agreed with the pursuit, and it is impossible to reach a contract with the second one. It doesn't matter, there is an unnamed god's contract to protect her. Even if Xuanji was on Earth, no one would be able to take her life. At most, she would suffer from some flesh and blood. Her character is still undecided, and it is good to hone her. The Lord of Trajectory is no longer entangled in deducing what happened, but tries his best to cover up the trajectory of destiny related to the trace, lest several other holy masters or the terrifying existence of the immortal race discover the abnormality in the trace. The unnamed god is not the real god, but for the 6 great saints, it is a more terrifying existence than the true god. At that time, the immortal race was the only one, and the 6 saint races were far from being the opponents of the immortal race, and they were still at the level of younger brothers, but they had secretly formed an alliance and tried every means to overthrow the immortal race's rule. One of the plans is called Unnamed God, using the strongest power of the 6 clans to create a powerful weapon. The power of that weapon is enough to easily kill the existence of the end-time level. When the unnamed god was born, the 6 saints were all delighted, thinking that they could rely on the power of the unnamed god to overthrow the rule of the immortals and usher in a new era belonging to the 6 saints. But soon they found that they were too happy, and no one could use the god of unnamed. At that time, the top powerhouses among the 6 clans tried to control the god of unnamed, but none of them were able to succeed. The end-time level powerhouse was too persistent, and finally angered the god of unnamed, and was directly beheaded. Only later did they realize that because the god of unnamed is a fusion of the strongest powers of the 6 clans, no matter which of the 6 clans is strong, it is impossible to perfectly match the god of unnamed. It must be a holy body with the perfect blood of the 6 clans to be able to truly control the unnamed god. However, such existence was considered impossible at the time, so after the unnamed god was created, it was never used. Later, the immortals collapsed by themselves inexplicably, and the 6 saints picked up a bargain and became the new overlords of different dimensions, and they did not use the unnamed god at all. After becoming the new overlord of different dimensions, it is difficult for the 6 saints to unite as before, and it is even more difficult to make a perfect saint. Even the 6 saints do not want the unnamed god to be taken by someone. Take control. But the Lord of the Tracks did not give up this idea. He did not know how much effort he spent in secret and laid out an unimaginable long-term situation. By chance, he finally had the birth of the search and reached an agreement with the god of unnamed contract. However, because Xuanji has not been promoted to the end of the world, her own strength is too weak, and she has not really used the power of the unnamed god, but with the power of the unnamed god, even if she just left a contract imprint on her body, that is enough to protect the life of Xuanzi, so the Lord of Trails is not too worried about the safety of Xuanzi's life. What he wanted to know more was who blocked the trace of destiny related to the pursuit, and whether someone already knew the existence of the perfect holy body of the pursuit. After finishing the shielding work, the Lord of Trajectory's eyes passed through endless time and space, and looked at the huge statue in the forbidden area of the 6 clans. No difference, but there is a vertical mark between the eyebrows, that is where the unnamed god is. Now the vertical marks are blooming with a strange white light, like a vertical white light eye, which is glaring at somewhere in the void. https:// The genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second, mobile version reading website. The strange white light fell from the sky, as if there was no process at all, and fell directly on Zhou Wen, without any room to escape, not to mention Zhou Wen's current speed. Even if his speed is 10 times faster, it is difficult to avoid this white light. Zhou Wen is not flustered at all. Now he is no longer the weakling who knew nothing and was always worried. He already has his own knowledge framework in his heart, and can analyze and judge various unknown forces based on his own knowledge framework. Like this kind of power that directly acts on the body and cannot be avoided at all, it cannot be a direct lethal power, or even a damage skill. Sure enough, the white light that fell on Zhou Wen did not hurt his body, but it made Zhou Wen feel like being suppressed by the mountains in an instant. His legs trembled and his knees bent involuntarily. In an instant, Zhou Wen already knew what kind of power it was. He guessed half of it right. It was indeed not a direct lethal power, but it would still hurt his body. He is too familiar with such power, and he has no idea how many times he has seen it. That is similar to the power of the king's Sai. No, to be precise, it should be similar to the power of the strange woman who lived in his body through the king's Sai. Because women themselves do not have a physical body, they naturally cannot control the power of materialization. This white light, like the woman Wang Jisai's, is pure consciousness. Consciousness is the most mysterious thing in this world. Even at the level of Zhou Wen, it is impossible to turn consciousness into a substance, even if you want to control a piece of paper to fly with consciousness. No matter how strong the will is, he can only control his own body, but cannot affect others. Those other skills that seem to use consciousness to control power are just the effect of consciousness controlling some kind of power in the body. Not pure consciousness. Just like sword intent is a mixture of sword power and consciousness, not pure consciousness. Such sword intent can only affect the consciousness of the other party, but cannot have actual effect on matter. Harm. But Zhou Wen has seen 2.5 people who can really turn consciousness into substance and act on foreign objects. One is the woman who sighed Wang Ji, and the other is this white light. The reason why there are half of them is because Zhou Wen himself is not sure whether that person is using pure consciousness. That half is Lord Emperor. She can make her wish come true. Zhou Wen believes that the wish itself should be a consciousness, but he is not sure whether it is or not, so it can only be counted as half. The consciousness of this white light is not weaker than the Wang Ji sight that Zhou Wen has seen, and it is even stronger. It came across the space and was able to bend his legs. He was about to kneel on the ground immediately, possessing this consciousness. The existence of power is simply unimaginably powerful. Apocalypse level. Powerhouses are also terrifying? Zhou was horrified. He had exhausted all his strength, but his knees still quickly fell to the ground. In fact, not all apocalyptic levels have such consciousness, or it can be said that there are very few creatures who can achieve this level of consciousness. The willpower and consciousness turned into tangible powers are completely two different magnitudes. No matter how firm Zhou Wen's willpower is, he can't stop the bending of his legs. Watching Zhou Wen bend his legs, Xuanji secretly said in his heart, "I want to be my teacher of Xuanji. And I want to be worshipped by me. I'm afraid you don't have that order." Of course, Xuanji is very clear how arrogant his self-esteem is with an almost godlike weapon like the unnamed god, and how can he tolerate his contractor bowing his head and bowing to any other creature. After 3 worships, in the eyes of Xuanji, Zhou Wen is already a dead person. I gave you a chance, you chose me to be a teacher yourself, and it's no wonder I died. But if you can die under the power of the god of unnamed, you are not a loss for death, not an apocalyptic existence. Unnamed the god doesn't bother to react at all. Xuanji thought about it, but she felt a little uncomfortable in her heart. She didn't want to kill, but she was forced to this point, and she bowed down in anger. Looking at Zhou Wen, who was about to kneel, he secretly said in his heart, "Don't think about being the teacher of others in your next life, let alone be the teacher I'm looking for." Li Xian, Feng Qiuyan, Ming Xiu, Qin Zhen, and others, who are close to Zhou Wen, are all the top combat power among human beings, but just the aftermath of the white light makes them unable to move. No matter how hard they struggle, it is difficult for them. Move every minute. It's not just them. In fact, in the entire guide mansion, everyone can't move, and the human beings with less strength and willpower are directly pressed to the ground. Feng Qiuyan, Ming Xiu, and the others also tried their best to fight against that power. But their knees had already fallen to the ground, and it was still difficult to fight against it with their hands on the ground, and their bodies were about to lie on the ground. Li Xian stood still, his legs were not bent, only the bones on his body were cracked, and the broken bones were stabbed out of the flesh. Qin Zhen propped herself on the ground with her sword, forcing herself not to kneel down, but the sword was quickly pressed into the ground, and her body quickly approached the ground, so she had to lie down. How could that unnamed god exist? His contractor kneels on the ground, and others can stand, let alone standing, even kneeling. Kneeling for traces, then everyone can only throw their bodies to the ground. And this is just the aftermath of that consciousness. Zhou Wen, who confronted the consciousness head-on, has not yet touched the ground with his knees. His strength and will are far stronger than everyone else's, but it is still not enough to fight against that power. Xuanji closed her eyes. She had already expected the ending, and did not want to see Zhou Wen's tragic destruction of consciousness. Xuanji closed his eyes and waited for the sound of the bone breaking and blood splashing, but after waiting for a while, he only heard the sound of the people next to him hitting the ground, but he never heard the knee and the ground from where Zhou Wen was standing. The sound of the impact, let alone the sound of bones breaking and shattering as she imagined. Could it be that the body was completely destroyed to ashes before it was brittle to the ground because of the wrath of the unnamed god head-on? Xuanji couldn't help but opened his eyes and looked at Zhou Wen's location. In the next second, after the trace was clearly seen, his eyes widened, as if he had seen a ghost, and his face was full of disbelief. Zhou Wen was not destroyed to ashes as she had imagined, nor was he kneeling on the ground as she thought. Zhou Wen was standing there well, and his knees were slightly bent before, but now he is straight. Not only his knees, but his spine is also straight, and even his head is held high, and there is no sign of falling down. Zhou Wen stood there straight, staring at the void with his head held high, like a king bathed in divine light. https:// The genius remembers the address of this site in 1 second, mobile version reading website. Zhou Wen stared at the void. In fact, he couldn't see anything. What he was really looking at was the sigh of the king, or the woman who only existed in the fate. With Zhou Wen's own strength, it is indeed impossible to resist the consciousness of the unnamed god. It was the power of Wang Ji's sight that resisted. The terrifying consciousness. Once stood at the pinnacle of power, all races surrendered to the existence under their feet. How could they tolerate kneeling to others? Others can't see it, and Zhou Wen can't see it either, but he can sense that there seems to be a woman's phantom overlapping his body, staring at the void, as if looking at something. Zhou Wen, are you afraid? A woman's voice sounded in Zhou Wen's mind. The voice was clear and beautiful, but it had an indescribable sense of authority, which made it difficult to associate the word nice. What am I afraid of? Zhou Wen didn't speak, but thought so in his mind, but the owner of the voice seemed to already know what Zhou Wen was talking about. The master of this consciousness is an incomparably powerful being. Even if he is the master of the 6 clans, it is difficult to compete with him. To kill you, you only need one thought. The woman continued. What the hell are you? Zhou Wen didn't answer the question of whether he was afraid or not. Now he wants to know more about the existence of the woman in his destiny. In the past, he felt that his fate was very problematic, but now he was able to talk to him, which made him even more uneasy. In his body, there is another conscious body that knows everything about him, and even knows exactly what he is thinking, which makes him feel as if he is naked and standing in front of a stranger. No sense of security. I am you. The woman's answer made Zhou Wen a little confused, not knowing what she meant. The woman did not continue to answer Zhou Wen's doubts, but continued, that existence is extremely terrifying, not to mention that it is on the earth, even in a different dimension, it is a supreme existence. You let his contractor kneel in front of you, is equivalent to insulting him. He will never let you live in the world. Are you afraid? Afraid. Zhou Wen is really afraid. Anyone who is stared at by an existence that can kill him in a single thought will be afraid of sleeping and eating. There is nothing to hide, and he can't hide a woman who can know what he is thinking. Although that existence is extremely terrifying, he has a fatal weakness. Without the contractor, he can't leave the other dimension, and he can't sense the information in the earth. Now you have 2 options, one is to kill the person in front of you. Girl. As long as you kill her, because of the suppression of the rules of the earth, the existence will no longer be able to sense the information inside the earth, and naturally it will no longer be able to kill you with consciousness. The woman said. What about the second way? Zhou Wen asked. The second way is naturally not to kill the girl. I can temporarily block his awareness lock on you. The woman said again. It sounds like the first way is better. Zhou Wen changed his words and continued, it seems that you have something to say. That existence is not a creature, or not exactly a creature, it should be a weapon. The woman said slowly. It is not a sword weapon in the traditional sense, but a so-called companion pet similar to your human beings. That is a weapon with its own life and consciousness. But no matter what kind of weapon he is, as long as it is a weapon, there must be a host to use him, but a weapon like him has extremely harsh requirements for the host, and an existence like a girl is almost impossible in different dimensions. Find the second one. So, as long as you kill her, you can do it once and for all? Zhou pondered. At least in a short period of time, it is impossible for an existence like a girl to appear again. Even if such an existence appears in the future, it is not known how many years later. With the lifespan of human beings, I am afraid that we will not live to that day. For you, it can be considered once and for all, the woman said lightly. In this case, so why are you talking about the second way? This second way shouldn't be as simple as you said, right? Zhou mused. The girl can survive. When she is promoted to the end of the world, she can really use that weapon and liberate it. Only in this way can you have the opportunity to seize that weapon. How to take it? You who have lost the immortal sutra, as long as you defeat the girl who owns the weapon, it is possible to plunder the weapon for your own use. But this is very dangerous, the girl's own talent is far beyond yours, and you will be promoted to the end of the world. After that, it was an incomparably powerful existence, and with the power of that weapon, no one in the current dimension can match it. If you want to defeat her and plunder that weapon, it is almost equivalent to death. If that's the case, why should I go grab it? Zhou frowned. Because the earth doesn't have time. The woman continued, he can bring consciousness to the earth and kill you directly, of course, because he is extremely powerful, and there are contractors here to provide positioning, but in the final analysis, it is because of the rules of the earth. It's already very weak, and it doesn't take a few years for those incomparably terrifying beings in different dimensions to come to the earth. At that time, even if human beings are not exterminated, I am afraid they will only become slaves. Before the earth is completely broken, enter another dimension, suppress all races, and save mankind from the doom of genocide. You are contradicting yourself. I can defeat even a girl with that weapon. Do I still need that weapon? Zhou heard something wrong. It's not contradictory, you only have one chance, and that is to enter a different dimension. When she is promoted to the end of the world and obtains the weapon, use the short running-in period between the two to take advantage of her inability to fully utilize the power of the weapon. At that time, a sneak attack will defeat it. No matter how powerful a weapon is, it still needs the host to use it. The woman said lightly, it's just too difficult, you have to enter a different dimension alone, while the girl liberates the weapon at the same time. Finding her and defeating a strong man who can almost reach the top of the apocalypse can be said to be a situation of 10 deaths and no life. 10 deaths and no life means no chance. Since there is no chance, why should I go this way? Zhou frowned. Of course, you can choose not to. With your ability, even if the earth is completely banned, you may be able to find a place to hide in the universe. Life-saving should not be a problem. The woman said indifferently, the first life you can live, the second way is to give you and mankind a miracle, how to choose is up to you.